A young man is reborn after being struck by a meteor, only to discover that it was the power of a broken gear that helped him stand out among thousands of candidates and become a creator of civilization. In the forbidden area of Tiananmen Star First High School, a massive stone altar, worn by the passage of time, stands majestically. Today marks the crucial moment of civilization awakening for the senior students. Over 10,000 elite students, who have emerged from a fierce competition, stand expectantly before the altar. After 3 years of hard study, they finally face this opportunity, where their fate as ordinary or extraordinary will be determined. Due to the potential chaos that could arise from having too many civilization masters, the leaders of human civilization have implemented a harsh selection process. These students standing before the altar have passed numerous assessments to earn this chance to awaken. Although luck plays a role, without prior hard work, they wouldn't even qualify to gamble on their fate. Principal Zhang En hovers in the air, looking down at the crowd with indifferent eyes. As the school's only civilization master, he has presided over countless awakening ceremonies in the past 30 years and has become indifferent to success and failure. Let's see how many seeds will be born this time, he thought to himself, then ordered the students from classes 1 to 10 to step onto the altar. Suddenly, pure white light of civilization descended from the void, interwoven with countless images of civilizations, the natural beauty of mountains and rivers, the life rhythm of birds and beasts, the dawn of agriculture and fishing, the industrial revolution of steel and steam, the technological miracles of flying and teleportation, the mystical splendor of supernatural powers and magic, the solemnity of mysterious rituals, the extraordinary nature of gods, demons, and immortals, and the power clashes of battleships and artillery. This dazzling spectacle left the waiting students entranced. Old Zhang, if you succeed in awakening, what kind of civilization do you plan to build? Someone in the crowd asked, slinging an arm around Zhang En's shoulder. Whether I can awaken is still unknown, so why think so far ahead? Zhang En replied to his deskmate with a hint of helplessness. In this star domain, almost everyone chooses the path of immortality. After all, the 36,000 inhabited stars of the Huangtian galaxy are under the protection of the Grand Tao ancestor, making the path of immortality much easier. The awakening ceremony for the first batch of 1,000 students ended quickly, with only 5 succeeding. Zhang En was quite satisfied with the 1 in 200 ratio, offering only token consolation to the failures, suggesting they could pursue a cultivation career in the 4th year. But everyone knew that the path of cultivation was far more challenging than that of a civilization master. Finally, it was Zhang En's turn, and his emotions were more complex than others. As someone who had been reborn after being hit by a meteor, he knew all too well what it meant to be a civilization master, a born creator, a god of creation, a supreme deity. As the light of civilization enveloped him, Zhang En's consciousness soared, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Just as he was about to reach the critical point, but found himself unable to, a simple gear emerged from the depths of his soul, the very mysterious meteor that had altered his destiny. Despite its cracks, the gear continued to turn resolutely. As it turned, Zhang En's soul seemed to find resonance, finally touching the singularity in the void. "Open for me," he shouted, using this mysterious force to tear open the void and carve out a world of his own from nothingness. The light of civilization then infused it, stabilizing its laws and marking his official status as a civilization master. "Old Zhang, how did you do?" his deskmate immediately asked when he came down. "I succeeded," Zhang En replied calmly. "Really? Damn it. Then my plan for a maiden world will have to rely on you," his deskmate said regretfully. Zhang En smiled without responding, his attention focused on the mysterious gear in his soul. After receiving the baptism of civilization's light and becoming a reserve for the master of civilization, Zhang En was no longer an ordinary mortal. He ascended to a status comparable to that of immortal deities and sacred beings. Without any training, he could easily defeat minor gods, immortals, arhats, and great demons. This is the domineering aspect of the master of civilization system, where the starting point is the endpoint for many other cultivation professions. Now, Zhang En could directly observe his soul and even modify it. In his mind, a broken gear appeared, seemingly a remarkable treasure. Zhang En gazed at the gear within his soul, feeling an intense emotion in his consciousness. During the awakening ceremony just moments ago, without the crucial assistance of this gear, his success would have been impossible. The sudden eruption of power from the gear enabled him to become the master of civilization and revealed the gear's secret to him. This gear is a part of the body of a supreme deity from the endless void. This supreme god, symbolizing all order, physical laws, and mechanical technology, had his body shattered in battle against formidable foes, transforming into a cage to seal the enemy. The gear within Zhang En's soul is one that flew into the void when the supreme deity's body shattered, eventually falling as a meteor that brought Zhang En to this world after countless ages. However, The gear had been eroded by its endless journey through the void, and bringing Zhang En across worlds exhausted its power, leaving it in a dormant state, slowly rotating within his soul to regain strength. The recent civilization awakening ceremony reactivated the gear, allowing Zhang En to understand and harness its functions, though it did not repair its broken parts. Despite its unassuming appearance, the gear holds formidable capabilities. As a remnant of the supreme deity's body, it possesses a degree of mechanical divinity, capable of advancing mechanical technology, enhancing all mechanical creations, and imbuing them with consciousness and life. Moreover, the supreme deity was the creator of all physical laws and order in the endless void, and this gear, though a tiny fraction, is related to those powers. By turning the gear, Zhang En can interfere with physical laws and order to some extent. In addition to these abilities, the gear has a particularly extraordinary power: perpetual motion. The gear spins endlessly, undeterred even by the forces of time. Even without the light of civilization from the awakening ceremony, the gear would eventually recover, though whether Zhang En would still be alive then is uncertain. In summary, Zhang En has just embarked on the path of the master of civilization, armed with a precious treasure. The mechanical divinity and authority over physics and order contained within the broken gear are immensely beneficial for establishing and developing civilization, while its perpetual motion power is an exceptional advantage. This realization has led Zhang En to decide that his path in civilization will be mechanical. Regardless of any schemes or strategies involved, what matters most to him now is the formidable capabilities of the gear. If he can pursue the path of mechanical civilization, rapid development is assured. Being the master of a civilization is a prestigious and promising role, but it doesn't come without its challenges. Zhang En thought to himself, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. As a civilization master, the key to enhancing strength lies in building worlds, creating civilizations, and developing intelligent species. However, all of this requires funding, rare resources, and knowledge gained through various connections, which Zhang En lacks. Thus, he faces two paths: either settle for mediocrity, becoming one of the countless ordinary civilization masters among humanity, or take a gamble to reach the pinnacle of civilization. Having already experienced the tremendous opportunity of a second chance at life, he naturally chooses the path of brilliance. Zhang En's heart was filled with anticipation for the future and excitement for the challenges ahead, with no trace of regret or unease. As he pondered these thoughts, the rest of the class had completed the civilization awakening ceremony. Among the thousands of students across the 100 classes in their senior year, only 76 emerged as reserve civilization masters. The successful ones were excited, while those who failed felt discontented, but Zhang En paid little attention to these emotions. All students may leave now and return in a month when the new school year begins, Zhang En said calmly. The students who became civilization masters would all be placed in Class 0, under his personal guidance, while the remaining students would stay in their respective classes. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang En transported all the students back to their classes, a miraculous act that left everyone in awe. The students who had successfully awakened were particularly thrilled, as Zhang En himself was a civilization master, and they now had the potential to reach such heights to manipulate space and perform extraordinary feats. This is the allure of being a civilization master. Once back in their classrooms, the students were eager to leave, especially those who had awakened successfully, eager to share the good news with their families. The teachers understood and allowed the students to leave early, knowing the young ones needed time to process the day's events. Zhang En said goodbye to his desk mate and took a cab home. Entering his house, he found his parents sitting in the living room, seemingly watching the news on the full information screen, though their minds were elsewhere. Hearing the door, they turned around immediately, their eyes filled with anticipation and concern as they looked at Zhang En. Xiao En, Zhang Yunguan asked cautiously, "Did you? Dad? Mom? I successfully awakened," Zhang En replied without hesitation. "Now I'm a civilization master, and in a month, I'll start studying in Class 0. Wonderful, wonderful," his parents responded joyfully. When Zhang Yunguan heard the news that his son had become the lord of civilization, his face lit up with joy. He jumped up from the sofa and hugged his wife, Li Xinru, like a child who had just won the lottery. "Honey, did you hear that? Xiaoan did it. He's the lord of civilization now." Zhang Yunguan was so excited he could hardly speak, his face creased with joy. "This is really, ha, ha." His reaction was even more exaggerated than Zhang En's own, as he danced around the living room like someone who had just passed the imperial exams. This left Zhang En puzzled, and he turned to his mother with a furrowed brow. "Mom, what's up with Dad?" Li Xinru sighed and grabbed her husband, who was still spinning in circles, to explain to their son, "Old Zhang, calm down." Then she turned to Zhang En. "Your dad's just too excited." Zhang En pondered for a moment, and suddenly had a flash of insight. "Wait, could it be like in the novels? My grandfather's family is some kind of powerful clan, and then Dad didn't have the talent and was kicked out. Now that I've awakened successfully, it's finally time for revenge. Before he could finish, Zhang Yunguan snapped back to reality, rolled his eyes, and interrupted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He took a deep breath to calm himself and sat back down on the sofa. "Our Zhang family does have some influence, but we're not a powerful clan. Your grandfather isn't that heartless either," Zhang Yunguan said seriously. "To tell you the truth, our family does have a lord of civilization, and that's your grandfather. But there's a hierarchy among lords of civilization, and your grandfather is just an ordinary one with limited resources." He continued, "So, when the Zhang family members reach adulthood, they have to go out and make their own way. That's what Didi left the family at 20 to make a living. But your grandfather isn't heartless. He gives us some support every year. Otherwise, where do you think the money for your tutoring and our villa came from?" Zhang En looked surprised. "Didn't you say you earned it all from your salary, Dad?" Zhang Yunguan coughed awkwardly, feeling caught off guard. "Are you trying to argue with me, huh?" He quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, now that you've successfully awakened, let's take a trip back home this month. As a reserve lord of civilization, you can get some resources from your grandfather that only lords of civilization can use. It might not be as much as those from big families, but it will give you a head start over ordinary people." A few days later, a massive starship hovered in front of the starport of Jeweling Star. Jeweling Star has been reached. This vessel will remain at Jeweling Starport for one natural day. Passengers who have arrived at their destination, please disembark promptly to avoid delays, announced a gentle female voice within the starship. The ship's doors slowly opened, and a series of steps descended as people began to disembark. Among them was Zhang Yunguan and his family of 3. As they walked, Zhang Yunguan said to Zhang En, "This Jeweling Star is the main home of our Zhang family. Because your grandfather is the master of civilization, most of the profits from this planet's industries belong to him. Even so, the enormous profits barely support your grandfather's cultivation, and there aren't enough resources left to nurture another master of civilization. Not to mention, several people in our Zhang family have awakened successfully over the years, becoming masters of civilization." Just then, laughter echoed from afar. "Yunguan, it's been years since you last returned. It's great to see you this time." Zhang En looked towards the voice and saw a middle-aged man who resembled his father approaching. "Second brother, I didn't expect you to come and meet us," Zhang En said excitedly. "Shaoan, come over here. This is your second uncle," Zhang Yingguan said, surprised but mostly delighted. He brought Zhang En over to the middle-aged man and introduced him. "Second brother, this is my son, Zhang En." The middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Haha, I know. I even held him when he was little, remember?" Zhang Yunguan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. "Xiao En, well done on awakening and becoming a master of civilization. Your future is limitless." The old man was thrilled for quite a while when he heard about it. "Come on, let's head back. You haven't been back often these past years, and the old man has mentioned it a few times." With that, he led the way, and the group followed towards a hovering car. Technically, cars aren't allowed to enter the starport, but half of this starport is owned by the Zhang family, and rules can't outweigh privilege. Along the way, Zhang Yunguan and Zhang Yunzhong caught up, their conversation filled with nostalgia. Zhang En stayed by his mother's side, gazing out at the city through the window. Since the Huantian star system is governed by Taiwang Daozu, a prominent figure in the Xiandao civilization, all aspects of life on the 360,000 life-bearing planets here are influenced by this civilization. The architecture, cultural teachings, and lifestyle retain an ancient charm, at least in Zhang En's eyes. He had seen images of human cities from other star systems online, cities under the governance of technological civilization leaders, which were so fantastically exotic that he couldn't comprehend them, let alone accept them. But once I establish a mechanical civilization, perhaps aesthetic styles will change as well, Zhang En suddenly thought. He was confident he would forge a path in mechanical civilization. When that time comes, his influence on civilization will be mutual, and civilization will, in turn, affect him. Aesthetic styles and preferences are bound to shift. These are acceptable costs for progress. After a while, the hovering car finally arrived at the Zhang family estate. The manor stood majestically in the city center, its sheer size leaving one in awe. Upon entering, one could see meticulously arranged pavilions and towers, along with exquisite man-made landscapes, resembling a paradise on earth. Deep within the estate, various mythical birds and beasts frolicked freely among the mountains and forests, exuding an air of vitality. Zhang En was left speechless, deeply impressed by the spectacle. Such opulence gave him a deeper understanding of the power held by the master of civilization. It was worth noting that his grandfather was only of average standing among the masters of civilization. "Let's go, the old man is waiting for us." Zhang Yun led the 3 of them into the estate, arriving at a teleportation array. In a flash of light, they vanished, only to reappear outside a celestial palace shrouded in clouds. This celestial palace hung high above the heavens, beneath a chaotic sky and a magnificent starry river. Looking down, layers of celestial realms unfolded, with mountains and rivers stretching as far as the eye could see, teeming with countless living beings. This extraordinary perspective was visible only to Zhang En because he too was a master of civilization, on par with immortals and deities, though he had yet to master any divine abilities. In front of the palace, a young man with white hair stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he asked, Yunguan, how many years has it been since you last came back? Dad. Zhang Yunguan hesitated for a moment, awkwardly opening his mouth. Both Zhang Yunguan and Zhang En were acutely aware of the peculiar feeling of facing a father or grandfather who appeared younger than themselves. Grandfather. Zhang En, however, adapted quickly and greeted him cheerfully. All right, come on in. Zhang Xian nodded and waved his hand, leading them inside. When Zhang En gathered his thoughts, he found that only Zhang Xian remained beside him. Have a seat, Xiao En. Zhang Xian gestured, and a cloud bed rose from thin air. Zhang En sat down as instructed, feeling a bit uneasy, having only met his grandfather once as a child. Xiao En, now that you've become a master of civilization, what kind of civilization do you plan to create? Grandfather, I plan to establish a mechanical civilization, Zhang En replied candidly. He had come with his father on this trip to seek his grandfather's resources and support. Hiding his intentions was pointless because if the resources he received didn't align with his plans, they would be unusable. As for exchanging resources afterward, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked, where is a newly awakened newcomer supposed to find connections? Even if they do find them, what if they get deceived? Instead of going through all that trouble, wouldn't it be better to just say it outright? He was surprised by the idea of a mechanical civilization. Under the governance of Taiwan Daozu, everyone leaned towards the Xian Dao civilization. Zhang Xian realized this wasn't entirely a bad thing, as the principles of Taiwan Daozu civilization also provided support to the Xian Dao civilization within the galaxy. As a result, most awakened rulers of civilizations chose to follow the Xian Dao development path. If one could gain admission to the prestigious Kaohsiung Huangming University in the Huangtian galaxy, they could directly join the faction of Huangtian Daozu. This path to advancement was clear. Furthermore, the abundance of Xian Dao resources and knowledge within the Huangtian galaxy led many to abandon the idea of switching to other civilizations. Zhang En pondered for a moment, then slowly said, because when I successfully awakened, I received a bit of fortune related to mechanical civilization from the void. He revealed a hint of his special advantage, yet kept his deeper thoughts to himself. Firstly, Zhang Xian, as a ruler of the Xian Dao civilization, had little use for treasures from the mechanical civilization, and most people in the Huangtian galaxy wouldn't need them either. Secondly, his experience of receiving a treasure from the void during awakening was not uncommon in human civilization's history. Lastly, Zhang Xian was his grandfather, and this wasn't the kind of dark, cutthroat cultivation world. Zhang Xian wouldn't target him over a mechanical civilization treasure. Of course, if it were a treasure from the Xian Dao civilization, Zhang En wouldn't reveal it so easily. Whether due to blood ties or other considerations, he wouldn't risk something crucial to his path. After hearing this, Zhang Xian simply smiled, understanding that as a grandfather, it wasn't really possible for him to intervene in matters related to a mechanical treasure. However, he still advised Zhang En, Xiao En, you must be cautious. Do not tell anyone about the opportunities you possess. Yes, Zhang En nodded, feeling relieved. This risky gamble, though fraught with danger, left him no choice. After all, the development of civilization requires resources. If he didn't obtain the initial resources from Zhang Xian, he would lag behind in the early stages of founding a civilization, and future development would be restricted. Even with the perpetual gear, a treasure of immense value, his growth rate would still be affected. Zhang Xian continued. In the Huangtian star system, immortal Dao civilization is mainstream, and resources for other types of civilizations are scarce. You must rely on connections and channels to acquire them. He paused, focusing on Zhang En. Xiao En, pursuing a path in mechanical civilization, given your treasures, is indeed far better than sticking to the immortal Dao civilization. However, acquiring resources will be a bit troublesome. Zhang Xian found it challenging. As an ordinary leader of civilization, obtaining resources for mechanical civilization was not easy. But considering Zhang En's opportunities, he decided to find a way to help him. However, there was something he needed to clarify first. Xiao En, you want to pursue mechanical civilization. Have you decided on which branch to take? Branch? Please elaborate, Grandpa. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Zhang En was puzzled, not understanding what Zhang Xian was referring to. Patiently, Zhang Xian explained, this is knowledge you'll be taught once school starts, but since you need resources, I'll give you a brief overview. All civilizations can be divided into two major categories, and the same civilization can belong to both depending on its development path. For example, immortal Dao civilization can be divided into major civilizations of cultivation and technology. Similarly, the mechanical civilization you want to establish can choose between these two major directions. He continued, within these major categories, there are more detailed divisions. For instance, Will your mechanical civilization focus on humans or mechanical creations? Will it be a civilization with social and class divisions or a hive gestalt type? Furthermore, your personal cultivation path will also impact the civilization's development. For example, are you planning to follow the incense divine path, the faith divine path, or transform into the world consciousness, the heavenly way, establish a pure land of Buddhism, or create an ethereal heaven? These need to be considered in advance. At this point, Zhang Xian drew out a jade slip and handed it to Zhang En. This jade slip contains detailed information on what I've mentioned. Read it thoroughly before making a decision. Don't rush. I heard you start school in a month, so I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Once you've made a decision, I'll gather the relevant resources. Otherwise, collecting resources that don't match your chosen path will severely affect your initial development. Thank you, Grandpa. Zhang En accepted the jade slip, bowing in gratitude, feeling extremely fortunate. Even though this knowledge would be taught in a month, understanding it in advance would allow him to allocate resources more wisely and avoid many detours. Subsequently, Zhang Xian shared some basic knowledge about being a civilization leader with Zhang En before letting him leave. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach more, but since their paths were entirely different, too much information might hinder Zhang En's development. For the next 3 days, Zhang En stayed in his room, contemplating the direction of his future. Zhang Yunguan and his wife, aware that their son was making significant decisions about his future, chose not to disturb him. After 3 days, Zhang En emerged with a decision. He decided to fully embrace a mechanical civilization and personally follow the Shinto path. This decision was made after considering all his circumstances. He possessed a perpetual gear, which contained a trace of divine essence from a supreme deity, and not following the Shinto path would be a waste. The choice of a purely mechanical civilization was influenced by the perpetual gear as well. The gear's authority embodied order, and a purely mechanical civilization was far more structured and orderly than a human-developed one. During these 3 days, he also tried his best to obtain information from within the perpetual gear. Thanks to his status equal to that of deities and Buddhas, he gained considerable insights. One of these insights solidified his resolve to pursue a purely mechanical civilization. With the perpetual gear, he could derive divine power from the operation and order of machinery, absorbing divinity to grow. In a sense, relying on the perpetual gear, Zhang En's Shinto path resembled that of an ancient god. It was no surprise that a deity who established the physical laws and order of all worlds in the infinite void was so powerful, even with just a fragment of their being. The stronger the perpetual gear, the happier Zhang En became. As for any potential hidden dangers within, that was not something he needed to worry about at the moment. Compared to a figure who established the physical rules and order of all worlds, he was like a mere ant. He estimated that only when he reached the pinnacle of human civilization would he be qualified to consider any risks the perpetual gear might harbor. For now, it was his golden opportunity. After traveling through a teleportation array to Zhang Xian's civilized world, he met Zhang Xian in the Celestial Palace. "You've come to see me. Have you made a decision?" Zhang Xian asked. "Yes, grandfather. I plan to pursue a purely mechanical civilization and follow the Shinto path personally." "Very well. In that case, I'll help you gather the necessary resources. Here are some resources to enhance the strength of your world's origin. You should take them first." Zhang Xian nodded, without saying much, and handed Zhang En a jade box from his sleeve. Upon receiving the jade box, Zhang En felt a strong sense of excitement, as if the items inside were crucial to him, urging him to open it immediately. Inside the jade box were 10 directions, Xianhuang crystals, 3-foot celestial stones, and 10 strands of primal chaos energy. The method of use was simple. Place them into your world, and they would naturally integrate, enhancing the world's origin. "Thank you, grandfather," Zhang En said, beaming with joy and expressing his gratitude promptly. These general resources, capable of enhancing a world's origin, were extremely precious. For a world created by a civilization leader to grow, there were 3 main ways. First, the world could absorb void energy on its own. Second, the civilization within the world could develop, with the growth and increased levels of life forms feeding back into the world. And third, various resources could be used to forcibly enhance the world, commonly known as peidoan. You are my grandson and a civilization leader. If I don't give these resources to you, who else would I give them to? However, my support is limited. I can only help you elevate your civilization to level 1. Beyond that, your progress will depend on your own efforts." At this point, Zhang Xian paused before continuing. "Since you've chosen the path of mechanical civilization, you can forget about the Grand Celestial University in our Huantian galaxy. The university's headmaster is the Taiwang Daozu, who exclusively enrolls leaders of celestial civilizations. To get in, you'll have to look at universities in other galaxies." Zhang Xian's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation as he spoke. "Of course. Xiao En, when you awakened, you had a fortuitous encounter from the void and acquired a mechanical artifact. With that, you might have a chance to aim for the top 10. The top 10. When Zhang Xian mentioned these words, Zhang En couldn't help but feel the weight of pressure. The top 10 refers to the 10 most prestigious civilization leader universities within human civilization, admitting students from all 129,600 human galaxies, but only accepting up to 1 million students annually, with each university enrolling a maximum of 10,000 students. Although this number might seem large, it pales in comparison to other galaxies. Among the 129,600 galaxies of human civilization, even the smallest galaxy has over 100,000 habitable planets, while galaxies like Huangtian boast as many as 360,000 habitable planets. Assuming each planet produces 100 civilization leaders each year, a single galaxy would have over 10 million civilization leaders, and the entire human civilization would produce at least 1 trillion new leaders annually. With these figures, only 1 in 1 million civilization leaders would have a chance to enter the top 10. Contemplating these numbers, Zhang En felt immense pressure. Even though he had a unique opportunity, he knew there would be competitors with extraordinary advantages. The top 10 was indeed an ambitious goal. He thought to himself, all I can do is try my best. Such a lofty goal made Zhang En hesitant to make any promises. No worries, it's just something your grandpa casually mentioned. Being a student of the top 10 is truly a distant dream. Zhang Xian chuckled, seemingly without much expectation. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Zhang En hurried back to his own place. He couldn't wait to enter the new world he had recently created. This world was currently the size of a small county, with a gray sky and barren land. Amidst this desolation, the only sign of life was a blue ocean, sparsely populated by floating plankton. Despite its bleak appearance, this world held immense potential. This was not due to Zhang En's efforts, but rather the magical effects of the civilization awakening ceremony. The ceremony not only allowed students to create their own worlds, but also planted the seeds of civilization within these nascent worlds, ensuring they would eventually blossom into vibrant civilizations. Zhang En carefully took out a jade box from his pocket and opened it. Inside were 3 precious primordial materials: Xianhuang crystals, heavenly star stones, and chaos essence. He poured these materials into the world, and immediately, the entire realm began to tremble violently, like a hungry infant greedily absorbing nutrients. As the creator and lord of this world, Zhang En could distinctly feel the pulse of the world and the growth of its primordial power. He concentrated, using these new resources to enhance his world. First, he adorned the gray sky with starlight. Illusory sun, moon, and stars gradually took shape, adding splendor to the monotonous sky. Next, he began to sculpt the land. Mountains rose from the barren surface, and rivers meandered across it. Soon, lush trees covered the landscape, breathing life into the world. Finally, he infused the realm with vital energy, allowing various energies to flow through the air. Zhang En gazed with satisfaction at the transformed world, contemplating that the next step would be to establish physical laws and order, but he knew this couldn't be rushed. He understood that the basic framework of the world was in place, and the next phase involved populating it with life and guiding them to create civilization. Of course, resources were indispensable. Basic resources like iron, ore, and coal were crucial for the early development of civilization. As civilization advanced, a variety of extraordinary minerals and resources would also be needed. Waiting for the world to naturally produce these resources would take a long time, even considering the difference in the world's time flow. Zhang En realized that instead of waiting for the world to generate resources on its own, it would be better to introduce them from outside. He suddenly found the idea of working hard to earn money to buy resources for his world quite intriguing. He even imagined the smallest creatures in his world proudly puffing out their chests, knowing their creator was diligently working outside. After spending a few more days with the Zhang family, Zhang En returned to Tianmen Star with his parents. Subsequently, he began receiving resources sent by his grandfather, Zhang Xian. These resources were in the form of cards that could be inserted into a world to transform into tangible resources, offering great convenience. It is said that the inspiration for this technology came from some influential figures who were inspired by an early online novel. The resource cards Zhang En received were mostly filled with mineral resources, including some crystal ores. These were common resources and were sent in large quantities, with Zhang Xian sending about 100 cards. Besides minerals, Zhang En also received energy cards that, when placed, could generate large energy mines within a world, automatically producing energy. These resource cards were clearly not products of the Huangtian galaxy, but came from other star systems. Similar to these energy mines were some whiteboard mechanical parts factories. Once placed and configured with parameters, they could produce the necessary mechanical parts. Among the resources sent by Zhang Xian, the most valuable were the population resource cards. This special race, which Zhang Xian managed to procure through connections, originated from a high-tech civilization in the neighboring Arc galaxy. This race had naturally developed brains, strong manual abilities, and a unique bloodline that made them highly compatible with mechanical modifications. The only drawback was their inability to cultivate, which, for someone like Zhang En, who pursued a purely mechanical civilization, was actually an advantage. Zhang En did not rush to introduce this race into his world, as it was still barren, with only minerals and factories, making it uninhabitable for living beings. He decided to wait until after the school term began, when he would receive the basic resources from school subsidies, before making the introduction. Schools like Tiananmen Star First High School, which have a Master of Civilization to oversee the Civilization Awakening ceremony, receive annual subsidies from higher authorities. These funds provide basic and rare resources to new Masters of Civilization. Basic resources are standardized and include common items like forests, birds, animals, and fish. Rare resources, however, are awarded based on the student's performance over the coming year. With the resources provided by Zhang Xian and his own special abilities, Zhang En is confident in achieving excellent results in the next year and securing rare resources from the higher authorities. Failing to obtain these resources would be a source of embarrassment for him. As the new school year approached, Zhang En attended several social gatherings with his parents. These gatherings were organized by their acquaintances to meet the newly recognized Master of Civilization. While the title of Master of Civilization is not exceedingly rare on the planet, for those who live permanently on a single planet without reaching the level of a star system, it remains a prestigious position. Upon learning of Zhang En's new status, Zhang Yongwan's superior visited them with gifts and promoted Zhang Yongwan. These interactions gave Zhang En a more tangible understanding of the importance of being a master of civilization. He couldn't help but wonder about the power and influence he might wield if he were to get into a university, especially one of the top 10. Although he knew that aiming for the top 10 was a distant goal, he felt that with his perpetual gear, he might actually have a chance. A month passed quietly, and it was finally time for the school to start. Zhang En chose to go to school alone, declining his parents' company. He no longer needed transportation. With a mere thought, he could instantly teleport to the school gates. He didn't teleport directly inside the school because it was equipped with various protective measures to block space and timeline jumps. Many students followed Zhang En's example and used spatial jumps to appear directly at the school gate. After all, once they awakened, unless their parents were also lords of civilization, the highest combat power in their families rested with these newly awakened lords. Even if their parents had trained diligently for decades, they still couldn't match the strength of these freshly awakened beings. This stark disparity in power is the most straightforward source of the lords of civilization's authority and status. A new world has begun. Zhang En thought to himself as he looked at his classmates and walked into the school. Guided by a service automaton, he arrived at the teaching center for Class 0. This was a standalone building with a spacious interior, clearly utilizing space expansion technology. Some students had already arrived, found their seats, and started chatting with those around them. School was not just about learning, it was also about socializing. As fellow lords of civilization, their futures were full of uncertainty, so building good relationships now was the wisest choice. After Zhang En found a seat, someone approached him for a conversation. Sun Mingjin, nice to meet you, buddy. The person had golden hair, a handsome face, and spoke in a slightly casual manner, exuding a carefree personality like a social butterfly. Zhang En, on the other hand, was socially anxious. Faced with Sun Mingjin's enthusiasm, he awkwardly extended his hand for a handshake and dryly replied, Zhang En, hello. If you don't mind, I'll call you Mingjin, and you can call me Lao Zhang. Sun Mingjin, being naturally sociable, pulled up a chair beside him and continued chatting. Lao Zhang, what civilization system are you pursuing? I'll go first. I'm following the incense deity path, planning to experience what it's like to be a heavenly emperor. Watching those online novels and TV dramas about heavenly emperors as a kid felt really cool, and now I can finally experience it myself. He touched his hair, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang En's eye twitched as he thought to himself, isn't this guy a bit too forward? But considering their classmate relationship, he responded, I'm planning to pursue mechanical civilization, probably because of my interests. Mechanical civilization? Sun Mingjin exclaimed, raising his voice before quickly lowering it. Are you crazy, brother? We're in the Emperor Star system, under the rule of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. All the universities here are related to the Tao of immortality, and most resources in the star system are linked to immortal civilizations. I thought my choice of the incense deity path was rebellious enough, but you took it further with mechanical civilization. He gave Zhang En a thumbs up, filled with admiration. How to describe it? It's like someone born and raised in a Western country, immersed in Western culture, suddenly deciding to study Eastern classics, ancient Eastern history, and learn ancient scripts. It's not just being stubborn, it's going against the grain. Sun Mingjin remarked. Zhang En silently noted to himself that although the immortal civilization had great potential, he preferred the workings of machinery and loved warships and cannons. To quote a line from a network novel thousands of years ago, our journey is the sea of stars. Of course, machinery is more aligned with a man's taste. Zhang En couldn't reveal his secret advantage, so he casually made up an excuse. Brother, I really admire your idea. Sun Mingjin looked at him with respect, thinking to himself that this person is truly bold. To bet one's future for a dream is quite daring. But now, Lao Zhang, how are you going to solve the resource issue? Zhang En explained, showcasing his background, clearly laying the groundwork for establishing a civilization later on. If an ordinary student with no background could create a mechanical civilization, it would be quite laughable. Sun Mingjin fell silent, feeling a tinge of envy. Being the grandson of a civilization leader, no wonder he dares to gamble with the future like this. Damn rich people. The classroom was filling up with more students, and the chatter grew louder. Suddenly, all the noise vanished in an instant. It wasn't due to the students' own awareness, but rather some special force that descended and blanketed all sound. Let's quiet down, everyone. Zhang Wanyan appeared in the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the students as he spoke calmly. You are quite lucky. This year only 76 out of 100 classes successfully awakened. This is good news for you because the subsidies from the Huangtian star system are distributed based on groups of 100, and precious resources are also allocated proportionally. Now, with only 76 of you, there is less competition, and you can receive a larger share of the ordinary resource subsidies. Zhang Wanyan's words brought smiles to many students' faces, but his next statement turned their expressions pale. Even so, only a few of you 76 will make it to college. I've taught for decades, and I can tell you that most of you will fail the college entrance exam a year from now, and will end up joining the family or company of a civilization leader. While you'll live much better than ordinary students, you'll never have the opportunity to climb higher in your lifetime. So, for the sake of your future, to become a true civilization leader, to establish your own family and name, work hard. Zhang Wanyan's tone was cold, and his words were harshly realistic. Zhang En, having heard much of this from Zhang Xian, showed no change in emotion. Especially with the perpetual motion gear in his possession, getting into a top 10 university might be difficult, but any university would be easy. Otherwise, Zhang Xian wouldn't have made such a significant investment in him, even using his connections to buy a special population resource card for him. Today's first lesson is not about creating a civilization, but about perfecting the world. Zhang Wanyan first shocked the students with his words, then moved on to the main topic. Although you have opened up a world, it is still barren and devoid of resources. The proliferation of life and the birth of civilization cannot happen without resources. Here, take this. It's a resource card officially subsidized by the Huangtian star system, which will help you establish a basic ecosystem in your world. With that, he waved his hand, and resource cards appeared out of thin air, landing in front of each student. Zhang En held a collection of resource cards, including cards for the world's origin, rivers, mountains, plants, birds, and beasts. The most crucial among them was the ecosystem card. Although classified as a common resource card, its significance and the complexity of its creation kept its price high, and it was rarely available in the market. Only the authorities generously issued one to each student. Zhang En coveted this card. After acquiring numerous resource cards, everyone disappeared, returning to their respective worlds. In the still barren world, Zhang En placed the cards. With a rumble, the world began a new phase of expansion. This time, Zhang En aimed the expansion at the illusory stars in the sky and the minerals in the earth, as his future civilization would be a mechanical one, necessitating energy and minerals for early development. The illusory stars in the sky became clearer, and various small minerals and substances started emerging from the parched soil. Simultaneously, mountains, rivers, and vegetation began to thrive, and various birds, beasts, and insects appeared. However, this was still insufficient. The appearance of mountains, plants, and animals was merely an addition, not a true integration. It wasn't until the ecosystem card, a resource card almost conceptual in nature, was placed that the entire world transformed, as if rusty gears had been lubricated and finally began to turn. The previously unrelated birds, insects, and plants started to form connections, creating a large ecological cycle. Thus, the basic world was finally formed, and the next step could involve introducing a population and establishing civilization. Zhang En looked at the renewed world with satisfaction, feeling secretly delighted. However, he soon felt a tinge of regret. Without the critical life cycle system, introducing a population hastily would not only prevent new life from emerging, but also lead to a continuous decline in population. The life cycle system is an extraordinary concept card, capable of infusing a newborn world with the principles of life's cyclical nature. Only with this concept can life perpetually emerge. Otherwise, once life in the world perishes, no new life can arise, not even through reproduction. This system is not merely a simple cycle. In fact, the soul reincarnation system is even more costly and can only be added to a world by the masters of advanced civilizations, often adopted by those of spiritual cultivation. Back to the main point, the life cycle system card, due to its extraordinary nature, is extremely expensive, surpassing the ecological system card by far. In official subsidies, this type of card is considered a rare resource, not accessible to everyone. Without access to these officially subsidized rare resources, the master of this civilization would lose the opportunity to get into college, facing numerous challenges in future development. After all, upon rejoining society, there will be no free life cycle system cards or other precious resources available. Therefore, acquiring those rare resources as soon as possible is essential. Zhang En's gaze was deep as he contemplated the perpetual motion gear within his soul. He had many ideas about the perpetual motion gear. For instance, utilizing the gear's ability to interfere with physics and order, he could quickly lead the nascent human race to establish tribes and even nations, rapidly advancing into the steam age. With the power of the perpetual motion gear, Zhang En was confident that all of this could be achieved. Furthermore, he planned to focus on the development of gear technology through the power of revelation. The perpetual motion gear in his hand was a natural medium through which he could impart inspiration. Countless thoughts and ideas ultimately needed to start slowly. Zhang En sighed and returned to the classroom. Some students had already returned, but Zhang En merely glanced at them without speaking. Once everyone had returned, he began, "It seems you've all placed your resources. Now, I will explain the hierarchy of cultivation for civilization masters and the related civilization classifications. After this, you'll be able to choose your path of civilization and obtain the resources from official subsidies. This will be the last resource you'll easily receive. In the future, to obtain new resources, you must achieve results. There will be a monthly exam where everyone will engage in a simulated civilization battle. The top 3 scorers will receive a rare resource, while the others will receive ordinary resources based on their rankings." Zhang En explained this harsh system in a calm tone. Even the most naive students could discern the system's coldness and severity. It is the law of the strong getting stronger and the weak remaining weak, and as the true master of civilization, Zhang En's authority was unquestionable. Very well, now listen as I explain the hierarchy of civilization masters cultivation. Zhang En spoke eloquently, and everyone in the classroom listened attentively. According to his description, the cultivation hierarchy of civilization masters is divided into 3 main categories. The first tier is secular civilization, comprising 9 levels. Starting from the first level, civilizations gradually acquire extraordinary powers. In terms of technology, it involves possessing technological power that surpasses the ordinary physical realm. Zhang Wanyan explained to them that as the level of civilization advances, the limits of the extraordinary in technology will continue to rise, and their prevalence will become more widespread, ultimately leading to the full integration of the extraordinary and technology. At this point, civilization will surpass the 9th level and enter the second phase, known as an extraordinary civilization. This extraordinary civilization is divided into 3 stages. The early stage, where extraordinary powers are universally accessible. The middle stage, which enables the exploration of the external void. And the later stage, where everyone is born extraordinary, becoming an extraordinary race. In terms of technology, this phase will see the complete mastery of gene editing technology, achieving immortality and knowledge inheritance, among other pinnacle technological advancements. Following this, civilization will enter the 3rd phase, the ascension civilization. Within the community of civilization leaders, there is a belief that the current human civilization system of civilization leaders might have originated from the first leader to reach the level of an ascension civilization. However, this belief lacks any substantial theoretical basis and remains merely a conjecture. Zhang Wanyan shared this information with them casually, as if he saw no need for secrecy. After hearing this, Zhang En compared it to his own situation and realized that he wasn't even at the level of a first-level civilization leader. According to the requirements for a level 1 civilization leader, a civilization must have the potential for development, and the leader must either ascend to godhood or become the source of the extraordinary system within the civilization, also known as the heavenly Tao. Zhang En barely met the second condition, which was largely due to the mechanical divinity inherent in the perpetual motion gear. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing the long and arduous journey ahead. At the podium, Zhang Wanyan had finished his lecture and scanned the students below with a determined gaze. "I've explained the classification of civilizations," he declared firmly. "Now, it's time for you to make a choice. I'm giving you 1 day. By this time tomorrow, I hope you'll have made your decision. Remember, time is crucial for you. Don't just focus on the powerful immortal systems. What you need is immediate combat strength." With that, he leapt lightly and vanished from the classroom. The students stared blankly at the podium, surprised at how quickly the class had ended. After all, this was the difference with the master of civilization. They needed to gradually adapt to this pace. Sun Mingjin turned around, wrapping an arm around Zhang En's shoulder, and asked warmly, "Old Zhang, how about we grab a couple of drinks?" Zhang En shook his head, deep in thought. "I'd better not. I need to go home and think carefully about my civilization planning." Hearing this, Sun Mingjin's expression froze for a moment before he sighed. "All right, you've got a point." With that, Zhang En bid him farewell and went home alone. Once home, Zhang En barely greeted his parents and skipped dinner, rushing into his own world. This time, he was ready to deploy his most precious population resource card. Although there was no life cycle system in place yet, he had to deploy the population to prepare for the upcoming monthly exam results. Fortunately, there were still 30 days until the exam, and 30 years had passed in his world without any deaths. Additionally, the population resource card of 300,000 people that Zhang Xian had acquired through connections would provide him with strong support. 300,000 people, 30 years, and the perpetual gear in his possession were enough to achieve some results before the monthly exam. Moreover, with the divine nature of the perpetual gear, Zhang En was confident he could ascend to godhood before the exam, becoming a true deity. Becoming a deity would significantly enhance his civilization. "My followers, come forth," Zhang En exclaimed dramatically, then placed the population resource card into his world. Instantly, light burst forth, and in this primitive, untamed world, 300,000 living beings appeared in response. These humans, specially crafted by the rulers of the Ark Galaxy civilization, appear no different from ordinary people, except for their more slender build. Upon their arrival in this world, they did not seem alarmed, but rather observed their surroundings with curiosity. As being specifically designed to populate the ruler's world, they were pre-programmed. They instantly accepted everything that happened after their emergence, with inherited memories flowing in their veins, knowing exactly what to do. Without any divine revelation from Zhang En, these 300,000 individuals spontaneously began to act, creating tools, cutting down surrounding trees, and constructing houses to live in. During this process, a natural leader emerged, taking charge of assigning and directing tasks. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, without any chaos. Witnessing this, Zhang En felt very satisfied. The perpetual gears deep within his soul began to turn, seemingly drawing strength from these people's actions, mending the cracks on the surface. Zhang En benefited from this as well, with some of the energy absorbed by the perpetual gears flowing into him, enhancing his life and soul essence. More importantly, he came into contact with a conceptual power order. Unexpectedly, even a power that is difficult for lower-level civilization rulers to access was now something he could feel and even master. Zhang En reached out his hand, as if grasping something, yet it seemed like he held nothing at all. Order, this seemingly tangible yet incredibly elusive concept, was successfully grasped through the perpetual gears. My divinity can be defined as mechanical and order, complementing each other perfectly. At this moment, Zhang En decided on his divine title and the source of his divinity. He looked at the humans still laboring on the ground and smiled. "You're too slow. Let me give you a hand." With that, he drew a strand of power from the perpetual gears and gently turned it. This intangible force began to diffuse, affecting the entire world, including the 300,000 humans. Under the influence of this intangible force, the physical rules of the world underwent subtle changes. Simply put, they became easier for people to discover and utilize. Meanwhile, the busy humans experienced a surge of fragmented knowledge in their minds, all related to machinery and gears. Additionally, Zhang En revealed the locations of several mechanical parts factories and energy mines in this world to them. Finally, he subtly indicated his existence. He refrained from revealing himself directly because these people had yet to complete their shelters, and there was no need to rush. Upon receiving the knowledge bestowed by Zhang En, some were momentarily stunned, some silently took note and continued working, but others paused, straightening up as if they intended to do something. 13. "What are you going to do?" someone beside him asked curiously, tugging at his sleeve. 12. "Don't call me that name anymore. I've given myself a new name. From now on, I'm Qi, as in Qiming." Qi replied, directing his gaze towards the leader of their group. 71. "We shouldn't continue this work." 13. "What do you mean?" As the leader of the group, 71 was not angered by Qi's words, but asked calmly. Qi spoke. 71. "I have a new name now, Qi. The nameless supreme deity has bestowed upon us a revelation, informing us of the existence of machinery, steel, fire, and gears. We must act immediately. Some of us should continue to cut down the forest to build shelters, but we need to allocate a portion of our people to search for the factories and mines that the deity has guided us to." 71 hesitated for a few seconds before finally saying, "You've convinced me, but I need to discuss it with the others before I can give you an answer." With that, he left to find the other team leaders. The massive group of 300,000 people was divided into 300 teams, each led by a captain. They quickly gathered to discuss Qi's proposal. The discussion was brief, and most agreed with Qi's suggestion. With such a large workforce, even using simple stone axes, they could make rapid progress in cutting down trees. Instead of letting labor go idle, it was better, as Qi suggested, to send some to locate the factories and energy mines indicated by the deity. Consequently, 7 teams of 1,000 people each were dispatched to search for the existence of factories and energy mines. Although these resources were not immediately needed, they would naturally become useful once the shelters were completed. Under the vast sky, Zhang En quietly observed the scene without intervening further. Through the activities of these 300,000 people, he was gathering information to analyze what resources he still lacked. In reality, he temporarily had enough resources to sustain life. However, if he wanted these 300,000 people to progress from a primitive state to the steam age within 30 years, it would require careful planning and a significant amount of resources. Smelting plants, excavation tools, transportation tools. She realized many things were still missing, but these resources could be produced. The most crucial element they lacked was the corresponding knowledge. Zhang En saw clearly that his world was temporarily resource-rich, only lacking tools. Instead of placing some buildings through resource cards, he preferred to have these people create them themselves. In fact, placing tools was a last resort for a civilization leader when establishing a civilization. After all, building a civilization from scratch requires a lot, and initially, a civilization's race shouldn't be left to live primitively. It's best to quickly transition to a feudal, or even modern, era. Next, he needed to find a way to obtain some knowledge cards to guide them. However, this was not urgent. He had already adjusted the world's physical rules, and the perpetual gears could provide them with enlightenment. In reality, even without knowledge cards, they could step into the Iron Age, and perhaps even the Steam Age, in a short time. Zhang En lacked confidence in his own civilized race, but was filled with anticipation for the perpetual gear. This device, for the mechanical civilization, was akin to the creation jade disk of the primordial world, able to directly guide mechanical operations, much like occasionally revealing glimpses of the grand path to practitioners. He decided to let things be for now and return tomorrow to check on the progress. After watching for a while, Zhang En left his world, feeling that continuing to watch was pointless. The task of organizing the production and construction of 300,000 people was no easy feat and could not be completed in a short time. He thought it would be better to wait until the next day when things might naturally change. Before leaving, he left the perpetual gear in the world, allowing its inherent powers of physics, mechanics, and order to constantly influence this world and his civilized race. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang En paused and decided to accelerate the flow of time, adjusting it to 2 years. He believed that in this time, some results should be visible. With that thought, he left the world. After his departure, the world continued to operate as usual, but the contrast in time flow compared to the universe of human civilization became more pronounced. Since this was a world once illuminated by the light of civilization, the alternation of day and night still existed without the need for additional concept cards. After several cycles of day and night, the forest of 300,000 people was completely felled, replaced by towering wooden structures. Although these buildings appeared rough, they stood firmly on the ground, each one 5 stories high, arranged in an orderly fashion. Between the buildings, pathways paved with cobblestones wound through. The 300,000 people had clear divisions of labor and worked diligently, completing the massive construction project in just a few days. Orderly power indeed. Once they had a place to live, these people naturally began to think about the source of their food. Initially, they relied on hunting wild animals in the forest and nearby areas, but this was not a sustainable solution. Fortunately, someone discovered a fast-growing edible plant today. This was no accident. It stemmed from a resource card introduced to the world by Zhang En, which came from a school grant. In the early stages of a barren world, every leader of civilization had to consider their civilization's food supply. Relying solely on animals was insufficient, and crops that could only be harvested once or twice a year couldn't meet the demand. Thus, the development of a plant that could mature in just 30 days became essential, and it was turned into a resource card distributed to every high school on each planet. For leaders of civilization from ordinary backgrounds, their initial survival depended on this type of fast-growing edible plant. These plants were categorized into a large group with thousands of different varieties. Over the millennia since human civilization entered the era of civilization leaders, there were always a few experts who studied these plants out of boredom. The diversity of varieties and flavors even led to the creation of plants like tree-grown meat and grass fish, which could be harvested within a month, demonstrating the ample time and curiosity of these experts. Back in Zhang En's world, after solving the challenges of housing and food, the lives of the 300,000 people gradually settled into a routine. It was at this point that they began to think about issues beyond mere survival, such as governance, identity, and the knowledge they had acquired. As specially conditioned humans, they were naturally skilled with their hands and adept at thinking. Someone proposed the idea of establishing a city, indeed, a city. Thanks to the inherited memories in their blood, the concept of a city was something they naturally understood. The structures accommodating 300,000 people were seen as a massive city in their eyes. Hello everyone, I'm Ming. He stood on a wooden platform, holding a megaphone carved from wood, shouting at the top of his lungs. Nearly 300,000 people gathered around, yet no one was noisy or disruptive. The entire scene was orderly and calm, like a finely tuned machine. This order was not merely due to racial reasons, but was also influenced by the subtle impact of the perpetual gears Zhang En had created. We are not beasts. Survival is not our only goal. We are humans, and we should not live primitive, unenlightened lives. We must build our city, create our civilization. Although Ming's voice couldn't reach everyone, his words were filled with determination and hope. With a massive crowd of 300,000 people gathered around, the primitive wooden megaphone was insufficient for everyone to hear Ming's speech clearly. However, this wasn't a problem, as those who heard him would relay his words to those who didn't. On stage, Ming continued to shout passionately, rallying everyone to join in the construction of the city. This unique lineage carried a legacy of knowledge. Although lacking precious resources, it embodied fundamental understanding. They knew what a city was and were naturally inspired by Ming. After a brief silence, the crowd raised their arms and chanted in unison, "Build the city! Build the city!" The powerful, synchronized voice seemed to accelerate the eternal gears of the world above. With everyone's full support, Ming was appointed as the first mayor of the new city, tasked with overseeing its construction. Meanwhile, Qi and 6 other teams discovered the locations of factories and energy mines. Grateful for the divine blessing, Qi knelt before the massive factory, his voice filled with emotion. Behind him, the thousands who followed were equally moved, awestruck by the gigantic, cold, and beautifully mechanical structure before them. Majestic, grand, and precise. This was a divine gift, a chance for their growth. After offering prayers of gratitude to the divine in the void, Qi stood and addressed the crowd. "We must relocate this factory back home." It was no easy task, but for their future and in praise of the great deity, they had no other choice. The crowd did not refuse. Conquered by the factory's majesty, they bowed in submission to the deity who had granted them knowledge and guidance. Seasons passed, and time marched on. When Zhang En awoke from a nap, more than 2 years had elapsed in his world. How quickly things had progressed. Zhang En did not descend personally, but projected his consciousness into this world, observing the development of its people from a bird's eye view. After reviewing the events of the past 2 years, he was amazed. In just 2 short years, his civilization had established the beginnings of a city and independently discovered the processes of smelting and mining, forging the necessary tools along the way. Zhang En was captivated by the city named Qiming. Built by a workforce of 300,000, the city reflects a fervent passion for steel, machinery, and gears. This passion has resulted in a structure that seems more like a colossal steam construction than a traditional city. The entire city is situated on a towering circular structure, 100 meters high and 10 kilometers in diameter, primarily made of steel with some wood and stone as fillers. From this circular base, bizarrely shaped buildings sprout like branches of a tree, with many factories belching thick smoke. Instead of traditional roads or ladders, the buildings are connected by a track system, with wooden vehicles propelled by gear-driven mechanisms speeding along these tracks. What astonished Zhang En the most was that this massive circular structure was still in motion. He found it hard to believe and couldn't help but wonder, where does the energy for this enormous structure come from? In the steam era, how did they discover such a vast energy source? Zhang En took a deep breath, feeling the insignificance of his own civilization compared to the might of human ingenuity, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Zhang En stood at the center of the colossal circular structure, surveying the masterpiece of his civilization with satisfaction. In just 2 short years, this society of 300,000 people had leaped from the stone and iron ages directly into the steam age, constructing this magnificent structure. As he meticulously reviewed the development history of the past 2 years, he discovered the secret behind this astonishing progress: the perpetual gear. This relic of the gods, though unmanned, exuded a powerful influence. Inspired by it, the people of this civilization developed an energy source called the inexhaustible gear. This gear could generate immense energy from nothing, and it was this power that enabled them to achieve such miracles in such a short time. The existence of the inexhaustible gear also fueled a fervent belief in Zhang En, who had not yet revealed himself as a deity. Although the people were unaware of Zhang En's existence, the knowledge, factories, and energy mines in their minds were undeniable evidence. Zhang En even hinted at his presence in the final pieces of this knowledge. "If I chose to become a god right now, I could likely ascend to a divine throne and establish a divine kingdom immediately," Zhang En thought. But he quickly dismissed the idea. "No, this doesn't align with my plan." He envisioned a civilization that would continually evolve, ultimately abandoning their flesh and ascending through machinery. By that time, the influence of a deity based on belief would significantly diminish. "A conceptual ancient god suits me better," Zhang En mused to himself. "Though it's more challenging, I possess mechanical divinity and have encountered the existence of order. It's practically a destined path." Zhang En adjusted the flow of time back to normal, retracting his consciousness to return to the real world. He entered the classroom, sensing a heavy atmosphere. Many classmates appeared tense and uneasy. Yesterday, Teacher Zhang Wanyan had bluntly told them that the path of a civilization leader was not easy, and those without resources or talent should abandon it sooner rather than later. The choice of civilization path was crucial. A good choice could make the journey smoother, improve monthly exam scores, and secure more resources, laying a solid foundation for university admission. A poor choice could lead to one mistake after another, ultimately ruining one's prospects. Sun Mingjin had already arrived in the classroom. Seeing Zhang En enter, he used telepathy to ask, "Old Zhang, have you really decided to pursue the path of mechanical civilization?" Without hesitation, Zhang En replied, "That's right, that decision will not change." With the secret help of his grandfather, the master of civilization, Zhang En received a population resource card adapted for a mechanical civilization. Although this action might provoke dissatisfaction from others, it was a necessary step to make the development of the civilization seem plausible. After all, how could an ordinary apprentice develop a mechanical civilization to a notable scale in such a short time? Hearing about this, Sun Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips in envy, thinking, how wonderful it would be to have a grandfather who is a master of civilization. But he quickly realized that dwelling on this thought would only bring him sadness, so he skillfully changed the subject. As the two were engrossed in conversation, an invisible force suddenly descended upon them again, just like the day before, and all voices instantly fell silent. Zhang Wanyan appeared silently above the students, looking down at them. His voice was exceptionally clear in the silence. "I hope you have all made your choices and will not regret them." No sooner had he finished speaking, his figure flickered several times, splitting into 76 figures, with each student finding a Zhang Wanyan before them. Zhang En, state your choice. Zhang Wanyan, expressionless, stood before Zhang En, looking directly into his eyes. Zhang En took a deep breath and answered firmly, "Principal, I choose to pursue a mechanical civilization, specifically one focused on technology." This answer surprised even Zhang Wanyan, who had been teaching for decades. The most unconventional choices before had been magical civilizations or technological mortal civilizations, at least within the broad category of cultivation. Now, this student chose a purely technological mechanical civilization. "Are you sure?" Zhang Wanyan asked unusually. "You must understand that in our Huangtian star system, under the rule of the Taiwan Dao ancestor, the most abundant resources are those of the immortal path. Even most of the resources I have are for the immortal path. In such a situation, do you still wish to pursue a mechanical civilization?" "Yes, Principal," Zhang En replied with determination. "I have already discussed it with my grandfather, and he supports my decision. He has even selected suitable population resources for me." Zhang Wanyan's eyes narrowed as he quickly caught the key information. "Your grandfather?" he thought, though he didn't voice it. Even with the support of an ordinary master of civilization, it would be difficult to compensate for the lack of resources. As an educator, he had provided ample warning. "Since you've chosen a technological mechanical civilization, some of the resources I have will no longer be useful to you." With a wave of his hand, Zhang Wanyan made a row of cards appear out of thin air before the two of them. These cards contain population resources, some knowledge of the path of immortality, spirit stone mines, sources of spiritual energy, natural treasures, and several racial talent cards. Now, you face two choices. Either trade these resource cards with me for other basic resource cards you need, or keep them and let your grandfather handle the exchange later. After a moment of thought, Zhang En decided on the latter. Although the Arc Galaxy and the Huangtian Galaxy are separated by hundreds of light years, the courier and transportation company founded by the Lord of Civilization can still deliver items to any planet in the Huangtian Galaxy within 3 days. The last time Zhang Xian exchanged for population resource cards from the Arc Galaxy, they were delivered within 2 days through the Universal Company's courier service. "All right." Zhang Wanyan nodded and handed the resource cards to Zhang En. "The mechanical civilization lacks resources for development within the Huangtian Galaxy, but since you've made your choice, I won't stop you. Just make sure you truly develop your civilization, or the monthly exam in a month won't be promising." After warning Zhang En, Zhang Wanyan disappeared. On the podium, all of Zhang Wanyan reassembled into one. He looked at everyone with a firm tone. "Now that you have your resources, begin creating your own civilization. You only have one day today. This afternoon, I will teach about the main cultivation paths of the immortal Dao civilization. Those who choose other cultivation paths can visit the school library this afternoon to find relevant books. Tomorrow, you will start simulating civilization development and attempting cultivation." With these words, Zhang Wanyan disappeared again. Everyone looked serious, realizing the urgency of the situation, and returned to their respective worlds to begin placing resources and guiding their civilization's development. Zhang En took out the cards in his hand and carefully examined these resource cards, among which were several racial talent cards. His gaze lingered on a particular card that seemed to resonate perfectly with his civilization's race. This card, named Tranquil Mind Initiation, grants all members of the civilization a basic tranquil mind effect, moderately reducing their worldly desires and enhancing their pursuit of civilization's development. While the card's effect may not be valuable to some civilizations, for Zhang En, it was a perfect fit. He applied the card to his civilization's race, and all members seemed to feel an invisible ripple in their hearts, pausing momentarily, as if they had lost something but gained new insights. In a brightly lit room on the top floor of Qiming City, Mayor Ming and the city's leaders were engaged in an important discussion. With the city's completion, they realized the need to establish a feasible, fair, and orderly system. We must establish a system, Ming said calmly to the other leaders. His words met no opposition, as the leaders, influenced by the perpetual gears, also longed for the presence of order. Indeed, we need a system capable of managing 300,000 people. Relying solely on our own rules to manage separate groups is no longer sufficient to keep the city running smoothly, said Qi, who was the first to propose finding a factory and later co-founded Qiming City with Ming. The city's name is a combination of their names. What kind of system should we establish? Asked a leader named Jean. Everyone must be involved, ensuring everyone has the opportunity for advancement. Corruption must not occur, as it hinders civilization's progress. We must ensure everyone benefits from this. The leaders, along with Qi and Ming, exchanged ideas, continuously refining the system's framework. Zhang En listened quietly, high above, as the creator and ruler of the civilization and world. He chose not to intervene, as there was no need. If a civilization's system requires external interference, what future does it have? As the creator and ruler, he only needed to provide resources for development and occasionally offer guidance and inspiration. Forced intervention would be the worst approach. Zhang En continued to listen as Qiming City's leaders discussed the creation of the system. Time flowed between day and night, and after countless arguments and negotiations, 3 days later, they finally crafted a system suitable for Qiming City. It was a rough and vague system designed to serve these 300,000 people. When the system was enacted, Zhang En felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment from above. As civilization progresses, it seems that some special changes are quietly taking place. However, at this moment, I am not yet the true master of this civilization and cannot fully perceive everything. While I feel a tinge of regret, my attention is mainly drawn to the city of Qiming below. Qi and Ming, along with other leaders, have devised a contribution system. Under this system, everyone is included and earns merit based on their skills and daily contributions. Once enough merit is accumulated, it can be used to upgrade one's level. Additionally, merit can be exchanged for various things within Qiming City. At the top of this system, Qi, Ming, and other leaders are known as counselors, responsible for making decisions on all matters within the city and managing everyone else. There are 13 counselors in total, but this number is not fixed. Over time, more people will contribute and thus become counselors. Although this is just a broad outline of the system, there are many details that ensure its fairness, reasonableness, and long-term operation. Due to the perpetual gears deployed by Zhang En, these counselors firmly believe in the existence of a great god of machinery and order who protects and guides them. They have incorporated this belief into the establishment of the system. Everyone in Qiming City is required to offer simple prayers to the great deity in the morning, noon, and evening, especially when constructing large machinery or when factories commence operations. Moreover, there are various other guidelines intended to ensure that the deity's glory blesses every aspect of life. In summary, with the implementation of this system, Qiming City's development has accelerated rapidly, like a car fueled with oil. Everyone is striving around merit and the deity, and fervent faith permeates the entire city. With such strong belief, it seems I must quickly embark on the path of the ancient gods. Zhang En could naturally sense the intense faith rising in the city, but this faith was not what he needed. He realized he was growing distant from the surrounding atmosphere. After consulting with Zhang Wanyan, he left the classroom and headed towards the school library. The school library housed a wealth of valuable materials, accessible only to top-performing students from grades 1 to 3. These students, known as the Masters of Civilization, had the privilege of freely entering and exiting the library. The guardian of this library was not an ordinary person, but an immortal who had achieved eternal life. However, to Zhang En, this immortal guardian posed no threat. Even though Zhang En had not yet practiced any divine spells, he could easily subdue this guardian. When the guardian realized the visitor was a master of civilization, they did not appear, but directly allowed Zhang En to enter. Inside, the library was an alternate space, where countless beams of light danced in a phantom starry sky. As Zhang En's thoughts shifted, the relevant beams of light flew towards him. The books covered topics such as the path of the ancient gods, the self-cultivation of ancient gods, the emperor's development diary, how to cultivate divinity, and interviews with the 3,000 celestial emperors. Nearly all the books revolved around the path of the ancient gods and related paths. However, most of these contents were merely for entertainment or casual discussion, with very few truly exploring the path of the ancient gods. With Zhang En's current status and essence, he instantly recorded all the content and extracted useful information. The most important points were: first, the masters of civilization who chose the path of ancient gods exist because of the concept of ancient gods, not the other way around. Second, for ancient gods, practicing the path is more important than faith. Third, for a master of civilization to achieve the status of an ancient god, the key lies in possessing divinity. And only through the fusion of divinity with the relevant concepts can they replace the corresponding concepts in their world. It seemed that Zhang En was already equipped to immediately achieve the status of an ancient god. Zhang En felt a perfect alignment with everything he had heard and left the library without hesitation. Standing casually by the roadside, he returned to his own world. This time, upon entering the world in his true form, he grasped the perpetual gear. This gear, originating from the supreme deity, continued to spin endlessly, exuding an eternal sense of order and physics. Let's give it a try. In this world, Zhang En had already begun exploring the path of the ancient gods. The key to this path lay in replacing concepts and possessing divinity, and with the perpetual gear in his grasp, these tasks were not difficult for him. Instead, the real challenge was deciding which concepts to replace. If I had a choice, I would prefer to choose technology and physics, Zhang En thought to himself, holding the gear. The concepts mastered, or rather, created by the supreme deity, were numerous. They included at least physics, technology, creation, information, machinery, order, and motion, each powerful enough to support the emergence of a great deity. Particularly, technology, physics, machinery, and information were closely tied to technological civilization. If all were in hand, one could instantly create a universe-level civilization. Unfortunately, this was only Zhang En's wishful thinking. If such concepts were within the perpetual gear, it wouldn't have fallen into his hands. The concepts he could actually choose from were machinery, gears, and order. As for physics, the concept was too vast. The gear contained too little of it for him to see clearly, much less grasp. Do I even need to choose? I want them all. Zhang En made no selection, but took them all. His soul ascended, merging with the perpetual gear, drawing upon the mechanical divinity within. Years of fusion meant the gear offered no resistance to his absorption. In this divine absorption, Zhang En's mind was elevated, allowing him to see more. He saw countless intertwined concepts within the world, some subtle, some grand, some newly born, others as ancient as the world itself. Guided by the perpetual gear, Zhang En locked onto three concepts: machinery, gears, and order. At this moment, his soul leapt to seize these three concepts. These abstract concepts were now within his grasp, though the gears and order were so intangible that they threatened to slip away at any moment. Perpetual gear, give me strength. Zhang En's soul shouted, forcibly holding onto these concepts using the gear's symbolic essence. Boom. The world shook and rumbled as the three concepts fell into Zhang En's hands, forcibly fused with the help of mechanical divinity and the perpetual gear. Acting as the world's creator and the lord of civilization, he anchored this world's mainstream direction. If the world had previously leaned towards a mechanical civilization under the gear's influence, it now fully embraced the form of a mechanical civilization. From then on, the world would see more mineral resources, and living creatures would exhibit traits of a mechanical civilization to varying degrees. All mechanical creations would consume less, produce more, and be easier to manufacture. In the city of Qiming, everyone paused their work and looked up at the sky. Their thoughts shifted and transformed as they sensed the arrival of a mysterious and powerful deity. 300,000 voices shouted, 300,000 figures morphed, 300,000 individuals prayed, and 300,000 names were praised. Each person envisioned this deity differently, with varying impressions and names. Yet, all these figures and names eventually converged into a single will: the Lord of Machinery, the creator of civilization, the master of all gears and creations, the symbol of order, the great broken god. Zhang En extracted this name from the fervent belief of 300,000 people and was startled, feeling a sense of unease. This name, rich in symbolism, seemed to hint at unrest, especially since the supreme god behind the perpetual gears was broken. Could it be that this entity intended to resurrect within him? No way. It seemed unlikely, as this entity was the creator of order, and the existence of a lawful neutral alignment was due to its presence and creation. From its exalted position, it shouldn't happen. Zhang En quickly dispelled this terrifying thought and began to search for the reason behind the appearance of this name. Soon, he found the answer. It wasn't due to his strength, but because the reason was so apparent. The root lay in the perpetual gears, which were themselves part of the broken body of that supreme deity, naturally broken and incomplete. This was also a concept, even deeper than all other concepts, but too weak to notice, especially since Zhang En's attention was entirely focused on machinery-related concepts. When he ascended to godhood, this faint yet eternal concept slightly influenced his name. Thus, the name of the broken god was born. Zhang En pondered for a moment and decided not to be hung up on the title of God of Fragments. After all, he had truly mastered the associated power. However, he knew he needed to carefully consider the origins of his identity. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through his mind. His gaze swept across the void, as if weighing two choices: to abandon the mysterious perpetual gear or to challenge the supreme god. But soon, reason prevailed. Zhang En inwardly mocked the unrealistic notion. The priority now is to gain as many benefits as possible and work on enhancing my strength, he calculated silently. As for the potential costs I may have to pay in the future, that's a concern for later. Having made his decision, Zhang En turned his attention to his civilization's Pioplino. They should now be called believers. In Qiming City, the usual clamor of machinery and roaring flames had ceased. All the residents were offering praise to the great god of fragments in the void. After some thought, Zhang En chose not to reveal himself directly, but instead sent a message to everyone. This message cleverly weaved a tale of his origins. He altered the supreme god's history and claimed it as his own. In this revised story, Zhang En portrayed himself as having fought a powerful enemy, which resulted in his body being shattered and his arrival in this world. He guided the civilization's development to one day confront that enemy. Now, only a part of his body had awakened, descending once more to perform miracles and continue guiding the civilization forward. Please forgive me, Great One, Zhang En silently prayed. Even if I have to bear your burdens and fight your enemies in the future, I'll accept it. He was well aware of the enormous consequences of taking the supreme god's body, using his experiences, and ascending to godhood through his divinity. Eventually, he would have to repay this debt. He might even be compelled to join the Great One's ranks to fight his foes. Even if that were to be the outcome, Zhang En had mentally prepared himself. So, for now, borrowing the supreme god's experiences shouldn't be a big deal, right? He comforted himself with this thought, yet he couldn't completely dispel a lingering sense of unease. After Zhang En transmitted the information he had woven, the entire population of Qiming City was shaken. They had never imagined that the god they worshipped could be gravely injured, nor that the great broken god had enemies. However, after the initial shock, the people felt invigorated rather than fearful, vowing to fight for the broken god. Although they did not know who the enemies were or where they might be found, their determined mindset pleased Zhang En. Under the vast sky, Zhang En gently stroked his chin, pondering how to use his power to bestow blessings. Invisible waves of concepts rippled outward, instantly sparking an inexplicable feeling within the hearts of all Qiming City residents. At that moment, they gained a new trait, enabling them to connect with metal and better manage and control machinery. Zhang En refrained from delivering divine decrees or overly interfering with the development of his followers. As an ancient god, he did not require faith. As long as civilization continued to progress along the path of machinery and order, creating various gear-laden creations, his power would continue to grow. This is the nature of an ancient god, a being who governs concepts. For an ancient god embodying the master of civilization, concepts exist because of them, not the other way around. A difference in levels. Having ascended to an ancient god, Zhang En had fulfilled one condition for becoming a true master of civilization. Next, he only needed to acquire a life cycle system card during the monthly assessment to enable civilization to achieve true cyclical development, thus becoming a true master of civilization. Returning his consciousness to the real world, Zhang En found that after a period of excitement and fervor, Qiming City had gradually returned to calm. However, this calm did not signal a weakening of their devout faith in the broken god. Rather, this devout faith had become deeply rooted in their hearts. Temple, temple, the people cried out. We need to build a temple, the largest and most magnificent temple, with countless gears turning, capable of eternal operation, to prove our devotion to the great broken Lord. The 13 council members gathered to hold a city-wide assembly. They stood on the high platform of the circular megastructure at the center of Qiming City, their voices amplified to reach every corner. Temple, temple. Everyone raised their arms, echoing the call and agreeing to the resolution. Blessed by the great broken god and guided by him. Only by building a temple and praying to the broken god day and night could they express their devotion. Thus, the grand temple construction project commenced. All 300,000 citizens mobilized, each responsible for a part of the temple under the leadership of the 13 council members. With the powerful assistance of the inexhaustible gears and the blessings they had received, the construction of the temple progressed smoothly. The temple was situated at the center of the circular megastructure, replacing the original Grand Plaza. Factories within Qiming City operated through the night, spewing thick clouds of smoke, as countless ores were excavated and sent to the factories, producing one enormous gear after another. Under the operation of numerous workers, these gears were gradually assembled together, slowly forming the outline of a temple. During this process, many individuals experienced bursts of inspiration, influenced by the power of the perpetual gears, and their technical skills advanced by leaps and bounds. They mastered a vast amount of knowledge at an incredible speed. This temple is the first temple of the broken god, and to express their devotion, 13 council members decided to construct it entirely out of gears, with even the smallest gear having a diameter of 1 meter. The intended height of the temple is a staggering kilometer. Such a massive project could not be completed by human effort alone. Consequently, various mechanical creations emerged, all initially intended to aid in the temple's construction. For instance, mechanical tentacles, operated by gears and hand levers, could help workers lift gears several times their size. Similarly, cranes driven by gears allowed people to move up and down quickly, facilitating the transport of gears. These mechanical inventions continuously appeared during the temple's construction, significantly accelerating the progress of this colossal endeavor. Meanwhile, the broken god was teaching a class. By the end of the morning, everyone had chosen a direction for the development of civilization and had essentially cultivated the races they would deploy. Given the time flow of 1 year to 1 morning, this period was approximately equivalent to 3 months, sufficient to accomplish many tasks. Although the afternoon lecture by Zhang En focused on the main paths of cultivation in the immortal Tao, it was also valuable for Zhang En. The immortal Tao includes the path of the ancient gods, which Zhang En was explaining. In the Huangtian star system, the divine path cultivation within the immortal Tao primarily follows the ancient god system, with incense spirits serving as a supplement to practicing the ancient god system. As Zhang Yin spoke, he flicked his fingers, sketching a massive tree diagram in the air. At the top of the tree, sacred and noble, was the image of a heavenly emperor. Below the heavenly emperor, countless deities, each with their own duties, formed the complete structure of this tree diagram. In the Shinto sect, to embark on the path of the ancient gods, one must become the heavenly emperor. As the heavenly emperor, you establish the celestial court, appoint deities to receive incense offerings, and manage the entire world. Initially, when civilization is at a lower level, it's sufficient to maintain only a few essential heavenly deities. However, all necessary earthly deities must be in place to ensure control over the mortal realm and the progress of civilization. As civilization advances, the world can be divided into 3 layers: heaven, earth, and humanity. You can then appoint celestial gods, earthly spirits, and city gods to maintain the balance of the universe. This path is the mainstream choice among the Celestial Emperor sect in our Huangtian galaxy. If you don't have the advantage of a powerful family background, such as ancestors who are rulers of civilizations or fortuitous encounters, this divine path will be most suitable for you. This is the path I have taken, and now you can observe my world for 3 months to experience the operation of this path. As Zhang Wanyan spoke, he made a gesture, and the space within the classroom began to twist and transform, suddenly filled with countless rays of light and clouds. When the space settled, everyone found themselves standing on a vast expanse of purple clouds, stretching endlessly into the distance. The clouds were enveloped in 9-colored radiance, weaving and shifting, exuding an aura of majesty and solemnity. On the clouds, there was only a clear pool of water, an ancient tree, a meditation mat, and a fishing rod, nothing else. "Come over here." Zhang Wanyan appeared and led everyone to the pool. The water in the pool was crystal clear, yet unfathomably deep. He brushed his hand across the surface, causing ripples that revealed the scenes of the 3 realms: heaven, earth, and humanity. These realms overlapped yet remained distinctly separate, allowing one to clearly distinguish the sites of each realm. This is the water of the 3 realms pool. If any of you wish to take the path of the heavenly emperor, it's best to refine a pool of water or simply purchase a resource card. Zhang Wanyan briefly explained the origin of the pool. The water of the 3 realms pool can reflect the 3 realms, observe the flow of fate, and subtly influence the destiny of all beings within the realms. Upon hearing this, students who were considering the path of the heavenly emperor or a similar route were amazed. "Teacher, how much does this pool of water cost?" a worried student asked. "Money." Zhang Wanyan smiled slightly and shook his head. "When you truly become a master of civilization, you will understand that transactions between masters of civilization are never conducted with money, but with another resource of civilizational power. A pool of water requires at least 3,000 strands of civilizational power. A level 1 master of civilization can produce about 10 strands of civilizational power per year. So in this universe, it would take you about a year to accumulate it." Many students sighed in relief upon hearing this, but the smarter ones sensed something unusual. In their universe, a year equates to 300 years to accumulate a pool of 3 realms water. So, what about other resources? Is it possible that after becoming a master of civilization, only the 3 realms pool is needed, without any other resources? The resources Zhang Wanyan mentioned must be traded with civilizational power. In other words, the price of a pool of 3 realms water is extremely high, far beyond what they can gather in a short time. Alright, you can now choose to observe the operation of beings in the 3 realms here, or descend to the lower world to observe. But remember, you must hide your identity and do nothing, interfere with nothing. Even when you see something vile or infuriating, do not intervene. Let it develop on its own. Teacher, why? Someone curiously asked. Zhang Wanyan answered coldly. Because this is my world, and I am the heavenly emperor. You must remember, the way of the heavenly emperor is the way of heaven and earth. For me, and for those of you who may choose the path of the heavenly emperor in the future, there is no distinction among the beings of the world and within civilization. Their actions, whether evil or good, pertain only to their civilization and society. But you are the heavenly emperor, you are Haotian, and you must not view these from their perspective, but from above. Understand, as he finished speaking, the aura of indifference around Zhang Wanyan grew more immense, and as the last word fell, he vanished. Many students nodded in understanding, though some harbored doubts about Zhang Wanyan's words. Zhang Wanyan showed no emotion towards this. Everyone has their own path of civilization, and the path of the heavenly emperor is just one of them. After saying this, he disappeared. Some chose to descend to the lower world, while others stayed by the three realms pool to observe, unaware that Zhang En had also vanished with Zhang Wanyan. In a vast and boundless heavenly emperor's palace, Zhang Wanyan stood on jade steps, gazing down at Zhang En, filled with mixed emotions. You've progressed quickly. In just a few days, you've ascended to an ancient god. Next, as long as you build your civilization well, you can elevate to a true master of civilization. With his power, Zhang Wanyan naturally detected Zhang En's ascension to ancient god, as the aura of mastering a concept was too evident. Inside the palace, a meeting that had been anticipated was taking place. Zhang En stood in the spacious hall, facing Zhang Wanyan, the principal of Tianmen Star First High School. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a soft golden hue between them. Zhang En discreetly bowed, already having expected this encounter. He knew well that with Zhang Wanyan's status and power as principal, at least as a ruler of a fourth-level civilization, it wouldn't be difficult for him to notice Zhang En's unique abilities. Zhang En hadn't used the perpetual gear to conceal his strength, as he needed the resources controlled by this principle. Zhang Wanyan nodded slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang En. You acquired some kind of mechanical civilization artifact from the void upon awakening, didn't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen the path of mechanical civilization, nor would you have broken through to the ancient god level so quickly. His voice was calm, with a subtle hint of admiration. But don't worry, I have no interest in your artifact. As the master of an immortal Dao civilization on the path of the Celestial Emperor, such things are useless to me. Besides, I'm an officially certified principal. I wouldn't risk fleeing into the stars over something so trivial. Zhang En remained silent, his eyes fixed on Zhang Wanyan, waiting for him to continue. This composed demeanor earned Zhang Wanyan's silent approval. I assume you've guessed why I called you here, Zhang Wanyan continued. As the principal, I do have the authority to allocate some resources. Although you're on the mechanical civilization path and many conventional resources may not benefit you, since I'm aware of your uniqueness, I can use my connections to exchange these useless resources for mechanical civilization resources. The neighboring Arc Star system is primarily a mechanical civilization, which we can utilize. Zhang En keenly picked up on the key point and got straight to the matter. So, what is your request, teacher? Zhang Wanyan chuckled, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Request? As a principal, my request is naturally to make our school's performance look good. Each year, out of nearly 100 civilization rulers from our Tianmen Star First High School, less than a tenth make it to university. Most only get into third-rate universities within the Huangtian Star system, and it's a rare occurrence to enter a second-rate university. While these results aren't great, they're not bad enough to earn me either praise from above or punishment. After all, they were just a group of students from humble backgrounds, with at best a family member who was a ruler of a low or mid-level civilization. But you are different. You possess treasures from a mechanical civilization and have the potential to rapidly become an ancient deity. This means you might rise to become a ruler of a second or even third-level civilization before the college entrance exams, greatly increasing your chances of getting into a top-tier university, perhaps even one of the top 100. As for the top 10, that's a different story. Mentioning the top 10, Zhang Wanyan couldn't help but sigh. Among the 129,600 galaxies of human civilization, the top 10 universities stand at the pinnacle of the cosmos, unmatched even by civilizations from other galaxies. Such universities are the dream of every civilization's ruler, yet harsh reality often quashes these dreams. I will provide you with resources, with the condition that you get into a top-tier university. If you manage to get into the top 100, I can spare a portion of my quota to get you a special resource card, the Secondary Civilization Explosion. Hearing about the effects of this card, Zhang En was taken aback by its overwhelming power. Zhang Wanyan continued, if you get into the top 10, well, that's really unlikely. He looked grave, as the top 10 universities collectively admit only about 1 million students each year, with an average of less than 10 per galaxy, a 1 in a million chance. The real competitors for these spots are the rulers of advanced civilizations, and even the offspring of transcendent civilizations. The special resource card Zhang Wanyan mentioned is merely an ordinary resource to them. The cultivation of civilization rulers is a battle of resources, and if you can't compete in that arena, there's truly nothing you can do. Zhang Wanyan's words were harsh yet realistic, revealing an undeniable truth. In the pursuit of becoming a master of civilization, resources are paramount, opportunities come second, and talent ranks third. Embarking on this path cannot rely on talent alone. Many, even after becoming masters of civilization, have had to abandon this path due to a lack of resources, turning instead to other cultivation systems. This phenomenon has been common throughout history for thousands of years. Many who left the path of civilization masters have achieved significant success by developing their own worlds. However, these achievements cannot shake the strength of the civilization master system, which serves as the foundation for humanity's dominance in the universe and across the heavens. The top 10 and top 100 are the most likely avenues for young civilization masters to grow. Therefore, whether for resources or for their future, Zhang En must strive to become a student of the top 100. By then, opportunities will be his greatest aid, and his status will bring great honor to his family. Zhang Wanyan withdrew his thoughts and looked at Zhang En with eyes full of expectation. If a student of the top 100 were to emerge from under his guidance, perhaps his own position could be elevated, advancing further on the path of an intermediate civilization master. As for the top 10, that remains a distant dream. I will work hard, teacher, Zhang En nodded firmly. With their conversation concluded, Zhang En left the palace and headed towards the world of mortals. Zhang Wanyan's world had essentially all the elements of a living world. The cycle of seasons, the alternation of day and night, the cycle of life and death. The humans in this world had developed a strong model of ancient immortal civilization, with cities and towns rooted in the earth, forming a mighty dynasty. In the countryside, there were mountain gods and earth deities, while in the cities, city gods presided over their domains. Among famous mountains and great rivers, there were practitioners of Taoism riding the wind, carefree and at ease. Everything was vibrant and positive. This scene was very similar to the cultivation world in Zhang En's heart. If he were to travel to this world, he might only see it as a world of cultivation, never suspecting it was a civilization artificially created. It's no wonder some speculate that the civilization master system was crafted by a supreme being, as each civilization master has their own world, which naturally leads to such thoughts. Reflecting on this, Zhang En transformed into a middle-aged scholar, weathered by time, and entered a magnificent city. The streets were alive with the cries of vendors. Candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorn, only 3 coins. Freshly baked meat buns, 2 coins each, 5 coins for 3. Homegrown pears, 5 coins a pound, not sweet, no charge. As he walked through the city, the calls of the vendors felt fresh and new to Zhang En. He casually took 3 copper coins from his pocket and bought a skewer of candied hawthorn from an old man by the roadside. The sweet and sour taste was far more delicious than the candied hawthorn he remembered from his past life. Eating the candied hawthorn, Zhang En wandered through the city, his ears filled with the vendors' calls and the stories of the storytellers in the tea houses. The storytellers in the tea houses recounted the familiar tales of the Heavenly Emperor's creation, focusing on how the Heavenly Emperor created the world, established the 3 realms, created life, and bestowed various treasures. In the distant capital of the dynasty, Jing, the Heavenly Emperor still bestows treasures every few decades to this day. For storytellers, these tales are mere legends, but for Zhang En, they hold a deeper significance. From these legends about the Heavenly Emperor, he gleaned insights into how Zhang Wanyan, the true master of immortal civilization, managed and upheld the ancient divine way. Principal Zhang was indeed generous, allowing them to explore his world for 3 months, experiencing firsthand the governance and development of a civilization master. However, for those aspiring civilization masters from ordinary backgrounds, such an opportunity was incredibly precious. Whereas, for those with connections, it was a commonplace affair, and they might even delve into worlds of extraordinary civilization masters. The vast disparity in resources makes it impossible to rely solely on talent and effort to bridge the gap. Zhang En felt secretly fortunate to possess the perpetual gear treasure. Otherwise, he would have to accept the reality of becoming just an ordinary civilization master. Over the next 3 months, Zhang En traveled through this world, witnessing diverse landscapes and civilizations, absorbing the Heavenly Emperor's way practiced by Zhang Wanyan. The principles of the natural way, effortless action, and impartiality supported Zhang Wanyan in guiding and creating the current civilization framework. As for Zhang En, the principles he intended to uphold were justice, order, and the vigorous development of machinery and gear technology. Although these goals were not difficult to achieve, he needed to establish his own doctrine within the world to ensure the smooth operation of the mechanical way. 3 months passed swiftly, and Zhang En gained a wealth of knowledge before leaving Zhang Wanyan's world. By then, 3 months had elapsed in Zhang Wanyan's world, while outside, night had just fallen. As Zhang En announced the end of the lesson, everyone left eagerly. This time, they didn't engage much with their companions, all eager to absorb and digest the knowledge gained from Zhang En's world. Hurrying back home, Zhang En didn't even join his parents for dinner before plunging into his own world. In the world, Zhang En suddenly appeared and immediately felt a unique attraction that resonated with him. Following this sensation, his gaze fixed on the center of the circular structure in Qiming City. There, where there was once an empty space, now stood a colossal, massive mechanical building. This magnificent mechanical temple was entirely forged from steel, with countless giant components interlocked through a precise gear system, forming a vast machine that never ceased its operation. The entire structure resembled a gigantic gear, perpetually turning, emitting a deep and powerful hum. In front of the temple, a continuous stream of devotees knelt in prayer, their eyes shining with fervent devotion. Their hoarse voices rose and fell, echoing in the air. The appearance of Qiming City had also transformed completely. On the streets, mechanical constructs over 3 meters tall moved back and forth, each ridden by an operator who skillfully maneuvered them to effortlessly transport tons of ore. Citizens were equipped with various types of metal devices, enabling them to easily leap over low buildings and even walk on walls like spiders. Witnessing all this, Zhang En couldn't help but feel proud of the astonishing efficiency of the members of this civilization. He recalled the previous life in the 21st century in China, where even with 300,000 people, constructing a steel structure a kilometer high within 3 months seemed unimaginable. Yet in this world, the members of his civilization, assisted by gear-driven constructs, had erected this structure in just 3 months, showcasing an awe-inspiring level of execution. This high efficiency, resolute action, and strict order are the essence of mechanical civilization. Zhang En gazed at the towering mechanical temple, feeling a surge of excitement and pride. To him, grandeur signified superiority, and quantity equated to power. Big, 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 he silently praised in his heart, captivated by the structure and everything it represented. Zhang En had discovered his doctrine and was eager to share it with members of civilization. However, the divine power within him surged through his soul, reminding him not to be hasty. As a true deity, such impatience should not exist. He decided to take a gradual approach. The doctrine should not be spread by him directly. The best way would be to convey it indirectly to a few individuals, allowing them to receive divine inspiration and then refine and disseminate the teachings themselves. Recalling the information he had studied and some knowledge from his previous life, Zhang En came up with this idea. However, this meant he might need to impart genuine supernatural power, enabling those who receive divine inspiration to exhibit unique abilities. He hesitated at this thought. While he wished to establish a purely mechanical civilization, he also had to consider potential adversaries in the future. He concluded that the world must possess supernatural powers, but they should not dominate. They must remain a minority. He thought about the mechanical cult from his previous life and decided to establish a fractured church. Only by becoming a member of this church could one access supernatural powers. As for the concept of supernatural power, Zhang En pondered the ideas he held: machinery, order, gears, and a fragmented concept. The combination of these ideas could form a powerful supernatural blessing, potentially making the supernatural mainstream in an instant. But that was not what Zhang En wanted. If the supernatural became revered, why bother with development? He decided that supernatural abilities should primarily serve as support and enhancement. With countless thoughts flashing through his mind, Zhang En completed his contemplation. His presence vanished and then descended as a great will into the minds of Qi and Ming. At that moment, Qi and Ming were busy with their tasks, but upon sensing the great will in their minds, they became flushed with excitement and exhilaration. The great fractured god had personally bestowed them with divine inspiration. The stern, cold mechanical tides surged through their minds, leaving behind many vague messages: order, justice, machinery, vastness, strength, steel, steam, blessing, fracture. All these hazy messages ultimately coalesced into a firm thought in their mind's church. The great deity required a true church to serve him, one that could help oversee the development of civilization and make machinery and order the mainstream. The two opened their eyes, now shining with a cold mechanical brilliance, no longer the light of humanity. At the moment the divine will departed, they received the blessings of the deity. She was gifted with mechanical blessing and the awakening of machine spirits. The former allowed machinery to harm supernatural entities and increased the strength of mechanical bodies, granting them resistance to various supernatural energies for a short period. The latter endowed mechanical bodies with a faint consciousness, thereby enhancing their efficiency and power. Ming received the abilities of appeasing machine spirits and the mechanical god's grace. The former could calm the agitation of machine spirits, unleashing greater power. The latter could repair mechanical bodies and, by consuming substantial mechanical spirituality, enable mechanical bodies to evolve to some extent. These four abilities form the foundation of the broken church, carefully chosen by Zhang En. In the future, his civilization will inevitably face intense battles with other civilizations following different paths of cultivation, some of which may be spiritual in nature or entirely composed of soul entities. Until the mechanical civilization reaches a certain level of advancement, it is almost powerless against these types of civilizations. Therefore, Zhang En opted for mechanical blessings, enabling pure mechanical entities to harm supernatural beings. The other three blessings serve to support and propel mechanical development. With these four blessings, his current rudimentary yet unique mechanical civilization will gain greater strength to confront supernatural civilizations. After receiving the blessings, Qi and Ming walked in unison to the front of the broken cathedral. Without exchanging glances, they both understood they had received the god's blessings. They nodded, their initial excitement subsiding, replaced by cold rationality. This is one downside of Zhang En's blessings. Recipients are filled with mechanical spirituality, resulting in a permanent mechanized mindset. Under this influence, Qi and Ming conversed in a detached manner. We need doctrine, Qi said. The god has given us revelations. The doctrine should be based on principles of justice, order, mechanics, gears, and greatness. From now on, not only the church, but our city and civilization should be guided by the god's revelations. The god gives revelations, not constraints. Qi's stance was assertive, whereas Ming's was more gentle. He added, our role, and that of the church, should be to guide, not to dictate the civilization's path forward. Forcing a direction is not what the god desires. However, the baseline of mechanics and order becoming mainstream is non-negotiable, Qi stated firmly. Ming nodded, but he believed that other matters should be decided by the people of the city, not dominated by their church. Qi did not argue, acknowledging Ming's point that the god's revelations are meant to guide, not to impose forceful intervention in the choices of civilization. In the crumbling cathedral, Qi and Ming stood before the gears symbolizing the great broken god, deciding to compile doctrines and select devout followers to join their church. After a brief discussion, they quickly established the initial broken doctrine, which later became known as the mechanical apocalypse. Once the doctrine was completed, they discussed the structure of the broken church. The church would be led by the two of them as popes, with Qi as the pope of war and Ming as the pope of mechanics. The church hierarchy would consist of two tiers, priests and followers. Priests would possess a blessing, divided into war priests and mechanical priests, while followers would not have a blessing but would embody mechanical spirituality and mechanized minds. Under the influence of their mechanized minds, Qi and Ming's thoughts were as swift and precise as machines, almost unaffected by emotions. They constructed the entire church framework in just one day. The next day, they organized the content and gathered the other 11 council members to announce the news. What? You've received a divine blessing and plan to establish a church. The other council members were shocked, looking at them in disbelief and envy. Faced with their doubts, Qi and Ming said little, merely extending their hands to release the power of the blessing. In an instant, the extraordinary power was displayed as a small metal bell in the church rang out thunderously without any human touch. Witnessing this, the 11 council members were left speechless. Under the awe of the divine blessing, they unanimously approved Qi and Ming's proposal. With the full support of the 13 council members of Qiming City, the news of the shattered church spread throughout the city in just a few days. Rumors circulated that this church was established by the direct blessing of the gods, tasked with serving the divine and ensuring that the city and civilization progressed along the right path. The shattered cathedral, located in the heart of Qiming City, became the headquarters of the shattered church. As the existence and mission of the shattered church became widely known, many people left their work and flocked to the church, eager to become members. However, Qi and Ming did not accept all these followers. They believed that the shattered church valued quality over quantity and that only true elites with a deep understanding of the divine path were qualified to join. Thus, although many came on the first day, not a single person was accepted into the church. Nevertheless, they received the teachings of the shattered doctrine, inscribed on steel pages, from the shattered cathedral. Qi and Ming gave them a test, requiring them to fully comprehend the doctrine before returning for another assessment. Under the celestial canopy, Zhang En watched Qi and Ming's actions in silence, neither intervening nor showing any emotion. Although their approach differed slightly from his own vision, these were merely details. In the grand scheme of things, their methods were correct, so Zhang En decided not to interfere, allowing them to develop independently. In the following days, Zhang En was extremely busy, barely having time to observe his own world. During this time, Zhang Wanyan taught these potential rulers of civilizations the basics of being a civilization master and the various types of civilizations. He understood the importance of never underestimating human creativity and imagination. Over thousands of years of development, many civilization masters have created countless unique civilizations in the realms of cultivation and technology, such as the Phantom Civilization, Titan Civilization, God's Corporation Civilization, Bach Civilization, and Anti-Logic Civilization. These bizarre civilizations symbolize complexity, strength, and rich resources. Only those who rely on powerful family connections or are direct descendants of strong civilization masters can afford the resources needed to create such civilizations. These individuals are Zhang En's rivals in the future entrance exams, a group of wealthy and enviable people. Watching Zhang Wanyan introduce a certain Xiantian Titan civilization from the podium, Zhang En felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Titans, gifted with immense cultivation potential, follow a relatively common path of energy cultivation and foundation building. But they are born with the ability to automatically condense a golden core, starting at the pinnacle of many ordinary first-level Xian Dao civilizations. In contrast, most of his classmates' Xian Dao systems have not yet developed, and if it came to a fight, even if the entire civilization joined forces, they might not stand a chance against the Xiantian Titans. In addition to the Xiantian Titans, Zhang En also learned about exaggerated systems like the Divine System, World Tree System, and Galactic Xian Dao, which placed immense pressure on him. It's no wonder Zhang Wanyan only hoped he could get into the top 100. If the top 10 spots were taken by these individuals, he might have little hope. Zhang En did not underestimate himself. With the perpetual gear in hand, the future seemed promising, yet it remained in the future. To develop his civilization within a year of the natural universe to the level of battling celestial titans, creating super beings with world trees for each person, or cultivating chi practitioners who could split rivers with a punch was quite a stretch. Today's lesson ended here, and tomorrow would mark the first simulated development of civilization. Zhang En's tone carried a deeper meaning, reminding students to cherish this opportunity. Although the computational power of the StarNet was limitless, the school's share was minimal, allowing only one chance per month for a civilization simulation. Everyone felt a sense of seriousness, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's simulation. That evening, after several days, Zhang En finally returned to his world to check on the civilization's progress. Although he had been busy lately, he had time in the evenings but resisted checking to see what his civilization would look like after a few years. As his consciousness entered the world, the grand ring structure of Qiming City appeared before him. Unlike last time, the population within Qiming City had decreased significantly, and more mechanical creations and gear-adorned churches had been added. On the streets, people holding metal-engraved books could be seen everywhere, softly chanting something. Occasionally, people in steel priest robes walked by, and nearby pedestrians immediately bowed and paid their respects. Observing the changes in Qiming City, Zhang En found that not much had changed compared to a few years ago. His consciousness extended to other parts of the world and soon located 3 small towns. These towns were built on mines, covering small areas with about 10,000 people each. However, when he saw these 3 towns, he was taken aback. His civilization's race had created something significant for him. Outside each of the 3 towns stood a massive factory resembling a metal spider. Beneath each factory, 36 large metal legs support the structure, while atop are 36 metal arms. Inside these factories, a massive perpetual gear drives their continuous operation. The 36 robust arms serve multiple functions: digging, collecting, exploring, destroying, and grasping. Each arm is equipped with 3 control rooms where dedicated operators ensure precise movements, allowing for efficient extraction from the mines below. Amidst the rumbling noise, the giant arms extend, effortlessly breaking through earth and stone to extract various raw ores buried deep within the ground, which are then transported into the factory. Here, the ores are smelted and processed by the staff, transforming into shiny ingots that are neatly stored in the nearby town's warehouse. Zhang En gazed at the 3 massive factories resembling metal spiders, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Their vast scale, numerous arms, and cold mechanical beauty were impressive. However, Zhang En also realized the consumption of metal was astonishingly high. A quick scan of the world confirmed that most of the mineral resources had already been depleted. At the current rate of consumption by the members of this civilization, the remaining mineral resources would be exhausted in 2 to 3 years. Energy minerals, on the other hand, were in a different situation. Due to the relatively low level of civilization development and the presence of the perpetual gear, these resources were largely untapped. It seemed Zhang En needed to replenish the mineral resources. He exited the world and sent a message to his grandfather, Zhang Xian. The rare resource cards he had previously handed over to Zhang Xian had not yet been used, and now he planned to convert them all into resource mines. Since his civilization members enjoyed building large-scale facilities, they might as well build to their heart's content. Besides, he himself was fond of such grand scales: the bigger, the better, the more, the stronger. After sending the message, Zhang En took some time to review the progress of the broken church. After several years of effort, the church had grown to include over 1,000 members. While this number might not seem high for a civilization of 300,000 people, considering Qi and Ming's strict requirements, reaching this scale in just a few years was quite an achievement. These members, known as mechanical priests, each received a blessing of mechanical spirituality authorized by Zhang En and bestowed by Qi and Ming. This blessing endowed them with mechanized minds, strong physiques, and exceptional mechanical affinity. Even in hand-to-hand combat, they were formidable opponents. Not to mention, there were true mechanical priests among them who possessed extraordinary abilities. Zhang En stroked his chin, pondering, the potential for warfare is ample, but the main body is still too weak. I need to acquire the technology templates for body modification and cybernetic implants and integrate them into the world. He clearly understood that relying solely on the existing military strength of the civilization might be sufficient to handle classmates, but it was far from enough to compete with those monstrous civilizations. The main body of the civilization did not follow a path of extraordinary power, lacking in strength, which was a pressing issue to resolve. Zhang En's solution was body modification and cybernetic implants. Flesh is weak, but machines ascend, he resolved internally, determined to gradually transform flesh into mechanical bodies. Although allowing Qiming City to develop this technology independently might take decades or even centuries, Zhang En couldn't afford to wait. With only 12 months until the college entrance exam, every day was precious. He decided to take a shortcut, using resources to rapidly establish this system. This approach was not uncommon among civilization leaders, and there was even an industry dedicated to creating and selling related knowledge system cards. However, a complete set of body modification and cybernetic implant technology templates was expensive, and expecting Zhang Xian to provide them for free was unrealistic. Looks like I'll have to talk to Principal Zhang, Zhang En thought to himself. If they promise to invest in me, they should provide some tangible benefits. The next day, Zhang Wanyan led them to the school's network center. This was the core of the school's connection to the star network, powered by a precious void engine used as both an energy source and processor. In terms of value, this equipment was enough to purchase the entire school, including all teachers and students who were not civilization leaders. Such valuable equipment was clearly not something the school purchased on its own, but was the result of official investment when the school was established. Undoubtedly, it was the most valuable asset within the school. Zhang Wanyan warned everyone. Be careful. This is the most valuable asset of our school. If you damage it even a little, you might have to work for decades to pay off the debt, even if you become a leader of civilization in the future. Though his words carried a hint of humor, there was a serious undertone as he led everyone deeper into the network center. They had entered an artificially created void, surrounded by darkness, with a massive orb of light floating at its center, emitting a soft white glow. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the orb was composed of countless virtual data. Every moment, endless data flowed out of the orb into the void, while simultaneously, countless data emerged from the void and merged into the orb, maintaining its balance. This was the most precious facility of Tianmen Star's first high school, the Tianmen Star Skynet node. On this planet with billions of inhabitants, it was the only such node. This node could harness part of the Skynet's computational power to accomplish incredible tasks, such as creating objects from the void and simulating scenarios. Zhang Wanyan began teaching the operation methods, imparting a wealth of information about the Skynet's civilization simulation function to everyone. Moments later, after they had fully absorbed the extensive information, Zhang Wanyan granted access, saying, "Make the most of this opportunity. You only get this chance once a month. If you miss it due to a mistake, there's nothing I can do." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wanyan's figure vanished, and the dark void collapsed, with countless indistinct data modules emerging, stacking, and shaping into various forms. Amidst the surge of data modules, Zhang En found himself in a boundless void. He couldn't sense his body, only his consciousness remained clear. Despite this, he remained calm and began operating according to the information Zhang Wanyan had provided. Zhang En initiated the data collection program and opened the world access, allowing the Starry Sky network nodes to comprehensively scan his world. In an instant, colors began to emerge in the void. The sky and the earth took shape first, followed by mountains, rivers, plants, birds, and animals appearing in succession. Finally, the vast Qiming city rose from the ground, with its majestic structures towering and the figures of about 300,000 citizens appearing. This number had slightly decreased, as a few hundred had passed away due to accidents over the years. As the entire world's contents were replicated, everything began to move. A gentle breeze blew, time flowed, and the whole world seemed to come alive. Zhang En watched the vivid scene before him, marveling at the powerful information simulation capability. The simulation network could not only recreate the world one tune, but also evolve it in real time based on collected information. Although the computational power of Tianmen Star's first high school was limited, capable of projecting civilization only 100 years into the future, which equated to 100 days in reality. This ability was already quite formidable. After all, being able to anticipate and avoid potential issues within the next 100 years was crucial for the development of civilization. With a mere thought from Zhang En, the world began to accelerate. Day and night alternated, the seasons changed, and time flowed like water. The scope of Qiming City expanded continuously, with new megacities rising. The population surged, thriving and multiplying. During this process, more and more mechanical creations emerged, influenced by the Church of Fracture, becoming increasingly grand and magnificent. Eventually, colossal mechanical structures, comparable to the original Qiming City, appeared. Meanwhile, the Church of Fracture was also flourishing. Every year, new members joined, received blessings, and became mechanical priests. The entire world was thriving, steadily progressing towards a brighter future. In the 50th year of civilization's development, a silent upheaval took place. The stark contrast between the near immortality of mechanical creations and the fragile human lifespan sparked deep contemplation among the populace. People began to question their limitations and yearned to break free from the shackles of mortality. What should have been a positive exploration veered off the path Zhang En had envisioned. Zhang En was shocked when a proposal on genetic research was approved by the Council of Qiming City. He watched in disbelief as civilization leaned towards the development of flesh technology instead of mechanical transformation, which was contrary to his expectations. Immediately, Zhang En paused the progress of civilization and meticulously observed every individual in Qiming City and the newly established megacities. His consciousness spread out, moving through every corner of the cities, scrutinizing each person's actions in detail. Finally, he found the answer: motion. Humans, untouched by the spiritual blessing of machinery, still retained their full range of emotions. Despite their belief in mechanical deities, they were unwilling to abandon their flesh and blood, not wanting to become cold, emotionless mechanical beings. They had loved ones, children, and family, and feared that transformation would sever these precious ties. It was for this reason that all humans in civilization unanimously supported the development of flesh technology, hoping to enhance their bodies through genetic modification to rival machines. Human sentiment? Ridiculous. Zhang En was furious. The ultimate goal of his civilization was mechanical ascension, for everyone's consciousness to enter the network, with bodies becoming interchangeable mechanical shells. And now, they were choosing flesh evolution for the sake of mere emotions? Heretics of flesh. Damn it. Although this was just a simulated future on the network, without considering the existence of various resource cards and the perpetual gear, and not accounting for Zhang En's potential intervention, there was an 8,090 probability that his civilization would develop along this trend. Even the presence of the broken church wouldn't significantly alter the situation. After all, Zhang En had only authorized the broken church to guide civilization's development, not to allow bloody suppression. As expected, when Zhang En lifted the time stop and allowed the civilization simulation to continue, the broken church, now numbering in the thousands, indeed stepped in to try and prevent it. However, unlike before, despite the churches and the broken gods' continued authority, they could no longer suppress the people's will. Those retaining normal emotions chose to oppose the church for the sake of their and their families' interests. Due to Zhang En's previous decree, the broken church could not forcibly suppress them and could only watch as the proposal passed, leading the entire civilization to begin its transformation. Subsequently, proposals were quickly approved, and with the intelligence and ingenuity of the people, the initial flesh modification surgeries were soon developed. The civilization's face changed rapidly, with more gene and flesh technologies emerging and more people undergoing flesh modifications. Although they continued to revere the broken god and construct massive mechanical structures, their devotion had quietly diminished. By the 100th year of the civilization simulation, the entire civilization had completely deviated from Zhang En's expectations, evolving into a society where flesh and machinery coexisted. With population growth and city expansion, behaviors that did not align with order and justice began to emerge. Heretics, truly heretics. The world shattered, and Zhang En appeared in the dark void, pacing back and forth, gritting his teeth in anger. As a deity mastering machinery, order, and gears, he could not accept the scenes unfolding in the simulated world. The development of flesh technology in the simulation opposed his mechanical authority. Although the simulation maintained order, it was no longer the cold, rational, and absolutely just order he pursued, but rather a gray area mixed with interests, emotions, and power exchanges. If not for understanding that this was merely a simulation, Zhang En would have almost considered restarting the world. Although the master of civilization is closely linked to civilization, in reality, the master of civilization is its true ruler. Even if the civilization is lost, the master of civilization's power may diminish but will not perish. If dissatisfied with the civilization's development, or if it completely deviates from one's path and cannot be corrected, one can choose to restart the world. However, this operation typically applies to civilizations below level 6. Civilizations above level 6, especially those with transcendent leaders, would rarely choose this unless absolutely necessary. At this level, powerful individuals might have emerged within the civilization, who could survive an apocalyptic event and hold a grudge against the master of civilization. Due to these concerns and the significant losses involved, masters of civilizations above level 6 generally avoid restarting the world. But for those below level 6, it remains feasible. However, this is merely a civilization simulation, not the real world. With the perpetual gear and various resource cards, Zhang En is confident that civilization will not stray off course. The reason these elements did not appear in the simulation is simple. He cannot allow the star network to detect the existence of the perpetual gear, and the network node computing power of Tianmen Star's first high school cannot support the loading of various resource cards. Many resource cards Zhang En does not possess, and the network node cannot scan the information, nor does it have the massive computing power to forcibly simulate them. But in reality, everything will be entirely different. The human heart is treacherous. Emotions and desires are like two shackles, hindering their mechanical ascension, Zhang En thought, his eyes deep and resolute. He silently decided that he must acquire a racial talent card with mechanical mind or similar effects to inject into his civilization. Since they would turn to flesh due to emotions and desires, he would eliminate the danger in its infancy. After the simulation ended, Zhang En stepped out of the simulated space, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful gleam. Zhang Wanyan was waiting outside and couldn't help but express surprise at how quickly the task was completed. "You're done already?" Zhang Wanyan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Zhang En nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, because I've identified some issues within the civilization." He paused, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Principal, do you think you could provide some investment support?" Zhang Wanyan chuckled softly at this, a playful glint in his eyes. "What do you want? But if you want me to invest right now, you'll need to show me something impressive first." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang En suggested, "Why don't you come in and take a look yourself, Principal?" Zhang Wanyan raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting this proposal. "You really want to do that? You know I am a true master of civilizations. If I enter your world, I can see through it instantly." Zhang En smiled confidently. "You're not my enemy, Principal. Besides, some things are best seen with your own eyes." Intrigued by his words, Zhang Wanyan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll enter your world and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, the space around them twisted slightly, and their figures vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they were inside Zhang En's simulated world. Hovering in midair, Zhang Wanyan looked down at the scene below with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Zhang Wanyan had no particular opinion on the scale of Zhang En's world, finding it rather standard and not exceptionally powerful. However, when his gaze fell on the achievements of this civilization, he couldn't help but take notice. "Did your civilization develop this on its own?" he asked, pointing to the massive factories resembling steel spiders on the ground, his tone tinged with amazement. Zhang En nodded, his voice a mix of resignation and pride. "Yes. After I bestowed enlightenment and guided them to establish a church, they were influenced by my ideas and began constructing various massive facilities." "Impressive, very impressive," Zhang Wanyan nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining with approval. "I initially thought your mechanical civilization would need to wait until you became a true master or even a level 2 master before showing real strength. After all, technology-based civilizations typically gain momentum later on. In the early stages, they might create firearms and such, but they don't have the upper hand. Yet your civilization's development of megastructures allows it to possess significant military power early on." He paused, a hint of insight flashing in his eyes. "Did you incorporate some extraordinary power into it?" Zhang En candidly admitted. "I listened to your lectures and deliberately granted some extraordinary power. After all, if we face spiritual or energy-based civilizations in the future, relying solely on steel and machinery might not be effective." "You did well." Zhang Wanyan nodded approvingly, then began to explain. "Technology-based civilizations are categorized into classical and hybrid schools. The classical school clings to pure technological development without incorporating any extraordinary elements. While such civilizations can become very powerful later, they are at a disadvantage against extraordinary civilizations early on. Only those with exceptional backgrounds and abundant resources can pursue this path smoothly." He continued, "The hybrid school, like your approach, fills in the gaps. If you lack the means to counter the extraordinary early on, you supplement it with churches, secret societies, blessings, and psychic powers." Zhang Wanyan's expression turned serious, his tone cautionary. "However, you must remember that this supplementary form of extraordinary power must never become mainstream. Since you aim to build a technological civilization, technological power must remain the dominant force." Zhang En understood the role of extraordinary power in the development of civilization. He assured Principal Zhang Wanyan, "Don't worry, Principal. I know what's important. For me, extraordinary power is just a transition and a support. I already have a direction for future development. Zhang Wanyan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Zhang En, slightly excited, explained, I've conceived the concept of mechanical priests. They revere machinery and use extraordinary power to enhance and amplify mechanical devices. Interesting, similar to a military advisor, Zhang Wanyan nodded, then shifted the topic. So, what do you want? Zhang En rubbed his hands, a bit embarrassed, and said, Principal, as you have seen, although my civilization has developed powerful megastructures, individuals are still fragile, flesh and blood. In the earlier simulation, without external resources and my intervention, members of the civilization would turn to biotechnology due to their physical weakness. Therefore, I want to promote mechanical augmentation in my civilization. I hope you can help me acquire a prosthetic modification or similar technology card. Zhang Wanyan's eye twitched, and he glared at him. I knew you were up to something. He explained that technology cards are valuable resource cards that open up specific technological paths within a world, inspiring everyone to develop local technologies in related fields. While prosthetic modification is a second-level civilization technology, it isn't too difficult for Zhang Wanyan to obtain. However, Zhang Wanyan did not agree immediately, but set a condition. I'll give you the card if you take first place in the monthly exam, directly addressing the civilization's shortcomings and becoming the master of the civilization. Zhang En was overjoyed and quickly promised, Rest assured, Principal, as long as I can get the life cycle system card, I can break through on the spot. Zhang Wanyan rolled his eyes and said, All right, let's head back. I'll give you the card once I find it. Zhang En thanked him respectfully and then returned to the real universe with Zhang Wanyan. He didn't linger, and after bidding farewell to the principal, he left the network center. As he watched Zhang En's departing figure, Zhang Wanyan smiled meaningfully. He thought to himself, This time, I've found a gem. In just over a month, he's developed his civilization to the war potential of a first-level civilization. At this rate, he's sure to advance to a second-level civilization master by the time of the college entrance exams. A top-tier university is well within reach, maybe even the top 100. Though Zhang Wanyan had high hopes for Zhang En, he hadn't considered him making it into the top 10. After all, the top 10 are incredibly difficult to achieve. A few days later, Zhang En received a meticulously prepared resource card from Zhang Xian. Eagerly flipping through it, he was thrilled to find a rare vein resource card for purple gold ore. This mineral is as hard as iron and has incredible energy resistance, making it a powerful asset for technology-based civilizations against those focused on cultivation. Zhang En felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Zhang Xian had thoughtfully considered his technological path and prepared this card especially for him. The next day, Zhang Wanyan delivered the promised prosthetic modification technology card. This card originated from a steam technology civilization, perfectly aligning with the development stage of Zhang En's civilization. He eagerly integrated it into his world, immediately feeling the last shortcoming of his civilization being addressed. He knew that even without integrating additional technologies, these advancements alone would allow his civilization to gradually ascend technologically over the next several millennia. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the end of the first month of the new semester had arrived. The first monthly exam was about to begin, and everyone in Class 0 was eager to compete. The top 3 performers in this exam would receive the Life Cycle System card, essential for completing their civilization and advancing to become a Lord of Civilization. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. As Zhang En stepped into the classroom, Sun Mingjin approached him, whispering, Old Zhang, if we end up facing each other, go easy on me, will you? Zhang En replied with a smile. No problem, I'll definitely give you a break. This exchange drew disdain from a tall male student nearby. Exuding an ethereal aura that seemed at odds with his physique, he coldly remarked, A person pursuing a mechanical civilization in the Huangtian galaxy shouldn't be making big claims here. Unfazed, Zhang En calmly responded, You're right, but my grandfather is a lord of civilization. The tall student's face flushed with embarrassment, and after muttering, So having a grandfather who's a lord of civilization makes you special, huh? He quickly returned to his seat. As time passed, everyone gradually arrived. Zhang Wanyan appeared punctually at the podium, scanning the room before speaking. The monthly exam is about to begin. This time, there's only one assessment, Civilization Confrontation. U-76 will compete in a knockout format until a final winner is determined. As soon as he finished speaking, a student raised a hand to ask, Teacher, our civilizations are just starting and don't have life cycle systems yet. Wouldn't direct civilization confrontation result in significant losses? Zhang Wanyan succinctly reassured them, Don't worry, I've considered that. Your battles will take place online. You need to bring out the members of your civilization to compete. I'll scan their information using the Star Network node and upload it to a virtual space, where their consciousness will engage in battle. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Zhang Wanyan continued, Now I will call the names of those who will face each other. Zhang En, Gu Yang. Chen Yunwang, Li Qiong, Sun Mingjin, and Sun Yuntong. Zhang Wanyan called out the names one by one, quickly assigning opponents to 76 individuals. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space instantly distorted. When everything returned to normal, everyone found themselves standing high in the sky. Billowing clouds formed a massive platform beneath their feet. Looking down, they could see numerous circular arenas, each with a diameter of several kilometers. This was the Cloud Sea Arena simulated by the Starry Sky Network, a truly spectacular sight. Zhang Wanyan announced in a deep voice, "You have 10 minutes to decide on your civilization's battle team." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone closed their eyes and concentrated, immersing their consciousness into their respective worlds. Zhang En's consciousness descended upon the world, spreading like a divine decree. In the city of Qiming, before shattered gears, stood two unrecognizable figures, Qi and Ming. They were once ordinary people, but now, due to cybernetic modification technology, they appeared almost inhuman. Years ago, after Zhang En implanted the cybernetic modification technology card, someone in the civilization had a sudden inspiration and began researching this technology. Over time, it became widely used in the civilization, especially among the members of the Broken Church, who extensively modified their bodies. As the two popes of the church, Qi and Ming had hardly any unmodified flesh left on their bodies. As they were engrossed in prayer, Zhang En's divine decree thundered through their minds. They were taken aback, and then their steel-forged eyes glowed with a mechanical light. Despite their inner excitement, their mechanized minds kept their tone and movements calm and precise. "The great broken god has delivered a divine decree," Qi slowly spoke. "This is a holy war for the broken god." Ming followed. The two rose, marching in perfect unison towards the highest point of the great broken cathedral. There, a complex arrangement of gears of various sizes turned slowly, driven by a perpetually moving central gear, producing a deep, resonant hum. In the center of countless gears, a heavy mechanical clock hung, exuding an aura of mystery and solemnity. Qi and Ming stood before the clock, their mechanical hands fully transformed to precisely control this massive device. As they gently pushed, the clock began to sway, gears interlocking with a dense clack-clack sound. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the entire space. Dong dong dong. The sound of the clock was like rolling thunder, penetrating the shattered remnants of the cathedral and sweeping across the entire city of Qiming. The city's inhabitants, whether working, resting, or entertaining themselves, all paused and looked towards the cathedral. As if drawn by an invisible force, 200,000 residents stepped out of their homes, their steps firm as they converged on the cathedral. Within minutes, the entire population of Qiming City gathered before the ruins of the cathedral, creating a spectacular scene. 13 council members stood at the forefront of the crowd, their eyes fixed intently on Qi and Ming, who stood like statues before the cathedral. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. One council member spoke in a deep voice. "Revered pontiffs, what has happened that warrants the sounding of the sacred bell?" Qi's voice was low and solemn. "A holy war." These words struck everyone like a heavy blow. He continued, "The great broken god has delivered a decree. A holy war between worlds and civilizations is about to erupt. We, as the blades and servants of the broken god, will fight for the deity." These words were like a bombshell, causing a tremendous stir within the crowd. Unexpectedly, no one showed any signs of retreat. Instead, their eyes ignited with excitement. The 13 council members, though shocked, immediately declared, "We are all in. Revered pontiffs, we wish for everyone to participate in this holy war. We have prepared for decades, waiting for this day. Please allow us to offer our respect and devout faith to the great broken god." Their words were filled with a longing for war and joy. Since learning of the broken god's origins, they had been secretly preparing for war alongside their production and construction efforts, all to contribute their strength when the divine war arrived. Although this was not the anticipated divine war, a holy war between civilizations was enough to excite them. They yearned to demonstrate their efforts and dedication to the deity through this great war. The air was electric with fervor and anticipation as the call to arms resonated throughout Qiming City and its 7 mining towns. Soldiers clad in factory-produced power armor, wielding chainsaw swords and spray guns, assembled into a formidable army, representing just a glimpse of the mobilization effort. Above the canopy of the sky, Zhang En watched over the operations of Qiming City, eager for her civilization to reveal its wonders. Suddenly, the ground trembled as 7 colossal mechanical factories, each hundreds of meters tall, advanced towards Qiming City with their 36 mechanical legs striding over mountains and valleys. The once mining-oriented metal arms on their backs and sides had transformed into fearsome weapons. Inside, furnaces roared and metal clanged incessantly. These 7 sacred halls were not merely production facilities but war machines, imbued with mechanical souls through a priestly awakening ceremony, granting them extraordinary resistance to supernatural forces. Meanwhile, over 110-meter-tall Qiming colossi marched steadily out of the city. Each colossus was operated by 3 controllers and a mechanical priest, with a furnace that spewed fire embedded in its chest. Even more astounding were the 10 towering war titans, their massive gears turning slowly at the back, housing hundreds of operators and a dozen mechanical priests to ensure their smooth operation. Zhang En looked upon these steel behemoths with satisfaction. Qi and Ming stood before the colossi, holding steel-forged fragments of doctrine, and proclaimed loudly, "To the Supreme Lord of Machinery, the God of just order, the creator of gears, the immortal broken deity, we are your blade, your servants, moved by your will." Behind them, 100,000 Qiming city warriors silently raised their chainsaw swords. Although lacking specialized war training, they were well-versed in order and discipline due to long-standing influences. Under the command of their captains, the army maintained perfect order. Seeing the moment had come, Zhang En invoked divine power. A massive, ethereal steel hand descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of heaviness and cold. Far from being afraid, the soldiers shouted, "The broken god!" As the hand descended, everyone and every mechanical construct vanished instantly. In the simulated battleground of the Starry Network, lights flickered as Zhang En's army and mechanical creations suddenly appeared on the vast plains. This battlefield, generated by the Starry Network, spanned over 100 kilometers in diameter, ample space for a fierce showdown between the reserve forces of 2 civilizations' leaders. Upon arrival, Zhang En's troops experienced a brief moment of disarray but quickly regained their composure. The mechanical arms of the 7 sacred halls began efficient excavation, rapidly creating a network of trenches on the ground. Simultaneously, the factories roared with fire, assembly lines whirred at high speed, and sharp, blade-like mini-mechanical discs were produced in abundance. These disposable weapons housed temporary gears that, once activated, would spin rapidly and charge forward until their power was depleted and they disintegrated. All 7 factories operated at full capacity, swiftly distributing the discs to the soldiers. At the forefront of the line, Qi and Ming recited the shattering doctrine loudly. Although unable to bestow blessings upon the 10,000 troops, the solemn ritual was enough to stabilize morale and boost spirits. Zhang En scanned the opposite end of the battlefield, which remained empty. Clearly, Guiyang was not yet prepared. As the minutes ticked by and the 10-minute deadline given by Zhang Wanyan was about to expire, Guiyang finally arrived, bringing his civilization's army onto the field, with his consciousness also descending. However, the moment Guiyang appeared and saw Zhang En's formidable formation, his face turned ashen. He glanced down at his own forces, numbering just a few thousand. Although they included martial artists with profound internal skills, and even some who had transcended into the realm of immortal martial arts, this strength was clearly insufficient against Zhang En's massive army. Cursing inwardly, Guiyang thought, "This is a hopeless fight." Yet with the situation already set in motion, there was no turning back. Having come this far, surrender was not an option. Despite the grim outlook, Guiyang gritted his teeth and resolved to fight. Guiyang's consciousness descended onto the simulated battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of troops behind him. This army, composed of martial artists and a few celestial warriors, represented the elite force of his civilization's early development. Facing the imminent confrontation, Guiyang knew he needed to steady their morale. His voice thundered across the battlefield. "Warriors, ahead lies the demons we must confront. Do not fear. I will protect each of you with my great powers. Even if you fall here, you will suffer no harm." Guiyang's words carried immense confidence, stemming from his journey along the path of celestial martial arts. From the initial stages of inner strength martial arts, he had ascended step by step to reach a realm capable of moving mountains and grasping the stars. However, his civilization was still in its infancy, and most were still at the martial artist stage, with only a few reaching the celestial realm. If not for this being a simulated battle without real death, Guiyang would never have brought these precious celestial warriors here lightly. Yet even so, the might of the celestial sovereign was awe-inspiring. Hearing Guiyang's words, the martial artists and celestial warriors felt a mix of surprise and relief. Confronted with the formidable demons from beyond, they had been anxious, knowing human strength alone could not withstand them. But now, knowing they wouldn't truly perish, their burden lightened significantly. At that moment, the strongest celestial warrior stepped forward. As Guiyang's spokesperson, he spoke with a deep voice. "Warriors, since the celestial sovereign has commanded, let us begin our action now. If we can annihilate these extraterrestrial demons, the celestial sovereign will surely reward us handsomely." His words immediately ignited their fighting spirit. The celestial sovereign's boundless power made his rewards invaluable treasures to these warriors. Since there was no real death and such tempting rewards, they were instantly filled with the desire to fight. Meanwhile, Guiyang's consciousness drifted skyward to converse with Zhang En. They both understood that this monthly exam was merely a competition between civilizations, and as the leaders, they would not personally intervene. Moreover, the computational power of Tianmin Star's top high school's network node could not simulate the terrifying power of these civilization leaders. Zhang En's achievements in cultivating civilization were astonishing, which made Guiyang think that Li Chuang would surely regret his earlier mockery if he knew. Guiyang felt a sense of satisfaction, recalling how Li Chuang had once ridiculed Zhang En. Most people chose the path of the immortal civilization, and Guiyang, somewhat familiar with Li Chuang's progress, believed they were on par with each other. However, against Zhang En, both of them seemed destined for defeat. Zhang En humbly made just a little gesture, unwilling to say more. On the battlefield, Guiyang's civilization launched the first attack. Hundreds of martial artists, led by 5 celestial martial artists, commanded over 10,000 well-trained elite soldiers, charging ferociously toward Zhang En's civilization. Yet, before they could get close, they were decimated by the massive mechanical arms of 7 sacred halls. Dust flew, the ground trembled, and the scene was horrific. If it weren't for the knowledge that they could be resurrected even if they died in battle, Guiyang's soldiers might have already collapsed. Even so, witnessing thousands of elites being reduced to pulp in an instant left the survivors' morale on the brink of collapse. Only the promise of rewards from the Celestial Lord barely kept their fighting spirit alive. Damn it. We'll implement a decapitation strategy. One of the 5 celestial martial artists, a burly man, roared as he deftly dodged the attacks from the sacred halls. His feet were like hydraulic presses, leaving deep dents on the steel arms with each step. Seeing this, the other 4 celestial martial artists each approached a sacred hall. Out of hundreds of martial artists, 100 were assigned to deal with the remaining 2 sacred halls. The rest commanded the surviving regular soldiers to charge at the enemy's main forces. They had abandoned any illusions of defeating these extraterrestrial demons, hoping only to kill as many as possible to earn the Celestial Lord's rewards. Over 300 martial artists, skilled in internal energy, charged into the army of Qiming City, expecting to be like tigers among sheep, only to find themselves as sheep among wolves. Although Qiming City's troops were ordinary people, they wore powered armor and wielded chainsaw swords and jet guns, making them formidable in battle. In single combat, these soldiers might not match the martial artists, but within the army, groups of 10 or dozens would surround a single martial artist. What are these people wearing? How can they be so powerful? A swordsman swung his long sword with all his might, the internal energy enhancing the sword wind, temporarily driving back the surrounding enemies. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to break free from the encirclement, a gigantic mechanical hand descended from the sky, effortlessly crushing him into a bloody pulp. High above, Guiyang witnessed this scene, his eye twitching involuntarily. Zhang En, with such terrifying mechanical creations in your civilization, it seems you're destined to take first place in this monthly exam. Zhang En shook his head without speaking, and Guiyang had already accepted defeat, merely observing the one-sided slaughter. Even though this was only an online simulated war with no real consequences, Guiyang decided to see it through to the end, at least gaining some experience. With the addition of the War Titans and Qiming Colossi, the battle quickly reached its conclusion. Despite their fierce resistance, the martial artists' flesh and blood were no match for these towering 10-meter and 100-meter metal giants. The ground trembled under the giants' attacks, and they swung their massive arms, easily annihilating all 300 martial artists without needing to use any special devices or weapons. On the 7 sacred halls, the celestial martial artists, with their extraordinary martial prowess, successfully evaded the mechanical arms attacks and reached the factory. However, waiting for them were the mechanical priests of the broken church. These half-human, half-mechanical beings coldly observed the intruders, silently raising their heavy steel scriptures. Heretics, prepare to be judged. On one of the sacred halls, over 30 mechanical priests surrounded a celestial martial artist. Foul creatures, meet your end. The trapped celestial martial artist, an elderly man with remarkable presence, glared fiercely, unleashing his true essence, which expanded outward as a visible white wave. Celestial martial white, cloud rising. Boom. The white wave surged out, forcing the 30 mechanical priests to retreat a few steps. Yet, this force, which could easily destroy buildings and warp steel, failed to harm them. How is this possible? The white-haired elder was astonished. With his level of mastery, he could sense the abnormality of these creatures' bodies, but that was all. They showed no traces of internal energy or true essence. By rights, opponents like this should have been pulverized by his attack, but reality was starkly different. Divine arts? And special metals. Guiyang, observing from above, was surprised and inquired aloud. Something like that. Zhang En replied briefly, not elaborating further. After all, they were merely classmates, not close friends, so some things were best left unsaid. In reality, what Zhang En granted was not simple divine arts, but mechanical spirituality and the accompanying blessings. These blessings and mechanical spirituality did not rely on faith, but rather on the user's compatibility with machinery and order. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the spirituality, and vice versa. The priests of the broken church were almost all fervent followers of Zhang En, not only well-versed in doctrine, but also treating it as a life principle, achieving a high degree of compatibility with machinery and order. This high compatibility, coupled with their bodies modified with special metals resistant to supernatural energies, made them more than a match for ordinary celestial martial artists. Heretics. The retreating mechanical priests advanced again, their movements not swift but uniform, like a colossal entity slowly moving. Thud, thud, thud. The factory floor cracked and trembled under the footsteps of the 30-plus priests. The surrounded white-haired elder felt an intangible pressure bearing down on him, his brow furrowing as his entire being surged with true essence, ready to unleash his ultimate move. Heavenly slash in the white clouds. Pure white, true essence gathered like mist between the elder's hands. In the next moment, the mist scattered, and an invisible slash swept out in a circular arc. Crack, crack, crack. The mechanical priest's movements froze momentarily, and cracks appeared on their steel robes, spreading to their internal structures. This attack inflicted severe damage on all the priests, but it was not enough to completely defeat them. These cybernetically enhanced mechanical priests have become almost inhuman. The old man with white hair stared in shock at the scene before him. Even when their bodies were severely damaged, these mechanical priests only showed slight sluggishness in their movements. Some of them loudly praised the title of the god of fragments, using blessings to heal their comrades' injuries. Others performed mechanical bestowals to enhance the strength of their allies. Heretics, beings of flesh, you shall die at the hands of the mechanical. The mechanical priests, whose combat power had increased, coldly declared as they surrounded the white-haired elder, whose strength had greatly diminished. Oh! The white-haired elder roared in anger, his vital energy swirling wildly, yet he could no longer break through the encirclement. More than 30 mechanical priests engulfed him like a tide. The white vital energy pierced through the blockade, spreading outward, only to dissipate with a scream. In front of other sacred halls, the battles were similarly matched. The prowess of the martial immortals was indeed formidable, capable of individually suppressing a mechanical priest. However, when faced with the combined assault of dozens of mechanical priests, they found themselves overwhelmed. The 4 types of mechanical blessings complemented each other, and with their specially modified bodies, they were capable of besieging and killing a martial immortal. Some martial immortals, realizing the unfavorable situation, attempted to escape using Lightfoot techniques, but found nowhere to flee due to the sheer number of opponents and spatial constraints. In less than an hour, all the members of the civilization brought by Gu Yang were annihilated. Zhang En lost only a few hundred ordinary soldiers and 3 mechanical priests, all of whom fell to martial and immortal warriors. The so-called elite soldiers brought by Gu Yang were not even considered cannon fodder in this war. Impressive. Gu Yang couldn't help but praise. Zhang En, the potential of your civilization's warfare might already rival that of a true Tier 1 civilization leader. Once you receive this month's exam rewards, you'll be able to advance directly, won't you? Have you thought of a name for your civilization? Zhang En looked down at his civilization members with satisfaction and replied, I've decided to let them resolve this themselves. Although I created the civilization, its development is in their hands. Therefore, I'll leave the naming rights to them. Good idea, Gu Yang said, giving a thumbs up, then sighed. Unfortunately, since I follow the martial immortal system, I have to decide on the name myself. In the martial immortal system, strength is paramount. As the leader of the civilization, Gu Yang plays the role of the immortal sovereign, and the naming rights of the civilization can only and must be determined by him. Zhang En said no more, reached out, and took his civilization members away from this virtual space. In reality, Zhang Wanyan, using his principal's authority, multitasked to observe every match. When he saw Zhang En's army, his eyes lit up. This kid has potential, he thought to himself. This army still has flaws, but with the presence of those giant constructs, it can rival a typical Tier 1 civilization leader. Once he advances to Tier 1, perhaps I can consider having him undertake a void invasion. Only through a void invasion might this kid catch up with those truly second-generation ones. In the virtual network, the competition raced against time. In just half a day, it reached the final showdown. Unsurprisingly, Zhang En secured one of the slots. His opponent, however, was a stranger he had never met before. Previously, he had watched a competition involving someone named Zhao Yuxing, who followed the path of a qi refiner within the immortal cultivation civilization. Zhang En recalled the scene from that match, picturing a group of cultivators dressed in Taoist robes, wielding magical artifacts. Qi refiners in this civilization were like a sharp, double-edged sword, powerful yet costly. The resources needed to establish such a system were staggering. The foundation was the vital energy of heaven and earth. Zhang En envisioned a massive vortex of energy, continuously infusing life into the world. But this was just the beginning. Various special energies and structures were also required. He imagined vast energy layers suspended in the sky and mysterious caves winding underground, each exuding a rich spiritual aura. Without a strong background and resources, it's impossible to sustain such a system, Zhang En thought to himself. Zhao Yuxing must have the backing of a powerful civilization leader. In the virtual space, two armies of civilizations appeared simultaneously. While Zhao Yuxing's side had only 1,000 soldiers, each one had stepped onto the path of cultivation as a qi refiner. They radiated a faint glow, with energy flowing through their hands, as if ready to summon wind and rain at any moment. Especially a few cultivators with particularly strong auras stood there, exuding a mountain-like sense of oppression. Zhang En remembered Zhao Yuxing's performance in previous matches, where his qi refiner army often crushed opponents with overwhelming force, emerging almost unscathed. At this moment, Zhao Yuxing was clearly impatient to devise a strategy, directly ordering a full-scale attack. Give it your all. Zhao Yuxing's voice echoed in the virtual space. Victory if we take them down, surrender if we don't. With the command given, the ground shook violently. Hundreds of qi refiners took to the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust as they flew towards the Qiming City army. Before getting close, a few powerful qi refiners had already joined forces to cast spells. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a lightning bolt as thick as a giant pillar, over 100 meters long, formed out of thin air, targeting Qiming City's defenses. Whoa, isn't this combat power a bit exaggerated? Zhang En couldn't help but comment upon seeing this. Zhao Yuxing's consciousness drifted over, with a hint of teasing. Oh, come on, aren't your mechanical constructs just as overpowered? You have a point there, Zhang En said, rubbing his chin as he looked at his army. But with such a scale of extraordinary power, my civilization really struggles to resist. Thunder roared, heading straight for a sacred hall. The violent lightning tore through the sky, easily breaking through several mechanical arms' defenses, instantly piercing the entire factory. Zhang En's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised. These 7 sacred halls were made of special metals, supposedly highly resistant to supernatural forces. Yet this scene completely overturned his expectations. It seemed this guy was well prepared in advance. He remained silent, continuing to observe everything before him. On the ground, countless soldiers of Qiming City witnessed a shocking scene. A sacred temple pierced by a thunderbolt from the sky. However, their reaction was unexpected. Instead of fear, anger blazed across their faces. To these loyal followers, the sacred temple symbolized the god of ruin, and such desecration was infuriating. Exterminate the heretics, came the deafening roar from the Qiming Colossus and War Titans. The mechanical priests, usually expressionless, now wore twisted and terrifying expressions. They quickly opened their steel books, chanting doctrines aloud to invoke the divine grace of the great god of ruin upon these massive war machines. Flesh is but a flawed shell. Pain is the fire of purification. Replace bones with bolts. Cleanse blood with steam. Only through the pain of machinery can divinity be reached. Only through the meshing of gears can the path be found. The cold and fervent prayers echoed in the air, and with the chanting, a faint mechanical glow began to emanate from the surface of the war machines, as if infused with some mysterious power. Meanwhile, in the distance, the qi refiners had already flown to the battlefield above. They continuously cast spells in midair, unleashing the powers of wind, thunder, water, and fire transformed from elemental energy, fiercely attacking the enemies below. Faced with these supernatural forces, ordinary soldiers fell like cannon fodder. Only a few captains, equipped with advanced power armor, were able to dodge these lethal attacks in time using their leg propulsion systems. However, this one-sided situation did not last long. Although Zhao Yuxing's qi refiners were powerful, capable of flying and casting spells, both activities consumed a significant amount of mana. After a round of intense slaughter, their mana was largely depleted, making it difficult to sustain prolonged flight. Considering their options, many qi refiners chose to land and engage in close combat with the soldiers of Qiming City. The strength of the qi refining system lay in its comprehensive development, both internally and externally. They could cast various spells, and their physical bodies were incredibly robust. Once on the ground, each qi refiner was like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable, causing a storm of bloodshed among the enemy ranks. Zhang En and Zhao Yuxing stood at the edge of the battlefield, their expressions markedly different. Zhang En appeared calm, showing no signs of worry, while Zhao Yuxing's brow was furrowed with anxiety, lacking any confidence of victory. The army of Qiming City was vast, with 100,000 soldiers ready for battle. In stark contrast, Zhao Yuxing's side consisted of only 1,000 cultivators, a significant disparity in numbers. What troubled Zhao Yuxing even more was that despite their impressive cultivation levels, these cultivators had little experience in actual combat. They had dedicated decades to their practice, yet were unfamiliar with real warfare. In previous monthly assessments, This team of cultivators had easily overpowered armies from other civilizations. They didn't need to strategize. They simply unleashed their magical powers and energy spells to effortlessly crush their opponents. Especially among them, a few high-level cultivators possessed astonishing combat prowess. However, against Zhang En's Qiming City, such a straightforward approach was ineffective. Qiming City not only had a massive army, but also 7 grand holy temples, 10 turtle war titans, and over 110-meter tall Qiming statues. On paper, this lineup rivaled the cultivators. More crucially, these war constructs were powered by perpetual gears, capable of continuous combat for days, surpassing the initial endurance of the cultivators. In the sky, the most powerful cultivators were joining forces to try to destroy the holy temples one by one. After the first attack, the remaining 6 temples quickly responded. The mechanical priests within them raised their steel doctrines, sacrificing their life force to grant blessings. In this moment, my hand is the lever, my blood the high-pressure oil, my soul the eternal gear witness. This is the breath of steel. Listen, this is the pulse of order. Amidst the synchronized chants of hundreds of mechanical priests, the 6 holy temples roared like living beings. Under the full blessing, the mechanical soul buried in the steel was awakened, countless gears whirring joyfully, producing a deafening roar. Boom crack! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking one of the holy temples. However, this time was different from before. The temple, with its awakened mechanical soul, had greatly increased resistance to supernatural forces, now a creation that combined mechanical and supernatural powers. 36 giant mechanical arms extended without any operator, resembling a giant raising its arms from afar. The lightning struck, piercing through 2 arms before dissipating in front of the third, leaving only a blackened groove several meters long. Immediately, the remaining 33 arms reached out together, like a giant net, towards the 5 formidable cultivators in the sky. Be careful, the lead cultivator shouted, waving his sleeve to summon a fierce wind, attempting to fend off the mechanical arms. However, the next moment, the wind barrier was shattered by the combined force of the 33 arms, releasing a wave of energy that sent the cultivators flying backward. More mechanical arms reached for the sky, forming an inescapable net, trapping them like beasts in a cage. Activate the artifacts. A hurried call echoed in the air as the cultivators faced an unprecedented challenge. The faces of the 5 cultivators changed dramatically, burning with anger. They simultaneously performed intricate hand signs, causing their foreheads to shimmer with a strange light. In an instant, 5 magical artifacts soared into the air above them, bursting with dazzling brilliance. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted across the sky. The 100 mountain-like arms of the 6 sacred halls were abruptly halted by the radiance emitted by these 5 artifacts. The ethereal yet unbreakable barrier of light was, at this moment, more solid than any fortress, firmly holding back the massive limbs and preventing any further advance. Zhang En turned his head towards Zhao Yushan with a look of astonishment. He hadn't expected Zhao Yushan's civilization to be equipped with such an extravagant artifact system. As a hallmark of an immortal civilization, an artifact system is incredibly valuable. Many newly advanced civilization leaders can't afford a complete system, struggling to gather enough civilization power to acquire one, developing slowly over time. That Zhao Yushan managed to secure a set at this stage showed how much his civilization's leader valued him. However, Zhao Yushan couldn't help but retort, "Isn't yours even more outrageous? To think that such a massive war machine could be forcibly awakened by the power of blessings, its strength surpassing even my 5 artifacts." Although he had acquired an artifact system, crafting artifacts is a meticulous task that requires time, effort, and an immense amount of resources, not to mention the skill level of the artisan. His civilization had developed over decades, yet only 5 individuals had the necessary strength to craft artifacts. He had nearly depleted his world's extraordinary resources just to allow these 5 to create their artifacts. Yet, instead of overwhelming dominance, the situation had reached a stalemate. This outcome was difficult for Zhao Yushan to accept. Heh. Zhang En chuckled softly, not saying more. Should he admit that he had a cheat, possessing the invaluable eternal gear? The battlefield was shrouded in the smoke of war, and the situation on the ground had become clear. The Qiming Colossus and the War Titans, after awakening their machine souls, experienced a significant surge in power, moving with the agility of predators as they pursued the Qi practitioners on the battlefield. The spells cast by the Qi practitioners could only leave a few cracks or blast open some holes in these massive structures, which were operated by humans. Such damage was insignificant to these war machines. Inside these mighty constructs, mechanical priests continually repaired the damage, making them nearly unstoppable. In contrast, the Qi practitioners found themselves in an increasingly difficult position. As they continued to cast their spells, their magical power gradually depleted, and their combat effectiveness declined sharply, leading to an increased rate of casualties. A turning point in the battle emerged when even some squad leaders, equipped with power armor, could use their systems to approach the Qi practitioners and seize the opportunity to kill them. The tide of the battle had turned, and the Qi practitioners were steadily retreating. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. It was Zhao Yushan. Enough, let's end this here, he said, his gaze resting on Zhang En, with a hint of resignation in his tone. I concede this round. Let's stop now. I don't want these Qi practitioners to have their Dao hearts shattered and lose interest in cultivation after returning. Zhao Yushan pointed to the 5 Qi practitioners trapped by 6 sacred halls, a wry smile on his lips. Those 5 were barely holding off the combined attack of the sacred halls with their 5 magical artifacts. The expressions on their faces had shifted from anger to shock, then to confusion and bewilderment, finally settling into perplexity. It was this realization that prompted Zhao Yushan to call a halt to the war. If we continue, Zhao Yushan continued, my Qi practitioners might start questioning the very path of Qi cultivation they follow. Zhang En did not refuse Zhao Yushan's request, simply responding with a fine. He then sent a command to his forces to cease their attack. The chaotic battle came to an end, leaving a shocking scene of devastation on the battlefield. The Qi practitioners had suffered heavy casualties, and Qiming City had also paid a steep price. However, it was evident that in terms of combat power, Qiming City held the upper hand. After all, the main strength of Qiming City came from its war constructs and mechanical priests, with ordinary soldiers serving merely as filler and cannon fodder. As the smoke of war gradually dissipated, what remained was a battlefield in ruins and a profound impact on the hearts of soldiers from both sides. This war not only altered the course of the conflict, but also deeply influenced both parties' understanding of the nature of war. The bell marking the end of the monthly exam rang, and all participants' consciousnesses instantly returned to reality. The armies they had brought with them receded like tides, disappearing into their respective worlds. This experience undoubtedly provided invaluable lessons for members of each civilization when facing warfare. Zhang Wanyan stood at the podium, holding the results sheet, and began announcing the rankings. First place, Zhang En. Second place, Zhao Yushan. His voice echoed in the classroom, stirring a mix of emotions. Some were overjoyed, others hung their heads in disappointment, and some had a look of despair in their eyes. For those ranked lower, it meant they had almost lost the chance to gain enough resources in future monthly exams. Unless they came from prominent families, but that posed a paradox. Students from illustrious backgrounds usually did not perform poorly. After reading out everyone's rankings, Zhang Wanyan took 3 faintly glowing cards from his pocket and handed them to the top 3. Congratulations, these are your key tickets to becoming a ruler of a first-level civilization. With this life circulation system card, your civilization will truly begin to develop. Thank you, teacher. Zhang En and the other 2 accepted the cards respectfully, their eyes gleaming with excitement. At Zhang Wanyan's gesture, they eagerly entered their own worlds. Zhang En stood at the center of his world, carefully taking out the life circulation system card, visibly excited. The card's value was immeasurable, surpassing even his entire civilization's current worth. Without the school's channel, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such a precious resource in a short time. In human civilizations, many rulers had to work hard for decades to accumulate enough resources to exchange for this card due to its absence. The card's effects seemed simple, yet were crucial. It introduced the concept of life cycles and reproduction, allowing all life to proliferate. Before this concept was implanted, the rulers' worlds couldn't even conceive of life cycles and reproduction. Although food and animals were exceptions, they were merely akin to fixed-point refresh mechanisms in games, serving only as temporary measures. Implanted. Zhang En took a deep breath, flipped the card, and integrated it into his world. In an instant, an invisible wave erupted, enveloping the entire world. Zhang En felt the forces of life, reincarnation, reproduction, circulation, and origin flowing around him. Undoubtedly, the creator of this resource card was a formidable figure. Otherwise, they couldn't have crafted such a unique card. Under the influence of this intangible wave, the fundamental nature of the world began to change. A concept of vitality quietly emerged, and from that moment, all life gained the ability to reproduce and cycle. Zhang En closed his eyes, thinking to himself, it's time for civilization to truly begin to develop. He issued a divine decree, and his consciousness instantly descended upon Qiming City. Inside the city, the newly returned residents suddenly witnessed a magnificent scene unfolding before their eyes. Countless streams of steel and fire surged like a torrent, and in the deepest part, a vague figure raised a hand and delivered an oracle. You shall be rewarded with the gift of reproduction. The vision vanished as quickly as it appeared, and a thunderous cheer erupted from everyone. Reproduction, reproduction, reproduction. Their community could finally expand. Their cities and factories could genuinely establish themselves in other regions, spreading the glory of the great shattered god across every corner of the world. 3 days later, in front of the shattered cathedral in the city's center, Qi and Ming announced the rituals of marriage, marking the beginning of a new era. Inside the church, two clergy members rolled out a human-sized furnace to present it to the hundreds of thousands of gathered believers in the square. The surface of the furnace was intricately engraved with gear patterns, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. "This is a divine gift, the mechanical marriage furnace," one of the clergy announced loudly. Newlyweds must operate this furnace together for 3 days and nights, forging a unified gear to hang above their doorstep. When children are born, they must add rivets to the gear. These 3 rules are the marriage principles that all devout followers must adhere to. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd surged like a tide. Tens of thousands of people uniformly drew circles over their chests and shouted in unison, "Praise the machines! Praise order! Praise the gears!" The thunderous cries echoed over the square. The scene shifted abruptly to Principal Zhang Wanyan's office. Zhang Wanyan sat behind a large desk, looking intently at Zhang En across from him. "You did well this time," he began slowly. "Mechanical civilizations in their early stages usually don't stand out as much as those of the Xinxia genre, especially since they are easily suppressed in terms of combat power. But your civilization, perhaps due to some related artifacts, has demonstrated combat power that matches or even surpasses many first-level civilizations." Zhang En nodded slightly, responding cautiously. "I plan to wait until the civilization's population exceeds 1 million before considering advancing to the status of a first-level civilization leader." Hearing this, Zhang Wanyan tapped thoughtfully on the desk. This unusual action made Zhang En uneasy, prompting him to ask carefully, "Is there anything else you would like to instruct me on, teacher? I'm considering whether to introduce you to the concept of extraterritorial invasion next month," Zhang Wanyan stated bluntly. Extraterritorial invasion. Zhang En furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Zhang Wanyan did not elaborate further. He simply waved his hand gently, and a misty cloud formed between them, weaving into an illusion. "This is something you were supposed to learn later," he said. "But I will give you an early introduction now." The void stretched endlessly, vast and infinite. Zhang En stood at the edge of the universe, gazing into the endless darkness, feeling a sense of awe rise within him. "What do you think is in the void?" Zhang Wanyan's voice broke the silence, resonating in his ear. Zhang En paused for a moment, instinctively replying, The myriad worlds?" "Exactly, the myriad worlds," Zhang Wanyan nodded approvingly, his gaze piercing through the void as if he could see the countless hidden worlds. "In this vast void, there's not only our universe but also worlds created by us, the lords of civilizations, and countless other worlds, each with its own unique landscapes, cultures, races, structures, and systems." His voice carried a hint of reflection. "These worlds vary in strength. Some are as powerful as our universe, while others might not even compare to a world of a first-level civilization lord. Yet, they all contain resources, knowledge, and everything that we, civilization lords, need." Zhang Wanyan suddenly turned to Zhang En, posing a harsh question in a calm tone. "Where do you think the many cultivation systems in our human civilization come from? The numerous racial templates, technologies, and types of resources, where are they obtained from?" Zhang En was silent for a moment, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "From these worlds." "Precisely," Zhang Wanyan nodded, "either through trade or through conquest. This is the essence of extraterritorial invasion." He continued to explain, "For those civilization lords with backgrounds, extraterritorial invasion is just one of the channels to acquire resources and grow stronger. But for us ordinary civilization lords, it is almost the only choice." Zhang Wanyan's tone became serious. "However, this path is fraught with danger. When invading weaker worlds, we can't descend in our true form and must send our civilization's forces to conquer. And when facing powerful worlds, we may encounter the risk of falling." His gaze deepened. "Once you truly ascend to a civilization lord and connect to our shared network, you'll see many messages. Almost every day, civilization lords rise by conquering a world, and others fall, consumed by the world they invaded." Zhang En listened, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. "Teacher, I have a question." Zhang En raised his hand, furrowing his brow slightly, and asked Zhang Wanyan a crucial question. "Among the myriad worlds in the void, there must be one that belongs to a master of civilization like us. How do we distinguish it during a world invasion?" Zhang Wanyan smiled slightly and explained, "This is actually quite simple. When two masters of civilization encounter each other's world in the void, they experience a unique sensation that confirms the other's world as belonging to a master of civilization." At this point, Zhang Wanyan's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked directly into Zhang En's eyes and warned gravely, "You must remember one thing. Never act against a master of civilization's world in the void. Even if you manage to kill them, you will be remembered by the river of humanity and hunted by all masters of human civilization. Those who dared to do this in the past have all perished." Zhang En nodded solemnly. "Understood." Zhang Wanyan continued, When conducting an invasion beyond the realms, you must be cautious of dangers from within the worlds and also wary of threats in the void, the world devourers. These powerful entities are either born from the void or survive after their original worlds are destroyed. They roam the void, searching for worlds to consume. To them, the worlds of masters of civilization are a delicacy. His voice grew somber. The worst part is that world devourers are incredibly powerful, beyond what a level 1 master of civilization can handle. Encountering one usually means death or serious injury, and at best, the world will be devoured. Zhang Wanyan looked at Zhang En and asked, after hearing all this, what are your thoughts on invading beyond the realms? Zhang En pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps I can attempt it after I become a master of civilization. He elaborated on his thoughts. While invading beyond the realms is dangerous, as you mentioned, it's an important way for a master of civilization like me, without deep connections, to acquire resources and grow stronger. The resources I can access are far fewer than those with significant backgrounds. Without effort, entering even the top 100 is doubtful, let alone the top 10. Early in the master of civilization hierarchy, resources indeed build significant strength. Zhang En cited an example. Zhao Yushan's Qi practitioners are a testament to this. Thousands of Qi practitioners caused significant losses to my mechanical civilization developed through perpetual gears. If it were a Qi practitioner system carefully cultivated by a master of civilization with a strong background, it would be a breeze for them. Zhang Wanyan nodded approvingly. Hearing this, and still making such a decision, shows you have courage. However, you need to discuss this with your parents and the master of civilization supporting you. After all, one wrong move in an invasion beyond the realms could lead to death. After parting with Zhang Wanyan, Zhang En returned to his world. Over 2 months, Qiming City had seen many newlyweds and pregnant wives, along with tens of thousands of mechanical marriage furnaces and hospitals under construction due to marriages. Zhang En observed the hospital under construction with a sense of wonder. The building maintained Qiming City's signature style, filled with elements of steel, gears, and steam, yet it felt unified and clean. At the heart of the hospital stood a 100-meter-high structure known as the Central Steam Sacred Furnace, with its 50-meter-long cast iron chimney engraved with iron doctrines, exuding a sacred and solemn aura. This sacred furnace would power the entire hospital, distributing heat through a network of brass gear pipelines. The design, blending steam, gears, and religious elements, impressed Zhang En. A true work of art, Zhang En thought to himself. Has completing the life cycle system already affected all aspects of civilization? After touring the city, Zhang En left his world, satisfied. He calculated, good, at the current pace of civilization development, I should be able to attempt to become a master of civilization by mid-next month. But I'll need to get some population resource cards from Grandpa. Zhang En realized that while his civilization's foundation was strong, his resource accumulation seemed lacking. He thought that now was the time to rely on the support of his grandfather and his mentor, Zhang Wanyan. After all, one was his grandfather, and the other an investor. As he prepared to advance to master of civilization, they ought to lend a hand. With these thoughts, Zhang En returned home to discuss the matter of invading beyond the realms with his parents. What? Such a dangerous endeavor. Li Xinru reacted vehemently, opposing the idea. No, I don't agree. What if you encounter danger? What about your mom and dad? She refused firmly. I won't consent to this. You're still so young. Don't take such risks. Old Zhang, say something to persuade Xiao En. Zhang Yunguan silently lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly said, Wife, we need to support Xiao En in this. What did you say? Li Xinru looked at her husband in disbelief. Zhang Yunguan, are you willing to risk our son's life? Didn't you hear Xiao En mention the dangers of invading beyond the realms and the world devourers in the void? How can you let him undertake such a perilous task? Zhang Yunguan held the cigarette and looked at Li Xinru. Wife, our child has grown up and has his own ideas. We can't stop him from following his path. If you don't let him go now, do you think he won't go later? Ultimately, the decision isn't ours to make, it's Xiao En's. He turned to his son. Xiao En, tell me, if your mom and I don't agree, will you still go? After a few seconds of silence, Zhang En firmly replied, Yes, father, I will still go. This is a decision I've made, and I won't change it. I came back to inform you, as Principal Zhang requested. You see, wife, Zhang Yingguan said, you can't stop Xiao En from doing this. He's a master of civilization, different from us, with his own path to follow. We just need to avoid being a burden to him and not meddle in other matters. Li Xinru's expression softened, but she remained hesitant. But we only have this one child. If Xiao En truly encounters danger in the void, then... Zhang En grasped his mother's shoulders and said earnestly, Mom, life and death are fate. Moreover, if I want to achieve great success in the future, this journey is necessary. Li Xinru's eyes glistened with tears as she said reluctantly, But all I wish for is your safety throughout your life. Li Xinru's words struck Zhang En like a heavy hammer, hitting him straight in the heart. After a moment of silence, he looked at his mother with a determined gaze and said in a low, resolute voice, "Mom, once I become the Lord of Civilization, my life will inevitably be filled with countless dangers, and I will never be able to live peacefully again." The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere as Zhang En patiently explained to his parents the importance of the perpetual motion gear and the allure of the top 10 and the vast worlds beyond. Despite the difficulties, he eventually succeeded in gaining his parents' support. Communicating with Zhang Xian was much simpler. As soon as the video call connected, Zhang En got straight to the point, detailing the plan for the invasion beyond the realms. Zhang Xian merely raised an eyebrow in surprise before nodding in agreement. "Go ahead." Zhang Xian's voice came through the screen. "For those of us without a background as Lords of Civilization, there are only two ways to earn enough resources. Either join the Lord of Civilization army and station in the depths of the stars, or at the realm's edge, or go beyond the realms to plunder resources from other worlds. However, you currently lack the qualifications to join the army. For you, accumulating enough strength in the next 11 months to participate in the college entrance exam, an invasion beyond the realms is indeed a viable path." As Zhang Xian spoke, he fixed his piercing gaze on Zhang En and asked, "From what you're saying, does this mean you're confident in breaking through to become the Lord of Civilization?" Zhang En answered candidly, "Yes, I took first place in this month's exam and obtained the life cycle system card, which addressed the shortcomings in civilization development. Moreover, the principal has high hopes for me and has invested in me by providing some resource support." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's eyes showed a hint of understanding. "It seems your principal has guessed you've had some fortuitous encounters and decided to invest in you. It's beneficial for him too. If he can cultivate a student who gets into a top tier or even top 10 university, he will receive ample rewards from above. Given your potential, it's no surprise he wants to invest in you." After a brief pause, the elder continued to ask, "Since you're preparing to ascend to the Lord of Civilization, are there any resources you lack? Tell me. As your grandfather, I must prepare some for you." Without hesitation, Zhang En replied, "Yes, there is. What I need most right now is minerals, not necessarily precious extraordinary minerals, but common ones like gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin will do. Additionally, I need a population. Currently, I only have 300,000 people, which is too few to advance to a first-level Lord of Civilization. Even with the life cycle system, it's hard to reach 1 million by the 15th of next month. So, I hope Grandpa can help me gather some population to quickly increase the numbers to around 1 million." Zhang Xian frowned slightly. Resources are manageable, but increasing the population is tricky. It will take at least a week for me to gather new people. A week is more than enough. "Thank you, Grandpa," Zhang En said gratefully. Zhang Xian shook his head. "These resources are not much for me. The real expense comes when you ascend to a first-level Lord of Civilization. The development from first-level to third-level civilization requires resources far beyond what I can provide." Zhang En replied confidently with a smile. "If I still need Grandpa's help by then, I would have failed terribly." He already had a plan in mind. Either get into the top 10 or top-tier universities, ensuring no shortage of resources, or if he fails, find a place to quietly develop and conduct an invasion beyond the realms. In his view, there was no third possibility. Haha, confidence is a good thing. Zhang Xian laughed heartily, feeling reassured by his grandson's ambition and determination. After their conversation, Zhang En found himself at a loss with nothing to do. His civilization had already acquired a life cycle system and was steadily developing. However, information about the external invasion was nowhere to be found on the Star Network. Such news was only accessible through the internal public network of the Lords of Civilization. As he had not yet ascended to become a Lord of Civilization, Zhang En couldn't consolidate an information panel, let alone access this network. He wanted to find out more, but had no way to start. Looking around, Zhang En suddenly realized he truly had nothing to occupy himself with. He tried to plan his next steps, but found himself in a somewhat amusing predicament. Without urgent tasks or looming crises, this rare free time left him feeling a bit uneasy. Time quietly flowed by like a stream, and before he knew it, a week had passed. During these 7 days, aside from attending classes as usual, Zhang En focused most of his attention on his world. For his civilization, these brief 7 days equated to 7 long years. In this period, Qiming City experienced remarkable changes. The integration of the life cycle system card seemed to awaken the long-dormant vitality of the city, sparking endless creativity among its people. Meanwhile, the wars involving the 10,000 troops Zhang En had taken to the previous monthly exam deepened Qiming City's understanding and contemplation of warfare and potential future enemies. Driven by these dual factors, Qiming City invested significant human and material resources within just 7 years to develop new types of war machinery in preparation for potential holy wars. The most notable among these was the Sacred Gear Fortress, an ironclad war truck developed as an alternative to the difficult to mass-produce Qiming Giants and War Titans. The front of the Sacred Gear Fortress was equipped with a 3-ton interlocking gear assembly known as the Jaws of Order. This gear set could effortlessly crush sturdy brick and stone fortifications, earning its reputation as a mobile fortress destroyer. Atop it, a turret capable of 360-degree rotation housed a steam-pressure rapid-fire crossbow, which could launch steel-forged confession bolts with an anti-air range of 150 meters and a ground range of up to 200 meters. The chassis of the Sacred Gear Fortress also ingeniously incorporated 39 precision brass pressure gauges. When the temperature of the truck's core boiler rose too high, these gauges would automatically activate, releasing vast amounts of steam to form an impenetrable steam curtain around the vehicle, effectively concealing this giant machine. The Holy Gear Fortress stands imposingly on the defensive line of Qiming City. Its massive construction is truly awe-inspiring. However, it pales in comparison to the Qiming Colossus and the War Titan. The formidable production capacity of Qiming City allows for a steel fortress of this kind to be equipped for every group of 100 soldiers, a scale that is staggering. Yet, the leaders of Qiming City did not stop there. During the war with the Qi refiners, they realized that the power of ordinary soldiers was too limited. Thus, they dedicated immense effort to researching single-soldier armament modification technology. After 7 years of relentless effort, they finally created the astonishing Living Clockwork Army armament series. This armament consists of 3 core components: the Penitent's back-mounted device, the Iron Order armor, and the Confessor's steam warhammer. The Penitent is an external high-pressure steam furnace that continuously supplies high-pressure steam. The Iron Order armor is constructed of 3 layers of riveted steel plates, with the inner layer made of specially tanned animal skin that insulates and connects to the Penitent, using high-pressure steam to rapidly heal wounds. This armor retains the advantages of previous power armor, with power amplification devices in both the legs and arms, all driven by high-pressure steam. Once activated, an ordinary soldier can instantly unleash astonishing strength, speed, and jumping ability. The design of the Confessor's warhammer is equally ingenious. The hammerhead houses a coal-binning chamber, and the handle conceals a double-acting steam piston, both relying on the high-pressure steam provided by the Penitent for power. Each strike delivers tremendous destructive force. In addition to these 3 main armaments, the engineers of Qiming City also equipped the Living Clockwork Army with a self-destruct device called the Martyr's Screw. When a soldier faces defeat or death, this device can detonate all the high-pressure steam within the Penitent, creating a massive explosion that exacts a heavy toll on the enemy. Despite the overwhelming power of this armament system, which makes the army equipped with it nearly invincible, Zhang En still sees its shortcomings. Against ordinary armies, this armament is indeed unmatched. However, when facing extraordinary opponents with immense individual prowess, like the civilization of Qi refiners, its limitations become apparent and it seems somewhat inadequate. Zhang En pushed open the door and walked into Zhang Wanyan's office. The room was filled with a subtle scent of ink, and the neatly arranged shelves of ancient texts and modern literature showcased the owner's extensive knowledge. Zhang Wanyan was working at his desk, and upon hearing footsteps, he looked up with a knowing glance. "You wouldn't be here without a reason. So what's up?" Zhang Wanyan tapped the table, his tone teasing. Zhang En rubbed his hands awkwardly, a slight embarrassed smile on his face. "Teacher, I do have something to discuss." He took a deep breath and continued. "You see, once I advance to a higher level as a civilization master, I'll be attempting an interdimensional invasion. As your favorite student, I'm about to undertake something dangerous. From a humanitarian and teacher-student perspective, wouldn't you consider giving a small bit of support?" He pinched his fingers together to indicate a tiny amount, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Zhang Wanyan shook his head, but a wry smile crept onto his lips. "You're really here to hit me up for something, aren't you?" He leaned back in his chair, scrutinizing his student. "Tell me, what is it you want? Just so you know, I don't have anything too precious here." "Don't worry, teacher, it's nothing too valuable." Zhang En waved his hands to dismiss the concern. He began to explain, "My civilization's development is on the right track, and the army's individual armaments are taking shape. However, I've noticed a significant issue, a lack of human enhancement. Plus, while the equipment is robust, it's somewhat plain." Zhang En paused to ensure his teacher was following his reasoning. He continued, "This plain style is inadequate whether facing interdimensional enemies or competitors during exams. So, I hope you can help me acquire a STEAM technology enhancement card." "An enhancement card? Are you sure?" Zhang Wanyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly uncertain. "You do realize what an enhancement card entails, right? Even if it's a STEAM technology card, it could involve extraordinary systems and oddities. If not handled properly, your civilization might remain stuck in the STEAM era, unable to progress." Zhang Wanyan stood and walked to the window, gazing into the distance as he explained the essence and risks of the enhancement card. An enhancement card amplifies a technology's uniqueness, often through unrelated means. For instance, original STEAM technology can achieve brain modification, networking, or species fusion. But with special extraordinary methods or ceremonial powers, these can be achieved. He turned back to Zhang En, his expression serious. The benefits are clear. Your civilization gains powerful capabilities not typical for your current era. But the downsides are significant. Using shortcuts can trap your civilization in a knowledge cage. Zhang Wanyan tapped the table lightly as he elaborated. Using steam technology as an example, after taking shortcuts, people might start reverse engineering supernatural forces, getting deeper into a trap, and stalling civilization's growth. After hearing his teacher's explanation, determination flashed in Zhang En's eyes. Teacher, I'm certain. He met Zhang Wanyan's gaze, his tone resolute. For me, addressing the present is the first step towards the future. And don't forget, I have a mechanical civilization treasure. I can handle the effects of the enhancement card. Zhang En's confidence was evident, and he seemed well prepared. The room fell silent, and for a moment, teacher and student locked eyes, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation hanging in the air. The eternal gear, a remnant of the supreme deity, embodies a mechanical divinity and is considered a symbol of the mechanical concept in the endless void. With such a treasure in hand, Zhang En naturally isn't worried about civilization going astray. He even believes that the technology in the special enhancement cards will eventually be assimilated by the eternal gear, becoming an inseparable part of civilization. Seeing Zhang En's confident demeanor, Zhang Wanyan couldn't help but smile. Now I'm truly curious about the uniqueness of this civilization treasure of yours. Since you're so confident, I'll help you get a special enhancement card. He explained, high-end special enhancement cards are hard to come by, but since you only need a low-end Steam technology card, it's not too troublesome. Low-end technology cards usually have more drawbacks than benefits, so few people choose them. In contrast, high-end cards, which offer more advantages, are in higher demand. Upon hearing this, Zhang En immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, teacher. Zhang Wanyan waved his hand to interrupt him. Hold on, I will help you find the card. But there are conditions. Please tell me, teacher, Zhang En said seriously. At least get into a top university for the college entrance exam. Zhang Wanyan proposed this seemingly reasonable condition. For Zhang En, a top university was merely a stepping stone to higher goals, not a challenge at all. This wasn't a condition, it was practically a gift of opportunity. After Zhang En gladly agreed, Zhang Wanyan immediately used his connections to search for the Steam Technology Special Enhancement Card. Such cards were almost extinct in the Huangtian star system, so he had to look toward the neighboring Arc star system. 3 days later, Zhang Wanyan delivered the Special Enhancement Card as promised. Simultaneously, Zhang Xian also brought a resource card for 400,000 people. Zhang En gazed at the 2 precious resource cards in his hand, his eyes flickering with intense excitement. With all conditions met, in 5 days, he would ascend to become the master of civilization. Eagerly, he entered his world and crushed the 2 cards. He then issued a divine decree, informing Qi and Ming of the impending arrival of 400,000 new inhabitants. In Qiming City, upon receiving the divine decree, Qi and Ming immediately rose and summoned the city's leaders. They needed to prepare for the appearance of 400,000 new people in the wilderness. Yuan, the head of the statistics department, stood at the forefront of the crowd, his expression grave. His gaze swept over the other 8 department heads, each wearing a look of tension and unease. Zhang En's voice thundered through the vast hall. This is the population bestowed by the gods, and Yuan will be in charge. The other departments must fully cooperate. Zhang En's eyes turned sharp. I don't care what conflicts you have on a daily basis. If anyone dares to stir up trouble now, I won't hesitate to make some of you scapegoats, sending you to the Order Reformation platform to correct those deviant thoughts. The 9 ministers turned pale at his words. The mention of the Order Reformation platform was like a heavy blow, shattering their last glimmer of hope. They all bowed their heads, nodding repeatedly, their voices trembling as they promised. We will work together and won't engage in any inappropriate actions. No one wanted to become a scapegoat, and even less did they wish to set foot on that dreadful Order Reformation platform. This religious punishment device, constructed by the broken orthodoxy, had been in use for 4 years since the 6th year of population growth in Qiming City. All mechanical priests who severely violated the doctrines of the broken orthodoxy, as well as residents of Qiming City who dared to blaspheme or show disrespect to the gods, would be sent to this device. Their bodies would be inserted into 7 sets of gears, and under the power of steam, their so-called deviant thoughts would be forcibly corrected. Theoretically, if one could survive this brutal process, they would have a chance to start anew. However, reality was harsh. Over the past 4 years, not less than 3,000 people had been sent to the Order Reformation platform, yet none survived. Every blasphemer subjected to correction ended up with shattered bones, twisted flesh, and a death so gruesome it was unbearable to witness. Some might wonder why Qi and Ming, along with their control over the broken church, wielded such power, able to arrest these leaders of Qiming City at will. The answer was simple: Zhang En. After repeatedly displaying miracles and bestowing blessings, Zhang En's authority in Qiming City had reached an unparalleled level. Today, in a certain sense, Qiming City had become a complete theocracy. Under the guise of divine authority, no one dared to resist, nor could they. The 40,000 people descended by Zhang En today made the non-broken church leaders of Qiming City acutely aware of this fact. The hall was filled with an oppressive and fearful atmosphere, with everyone treading carefully, fearing that any misstep would anger this deity. This atmosphere was, of course, fully perceived by Zhang En. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. In this theocratic society he had single-handedly created, he was the supreme being, and these former city leaders were now nothing more than trembling ants beneath his feet. In the present day, the city of Qiming is heavily influenced by the power of the divine. Zhang En murmured to himself as his gaze swept over the numerous statues and temples throughout the city. He understood that this was an inevitable aspect of early civilization development. To advance the civilization, he had to frequently issue divine decrees and personally guide the people. This naturally deepened the populace's reverence for the divine, further intensifying the influence of divine authority. Zhang En sighed softly, comforting himself. Once I ascend to the position of the Lord of Civilization, I can gradually reduce the frequency of these decrees. Over time, the reverence in people's hearts will naturally dissipate. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang En carefully reviewed the recent development of Qiming City. In just 3 short years, the city's population had surged, and with the new residents he introduced, the total was approaching 900,000. This scale was sufficient to support his ascension as the Lord of Civilization. As the population grew, various industries in the city became more specialized. During the research on military equipment, people gradually realized the importance of systems. Consequently, 9 departments were established within Qiming City: the Department of Education, Agriculture, Health, Administration, War, Statistics, Ideology, Industry, and Foundry, each responsible for different aspects of city affairs. Notably, Qiming City had not yet established commerce or finance departments. This was because, with a population of only a few 100,000, resources were abundant, and most people possessed forging skills. Moreover, a rationing system was in place, leaving no fertile ground for the financial sector. However, Zhang En foresaw that with significant population growth in the future, the financial industry would inevitably emerge. Among these 9 departments, the Foundry Department held the most significant power, even surpassing the Administration Department. The Foundry Department oversaw the development and manufacturing of massive structures, war machines, and individual armaments, akin to a research department. The Industry Department played a supporting role. The Foundry Department's research perfectly aligned with the ideology of the God of Fractures, making it untouchable even by the Church of Fractures. In addition to these 9 departments, there was a force above all others: the Church of Fractures. Led by Qi and Ming, the Church of Fractures not only spread the teachings of the God of Fractures and infused soul into factories and large machinery, but also had the crucial duty of overseeing and managing the city's ideological state. The Ideology Department, one of the 9 departments, reported directly to the Church of Fractures. They regularly collaborated with the Statistics Department to check the residents' ideological state, capturing those deemed impure for blaspheming the divine, and judging them based on the degree of deviation in their thoughts. The most severe offenders were labeled as redeemers and sent to the Order Reformation platform for ideological correction. Although these practices had gradually deviated from Zhang En's original decrees, Qi and Ming firmly believed that these impure thoughts contradicting the God of Fractures ideology must be eradicated to prevent further heresy. They were shocked to discover that in just 40 years, some had begun to forget the greatness of the God of Fractures, even openly defaming and blaspheming the divine ideology. To them, this was utterly intolerable. At this moment, Qiming City was about to welcome 400,000 new residents. These people had never witnessed the power of the God of Fractures, nor experienced divine grace. Faced with such circumstances, a chill had already formed in the steely hearts of Qi and Ming. Zhang En did not intervene in this situation. As an ancient god who required no faith, he should maintain a sufficient distance from his followers. If it weren't for the need to advance civilization, why would he frequently issue decrees and deliberately heighten his presence? If he were to hastily intervene just because people died within the civilization or a fervent wave of divine authority emerged, what kind of god would he be? He might as well become a fortune-telling nanny. Once the life cycle system was established, deaths within the civilization were not a major concern, nor was a surge of divine authority. This was because civilization inherently possessed a strong capacity for survival and adaptation, ultimately healing all wounds over time. This was a conclusion Zhang En reached after listening to Zhang Wanyan's lectures and studying numerous books. He realized that his duty was to act as a builder, to contribute to the world and add momentum to the development of civilization. As for everything else, time would take care of it. At this moment, within Qiming City, The ministers of the other 8 departments were discussing with Qi and Ming how to accommodate the newly arrived population. Meanwhile, outside the city, a team of over 10,000 people was swiftly moving through the forest. This team was equipped with specialized 3-piece gear from the living clockwork army, allowing for an impressive pace. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man, half of whose face had been replaced by steel. This stern minister of statistics, Yuan, was scanning the surroundings with his crystal eye as he moved forward. Suddenly, a subordinate cautiously approached Yuan and whispered, "Minister, if there are indeed 400,000 people, as those two said, shouldn't we?" Before he could finish, Yuan abruptly grabbed the subordinate by the throat, cutting off his words. "Shut up, you fool," Yuan said coldly, slamming the subordinate to the ground, then lifting him to face him. "This is a decree from the great god of fractures himself. No one can play games with this matter. If I find you've done anything you shouldn't, I'll personally dismantle your modified body and send you to the Order Reformation platform." "Yai, sir," the subordinate stammered, trembling with fear at the mention of the terrifying Order Reformation platform. Shortly after, the team arrived at a vast clearing, which Zhang En had deliberately prepared. At this point, the 400,000 people were already standing neatly on the clearing, looking bewildered but not causing any disturbances. Only when they saw Yuan and his team did they show any signs of movement. Soon, someone stepped forward from the crowd and asked Yuan, "Are you here to take us?" Yuan nodded, answering, "Yes, we are here under the decree of the great god of fractures to guide you to Qiming City. I am Yuan, Minister of Statistics of Qiming City." After a brief introduction, Yuan got straight to the point. "Next, I will divide you into 40,000 teams, each with 10 people, led by one of my subordinates to Qiming City. If you have any questions on the way, feel free to ask your leader." With that, Yuan activated a special amplification device in his throat, took out a prepared megaphone, and repeated the message loudly. His voice thundered, shaking the air with waves of sound. Despite this, his voice barely reached part of the crowd. However, the message quickly spread through word of mouth among the people. A brief stir swept through the immense crowd, but soon settled down. Seeing this, Yuan signaled his subordinates to begin the operation. After more than an hour of intense coordination, everyone was finally organized and began moving toward Qiming City in a grand procession. Meanwhile, within Qiming City, the ministers of the other 8 departments were engaged in intense discussions with Qi and Ming about the logistics of accommodating the new arrivals. Qiming City is facing unprecedented population pressure. The voice of Minister Tai echoed in the meeting room. "Building a new city is the most suitable approach for us right now." He emphasized that this wouldn't be a simple mining town, but a fully functional city capable of accommodating a large population. The other 7 ministers were surprised by his statement. The Minister of Thought calmly spoke up. "A new city requires a new management system. Tai, are you planning to take on dual roles, or will someone else be appointed? Won't there be disagreements between cities in decades to come?" Tai retorted bluntly. "If we don't build a new city, how can Qiming City accommodate more people?" The Minister of Thought responded coolly. "Building a city is feasible, but it shouldn't be done hastily. With Qiming City's population of 500,000, plus the 400,000 newcomers, we could establish a kingdom or a city-state alliance." These words hit like a hammer, causing the ministers to ponder deeply. Zhang En's consciousness hovered above, silently observing everything. He knew well that to ascend as the true master of civilization, personal strength, the growth of civilization, and the concept of a nation were indispensable. He decided to give the civilization a few years to see if it could independently establish a national ideology. The Minister of Construction broke the silence with a steady, powerful voice. "Let's first build temporary housing outside the city for these 400,000 people. Mobilize all food reserves for emergencies. Meanwhile, we must seriously consider whether to establish a city-state alliance or a kingdom. Also, send a team to explore suitable areas for city building, and don't forget to take railway experts. We need to connect the new and old cities with tracks." Everyone nodded in agreement. This was not only a solution to the current dilemma, but also an initial acknowledgement of the idea of nation building. Yet, each person's eyes reflected thoughts and concerns about the future. Zhang En felt satisfied with the members' awareness. They had realized the necessity of establishing a city-state alliance, which was a crucial sign of civilization's progress. Now, everything needed time to ferment and develop. The Minister of the Foundry Department glanced over the other ministers before finally settling his gaze on Qi and Ming. These 2 mechanical pontiffs had undergone almost complete mechanical transformation, resembling cold iron statues. Their opinions held significant weight in matters of state building. "Such trivial matters can be decided by you." Qi and Ming spoke coldly, their voices like clashing metal. "But in founding a nation, the Mechanist Church must be established as the state religion." The Minister of the Foundry Department sighed in relief at their response and quickly agreed. Having persuaded the 2 most challenging figures, the ministers began their respective tasks. They were responsible for various aspects of Qiming City, whether it was settling the 40,000 newcomers or managing the construction of the new city, requiring their personal involvement. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Qiming City was enveloped in an atmosphere of overcrowding and tension. The sudden influx of 40,000 people put immense pressure on the city, with streets teeming with diverse new faces and every corner filled with unease and anxiety. If not for the continuous supply of food from several mining towns, along with the iron-fisted control of the administrative department and the mechanist church, a large-scale uprising might have already erupted. Even though Zhang En had chosen new human beings specially conditioned by the Arc Star system's powerful beings, who had a higher propensity for rationality and order, it was impossible to entirely prevent them from being swayed by emotions and from harboring negative thoughts. In fact, even before, the original population of Qiming City was not devoid of such negative and dark sentiments. But with only 30,000 residents initially, it was relatively easy to manage. Now that the population had doubled, the situation became far more complex. Despite the authorities having brutally suppressed numerous riots and criminal activities, undercurrents continued to surge. Particularly among the 40,000 newcomers, many did not fully grasp the power of Zhang En, the broken god. Faced with immediate personal interests, they were willing to risk offending this deity. This situation greatly angered the Ministry of Thought and the Mechanist Church, who advocated for stronger suppression measures. Finally, at the month's end during the meeting of the 9 departments, the Minister of Thought couldn't help but ask, "What is the progress on founding the nation?" His tone revealed urgency and concern, clearly hoping to stabilize the situation by swiftly establishing the nation. A tense atmosphere hung over the conference room, and Minister Tai's voice shattered the silence. "We must establish a nation immediately to divert most people's attention." His gaze swept across each minister present. Otherwise, with hundreds of thousands crammed into a small space, extreme ideologies can easily take root. Frowning, Minister Tai continued, "Especially the 40,000 newcomers. Their faith in the great shattered god is weak, and they might spread this irreverence to others." His tone carried a clear concern. In the past month, there have been frequent violent crimes. These offenders have abandoned their faith in the gods, disrupted order, neglected daily prayer rituals, and incited others to follow suit, severely affecting production. Suddenly, Tai adopted a humble demeanor and spoke softly. "Let's build a kingdom. The location for the new city has been chosen, and the necessary materials and manpower are ready. All that remains is our discussion." His gaze again swept over the ministers. "Since these people's emotions are hard to suppress, let's start building the city now and disperse the crowds." Tai elaborated on his idea. "However, my suggestion is to establish a kingdom rather than a city-state alliance. Considering the situation over the past month, if we form a city-state alliance, the cities might split a few years after their establishment. But if we create a kingdom, we can enforce unified laws across all city-states, ensuring our authority extends over every city and guaranteeing each city's loyalty and devotion to the gods." The Minister of Thought, Guang, raised his hand in agreement without hesitation. "I agree." Most other ministers, having been convinced by Tai over the past month, nodded in approval of the kingdom proposal. Seeing this, Tai nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, now we need to decide on the name of the country." His gaze shifted to the 2 pontiffs, and his tone suddenly became respectful. "For this, I would like to ask the 2 pontiffs to decide. The new kingdom will adopt the mechanic god cult as its state religion, with all cities and citizens serving the great shattered god. Thus, regarding the country's name, I would like the 2 pontiffs to determine it." Upon hearing Tai's words, several ministers immediately wore displeased expressions, exchanging glances filled with disdain for Tai. Some couldn't help but mutter, "Shameless." However, Tai seemed oblivious to their reactions, maintaining his humble demeanor as he awaited the pontiff's response. Qi and Ming expressed their approval of Tai's proposal, maintaining their usual calm demeanor as mechanized minds. They unanimously agreed to name the nascent nation the Steel Holy Dominion. Although the name sounded a bit unusual, none of the ministers present raised any objections. With the country's name settled, Tai turned to discuss other important matters. His voice took on a more serious tone, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he posed a fundamental question. "Since we are about to establish a nation, we inevitably need a king." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Guang, the Minister of Thought. Guang stood up, a thoughtful smile on his face, and addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand that whoever takes the throne, others may find it hard to accept. But since a king is indispensable for a kingdom, why not adopt a rotation system, similar to the mayoral selection in Qiming City?" His suggestion captured everyone's attention. Guang elaborated further. "Instead of a hereditary king, we, the 9 ministers, could take turns. Each would govern for 10 years, and if someone were to pass away during their term, a successor would take over. As for overseeing the rotation, I suggest entrusting this to the 2 mechanical pontiffs. What do you all think?" Yuan, the Minister of Statistics, was the first to voice support. I agree with this proposal. Rotating the kingship not only prevents power from becoming overly concentrated, but also aligns with the divine principle of justice, giving everyone a chance to ascend the throne. More importantly, with the oversight of the two mechanical pontiffs as the divine representatives, no one would dare act recklessly. Tai's expression darkened immediately. He had poured his heart and soul into establishing the kingdom, setting up its system, and even enlisted the two mechanical pontiffs to decide on the nation's name. All efforts aimed at consolidating his position and paving his way to the throne. Yet, Guang and Tai's words disrupted his plans entirely. The rotation system for the kingship was indeed fair and reasonable, especially under the supervision of Qi and Ming, the two mechanical pontiffs, who were beyond reproach. These pontiffs had long abandoned their physical forms and worldly desires, acting justly and selflessly to uphold the teachings of the broken God. But Tai was not like them. Since the divine bestowed the ability for all beings to procreate, he had married and fathered 2 sons and a daughter. He yearned for his children to attain higher status and privileges and aspired to establish a powerful family. To him, the kingship was the perfect opportunity to achieve this goal. If he could have his family become royalty, passing down the throne for generations, they would remain above the kingdom, second only to the divine. Now, however, this cherished vision seemed on the brink of collapse. Tai knew that the two emotionless mechanical pontiffs would undoubtedly support Guang and Tai's proposal. After all, such a system would ensure fairness and justice, perfectly aligning with the will of the broken God, and was undoubtedly the most devout expression of faith. Suppressing his inner discontent, Tai forced a faint smile and said, "In that case, let's put it to a vote." He could only pin his last hope on the voting outcome, though he knew deep down that this hope was exceedingly slim. As expected, everyone raised their hands in agreement with the plan, including the member who was initially opposed. Qi and Ming watched the unanimous decision made by the 9 ministers, their modified steel faces showing no trace of emotion. The two spoke slowly, their voices as cold as machines. "Since you have reached a consensus, we shall implement this decision that reflects the great divine principles. The rest is up to the two pontiffs." Guang bowed deeply to them, then cast a provocative glance at Tai. Tai clenched his fists, struggling to contain his anger, but there was nothing he could do. Although he held slightly more power, he could not act against Guang, who was also a minister. Having resolved the crucial issue of the throne, the group turned to discuss the setup of the country's internal institutions. Ideally, to uphold the divine principles of fairness and justice, such matters should be decided by all citizens of Qiming City. However, neither the 9 ministers nor Qi and Ming had this in mind. With hundreds of thousands of people likely to debate endlessly, reaching an effective decision could take months. Therefore, they decided that the 9 ministers would discuss the matter, with Qi and Ming overseeing. If these systems and decisions were met with widespread opposition after implementation, they could be revised later. Time flew by, and after a 3-day closed-door meeting, most issues were resolved. Even though the 9 ministers had undergone some degree of cybernetic modification, 3 days of intense deliberation took a toll on them. Nevertheless, they insisted on gathering everyone to announce the decisions regarding the city's foundation and the establishment of the nation. In front of the shattered cathedral, the square was packed with people. Qiming City now had nearly 1 million residents, and the square couldn't accommodate everyone. Many citizens had to stay outside the city, listening to the major announcements about the city's founding and the establishment of the nation through loudspeakers. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, everyone holding their breath, awaiting this moment that would change their destiny. The news of several new cities being constructed sent the entire civilized world into a frenzy. Cheers erupted everywhere, as if people could already see endless opportunities unfolding before them. New cities meant enormous profits, fresh hubs of activity, and unclaimed power vacuums. Ambitious individuals who had been stirring trouble in the shadows couldn't suppress their excitement. Their lips curling into smiles. New cities were the perfect stage for them to showcase their talents. From that moment, it was as if time had been fast-forwarded. Crowds surged into the new territories, embarking on the arduous journey of city building. Throughout this process, conflicts were rife, and conspiracies emerged constantly. Intense clashes often broke out, sometimes escalating into large-scale uprisings. Yet amidst the chaos, many talented individuals stood out, contributing significantly to the construction of the new cities. 3 years flew by in an instant. During this time, Zhang En remained high above, like an indifferent deity, observing everything happening on the ground. The establishment of a life cycle system made him less concerned about the lives and deaths of a few civilization members. Even when uprisings involving tens of thousands erupted over these 3 years, he never issued divine decrees to intervene. Instead, he watched as the original 9 ministers, allied with the followers of the mechanical god cult, suppressed the rebellions with brutal and bloody methods, combating violence with violence. After 3 years, 3 new megacities stood on the land, each rivaling Qiming City in scale, with populations exceeding 200,000. These cities were named Gear City, Steel Sanctuary, and Deep Rock City, managed by capable leaders dispatched by the Nine Ministers. During this period, the civilization's development resembled a complex chess game, full of uncertainties. Some ambitious individuals were co-opted by the Nine Ministers, transforming into high-ranking officials of the three megacities. Others were ruthlessly eliminated following failed uprisings. As time passed, the civilization matured, and human hearts grew increasingly complex. Strategies and tactics emerged endlessly, with overt and covert power struggles surging beneath the seemingly calm surface like hidden currents. Even Zhang En, the supreme ruler of the civilization, could not prevent this situation from unfolding. Unless he chose to intervene forcefully or elevate the entire civilization to a purely mechanical one, the struggle for power, akin to the darker aspects of human nature, would never disappear. When the construction of the three gigantic cities was completed and a large population had moved in, the matter of founding the nation was finally brought to the forefront. The ministers of the 9 departments issued a joint resolution ordering the senior officials of the 3 new cities, along with representatives of the citizens, to come to Qiming City to attend the founding ceremony. Having endured 3 years of strict governance, the cities dared not defy the will of the 9 ministers and arrived in Qiming City on the eve of the celebration. Qiming City had undergone a remarkable transformation. While it retained its original circular structure, many factories and chaotic buildings had been demolished, replaced by elegant and majestic architectural complexes. Cutting-edge facilities developed by the Department of Industry and the Department of Foundry were prioritized for implementation here. The leaders from other cities, besides attending the ceremony, were eager to explore the city and negotiate for the rights to use some of these new facilities. At this moment, on a street in Qiming City, several senior officials and citizen representatives from Gear City were being guided by 2 mechanical priests to visit the sacred anvil of 10,000 machines. This production tool, jointly developed by the mechanical cult and the foundry department, used the eternal gear as its power source to drive a Threaten hammer for forging. Although its production capabilities were similar to those of ordinary forging factories, the altar's uniqueness lay in its sacred qualities. Each hammer strike automatically chanted a prayer from the doctrine of rupture. The gears, rivets, steel plates, and other materials produced in this way bore the distinctive rupture patterns, which not only enhanced the efficiency and durability of machinery, but also suppressed supernatural abilities. Even though the Steel Holy See had not yet engaged in a holy war, those who experienced the First Holy War understood that they would inevitably heed the divine call in the future. Thus, these special materials capable of suppressing supernatural energy became highly sought after. However, there were still many restrictions on the use of such altars. They had to be operated with the assistance of priests from the mechanical cult and required a large consumption of eternal gears as power, making large-scale promotion difficult. The purpose of the senior officials from Gear City was to seek the support of the mechanical cult to build several altars in their city. Honorable Priest Mo, an official from Gear City, said sincerely. As one of the newly established cities, the name Gear City itself reflects our devotion and reverence for the great god of rupture. Today, we are fortunate to witness such a grand and sacred altar. On behalf of all the citizens of Gear City, I earnestly request the mechanical cult to construct a sacred anvil of 10,000 machines in our city to demonstrate the greatness of the divine. The official's words seemed more like a plea for divine favor than a discussion about construction. The 2 mechanical priests were evidently pleased by this attitude, and their tone became much more amiable. Mr. Sanhao, Priest Imo said with a look of difficulty, we are very interested in your proposal. However, this is not a decision that we priests can make. It must be decided by the clockwork masters in charge of the foundry. Mentioning the clockwork masters, Priest Mo's eyes showed genuine respect. After years of development, the mechanical cult was no longer the makeshift organization it once was. Through the relentless efforts of Qi and Ming, the internal hierarchy of the Church of the Mechanical God finally gained clear distinctions and promotion standards. Starting from the lowest level of apprentice mechanical monks, progressing through the calibrated acolytes, and then to the iron priests, they formed the grassroots and middle layers of the church. Above them were the high-level leaders made up of the steam high priest, the clockwork master, and the fractured cardinal, each responsible for rituals, research and manufacturing, and doctrinal interpretation. In the metal-constructed church hall, Qi and Ming sat with solemn dignity, their statuses elevated. Ming became the eternal calibrator, in charge of internal affairs, while Qi took on the role of the iron grand mechanist, managing external affairs. This division made the structure of the Church of the Mechanical God much clearer, completely moving away from its initial state of chaos. At this time, an official from Gear City heard that Priest Mo was going to seek out the clockwork master to discuss the construction of a shrine. The official sighed inwardly. As a high-ranking member of the Church of the Mechanical God, the clockwork master not only held a prestigious position, but was also often extremely busy due to being in charge of mechanical research and manufacturing. During the national founding celebration, finding a free clockwork master was nearly impossible. The official shook his head, realizing he would have to wait until the celebration ended to compete with representatives from the other two cities for this opportunity. He abandoned some opportunistic ideas and decided to wait patiently for the celebration to conclude. Meanwhile, in the grand conference hall of Qiming City, the 9 ministers and the 2 mechanical pontiffs gathered to finalize the details of the national founding celebration. The Minister of Thought, Guang, looked at Tai with a hint of resignation in his voice. In the end, it still benefits you. Despite Guang and Tai's best efforts to propose a rotation system to disrupt Tai's plans, as the most authoritative and powerful minister among the 9, Tai managed to secure the position of the first king during the city-building period and through several uprisings. Now, as the national founding celebration was about to commence, Tai was preparing to deliver a speech as the first king of the Steel Holy Court, officially ushering in this new era. Tai stood on the high platform, looking down at the dense crowd below, a wave of complex emotions surging in his heart. Although he hadn't achieved his initial ambition of establishing a dynastic rule, as the first king of this newborn nation, he still felt a sense of satisfaction. He took a deep breath and began his founding speech, each word resonating with authority and confidence, capturing everyone's attention. Below the platform, Qi and Ming watched silently. Over the past 3 years, they had witnessed countless conflicts and bloody suppressions, which gave them a new understanding of the intentions of the God of Fractures. It seemed that the deity did not wish to overly interfere in the affairs of this nation or impose its will upon mortals at every turn. This idea might have been considered blasphemous, but as time passed and no divine decree came from the God of Fractures, they were forced to consider this possibility. Qi and Ming gradually reduced their activities and participated less in the 9 ministers' meetings. They rarely spoke unless the ministers initiated a topic. This change was keenly observed by the ministers, who began to cautiously probe. Today's minor dispute between Guang and Tai was actually part of this probing. To the 9 ministers, it seemed that Qi and Ming were truly choosing to let go. This thought sparked a bit of delight in their hearts. If this was indeed the will of the great God of Fractures, to have the cult of the machine reduce its intervention in mundane affairs, then their room for action would greatly increase. They would no longer need to constantly heed the cult of the machine and could pursue their ambitions more freely. However, this delight was tinged with unease. After all, the will of the deity had always been their guiding principle. If the god truly chose to retreat behind the scenes, how would they govern this nation without clear guidance? This question lingered in everyone's minds, yet no one dared to voice it directly. The first day of the mechanical era in the Iron Holy Court, January 1st. This calendar was decided upon collectively by the 9 ministers and was set to be implemented on the day the nation was founded. In the heart of Qiming City, the central square was packed with nearly 300,000 people, leaving no room to move. Every face was filled with excitement, anticipation, and enthusiasm, all eyes fixed on the grand, meticulously renovated and rebuilt shattered cathedral. The cathedral stood more majestic and solemn than ever, with a towering 10-meter-high platform in front of it. The 9 ministers stood in formation on the platform, facing the densely packed citizens in the square. Behind them, Qi and Ming, like 2 silent mechanical sentinels, stood motionless, one holding a steel book, the other a gear scepter. Suddenly, 9 heavy bell tolls rang out from the top of the shattered cathedral, instantly silencing the square. Following this, a choir of over 1,000 steel priests began their chant. Their cold yet sacred prayers, amplified across the entire square, added a solemn touch to the fervent atmosphere. As the prayers faded, Tai, the first king, stepped up to the microphone. His deep and powerful voice echoed across the square. Citizens. This simple address reignited the crowd's fervor. Under the gaze of the great shattered god, we shall establish our kingdom. As the speech continued, the atmosphere grew more intense, with an invisible force seeming to gather and rise between heaven and earth. At that moment, high above, Zhang En slowly stood, a look of anticipation on his face. The opportunity has come. Today, I shall ascend as the Lord of Civilization. He raised his hands, his form dissolving like the wind into the world around him. In an instant, Tai's speech abruptly halted. He, the 8 ministers behind him, and the 2 mechanical popes, Qi and Ming, all froze. Not only them, but tens of thousands in the square, and even those in Gear City, Deep Rock City, and the Holy City of Steel who couldn't attend the ceremony, were all momentarily stunned. Everyone felt the descent of a great will. This will was as cold as steel, as orderly as machinery, as precise as gears, and as vast as countless multitudes. Suddenly, a million voices shouted in unison, "The shattered god! The shattered god! The shattered god!" Tai quickly recovered from his shock, his face a mask of ecstatic joy. He swiftly pulled a gear necklace from his chest, raised it high above his head, and shouted, "The great shattered god watches over us. Our realm has received the blessing of the great shattered god, and shall exist upon the earth." Praise the shattered god. Praise the great mechanical lord, the throne of order. The square erupted with fervor, countless faces radiating excitement and joy. They all pulled out gear necklaces, raising them above their heads, joining Tai in jubilant praise. Tai's voice rang out again, even louder this time. Today, under the witness of the great shattered god, I declare the Iron Holy Court, our realm, this divinely sanctioned kingdom, shall appear on the earth and become the kingdom of all of us. Boom. It was as if a thunderous roar exploded in everyone's heart, marking the dawn of a new era. The atmosphere ignited at that moment, as if an invisible force had united everyone's spirits into one, merging them into a shared consciousness. This consciousness symbolized the kingdom and the essence of civilization. Zhang En felt this force and seized the opportunity to tightly connect himself with this consciousness of civilization, instantly reaching a state of transcendence. He sensed a stronger connection with the Steel Holy Court and a firmer bond with the members of civilization. An immense power surged like a tide, with the accumulated strength and wisdom of the Steel Holy Court's decades of civilizational development converging around him. Zhang En held his breath, focusing intently as this power finally condensed before him into a simple, yet infinitely potential-filled panel. The panel displayed key information. True name, Zhang En. God name, God of Fracture. Domain, machinery, order, gears. Civilization, mechanical. Level, level 1 civilization. Civilization power, 3 strands produced naturally by each natural universe daily. Looking at this information, Zhang En couldn't help but reflect. I've finally become the master of civilization. He recalled his journey, realizing that although it had only been a little over 2 months, including the holidays, within the world, over 70 years had passed. Compared to his classmates, his progress was notably fast. However, in the grand scope of the Huantian galaxy, this achievement was merely average. For Zhang En, becoming the master of civilization meant everything became more convenient. He could now independently produce civilization power and exchange it for various rare resources. Although advancing from a reserve civilization master to a level 1 civilization master did not significantly enhance his personal strength, the most crucial gain was obtaining this civilization panel. With the panel, Zhang En could collect the civilization power generated within the civilization rather than letting it dissipate into the world. The higher the level and potential of the civilization master, the more civilization power is produced daily. This power serves as a universal currency for civilization masters, essential for the development of civilization. The power of civilization, a mysterious and formidable energy, allows the master of a civilization to perform miracles. It can bestow talents upon its members, create resources, and even alter races. However, for most civilization masters, using this power directly is considered wasteful. They prefer to accumulate it and trade with other civilization masters for needed resources. Zhang En understood this well. He already had a plan in mind. Determine the name of the civilization, join the public network of civilization masters, and gather information on the outer world invasion. Only after completing these steps could the real invasion commence. He closed the panel and delivered an oracle to all the members of his civilization. Our civilization has grown to this point, and now I grant you the right to name it. Your collective choice will become the true name of our civilization. After delivering the oracle, Zhang En left the world. Within it, the citizens of the Iron Holy Court, who had been immersed in joy and excitement, heard the oracle and their expressions shifted to reverence and fervor. Praise the god of fractures, they chanted in unison. Upon leaving the world, Zhang En arrived at Zhang Wanyan's office. Just as Zhang Wanyan was about to speak, he paused. Rising to his feet, he approached Zhang En, scrutinized him closely, and confidently declared, "You've successfully advanced." Zhang En humbly nodded. "I was fortunate. My civilization members decided to establish a nation within the world, creating an opportunity for civilization, and I seized the moment to break through." Zhang Wanyan shook his head in disagreement. "It's not luck, it's your development. While the establishment of a nation by your civilization members is a good opportunity, it wouldn't have happened without your careful management." He continued, "Now that you've become a master of civilization, you're here for me to help you join the public network, right?" "That's right, and I'll need your assistance, teacher," Zhang En admitted. "Now that I've advanced, I'm preparing for the outer world invasion, and I need to gather some information." Zhang En's revelation of his plans made Zhang Wanyan increasingly satisfied. He looked at this young master of civilization, his eyes gleaming with approval. After Zhang Wanyan sent the invitation, a prominent notification immediately appeared on Zhang En's civilization panel. Without hesitation, he accepted the invitation and noticed a change on his panel, with a new line of information at the bottom: Civilization Network Access, Basic Level. Driven by curiosity, Zhang En quickly asked Zhang Wanyan about the meaning of this unfamiliar access. Zhang Wanyan smiled and explained, "The so-called public network is actually a cross-galactic virtual world constructed by the supreme power of those who have surpassed the 9th level barrier. Naturally, This world has its own unique system of access levels. He went on to elaborate. Access levels are closely linked to civilization levels. Civilizations like ours, at a lower level, can only obtain basic access, while mid-level civilizations enjoy intermediate access, and so on. Those at the highest level can even directly own a portion of this virtual world. Zhang Wanyan added. Besides advancing through strength, one can also enhance their access by completing dangerous tasks or submitting rare resources or worlds. However, this method is extremely challenging and nearly impossible for lower-level civilizations to achieve. Noticing Zhang En's thoughtful expression, Zhang Wanyan decided to further explain the practical uses of access levels. The higher the access level, the more benefits you receive. Basic access allows for one free search of the large information database each month and one free network connection during void exploration each year. Intermediate access provides a 10 discount when trading with official institutions within the network and reduces the civilization tax by 30 during transactions. Hearing the word tax, Zhang En interrupted in surprise. Wait, teacher, are you saying we have to pay taxes when trading within the civilization network? Zhang Wanyan replied with a smile. Surprised, aren't you? I found it hard to believe at first too. But it's necessary. Maintaining the civilization network requires the consumption of civilization power, which is crucial for its operation in the void, allowing us, the civilization leaders, to stay connected across endless worlds. He further explained, the network also has the capability of virtual torial conversion, supporting direct online transactions. Moreover, there are many staff within the network, all civilization leaders, whose salaries are naturally paid in civilization power. The source of these expenses, of course, comes from us, the users of the network. After hearing this explanation, Zhang En gained a deeper understanding of the operational mechanism of the civilization network and realized the new challenges and opportunities he would face as a civilization leader. After listening to Zhang Wanyan's explanation, Zhang En fell into deep thought. The existence of the civilization network indeed seemed to have more advantages than disadvantages, but he still had his doubts. However, he didn't question why no other similar spaces had appeared, as there was a group of super civilization leaders behind it, and who would dare to act rashly. All right, come with me, and you'll understand, Zhang Wanyan said, offering no further explanation. Zhang En nodded in agreement and lightly touched the civilization network icon on the panel with his consciousness. In an instant, his awareness soared and entered a vast, illusory starry sky. Countless stars flickered in this expanse, forming immense bands of starlight that surrounded a central star as dazzling as the sun. Zhang En was astonished to find that his consciousness had also transformed into a star, albeit a dim one, located at the edge of one of the starlight bands. Are these stars the consciousnesses of the civilization leaders? Zhang En wondered to himself. As he glanced around, a message from Zhang Wanyan arrived. Zhang En, come over, I'll send you the location. A beam of starlight appeared before Zhang En, exerting a gentle pull. He did not resist, and his consciousness formed a hand to gently grasp it. In the next moment, Zhang En's consciousness traversed the void and arrived at an ancient-style tea house. Zhang Wanyan was seated at a table for 8 immortals, with 2 unfamiliar individuals beside him. Come, Zhang En, Zhang Wanyan said with a smile. You are now a leader of civilization, and it's time to meet some people. Let me introduce you to my friends. Zhang Wanyan introduced. This is Qiao Huayan, the master of the Xian Dao civilization. He gestured towards the handsome young man on the left. Qiao Huayan was dressed in modern attire, wore a jade crown, and had a luminous jade mark on his forehead, exuding an ethereal aura. And this is Huayan, the master of the Shun Dao civilization, Zhang Wanyan continued, pointing to another man. Huayan had a unique appearance, seemingly embodying features from all ages, with a gentle expression. Zhang En respectfully bowed to the two, saying, Greetings, esteemed seniors. He understood that anyone who could be friends with Zhang Wanyan must be a master of a mid-level civilization far more powerful than himself. Huayan spoke, his voice a wondrous blend of countless tones. You must be the young one that old Zhang favors. I hear you've taken the path of mechanical civilization. To become a master of civilization at your age is indeed quite gifted. Even Xiao Huayan, who appeared aloof, showed an unexpectedly gentle attitude towards Zhang En. Both had heard of Zhang En's achievements from Zhang Wanyan, who even spent his own resources to trade for mechanical civilization materials on Zhang En's behalf. They recognized Zhang En's potential. Barring any mishaps, he could attend a top-tier university. With a bit of luck, he might even make it into the lower ranks of the top 100. As long as he did not falter, he would graduate as at least a level 3 peak civilization master, and with some effort, he could ascend to level 4 and stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Such a talent, favored by Zhang Wanyan, naturally deserved their friendly regard. The 2 seniors briefly encouraged Zhang En and then presented him with a gift. Xiao Huayan said, You've just become a civilization master, which is a joyous occasion, and we, as your seniors, Must show our congratulations. With that, he took out a radiant sphere of light from his embrace. Zhang En had just been promoted to the ruler of a level 1 civilization, right when an interdimensional invasion loomed. To his surprise and delight, Xiao Huayan and Huayan, both rulers of intermediate civilizations, generously offered him gifts. Xiao Huayan was the first to speak, his tone calm with a hint of teasing. I'm not one for flashy things, so consider these 3 strands of civilization power as a welcome gift. Huayan, hearing this, smiled slightly. Old Xiao, you make it sound like I enjoy creating flashy things. Turning to Zhang En, he added with a hint of approval in his eyes, Xiao En, here is a temporary army of 1,000 divine petitioners, each with the power equivalent to the legendary realm. They will disappear after one use. I heard from old Zhang that you're preparing for an interdimensional invasion, and this army should help you a great deal. Zhang En's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. To Xiao Huayan and Huayan, these gifts might be trivial, but to him, a newly minted ruler of a level 1 civilization, they were nothing short of a celestial blessing. He quickly calculated the value of these gifts in his mind. The power of civilization is an energy produced by every ruler's civilization. Level 1 to 3 civilizations produce between 1 and 1,000 strands daily. After reaching level 4, they produce 1 strand daily, equivalent to 1,100 strands. 3 strands of civilization power equaled 3,300 strands, roughly the output of nearly 3 years for Zhang En's level 1 civilization. As for the temporary army of 1,000 divine petitioners at the legendary realm, their value was equally astonishing. In the magical system, the legendary realm is equivalent to the 3rd tier in the universal supernatural system, a power that even a level 2 civilization can barely muster. In level 3 civilizations, it is the upper limit of power. For Zhang En's level 1 civilization, this army was a trump card capable of delivering a decisive blow in the upcoming interdimensional invasion. Zhang En bowed deeply, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, esteemed seniors. He carefully stored away these precious gifts. Although the civilization network is a virtual world, the modifications made by many higher-level civilization rulers have endowed it with the ability to convert virtual items into reality. Converting these virtual items into physical form incurs taxes, but since they were gifts rather than transactions, the tax rate was low. Despite the possibility of tax evasion, no one dared to risk offending those higher-order civilization rulers who collect taxes. Watching this unfold, Zhang Wanyan raised an eyebrow. You 2 old guys are quite generous. Although these gifts were insignificant to Xiao Huayan and Huayan, giving them so generously to a newly met junior ruler of a level 1 civilization was quite rare. Huayan responded with a smile. After all, he's someone you have high hopes for. It's rare for you to regard a junior so highly, so we had to be a bit generous. His words conveyed recognition of Zhang Wanyan's judgment and anticipation for Zhang En's future. Zhang Wanyan's hearty laughter echoed through the room, his eyes gleaming with approval. Ha! You guys have good taste, he clapped his hands, his smile growing even brighter. Since you're all so generous, I can't let you down, kid. He turned to Zhang En with a hint of mystery in his eyes. The special enhancement card you asked me to find, I've got it. Zhang Wanyan paused, then added, I also managed to get a Steam technology system card. I'll give them to you once we're offline. Zhang En's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement evident. Thank you, teacher. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Zhang Wanyan waved his hand, interrupting Zhang En's thanks. All right, enough with the thank yous. His tone became more formal. You came here today to find information on the Outworld invasion, right? With that, he pulled out a jade slip from his robe and handed it to Zhang En. This is some information the 3 of us compiled. Take it and have a look. After speaking, Zhang Wanyan elegantly picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. This action silently conveyed a hint to leave, and Zhang En understood. He carefully put away the jade slip, bid farewell to the 3, and left. Once only the 3 of them remained in the room, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Xiao Huayan frowned and broke the silence first. Wanyan, you seem to have a lot of faith in Zhang En. Huayan nodded repeatedly and began to list Zhang Wanyan's unusual behavior. Indeed, old Zhang. Is there something you're not telling us? His tone was slightly teasing. Not to mention the resources you gave this kid before. Just the special enhancement card and the Steam technology system card alone must have cost you at least 30 units of civilization force, not counting the favors you pulled for them. Huayan paused, then continued. I can't believe you've changed so much that you'd spend so many resources on a student without expecting anything in return. He explained, although the Lords of Civilization can produce civilization force daily, they need to allocate some of it to integrate into their civilization to promote its development. Even though Zhang Wanyan is a mid-level Lord of Civilization, his daily production is measured in units, but he wouldn't have much on hand. Investing 30 units of civilization force at once to buy resource cards for a student is indeed unusual. Zhang Wanyan set down his teacup, a cold smile playing on his lips. Don't you already have your suspicions? Huan's eyes widened, his tone filled with surprise and a touch of envy. So, this kid really had a stroke of luck and encountered a fortuitous event when he awakened? Zhang Wanyan retorted. What else could it be? How else could an ordinary student with no background catch my attention, if not for that reason? Hua En awkwardly scratched his chin, trying to lighten the mood. Haha, maybe he awakened some kind of talent? Zhang Wanyan shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. If that were the case, this kid would have already been specially recruited by some university. Zhang Wanyan said with a hint of frustration and fatigue. Is there even a chance for me to invest? Hua En, hearing this, fell into deep thought. He began to explain the concept of talent to Zhang Wanyan. During the awakening ceremony of the Lord of Civilization, a very few individuals might awaken special abilities that can enhance worlds or civilizations, due to their incredible fortune. Such abilities are exceedingly rare, even more so than encountering a fortuitous event or acquiring a treasure. More importantly, the potential of such talent far surpasses that of ordinary fortuitous events or treasures. Hua En continued, an individual's abilities can improve with growth, whereas treasures obtained from fortuitous events often become obsolete after a certain stage. His eyes sparkled with envy. Thus, when a potential lord of civilization with awakened talent appears, some of the lower-ranked top 100 forces offer astonishing terms to recruit them directly. He paused and added, if an extremely extraordinary talent emerges, even the higher-ranked top 100 forces would be tempted to recruit ahead of time. His tone held a trace of longing. However, the top 10 forces won't do that. Standing at the pinnacle of the starry sky, they only accept talents who pass their assessments. Even the child of a super-tier lord of civilization must pass the exams to enter. Hua En turned his gaze to Zhang En, thoughtfully saying, although Zhang En isn't a talent bearer, encountering a fortuitous event during awakening is also quite rare. He looked at Zhang Wanyan, his tone tinged with envy. Old Zhang, you're a high school principal. If you nurture him to get into the top 100, the rewards you receive will likely be substantial. Hua En couldn't help but imagine that if Zhang En really got into the top 100, the generous rewards from the officials could propel Zhang Wanyan's standing within the current civilization level significantly. This would be much easier and safer than the exhausting tasks and risky ventures into the void that he and Xiao Huayan undertook to search for worlds. Zhang Wanyan, seeing Hua En's expression, guessed his thoughts. He snorted, his tone filled with resignation and a touch of self-mockery. Umph, do you think it's easy for me? A flicker of weariness crossed his eyes. I've been on Tianmen Star for decades, conducting civilization awakening ceremonies for tens of thousands each year. I've handled thousands of potential lords of civilization, and only now have I come across one with real promise. His voice carried a hint of emotion. Do you think it's easy for me? I was originally planning to retire on Tianmen Star, but who would have thought I'd meet this kid? His words conveyed both the comfort of an unexpected surprise and the complex emotions about his soon-to-change life path. After leaving the tea house, Zhang En decisively returned to the real world. He quickly paid dozens of strands of civilization power to materialize the items given to him by Zhang Wanyan and the others. These precious tools gave him more confidence in the upcoming extra-dimensional invasion. He carefully stored away the civilization power and the divine kingdom petitioners, then picked up the jade slip from Zhang Wanyan. The jade slip glowed faintly in his hand as he closed his eyes to read the crucial information contained within. An extra-dimensional invasion, also known as world devouring, is the process whereby a civilization lord searches for, invades, and consumes other worlds. Zhang En frowned in contemplation, realizing that the actions of a civilization lord are essentially no different from those of world devourers wandering in the void. The only distinction is that world devourers completely consume a world by turning it into nourishment, whereas a civilization lord focuses more on plundering the world's essence and population. However, for the invaded world, both actions pose a catastrophic threat. Thus, when a civilization lord initiates an extra-dimensional invasion, they are bound to face fierce resistance from the target world. Zhang En continued reading and learned that the outcome of resistance usually depends on the strength of the world. Weaker worlds might be destroyed outright during resistance, while stronger worlds might give rise to exceptionally powerful limit breakers who can not only repel the invaders, but might even slay the civilization lord. This made Zhang En realize that an extra-dimensional invasion is no trivial matter, but a serious undertaking requiring utmost caution. The information in the jade slip continued to flow into Zhang En's mind. He learned that a successful extra-dimensional invasion first requires the skill to assess the strength of a world. Worlds in the void are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, endless and infinite. Finding a world is easy, but the key lies in judging the strength of the world and choosing a suitably moderate target. Worlds that are too weak are not worth invading, while those that are too strong are fraught with danger. After determining the world's strength, the next step is to evaluate its value. Zhang En understood that even if a world appears precious, If it offers no substantial benefit to his civilization or lacks rare resources, the invasion might only yield some world essence and population, making it a losing proposition. Human civilization, after years of experience, has identified 3 methods to ascertain a world's conditions. Zhang En carefully noted the pros and cons of each method. The first method involves using powerful forces and special arcane techniques to observe from outside the world, directly penetrating its defenses. The downside of this approach is that the observations are often vague and require significant power and resources, as the arcane techniques capable of piercing world defenses are quite valuable. The second method is to dispatch members of the civilization into the target world for reconnaissance. Even if these members perish within the world, they can still relay information back to the civilization lord. However, the drawback is that these members lack effective protection and can easily stand out, exposing their identities. To gather enough information, it often requires repeatedly sending members, which might alert the target world and increase the difficulty of the invasion. The third method, and the most risky, is for the civilization lord to personally venture forth. They would split off a portion of their consciousness to directly observe. This method provides the most accurate information, but also carries the highest risk. If the split consciousness perishes, it could affect the civilization lord's main body. Initially, this impact might be negligible, but for advanced civilization lords, invading a powerful world could result in the death of the consciousness carrying causal or destiny-based attacks, directly harming the main body. Zhang En closed the jade slip and took a deep breath. He realized that extra-dimensional invasions are far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. But with this knowledge, he felt more prepared to face the challenges ahead. Zhang En delved into the study of 3 methods for invading an alternate world, each with its own pros and cons. For him, sending a thought into the target world was undoubtedly the best choice. Once he settled on an invasion plan, Zhang En began contemplating the specific steps for execution. There are mainly 2 ways to invade an alternate world. One is to lead a civilization's army to forcibly breach the world's barrier. The other is to send members of the civilization or thoughts to infiltrate and open the world gate from within. Zhang En carefully weighed the advantages and disadvantages of these 2 methods. The first method requires a strong civilization capable of withstanding the backlash from the target world. The second method is more challenging, needing the secret construction of a world gate under the watchful eye of the world's consciousness. Zhang En frowned in thought, realizing that although the second method is riskier, it is more suitable for his current situation. However, sending a thought into an unknown world is fraught with danger. The world's consciousness will instinctively repel foreign invaders, creating obstacles at every turn. Additionally, constructing a world gate could easily alert the world's consciousness, and any misstep could lead to failure. Zhang En rubbed his temples, feeling that invading an alternate world was more challenging than he had imagined. He muttered to himself, "It seems I'll have to split my thoughts to infiltrate, and then figure out how to build the world gate. But sending part of myself into an unknown world is incredibly risky." Zhang En realized that with his current abilities, other methods of exploration or invasion were impossible. As a level 1 civilization, the idea of having a mechanical civilization attack the world from the void was pure fantasy. After much consideration, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Leaving his office, Zhang En hurried home. While the 3 units of civilization power he held weren't much, they could serve as startup capital to purchase some tools to aid in world exploration. However, feeling inexperienced, he decided to seek help from his grandfather, Zhang Xian. Zhang En thought that since he had ascended to the rank of a level 1 civilization leader and was about to undertake such a dangerous world invasion, his grandfather Zhang Xian should offer some support. He turned on his communication device, and upon seeing Zhang Xian's image on the screen, he explained his situation and plans in detail. "You've already ascended? Wonderful," Zhang Xian said with a pleased smile upon hearing of his grandson's progress. "You've become a civilization leader. Even the principal has taken notice. How can I, as your grandfather, remain indifferent?" With that, he waved his hand lightly, and a glowing orb passed through the screen, hovering before Zhang En. "Given the urgency, consider these 10 units of civilization power and an immortal sword as your ascension gift," Zhang Xian explained. "The sword contains 3 strands of my sword energy, treated with a special method, so you can use it in other worlds without attracting the world's awareness." "Thank you, Grandpa," Zhang En said gratefully. "But please take back these 10 units of civilization power. I would like your help to purchase some tools for locating and exploring worlds, along with a large amount of mineral and special metal resource cards." As he spoke, he returned the 3 units of civilization power he had just received, along with his own 3 units, to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. "It's wise to let me handle the purchases." He knew that his grandson, being new to this, might easily be taken advantage of if he bought things on his own. Without hesitation, he accepted Zhang En's request and resources. After several days of preparation, Zhang En finally decided to explore the void. His civilization had determined its name the mechanical civilization, which perfectly aligned with the direction of its development. Zhang En muttered softly, "Flesh is weak, machinery ascends." He then issued another oracle, preparing for the upcoming world war. With the oracle proclaimed, the entire steel holy court activated like a massive machine. The foundry department nearly halted civilian technology research, focusing all efforts on developing war machines. Factories reduced civilian production lines, redirecting capacity towards weapon manufacturing. Thanks to the abundant mineral resources Zhang En invested, the Steel Holy Court had no concerns about resource shortages, even for 100 years. Zhang En set a goal for himself, to find an invadable world within a month and conquer it before the college entrance exams. There were 10 months, about 300 days, until the exams. Within the civilization, this translated to 300 years. The time flow in the weak worlds of the void differed even more from the main universe, sometimes exceeding a ratio of 1 to a year. This filled Zhang En with confidence to complete the invasion on schedule. Once prepared, Zhang En bid farewell to his family and teachers, harnessing his power to enter the void. He felt as if he passed through a bubble and suddenly found himself in an office. Zhang En wasn't alarmed, as he had read about this in materials on outer-world invasions. This was one of the fortresses of the human civilization's Void Legion, designed to defend against world devourers. It was conceptually linked by several supreme civilization leaders, and all entities entering or exiting the void had to go through these fortresses. A middle-aged man sat behind the desk and spoke. "New civilization leader? If you want to enter the void, register here first." He assured Zhang En that there was no need to worry about information leakage, explaining that this rule was set by supreme powers, and no one dared to play tricks. Zhang En nodded and picked up a pen to fill out the form. After completing it, he couldn't help but ask, "You seem not to be." The middle-aged man replied directly, "That's right, I'm not a civilization leader." The middle-aged man nodded calmly, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he had explained this countless times before. "Almost every newcomer asks me this question," he said, his voice tinged with a bit of weariness. "I'm used to it." Leaning against the edge of the table, he began to explain in detail. The Void Legion is indeed led by the lords of civilization to fend off the world devourers. But since this is the void, most AIs struggle to function effectively. There are always some administrative tasks that need humans to handle. His gaze swept over Zhang En as he continued. "That's where people like us come in, those looking to earn a living for retirement, or those unwilling to settle and seeking resources to break through to new realms. We take on these administrative roles." Zhang En listened attentively and nodded slightly. "Thank you for clarifying, sir." He expressed his gratitude politely before turning to leave the room. As he pushed open the door, Zhang En's view suddenly expanded. Chaotic and hazy voids stretched endlessly before him. This was a special mechanism of the fortress. Non-members of the Void Legion would step directly into the void upon exiting, while members like the middle-aged man would see the interior of the fortress. "The void, here I come," Zhang En whispered to himself, plunging into the embrace of the void without hesitation. Behind him, the middle-aged man casually closed the door, a look of undisguised envy on his face. No matter how many times I see it, I still feel envious," he murmured to himself. Becoming a lord of civilization means instantly advancing to a sixth-tier celestial being, able to traverse the void. As an ordinary transcendent, I can't even imagine how many resources and how much effort it would take to ascend to a celestial being. The void, a concept defined by humans, has countless names and forms across numerous worlds and civilizations. Here, the concepts of up and down, left and right, vanish, and the passage of time and flow of space seem to lose their meaning. Countless chaotic and violent energies and substances surge and roar through the void like invisible tidal waves. Whenever you try to observe closely to determine if these materials and energies truly exist, they disappear in the blink of an eye without a trace. In this strange realm, all basic actions lose their significance, and all ordinary modes of existence become useless. If an ordinary person were to accidentally fall into the void, they would likely vanish in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. In the void, the concept of humanity does not exist. Zhang En knows well that to persist in this boundless nothingness, he must make his own existence constant. He cautiously takes a step, only to find that walking here is an arduous challenge. In this void, there is no notion of time or space, and each of Zhang En's steps feels like stepping into an unknown dimension. He cannot determine whether he is moving forward or backward, nor if he has walked for a day or a month. Here, hundreds of steps might equate to decades, or might merely be a fleeting moment of standing still. Zhang En senses the constraints and difficulties imposed by the void. He realizes that only a sixth-tier celestial being of the universal realm can traverse this void with a physical body. Becoming such a being not only anchors one's own existence, preventing obliteration, but also allows one to forcibly alter the surrounding void, enabling true movement and travel. As he ventures deeper, Zhang En increasingly feels the immense pressure from the void. To him, the void resembles an unfathomable dark ocean, with an invisible weight pressing from all directions. Each step feels as though he is bearing a monumental burden. With no other option, Zhang En decides to reveal his ancient god form. Instantly, his body grows taller, and cold metal replaces his flesh. Precise gears at his joints turn slowly, generating a continual source of power. Behind him, countless gears interweave and rotate, forming a massive metal ring. Each time this metal ring turns, the surrounding void subtly transforms. The once chaotic nothingness gradually reveals concepts of steel and machinery, making the void more orderly. In his hand, Zhang En holds a massive iron warhammer, with invisible electronic signals and the power of order flowing across its surface, transmitting endless data. Step by step, in his ancient god form, Zhang En feels the pressure on him lessen significantly, and his pace quickens. Steadfastly, he advances, leaving his own mark with each step in this void. In the boundless void, a humanoid machine with a constantly rotating metallic ring behind it was speeding through. This machine was Zhang En, who was using the power of his ancient god form to forcibly impose conceptual definitions on the surrounding void. With each rotation of the ring and each conceptual definition, Zhang En would instantly disappear and reappear far away, significantly accelerating his journey. However, in this void where the concept of distance did not exist, Zhang En could not determine how far he had traveled. Although he had not yet found a suitable world to invade, the journey had exposed him to the unique sights of the void. Theoretically, nothing should exist in the void besides the individual worlds, but reality always has exceptions. Along the way, Zhang En encountered three awe-inspiring void turbulences. These energy streams, more massive than stars, presented a violent yet magnificent spectacle, existing purely in the form of energy and stretching into the unknown. Unfortunately, these turbulences were fleeting, making it impossible for Zhang En to capture and study them. Besides the turbulences, Zhang En also encountered several void creatures. Fortunately, these were just ordinary void creatures, not the ferocious world devourers. Void creatures vary in strength, but their thoughts and perceptions are completely different from those of life within worlds, showing no interest in passersby, like Zhang En. In contrast, world devourers would indiscriminately consume all living things, even void creatures. Suddenly, a melodious whale song echoed from afar, instantly spreading throughout the surrounding void. Zhang En focused his gaze and saw a massive silhouette gradually emerging in the once empty void. This silhouette expanded continuously, becoming increasingly blurred until it finally revealed itself to be a mosaic whale larger than stars. It had the outline of a whale, but its entire body was composed of countless indistinct fragments. An astral whale, what luck to encounter one, Zhang En marveled, pausing to admire the spectacle of this colossal creature gliding slowly through the void. Though this astral whale appeared only as large as a star, this was merely because it was in the void. If its true size were placed in the universe, it might surpass dozens or even hundreds of stars, potentially larger than a galaxy or a river system. In the void, anything is possible. Among void creatures, astral whales are not only immense in size, but also incredibly powerful, rivaling the top-tier world devourers. However, these creatures are gentle in nature, akin to a lawful neutral alignment. Because of this, Zhang En did not panic upon seeing it, but rather took the opportunity to leisurely observe this rare marvel. As the massive astral whale glided through the void, ripples spread across the expanse, and energy storms arose from nowhere. Countless small worlds emerged from the void due to the disturbance, teetering in the midst of the storm. With a wave of his hand, Zhang En easily smoothed out the encroaching energy storm. Though his power as a sixth-tier celestial deity was far inferior to that of the astral whale, he was more than capable of handling these minor ripples. Just as Zhang En was quietly relieved, the colossal creature slowly turned, and a pair of eyes, bright as stars, fixed upon him. He held his breath as an ancient and gentle voice spoke. "Are you a young one from the Human Civilization Alliance? I can sense the aura of civilization on you." The voice was so deep and wise, as if from a sagacious elder, rather than this gigantic astral being. Zhang En respectfully bowed, his expression solemn. "Yes, senior. What might you instruct me to do?" Regarding such powerful, orderly, and neutral void creatures as the astral whale, human civilization has always pursued peaceful interactions. In Zhang En's eyes, any being capable of conversing equally with the rulers of advanced civilizations was undoubtedly a venerable elder deserving respect. The astral whale did not answer directly, but instead queried, "Where are you headed, wandering through the void?" Zhang En felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, "I intend to find a suitable world for an extraterritorial invasion." He spoke of his purpose without reservation, fully aware that the perspectives of void creatures were vastly different from those of most sentient beings. To them, A world was no different from a roadside house, neither to be destroyed nor deliberately protected. The astral whale paused in silence before slowly speaking again. Your power is quite weak. Many worlds in my memory wouldn't meet your needs. These words made Zhang En smile wryly, as it was an undeniable truth given the creature's immense strength. You might try heading in this direction, the astral whale suggested. There may be a world there that suits your needs. The astral whale continued to transmit information, pointing out a direction for Zhang En. In the void, direction is typically an abstract concept, but what the astral whale provided felt more like a beacon. This beacon appeared out of nowhere, giving meaning to the void. Following its guidance, a sense of direction emerged, and the speed of travel increased significantly. This ability to create concepts out of thin air is far beyond what a ruler of an ordinary civilization like Zhang En could achieve. Only the ruler of an advanced, or even a super civilization could manage such a feat. Overjoyed, Zhang En carefully noted down the direction indicated by the astral whale, and then bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. The astral whale responded calmly. You are allies against the world devourer. This assistance is nothing. With that, it gently moved its pectoral fins, and its form gradually faded into the void. In the direction it departed, a colorful trace of energy lingered, resembling a magnificent star river. Zhang En straightened up, gazing at the trace of energy, and couldn't help but remark, what incredible luck! Encountering an astral whale friendly to human civilization and receiving a world beacon directly was unbelievably fortunate. With this beacon, who knows how much time and effort could be saved? He took a deep breath and decided not to delay any longer. Time is of the essence. Let's set off immediately. He then proceeded at full speed in the direction indicated by the astral whale. This time, with the guidance of the beacon, the concept of space emerged in the void, and his speed increased exponentially. As Zhang En advanced, he estimated time using the flow of his world. After approximately 1.5 cosmic natural days, he finally reached the location the astral whale had pointed out, filled with anticipation and nervousness. This void was no different from the ones Zhang En had traversed before, empty and desolate. However, within this emptiness floated a world, appearing as a simple orb of light. The orb drifted lightly, absorbing and releasing energy from the void, occasionally quivering slightly. Zhang En paused, gazing at the distant orb of light. Though it appeared to be the size of a house, he knew that upon closer approach, it would expand massively, unfolding into an enormous world that could engulf any who ventured near. Thus, he kept his distance, observing from afar. With his keen perception at the level of an immortal deity, Zhang En assessed that the strength of this world was within his capacity to handle. The next step was to split his consciousness and explore within. Without much hesitation, Zhang En decided to delve into this world. Using a secret technique provided by Zhang Xian, he partitioned a strand of his consciousness to form an avatar. Yet, relying solely on this avatar left him uneasy. After some contemplation, Zhang En harnessed the power of the perpetual gears to create a system-like advantage for his consciousness avatar. He then took out an immortal sword, compressed it, and sent it into the consciousness. This, along with the sword's protection, should ensure safety and facilitate growth. Zhang En also retrieved a palm-sized altar and 9 command flags, components of a sky-stealing array obtained through Zhang Xian's negotiations. This array was specifically designed for extraterritorial invasions. Every world has a consciousness, and once it detects an intruder, it will react to repel them. Zhang En could not yet counter such world-level forces and needed special means to proceed. This sky-stealing array was crafted by a prominent figure from an immortal civilization in the Huangtian star system. It could temporarily obscure the will of an ordinary world, providing a degree of concealment in terms of causality and fate for the invader. As long as he didn't cause too much commotion, like destroying a nation or becoming a notorious leader, the world consciousness wouldn't detect him. However, the sky-stealing array was effective only on worlds of mid to low tiers. According to Zhang En's assessment, this world's upper limit was around the 4th tier, equivalent to the Great Ascension in Immortal Paths or the Sanctuary in Western Divinity. With his current strength, along with a temporary divine nation's army of supplicants and his own civilization's forces, he should be able to manage. Zhang En thought to himself, this is the one. If I pass on this opportunity, I might not find another suitable world anytime soon. Only after venturing into the void did he realize how challenging it was to find a fitting world. It didn't even need to be a perfect match, just finding one with a power level lower than his own was difficult. On his journey, Zhang En had encountered several worlds. Some had power levels so daunting that entering them could lead to his demise. In comparison, the world before him, though not ideal, was a rare opportunity. Zhang En stood in the void, gazing at the unknown world before him. His eyes held both anticipation and a hint of worry. Would this world be suitable for him? Was its power level high enough? These questions circled in his mind. He recalled his previous aimless wandering in the void, a feeling of helplessness that still haunted him. If not for the mysterious astral whale that guided him, he might still be searching for a suitable world in the vast emptiness. Every moment spent in the void increased the danger. Taking a deep breath, Zhang En made up his mind. He was going to bet everything on this world. It was a high-stakes gamble with his future on the line. If this world was strong enough, he could conquer it before the college entrance exams, paving the way for admission into one of the top 10 universities. Even if he lost the gamble, he could still give his all in the exams and aim for one of the top 100 schools. Let's do this, Zhang En murmured to himself, eyes glinting with determination. He quickly set to work, channeling his thoughts into the thieving formation he had prepared. 9 command flags trembled under his control, landing precisely at the 9 positions on the altar. A strange power capable of confusing everything surged from the formation. Following the instructions in the manual, he formed his right hand into a sword shape and pointed at the world ahead. In an instant, the altar and command flags shattered and disappeared, and his thought form entered the unknown world. Whoosh! Zhang Heng let out a long breath, looking at his empty palm, feeling a pang of regret. 10 units of civilization energy were consumed just like that. This one-time thieving formation was priceless, and if not for Zhang Xian's generous gift, he wouldn't have been able to afford it, relying instead on repeatedly sending out thought forms to try his luck. Moments later, Zhang En sensed something. He immediately opened the Civilization Master panel and, using its connection, returned instantly to the Void Legion's fortress. He no longer needed to risk waiting in the void. As long as he confirmed that his thought form had successfully entered the world and obtained an identity, he could safely return to the universe's interior. Now, everything depended on the fate of that world. Zhang En's future would be determined by this gamble. Zhang En was preparing to manifest himself in the universe by creating a portal through his thoughts, allowing him to descend without needing to return to the void, unless his manifestation met with disaster. However, with his current abilities, if his manifestation were to perish, it would be difficult for him to descend again in a short period. In July of the year 792 of the new calendar, a rustling sound emerged from a pile of garbage at the end of a dark alley in Baifeng City, Seoul Federation. A disheveled, ragged middle-aged man struggled to rise from a heap of discarded cardboard boxes, rubbing his tangled hair with a bewildered expression. The identity I descended into is a bankrupt vagrant? Could it be any worse? Zhang En glanced around at the towering piles of trash and couldn't help but smile wryly. His current situation was indeed awkward, having become a starving homeless man after his descent. Although he had revived, his stomach was empty, and if he didn't find food soon, he feared he would face the same fate again. Thinking about how he, a dignified 6th-tier ancient god and ruler of a 1st-tier civilization, might die of hunger, Zhang En found it absurd. He attempted to tidy his tattered clothing and called out, "System, show up." A simple interface appeared. True name, Zhang En. Current modification, none. Evolution points, 10. This was the entirety of the system's functionality, crafted with the perpetual motion gear. Zhang En calculated internally that evolution points could be obtained by killing living creatures or absorbing metallic energy. By using these points, he could perform mechanical modifications on this body, ultimately achieving mechanical ascension. According to the design, mechanical ascension corresponded to the peak of extraordinary Tier 4 to Tier 5, considered the ultimate combat power in this world. Once evolved to this level, building a portal would no longer be an obstacle. However, Zhang En's most pressing task now was to fill his stomach. He resisted his hunger and began searching through the garbage for something edible, while also contemplating how to quickly acquire evolution points and start his path to rise in this world. Zhang En glanced over his body and decided to start transforming from his right hand. In this world, a proper job was no longer possible. He had to rely on his connections with the streets brotherhood. At this moment, a pair of strong arms was especially important. Without hesitation, he invested 10 points of startup capital. Instantly, a cold energy surged through his right arm. Bones were replaced with metal, joints turned into precise gears, and skin transformed into metallic scales. Countless tiny enhancements completed in a flash, making the arm far superior to an ordinary person's. In mere seconds, Zhang En's right arm had become a perfect metal prosthetic. Strangely, it seamlessly integrated with flesh and blood, even drawing some power from the flowing blood. Now, I'm terrifyingly strong. Zhang En clenched his right fist, feeling the surging power. He didn't suppress the impulse and turned to punch the ground. Boom! The air rippled, and the surrounding trash was lifted by the shockwave. At the point of impact, the concrete ground shattered instantly, the area around it rose, and cracks spread like a spider web. This punch, a few tons of force, what can stop it? Zhang En shouted, borrowing a line from his past life, then reined in his excitement and adolescent bravado, striding out of the secluded alley. The alley opened into a wider passage. A few homeless people huddled by the wall, their faces pale and eyes vacant, with empty bottles scattered at their feet, clearly overdosed. The wall behind them was covered in garish graffiti. "This place screams unsafe. Must be lots of brothers here." What was the original thinking, settling down in a place like this? What kind of money could he hope to get here? Zhang En silently criticized while searching through the original's memories. The memories revealed that the original, named Cain, was actually a bankrupt homeless man, deep in debt. Even on the streets, debt collectors pursued him. Once, while begging, he was caught by a creditor and sent to a factory, forced to work 12-hour shifts to repay the debt. Unable to bear it, Cain escaped and dared not show himself in crowded places, hiding in such a secluded alley. Eventually, he starved to death, unable to obtain food or money. What a tragic life, Zhang En mused after absorbing Cain's story. Leaving the alley where addicts gathered, Zhang En finally reached the street. The street was in disarray, littered with trash, a few broken bins overturned, spilling garbage, and flies buzzing around. A foul stench filled the air, yet passers-by seemed accustomed, nonchalantly eating their food. Tattooed men and women loitered in groups, occasionally stopping passers-by to demand money. Everything here silently spoke of the world's brutality and chaos. Is it really this blatant? Zhang En stood on the street, dumbfounded by the scene before him. Two dark-skinned individuals were brandishing sharp knives at the street corner, the blades glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Nearby, a fierce-looking man stopped a terrified woman, demanding money from her aggressively. This strange world street scene seemed even more exaggerated than what he had seen in America in his past life. Zhang En reflected that this world, or at least the Seoul Federation where he found himself, was a nation predominantly populated by white and black people. The streets were bustling with people of various skin tones, hurrying by as if these violent scenarios were just part of the norm. Hungry and desperate, Zhang En decided to find something to eat first. He cautiously approached a deserted hot dog stand, hoping to get some food. "Kind sir, I haven't eaten in days. Could you please spare some food?" he pleaded pitifully. However, his plea was met not with sympathy, but with the harsh sound of a gun being cocked. The overweight white vendor, without a word, pulled out a rifle from under the counter, pointing its dark barrel directly at Zhang En's head. Okay, I'm leaving." Zhang En raised his hands and backed away slowly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of weaponry, or rather, the high level of chow on this street, where even a small food vendor carried a rifle for self-defense. Zhang En thought to himself, he only wanted something to eat. Was it necessary to react as if he was a threat? With no other choice, Zhang En turned his attention to the roadside, searching for a kind-hearted person who might lend him some money. Soon, he spotted a small group of 3 young people, 1 white and 2 black, all appearing to be under 20, their bodies adorned with various tattoos. Although they only had knives and no guns, Zhang En guessed it was due to financial constraints. After all, in the industrializing and soon-to-be-electrified Seoul Federation, firearms were still expensive, costing thousands of Seoul coins, beyond the reach of ordinary street thugs. Taking a deep breath, Zhang En mustered the courage to approach the 3 young men. He placed a hand on one of their shoulders and, with an awkward smile, said, "Hey guys, I'm a bit short on cash lately. Could you lend me some for a while?" Unexpectedly, the 3 tough-looking young men appeared baffled, momentarily unable to respond. They exchanged glances, seemingly incredulous that someone would dare approach them to borrow money. They were always the ones robbing others, and even when they did hand over money, it was only to pay tribute to the boss behind the scenes. When had it ever been a beggar asking them for money? 3 thugs stood at a dimly lit street corner, staring in disbelief at the ragged man before them. Zhang En smiled at them as if making casual conversation. "Fuck," muttered the black thug with a knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly. Just as he was about to strike, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The intense pain contorted his face, and the knife clattered to the pavement. "Fuck," he stammered, clutching his left shoulder as blood poured from the wound, soaking his black shirt. The other 2 thugs were dumbfounded, too scared to even breathe. Zhang En continued to smile pleasantly, extending his modified right hand. "Hey guys, mind sparing some change?" The scene scared the other 2 into retreat. The white thug was the first to react, his voice trembling. "Take it. Take it all. Please let us go, sir." He hastily pulled out a wad of coins and bills. The black thug quickly followed suit. Zhang En swept the money into his tattered coat pocket, his tone relaxed. "Thanks for the help, guys. I'll pay you back once I have some money." He looked at the 2 still standing there in surprise. "Aren't you leaving? Do you need me to invite you?" Go, we're leaving now." The 2 snapped out of it, frantically dragging their wailing companion away, stumbling into the depths of the alley. "Goodbye," Zhang En waved after them, his voice prompting their footsteps to quicken. Passers-by on the street were unfazed by the scene, simply giving it a wide berth. In this place, such occurrences had long become part of the everyday landscape. Zhang En returned to the hot dog stand, clutching the money he had just taken. He ordered 2 hot dogs and counted out 10 coins from a handful of change, placing them on the small counter at the window. The chubby vendor paused for a moment before starting to prepare the order. A minute later, Zhang En left with 2 steaming hot dogs in hand. As he walked and ate, the greasy taste filled his mouth, mingling with the unique stench of the city. This environment made him feel as if he had been transported to the 19th century West, but the sensation was far from pleasant. Swallowing the last bite of his hot dog, Zhang En began to plan his next moves in his mind. First, he needed to gather some underlings and claim a territory. Then, he would collect information about this world and search for traces of the extraordinary. Finally, he needed to strengthen his body in preparation for constructing a gateway between realms. He walked into a nearby alley, thinking to himself about the turbulent underworld saga. Meanwhile, Zhang En's original self, who had returned to the Tianmen star, sensed the thoughts of his clone and shook his head with a wry smile. He realized that his clone seemed more lively and dramatic, possibly influenced by the concepts he had mastered after ascending to an ancient god. Deciding not to dwell on it, he let the clone continue its efforts. Zhang En turned his attention back to the lecture podium. This month, Zhang Wanyan was focusing on information about chaos species and world devourers, as every master of civilization would eventually have to face one of them an unavoidable responsibility. Zhang Wanyan detailed the classification of chaos species, from the weakest material destroyers to the most formidable apocalyptic sovereigns. He emphasized the terrifying power of an apocalyptic sovereign, which could unify time, space, and material energy within 10,000 light-years simply by appearing. Because of this, human civilization had not expanded on a large scale, instead ensuring that each major galaxy had at least one master of a level 9 civilization in charge. With a serious expression, Zhang Wanyan stressed that this information was crucial to the students' future survival. The dozens of people in the audience listened intently, even using their authority and power to ensure they remembered every word. The lecture on chaos species and world devourers lasted for half a month. Afterwards, Zhang En was called to Zhang Wanyan's office. As soon as he entered, Zhang Wanyan eagerly inquired about the clone's situation, his expression slightly anxious. Zhang En replied that the clone was doing well, using the sky-stealing array given by his grandfather to shield against the influence of the world's consciousness. He briefly described the situation in the Thorn world, 3 continents, predominantly inhabited by Caucasians and Africans, transitioning from the steam age to the electrical age. In ancient times, there were powerful deities and mythical creatures, but they vanished for unknown reasons, leading to a decline in the world's energy level and the rise of human civilization. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanyan appeared delighted. He pointed out that this was a world undergoing an energy level decline, likely preserving high-level extraordinary artifacts and relics, and posed no threat to Zhang En. Most importantly, Zhang En had the opportunity to win over those extraordinary beings aware of the energy level decline. Zhang Wanyan advised Zhang En to seek out and connect with the leaders and strong individuals of extraordinary species, as their independent consciousness made them less susceptible to the world's influence. He also taught him a secret technique to detect fluctuations in the world's consciousness, which, though only providing a vague sense, was sufficient for use. Zhang En carefully considered the advice, thanked his teacher, and then closed his eyes to relay the information to his clone. This was the convenience of having a thought clone being able to transmit information across time and space, though it required at least a celestial or divine level to achieve. In the world of Thorn, while half a month had passed in the real universe, Zhang En had experienced nearly a year of trials and tribulations. During this year, he aggressively rose to power in Baifeng City, becoming the undisputed underground ruler. Even the mayoral elections fell under his control. With the substantial power he accumulated in the city, Zhang En established multiple factories and forcefully acquired a mining company, gradually gathering the materials needed to construct a portal. Throughout this process, he naturally faced opposition from extraordinary forces, but cleverly resolved these threats with force. He also learned about the extraordinary aspects of this world from these opponents. One night, while enjoying an opera from a theater box, he suddenly closed his eyes and signaled his subordinates to leave. His main body had sent him a message. Sky observation technique. Power levels are falling. Planning to capture some extraordinary creatures? It seemed like a good idea, but he realized his current strength was still lacking. After receiving all the messages from his main body, Zhang En opened his eyes and accessed his system panel. True name, Zhang En. Current modifications: hands, torso, head. Blood evolution points, 0. Over the past year, he had acquired a large number of evolution points through killing and consuming metal, allowing him to modify his hands, head, torso, and blood. Although he appeared human, he was now essentially a full-fledged robot. His arms could exert over 30 tons of force, his eyes could emit lasers of several thousand degrees, his mouth could project ultrasonic waves that disintegrated matter, and his tongue and teeth were like super bullets. His heart was transformed into a void furnace, and his blood was mixed with nanorobots. His upper body skin comprised 3 layers: metallic scales, memory metal, and data neural lines. His torso housed a sacred gear set that could release a barrier field when turned, blocking all material and energy attacks. With his current power, he was comparable to a second-tier extraordinary being. Against mundane military strength, his advantage was unmatched, but against the top-level extraordinary beings of Thorn, he was somewhat lacking. Although the power level in the world of Thorn was declining, the extreme combat strength still included fourth-tier extraordinary beings. It was no exaggeration to say that against such opponents, he was like a small fry. Clearly, he needed to accelerate his power enhancement and undergo comprehensive modifications, aiming to reach at least the third tier to have any say against extraordinary creatures. With this in mind, Zhang En stopped watching the opera, left the box, hurried downstairs, and drove away. Half an hour later, in the main cathedral of the mechanical sect, all the bishops had gathered, sitting silently on the benches, awaiting Zhang En's arrival. No one spoke. Although these individuals were gang leaders just months ago, their gangster habits had been thoroughly eradicated through recent months of transformation. No one wanted to disrupt the atmosphere by speaking unnecessarily and risk provoking the cold and ruthless leader into a deadly outburst. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as Zhang En strode into the cathedral, approaching the altar. Behind him stood a massive gear sculpture. He raised his hands high, his imposing figure now exuding warmth and authority. In a low voice, he said, "The great god of machinery has bestowed a revelation upon us. We should no longer confine ourselves to Baifeng City." Zhang En's words echoed through the church, each syllable carrying a metallic coldness. He continued, "The majesty of the divine needs to be spread, and the greatness of the deity must be known to the world. So, let us expand outward. We must conquer Hongying City and Haiyan City next door, bringing salvation to those engulfed in darkness." As his words faded, a profound silence enveloped the church. The bishops exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The air was thick with tension, so much so that even the sound of breathing seemed audible. Finally, Zhang En broke the silence once more. "Come, let us pray to the deity for the suffering, those lost in darkness in those two cities. Praise be to the divine. Praise be to the machinery." His words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the fervor of the bishops present. They stood in unison, raising their arms high, their voices booming in unison. "Praise be to the divine. Praise be to the machinery." Their chants reverberated throughout the church, echoing for miles. Hearing the commotion, nearby residents huddled in their beds, trembling. Someone whispered, "Oh God, those cult maniacs are at it again." They clung to their beds, too frightened to even peek outside. Since the emergence of a sect called the Cult of the Machine God in the slums of Baifeng City a year ago, the residents' lives had been turned upside down. This gang, cloaked in religious garb, had grown at an astonishing rate. In just a few months, they had absorbed all the gangs in Baifeng City, forcing them to join the Cult of the Machine God. Since then, these newly minted followers began their fanatical proselytizing. Their methods remained as brutal as ever, no different from their previous gang activities. The only difference was that they no longer stole money but instead seized metal objects. Some residents were left with their homes completely stripped of metal items. They had no forks or knives to eat with, resorting to using their hands or sticks. In such circumstances, residents began to miss the days when they were extorted by gangs. They bitterly thought, "Those people at least left us with something to eat with." In the dead of night, the atmosphere around the Mechanist Church in Baifeng City was filled with an eerie tension. Cheers echoed from within the church, disturbing the nearby residents. One citizen whispered a prayer, "God, please save us. These people have gathered again, and who knows what they plan to do." At that moment, several Soul Federation agents, hiding in the shadows, exchanged wary glances and instinctively clutched their belts. The humiliation they had suffered a month ago was still fresh in their minds. Back then, the Federal Bureau had just begun to notice this rapidly rising faction in Baifeng City and had dispatched agents to investigate. However, these cultists, masquerading as gangsters, blatantly disregarded the Bureau's authority and audaciously captured several agents. Surprisingly, they didn't kill them but instead subjected them to a more humiliating ordeal. The cultists confiscated all metal items from the agents, including the metal buckles on their belts, before dumping them at the steps of Baifeng City Hall. The agents had to awkwardly hold up their pants to prevent them from falling, marking the most embarrassing moment of their careers. Now, hearing the uproar from inside the church, the agents' faces were etched with disgust and caution. The lead agent decisively ordered, "Forget this for now. Let's retreat and report back to headquarters." With a wave of his hand, he led the team swiftly away from the scene. They all knew too well that their meager salaries were not worth the risk of confronting these deranged cultists. The very next day, a shocking piece of news exploded like a bomb among the elite circles of Baifeng City and Hongying City. The Mechanist Church had mobilized a large force and aggressively advanced into Hongying City. In just one day, they overran a third of the city's gang territories, recruiting most of the members into their cult. This news sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of both cities. The elite engaged in frantic discussions. "Damn it! What are these cult lunatics trying to do? Panic and unease spread rapidly as everyone realized that a storm capable of altering the city's power dynamics was brewing. In the heart of Honging City, the air in a lavishly decorated room felt almost solid. Fatty Bonnie had just finished listening to a report from his subordinates, and he was seething with rage. He abruptly stood up and, with a sweep of his hand, sent the exquisite ornaments on the table crashing to the floor, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing through the room. Bang! 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 Bonnie's thick hands slapped against the solid wood of the table, producing a dull thud. His round face was contorted with anger, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of unmistakable fear. What are they trying to do? What on earth are they trying to do? Bonnie roared, his voice filled with unease and confusion. Are they insane? Aren't they considering the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Special Affairs, the Ninth Agency, and those shadowy entities? There were two other people in the room, silent, but their ashen faces and twitching eyelids revealed their inner turmoil. The news of the mechanical cult making inroads into Honging City was a bolt from the blue for these mob bosses and high society figures. The lesson from Baifeng City was still fresh in their minds. After the mechanical cult's rise, not only did they seize control of all gang forces, but even political heavyweights like city councilors and the mayor couldn't escape their grip. Faced with such a threat, Honging City was united like never before, with both the underworld and the upper world vowing to repel the invaders. However, the outcome was shocking to everyone. Even with the combined forces of both sides, they couldn't stop the mechanical cult's advance. In just one day, a third of the gangs were wiped out, and a third of the territory fell into the cult's hands. Despite the city's leadership trying to leverage federal power to legally crack down on the mechanical cult, the cult blatantly ignored these threats. This was what puzzled Bonnie and the other two the most. Although the internal structure of the Seoul Federation was chaotic, with cities and states operating almost independently and the federal control over states and cities weak, no one dared to overlook the power of the federal agencies. The FBI, the Ninth Agency, the Department of Special Affairs, these mysterious and ruthless entities had always been a deterrent and a key to maintaining federal authority. Yet, this mechanical cult, which had risen from Baifeng City, seemed utterly indifferent to federal law, showing no fear of these terrifying institutions. Were they really just a bunch of brainwashed lunatics? Bonnie, what do we do now? A gaunt man in the corner asked in a deep voice, breaking the brief silence. Bonnie slumped back into his chair, looking dejected, and muttered to himself, "What do we do? How should I know what to do? They don't care about federal law, they ignore the city government and the mediation of those bigwigs." Suddenly, Bonnie let out a cold laugh, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Maybe it's not us who should be worried. We're just a gang, but now the entire underworld of Honging City is going to be wiped out by those mechanical lunatics. In that case, we won't have any rivals left. At worst, we'll just give up our territory and take the money to live in another city. His tone became more serious. But those bigwigs are different. Their roots are in Honging City. Their status and power come from their operations here. So they can't abandon Honging City unless they're willing to give up their power and position. As soon as Bonnie finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room became tense. His sharp eyes scanned the gaunt man and the gray-haired old man, as if trying to read their thoughts. Now, those big shots must be panicking and reaching out to their allies for help. Bonnie's voice was low and firm. Our immediate priority is to gather our assets, and then wait. Wait. The gray-haired old man frowned, looking at Bonnie in confusion. Bonnie took a deep breath, as if he had just completed an intense inner struggle. His spirit seemed somewhat restored, and a confident gleam appeared in his eyes. He leaned forward, pressing his hands on the table, and spoke to the two men in an indisputable tone. Yes, wait. The upcoming battle is beyond our capabilities. It will be a life-and-death struggle between those big shots and the mechanical cult. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Bonnie's voice. If the big shots win, we can not only continue to stand our ground in Red Hawk City, but might even gain a foothold in White Maple City's territory. If they lose, we'll flee to somewhere else. Although this means abandoning the territory we've worked hard to build over the years, think about it carefully. He paused, a cold smile curling at his lips. We're only losing territory, but those big shots will lose their power and status, becoming the lackeys of the mechanical cult lunatics. Comparing the two, don't you think we're still quite lucky? The gaunt man and the gray-haired old man exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. But as the scenario Bonnie described became clearer in their minds, their demeanor gradually relaxed. All right, you make a good point, the gaunt man said slowly after a moment of thought. I'll go back and instruct my men to stay home and not go out for a while. However, before he could finish, Bonnie decisively interrupted. No, we can't just hide away, Bonnie said, cutting him off with a wave of his hand. Our men still need to be out there, resisting the mechanical cult's invasion. Otherwise, what do you think those big shots and everyone else will think of us? Bonnie's words were emphatic, and the gaunt man and the gray-haired old man fell into deep thought. The atmosphere in the meeting room became heavy once again, as all three realized that every move they made from now on would determine their survival. Bonnie escorted the two men to the door, watching as the skinny man and the gray-haired elder departed. He turned back to the window, observing the pair's retreating figures with a cold gaze. Alone in the room, Bonnie furrowed his brow, lost in thought. These fools have no clue about the real situation, he muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the window frame. Bonnie's gaze drifted beyond the street, as if he could see further into the future. If it really comes to the worst, no. If the cult of the machine triumphs over those federal lackeys, then perhaps that's an option too. His mind wandered back to the meeting earlier. As expected, the bigwigs from the legitimate world were clearly rattled by the cult of the machine's style and aggressive tactics. The terror and unease on their faces were vivid in Bonnie's memory. This group clearly hadn't anticipated that the cult would be so brazen, disregarding even the city's mediation and treating federal laws as meaningless. Damn lunatics. Bonnie cursed under his breath, taking a deep breath as he recalled the core of the meeting. Mayor James, with a serious expression, got straight to the point. Gentlemen, as you have seen, the cult of the machine couldn't care less about federal laws, and the city's mediation is utterly ineffective. Given the current situation, if we don't act soon, in about 3 days, the entire underground market of Red Hawk City will fall into the cult's hands. You all know what that would mean. The owner of the largest railway company in Red Hawk City nervously adjusted his tie and asked in a grave tone, Mayor James, what exactly is the purpose of calling us here? The mayor's response was firm. If we don't want the cult of the machine to hold us by the throat, if we don't want to become the dogs of these madmen, we cannot allow them to completely infiltrate Red Hawk City. His voice rose sharply. Gentlemen, at this juncture, what are you waiting for? Use your connections, mobilize every contact to find powerful extraordinaires, and reach out to the federal upper echelons. If we fail to find someone to stop the cult of the machine, we'll end up like those fools in White Maple City. Companies easily taken over, mayoral and council elections manipulated by the cult. I believe none of you would accept such an outcome, would you? Bonnie recalled the expressions on everyone's faces during the meeting, calculating the possible directions the situation might take. Regardless, the future of Red Hawk City seemed poised at a perilous crossroads. A sinister voice suddenly echoed through the mayor's office, startling everyone present. You fools are no different from the idiots in Bifeng City. At this point, you're still thinking about preserving your strength. Mayor James quickly regained his composure, pulled an ornate revolver from his drawer, and aimed it at the air, demanding, Who are you? Show yourself, hidden extraordinary gentleman. A cold snort resonated in the air, followed by a ripple as if water, revealing a man in a black robe. His face was pale, but his eyes were unusually bright. He held an old wooden staff, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Crow. I'm the mastermind behind the mysterious market in Red Hawk City, a sorcerer. I'm also the representative elected by all the extraordinary individuals in Red Hawk City to discuss cooperation with you. A hint of helplessness flashed in Crow's eyes. To these extraordinary beings, ordinary people were like ants, utterly useless. Yet, faced with the threat of the mechanical cult, they had no choice but to collaborate with the authorities. The mechanical cult's power is overwhelming, Crow explained. They possess some unknown extraordinary transformation technology that can turn ordinary people into extraordinary beings on par with the first-tier foundation. Their bishops wield power comparable to the second-tier spirit communication and even the third-tier metamorphosis. Crow admitted that although there were metamorphosis-tier individuals among the extraordinary in Red Hawk City, including himself, the mechanical cult's numbers were too vast. They had thousands of ordinary followers, hundreds of transformed foundation-level extraordinary individuals, and at least 20 bishops, 7 of whom were on par with the metamorphosis tier. Not to mention, behind these followers and bishops is a mysterious pontiff who founded the mechanical cult. We suspect the pontiff is likely a powerful transcendent being. Crow spoke frankly. We alone cannot possibly stand against the mechanical cult. If you continue to hold back, we'll have no choice but to abandon Red Hawk City and leave you to face death. These words dealt a heavy blow to the businessmen and council members present. They were somewhat aware of the extraordinary world, but learning of the mechanical cult's power left them feeling hopeless. Mayor James refused to give up. He said gravely, I've pulled all my strings and had a congressman mobilize an elite special disaster response unit from the 9th Agency. The team leader is a transcendent, extraordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Crow was elated. I didn't expect Mayor James to have such connections. With a transcendent, extraordinary individual on our side, we have a chance against the mechanical cult. Mayor James's voice trembled with a hint of pain. I've used up all my connections for this. His words had the desired effect. Other businessmen and council members pledged their support, unwilling to abandon their foundations and interests in Red Hawk City. After leaving, they immediately went home and dialed a series of secret numbers. In just one day, over a dozen elite special operations teams and numerous extraordinary individuals quietly infiltrated Red Hawk City. The combined power of capital and politics was evident. Unaware of these undercurrents, Zhang En remained indifferent. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After seizing control of one-third of the gang's territories in Red Hawk City, he finally gathered enough evolution points to complete his lower body transformation. I now have roughly third-tier combat power, Zhang En said, standing by the window of his hotel room, overlooking the city. Once I take over Red Hawk City and test the federal forces, I can start searching for those extraordinary creature groups. His plan was progressing rapidly. If everything went smoothly, within a year, he would subdue the extraordinary creature groups and begin constructing a dimensional gate. With the power of this world, unless the world's consciousness had special means, the technological level of various countries was no match for his mechanical civilization. Suddenly, Zhang En turned and addressed a spot in the room. Hey, what do you think of this city? After a few seconds of silence, a figure cloaked in a large black robe appeared. How did you notice me? Because you're too weak, Zhang En replied casually, pointing at the robed figure. Even though you're weak, you're much stronger than the trash I've encountered before. Join my cult now. Embrace the glory of machinery, and I'll grant you the mighty power of the mechanical. I refuse, the robed figure replied without hesitation. The next moment, a massive fist smashed into his face. Boom. The force, enough to pierce through a skyscraper, concentrated on a single point and erupted, cleverly controlled to avoid spreading, all focused on the robed figure's body. He was slammed against the wall, his clothes torn apart. Zhang En strode forward, menacingly demanding, refuse and you die. Flesh heretics must be purged. What do you say now? After his clothes were shattered, the figure's true form was revealed, a young man with skin as pale as paper and an almost otherworldly beauty. Zhang En's punch not only obliterated his entire upper body, but, eerily, not a single drop of blood spilled. The fragmented flesh and bones clung to the wall as if drawn by an invisible force, squirming as if alive, trying to revert and regenerate. I yield. The young man's voice quivered slightly as it emanated from the wall. This punch forced him to confront a harsh reality. There was an insurmountable gap between him and Zhang En. He had prided himself on reaching the pinnacle of transformation, capable of battling and retreating from those in the sublimation realm, yet he could not withstand even a single punch from Zhang En. If not for his unique bloodline, he would likely already be a cold corpse. A terrifying thought crept into his mind that the person before him might be at the 5th level of the longevity stage. This ominous premonition compelled him to surrender so decisively. Very well, flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Zhang En nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. It seems that taking my punch has allowed you to grasp some of the truth, showing you have some insight. With that, he plucked the young man from the wall and casually placed him on the ground, as if handling a mere object. To survive a punch from me at your mere transformation stage, you must have a special bloodline, right? Zhang En looked at the young man with interest, a knowing glint in his eyes. Judging by your resilience, are you a vampire? No, not a vampire, a blood clan, a blood clan. Despite the recent brush with death and the realization that Zhang En might be a powerful longevity stage figure, the young man couldn't help but angrily correct him. As a member of the blood clan, the last thing he wanted was to be called a vampire. All right, blood clan it is, Zhang En agreed nonchalantly, not dwelling on the terminology. Now you are the 23rd bishop of our Church of the Mechanical God, the Blood Bishop. Once we take Red Hawk City, I'll bestow upon you the mechanical blessing and let you experience the allure of mechanical ascension. Switching tone, Zhang En's voice became stern. Now tell me, who sent you here? If you came of your own accord, explain your reasons. Also, give me an account of the extraordinary forces within Red Hawk City. During the recent invasion, some fools dared to challenge us. Listening to Zhang En's displeased words, the Blood Clan youth internally grumbled. If it weren't for your invasion of local gangs and control of the mysterious market, those extraordinary beings wouldn't have stood against you. But he kept these thoughts to himself, outwardly respectful as he answered Zhang En's questions. I was invited by one of the local mysterious market regulators, a third-level transformation wizard named Crow, the young man admitted. Since I am a Blood Clan member skilled in stealth, he tasked me with infiltrating your sex base to gather information. I didn't expect to encounter you, my lord. Pausing, the Blood Clan youth tentatively asked, My lord, you must be the Pope of the Church of the Mechanical God, right? Indeed, I am the Pope. You may call me Pope Khan. Zhang En acknowledged his identity without hesitation, retrieving an intricately designed gear necklace from his pocket. His demeanor suddenly turned solemn, as if pronouncing a sacred prophecy. I have been blessed by the divine, received divine revelation, foretelling a great calamity upon the world. The extraordinary will fade. Countless beings will fall into the mundane. My God of machinery pities the common, bestowing great power upon me to lead all beings beyond the shackles of flesh, to transcend with mechanical bodies. Initially dismissive of these words, the Blood Clan youth's expression froze, genuine terror flickering in his eyes when Zhang En mentioned the world facing extraordinary silence and beings falling into the mundane. In a world where supernatural powers are gradually waning, a young vampire elder is deeply troubled. His pale face shows traces of unease, and his eyes reflect uncertainty about the future. Despite his high status and knowledge as a vampire in the metamorphosis stage, he is powerless to alter the impending fate. The long-standing legend of spiritual dormancy within the vampire community does not seem like mere myth to him. The young elder knows all too well that this dreadful prophecy is becoming a reality. He has witnessed the leaders of powerful beings, vampires, elves, dwarves, dragons, demons, and fairies gathering to solemnly acknowledge this irreversible truth. Reflecting on the disappearance of ancient gods and the subsequent decline of demigod entities, the young elder feels a wave of helplessness. If even those unimaginably powerful beings couldn't stop the decline of spirituality, what could ordinary supernatural beings like them do? Just as despair was about to consume his reason, an unbelievable piece of news reached him. A human transcendent claimed to have received divine revelation, not only understanding the truth behind the spiritual decline, but also intending to reverse it. A spark of hope ignited in the young elder's heart. Although reason warned him it might be a scam, as a member of a long-lived race capable of living for millennia, he couldn't ignore this faint hope. According to the predictions of the few remaining sixth-order mythic beings, spirituality would diminish to the point where it could no longer sustain supernatural races in, at most, 300 years. Faced with the impending early arrival of death, any intelligent being would strive desperately to grasp even the slightest lifeline. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, the young vampire couldn't help but ask, "Your Holiness, is what you say true?" His voice trembled slightly, eyes shimmering with the hope of receiving an affirmative answer. However, he was unaware that he had fallen right into the trap set by a human transcendent named Zhang En. Zhang En inwardly gloated, pleased with the intricate scam he had devised. He knew that this naive young creature had finally taken the bait. Zhang En's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he prepared to execute the next phase of his plan. A gentle yet serious smile appeared on his face. "Of course it's true, child. A year ago, I was just an ordinary person. But today, having received divine enlightenment, I've become an extraordinary being comparable to the immortal ranks. Without divine intervention, do you think any of this could have happened?" To bolster his claim, Zhang En slightly revealed his mechanical ascendant form. A blinding light shone from his eyes, a distorted field surrounded him, and the roar of a furnace echoed from his chest. Everything was meant to prove to the young vampire that he was speaking the truth. Faced with such compelling evidence, the young vampire wavered. There was no denying it. The evidence Zhang En presented was too convincing. Even among extraordinary races with mythical beings and some preserved heritage, it was impossible to elevate an ordinary person to an immortal rank within a year. Only a deity could achieve such a feat. "I believe you, Your Holiness. I want to join the church now and devote my faith to the great god of machinery," the young vampire said sincerely, taking a deep breath. Even with just a 1 in 10,000 chance, he was willing to take the gamble. After all, he only had one life. "Very well, child. I can see your devotion to the divine," Zhang En said with satisfaction, gently placing his hand on the young vampire's head. The system panel appeared, and the evolution points decreased by 10. The young vampire's body trembled as he felt an alteration in his right hand. A cold, strange force suddenly manifested in his right hand, completing its transformation in mere seconds. This power. The young vampire raised his transformed hand in astonishment, opening and closing it a few times. He could sense the unique structure and immense strength within his modified right hand. This power was certainly not of a spiritual origin. The god of machinery truly existed. Upon experiencing the undeniable and distinct power, the last shred of doubt vanished from the young vampire's heart. His devout expression greatly satisfied Zhang En, who was relieved to have chosen the right recipient for the bestowed power. Unlike those gang members who saw their newfound abilities merely as a special modification, this young vampire, as an extraordinary being from a transformative class, immediately grasped the deeper meaning. In a gentle tone, Zhang En said, "Very good, child. I can feel your devout faith. But it's not enough. God sent me to save the world." He continued to explain that the world's spirituality was about to fade, and extraordinary races would fall into the mundane. "I am here to redeem by divine will. Now, return to the vampire clan and spread the faith of the god of machinery for me. Once I've resolved matters here, I'll come to the vampire clan myself to bring you salvation." The young vampire respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Your Holiness." Then, he reached into his chest, withdrew a pulsating mass of blood, and handed it to Zhang En. "Your Holiness, this contains information about the extraordinary beings in Red Eagle City and our vampire clan stronghold. Please have a look." Zhang En grabbed the blood and crushed it forcefully. Instantly, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Seconds later, he opened his eyes and said to Daisos, "Child, you have done well. This is God's blessing, a reward for your contribution." With that, he once again touched Daisou's head, using evolution points to enhance Daisou's left arm. Go, you have received God's grace. Spread his glory and complete the redemption. Remember, the glory and salvation of the vampire clan lie in your words and actions. Zhang En spoke in a zealous tone, continuing to persuade Daisous. With undeniable proof of power, Daisous had no doubts, taking it all as truth. After saluting Zhang En, he slowly retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Once Daisous' presence completely vanished, Zhang En burst into laughter. Ha! Excellent. Now I've got manpower. He contemplated his next plan. First, take Red Eagle City, intimidate the Federation, then use the vampire clan as a springboard to subdue all these extraordinary races. Hopefully, they'll be sensible. A group of extraordinary races is quite valuable. Zhang En wasn't worried about being eliminated by hidden fourth-tier extraordinaries. He had the celestial sword given by his grandfather Zhang Xian, capable of unleashing 3 sword energies. With Zhang Xian's strength as the lord of a 4th-level civilization, it could reach the level of universal extraordinary 8th tier. Such power, if not restrained, could return the internal world of Thorn to chaos, shattering and re-evolving world consciousness. In an ordinary world, a single sword energy could split the entire world. With these 3 sword energies for protection, even if faced with a troublesome 4th-tier extraordinary, he only needed to slightly reveal his aura and tie it to the god of machinery, potentially gathering another wave of faith to enhance his persuasion. Zhang En mused. It seems better if someone jumps out for me to show off. In the following days, violent conflicts erupted in Red Eagle City. The Church of the Mechanical God, controlled by Zhang En, tore open hostilities with all local forces, even engaging in fierce street battles in broad daylight, resulting in the deaths of many innocent bystanders. Despite this, the local forces in Red Eagle City were unable to stop the Church of the Mechanical God's advance. 3 days later, the entire underworld of Red Eagle City was cleared out, with several major businessmen forced to transfer all their company shares. Even among city councilors, a few who were too vocal were eliminated by the Church of the Mechanical God. These actions instilled fear in the remaining councilors and the mayor, making them realize that the Church of the Mechanical God did not regard the Federation at all. However, despite their anger, they had no recourse. All the extraordinary experts they called upon through connections were either killed or forcibly converted by the Church of the Mechanical God, and even the special squad sent by the 9th Agency was defeated. In the mayor's office, Mayor James, looking despondent, said hopelessly, "Gentlemen, it seems we really have to submit to the Church of the Mechanical God." The recent struggles had made him see the situation clearly. Unless the Federation deployed the military or revealed its foundation, they had no chance of winning. Surrendering to the Church of the Mechanical God meant becoming subservient, but at least it meant survival. If they resisted and refused to submit, it would mean death. Those councilors who were killed paid the price for being too stubborn, thinking the Church of the Mechanical God wouldn't dare touch them. The other surviving councilors listened and couldn't help but smile bitterly, sharing the same pained expression. They had one other choice, which was to flee. But then what? Exhausted connections, stripped positions and power, and an unbearable life in another city awaited them. As for the extraordinary beings, seeing the unfavorable situation and after losing many, they abandoned their territory and fled. Just as they were about to decide to surrender, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the office. There's no need for that. Though the voice was unfamiliar, the mayor and councilors were not surprised. They turned towards the voice, their expressions turning to stunned disbelief. President Benjamin, how are you? James felt his mind was failing as he looked in astonishment at the suddenly appearing middle-aged blonde man, his expression incredulous. President Benjamin, the Federation's 2nd president, was a figure from over 300 years ago. How was he still alive? Moreover, judging by his appearance, President Benjamin seemed to be an extraordinary being. For a moment, James and the councilors felt their minds were overwhelmed, realizing that the Federation's secrets were deeper and more unfathomable than they had imagined. President Benjamin, with an expression of both compassion and anger, said, "I have come here to deal with the Church of the Mechanical God. They have gone too far, openly killing councilors and engaging in extraordinary battles on the streets, causing the deaths of innocent Federation citizens. If the Church of the Mechanical God is allowed to exist, the dignity and status the Federation has built over 300 years will vanish, and we will be ridiculed by every nation in the world. Therefore, I am here to destroy the Church of the Mechanical God." Despite his forceful tone, Benjamin remained cautious, first inquiring about the intelligence. "Now, tell me what you know about the Church of the Mechanical God." Seeing Benjamin's confidence and considering his centuries-long life, Mayor James regained some hope and respectfully responded, "Yes, Mr. President." In a corner of Hongying City, inside a temporarily converted church, Zhang En suddenly became alert. He sensed a powerful presence descending, comparable to a 3rd-tier extraordinary being. A big one has arrived, Zhang En thought to himself. This must be one of the trump cards of the Thor Federation. Taking it down, or at least severely injuring it, should be enough to deter the Thor Federation from making any rash moves. Your Eminence, what's happening? Crow inquired respectfully. Once a mysterious market regulator and now a metamorphosed wizard, Crow had joined the Church of the Machine God. He wasn't alone. Many extraordinary individuals in Hongying City had also aligned themselves with the church. This situation was starkly different from Baifeng City, due to two key factors: Zhang En's significant increase in strength and Daisou's contributions. After Daisou's left, he first met with Crow to showcase his newly acquired powers. The non-spiritual power he exhibited, along with the secretive information he shared, deeply shocked Crow. Learning about the decline of spirituality and the formidable backing of the Church of the Machine God, Crow, after careful consideration, decided to join. In his view, the church was a massive force, seemingly supported by deities, and wielding power unaffected by the decline of spirituality, a colossal advantage. Crow joined without hesitation and even recruited a few friends. Time proved his decision right, and feeling the unique blood coursing through him, Crow was grateful for his choice. Humph, it's just someone harboring illusions, trying to stop us from spreading the glory of the gods. Zhang En stood up, his massive frame exuding an intimidating aura. Over the past few days, he had consumed a large amount of metal, and the vast evolution points he extracted were used to enhance the extraordinary individuals and merchants who had pledged allegiance, while the rest were spent on transforming himself. Though he hadn't broken through to a universal fourth-tier extraordinary being, he was very close. At this moment, Zhang En was incredibly formidable. Just as I was looking for a sparring partner, a heretic presents themselves. Spread the word. The enemy is at City Hall. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang En leaped into the air, breaking through the church roof like a launched rocket, heading straight for City Hall. Inside the church, a group of bishops from the Church of the Machine God was gathering followers. They looked up at Zhang En soaring through the sky, as if witnessing the descent of a deity, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Is this the power of His Eminence? So powerful, an excited bishop exclaimed. Quick, move out immediately. Follow His Eminence. The enemy is at City Hall. All for the machine. With shouts of zeal, the Church of the Machine God surged out, moving en masse towards City Hall. Meanwhile, inside City Hall, Benjamin, who was analyzing intelligence on the Church of the Machine God, suddenly stood up. He raised his hand, instantly erecting an invisible barrier around him. The next moment, the building above shattered with a thunderous crash, and a massive fist descended from the sky, striking heavily on the barrier. A resounding boom reverberated through the air. An invisible barrier rippled visibly under a powerful impact, resembling a spider web struck by a boulder. The intense shockwave continued to spread outward, forcing the barrier lower and lower, compelling those beneath it to sink down until they finally touched the ground. By then, the entire city hall had turned into ruins, with cracks stretching hundreds of meters across the ground, collapsing into a bottomless pit. Benjamin's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with shock. The atmospheric shield he prided himself on was a high-level spell, fortified by the power of the immortal, supposed to be unbreakable, capable of withstanding the instantaneous explosion of hundreds of missiles. Yet now, it was faltering before a single fist, unable to absorb the impact, allowing it to dissipate unchecked. Benjamin couldn't help but wonder, just how terrifying is this guy's strength? A sense of foreboding rose within Benjamin. He quickly reached out, grabbing the unconscious Mayor James and the city council members, and swiftly left the ruins. After carelessly placing them aside, Benjamin conjured a rapier from thin air, his attire transforming instantly into an elegant noble's suit. His aura climbed steadily, his gaze fixed on the massive figure in midair. Sir, there might be some misunderstanding between us, Benjamin said in a deep voice. If you intend to establish a presence within the Federation, we can arrange for nearby cities to be handed over to the Church of the Machine God. But your methods are too violent. Such aggressive tactics are akin to challenging the Federation's authority. If you are willing. Before he could finish, Benjamin's pupils contracted again. Instinctively, he thrust his rapier forward, powerful magic transforming into endless flames that coiled around the rapier, forming layers of fiery vortices. Just as the fiery vortex took shape, a gigantic fist broke through the air, effortlessly smashing the flames and bending the rapier. The immense force sent Benjamin flying dozens of meters. He barely managed to regain control before coming to a halt. Why so much chatter? A rough voice boomed. Fight me first, then we can talk. Zhang En stepped onto the land, his gaze piercing and his voice thunderous. I am here to spread the glory of the divine, not to engage in political squabbles with heretics. Before the words had fully left his lips, he had already appeared like a phantom behind Benjamin. Benjamin felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see Zhang En's towering figure looming like a mountain, making him feel like a mere child in comparison. Zhang En's deep voice rumbled like a beast. If you survive, then we can have a proper conversation. As soon as he spoke, Zhang En's massive hand came crashing down. Benjamin barely had time to react, mustering all his magical power to form an invisible shield around him. The shield held for just a brief moment, allowing Benjamin to seize the fleeting chance to teleport several meters away. With a deafening crash, Zhang En's hand struck the spot where Benjamin had stood, causing the ground to collapse into a massive crater, several meters deep and tens of meters wide. Benjamin was horrified, silently thankful that he had avoided the blow. Even with his body strengthened by hundreds of years of magic, he doubted he could have survived being crushed. Such terrifying power surpassed even that of a dragon. Benjamin had no desire to continue the fight. Facing such a formidable opponent, negotiation seemed like the only option. He was about to speak, "Sir." However, Zhang En had no interest in negotiations. He calculated in his mind, "If I stop now, how can I intimidate the Sol Federation? I must use overwhelming force to make them understand that I am not to be trifled with." Zhang En's eyes suddenly emitted blinding beams of light, igniting the air. Even several meters above the ground, the beam scorched a blackened trail on the earth. Benjamin's face turned pale as he thrust his hands forward, conjuring walls of ice to shield himself. The lasers sliced through the ice walls with ease, forcing Benjamin to retreat over 100 meters before the beams finally dissipated. By then, he had pierced through countless layers of ice, drenched in sweat, and filled with indescribable dread. Before President Benjamin could catch his breath, Zhang En charged forward like a speeding train, breaking through obstacles and closing the distance in an instant. His right arm was raised high, inner gears whirring rapidly, unleashing incredible power. "Take this high-pressure missile punch." Zhang En's punch created a shockwave that lifted the ground. Benjamin barely had time to raise his sword in defense. The punch shattered multiple layers of protective barriers, and the precious, extraordinary weapon disintegrated under the force. Sword fragments rained down like a storm, piercing Benjamin's chest. Gasp! Benjamin's face changed drastically, turning from red to blue, then to a ghastly white. Blood surged up, and he couldn't suppress it, spewing a thick mist of blood from his mouth. The threat of death overwhelmed his senses, stripping away his dignity. "Stop! Stop! I'll give you whatever you want," he pleaded desperately. Zhang En's suspended fist stirred a fierce wind, causing Benjamin's face to tremble. "Really?" Benjamin nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I mean it. I am the second president of the Federation. My word holds weight. Whatever you want, just say it, and if I can provide it, I will." He had realized that Zhang En's strength was extraordinary, far beyond the level of immortals, nearing mythic proportions. Such power was unmatched in the Federation, with few comparable beings even among the extraordinary creatures, most of whom were dormant. The power of the Soul Federation was no match for this man. Benjamin regretted his rashness. Had he known, he would never have come. Now, he was eager to ally with this mysterious powerhouse. "Please, speak, honorable sir. The Federation respects strength above all, and your power deserves corresponding status and authority. White Maple City, Red Hawk City, even the entire state of Kent, if you wish, you can take them." As for whether these promises would harm the Federation's interests, Benjamin thought, the entire Federation was built on the interests of extraordinary beings like them, and the 47 states had long been divided among them. "I don't need those." Zhang En interrupted Benjamin, looking at him with a pitying gaze. "I want you." "Want me?" Benjamin was stunned, not immediately comprehending Zhang En's meaning. Could it be that this person had taken a liking to him, a plain-looking middle-aged man? Did this person have such preferences? He hesitated, unsure whether to agree, as refusal might mean death. Benjamin found himself in a dilemma. Benjamin was torn internally, unsure whether to agree to Zhang En's request. As a second-generation president and a powerful immortal, he felt this action would undermine his status. However, curiosity drove him to listen to Zhang En's reasoning again, hoping he had misunderstood. Zhang En firmly repeated, "That's right, I want you to join the Church of the Machine God." Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief, but he still resisted the idea of joining the Church of the Machine God. After all, according to the information he had obtained from Mayor Janes, this organization seemed rather sinister and bizarre. Sensing Benjamin's hesitation, Zhang En switched to a more persuasive, almost mystical tone, trying to convince him. "Child, do you know why you can't defeat me?" Benjamin thought this question was pointless. The difference in strength was likely due to the other party having mastered a more advanced cultivation method or being at a higher level. But to humor Zhang En, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Why?" Zhang En replied solemnly, "Because you are a heretic. You are bound by the frail flesh of a heretic, trapped in a primitive and backward life form, which is why you can't defeat me. I, blessed by divine grace, have shed the shackles of weak flesh and ascended beyond primitive life forms as a mechanical ascendant. This is why I am stronger, why I can easily beat you half to death." As he spoke, Zhang En brought his hands together, revealing his true form. His body rapidly grew taller, and his skin peeled away like a snake shedding its skin, exposing the metallic core beneath. A giant gear appeared out of nowhere behind him, slowly turning and emitting an invisible, twisting force field. His eyes glowed with a dazzling light, filled with an unsettling energy. Benjamin was stunned, staring at the transformed entity before him. Zhang En now resembled a giant humanoid mech, unmistakable for anything human. This terrifying form completely overwhelmed Benjamin, who never imagined such an astonishing true form lay beneath Zhang En's seemingly ordinary human exterior. What shocked Benjamin even more was that he couldn't sense any trace of a soul within this body. It seemed not to be shaped by a soul, but evolved through some unknown means. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief. How? How is this possible? Zhang En chuckled inwardly, realizing his words had taken effect. He withdrew his form and began to teach with the wisdom of an elder. Why not? Under the blessing of the great god of machinery, anything is possible. His voice carried a hint of mystery and authority as he continued. It was through the divine revelation of the great god of machinery that I understood the power of machinery and recognized the frailty and backwardness of the flesh. Zhang En's gaze became profound, as if traversing time and space. You must understand, humanity is constantly evolving. The first evolution was from apes to humans, granting us true intelligence. The second evolution was the refinement of humans, with a more developed brain and exceptional wisdom, leading to the creation of great civilizations and countless magnificent structures. His voice gradually rose, filled with excitement. And the third evolution is the leap from flesh to mechanical bodies. Haven't you noticed the limitations of our fragile flesh? A strange light flickered in Zhang En's eyes. For thousands of years, our bodies have hardly changed significantly. Compared to the rapidly evolving civilization, they seem primitive and outdated. These bodies are controlled by emotions and desires. They bleed, get sick, age, die, feel hunger and thirst. It is these flaws that hinder human progress and our strength. His voice turned low and seductive. Only by transcending the flesh to become mechanical can we be unafraid of aging and death, free from the flaws of our corporeal bodies. Only then can we become stronger, create greater civilizations, and make humanity truly immortal. Finally, Zhang En extended his hand in an inviting gesture, his voice filled with sincerity and anticipation. Now, I invite you to join this glorious evolution, to join us, bask in the radiance of the great god of machinery, and become a mechanical ascendant from the realm of flesh. For Benjamin, who had lived for centuries and experienced countless power struggles as a former president, simple words of persuasion were ineffective. However, when Zhang En presented solid evidence, Benjamin had to start reconsidering. He gazed at Zhang En's face, which was a mix of sincerity and pity, and began to ponder the truthfulness of his words. If it was false, then where did Zhang En's formidable power, completely independent of spirituality, come from? If it was true, Benjamin furrowed his brow, torn by inner conflict. Eventually, he made a decision. The situation is beyond my control, he thought, and he decided to join. Surprisingly, after Zhang En's skillful persuasion, he even felt a sense of anticipation. As an immortal-level being, Benjamin was naturally aware of the dissipation of spirituality. If there was truly a deity behind the mechanical cult aiming for human evolution, it was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for him. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Zhang En's eyes as he solemnly announced, "Very well, Mr. Benjamin. The deity will witness your faith and watch over your actions. Now, receive the divine grace and feel the greatness of the deity." With that, he placed his hand on Benjamin's head. Benjamin tensed, fearing Zhang En might accidentally crush his skull. Yet, in the next moment, his anxiety was replaced by sheer astonishment. A peculiar force materialized within him, aggressively transforming his right hand. As an immortal being, Benjamin's body had long been fortified with spirituality and magic, making it incredibly resilient. Even mythical creatures would find it difficult to alter his physique so effortlessly, let alone a mere energy force. In just a few seconds, the transformation was complete. Benjamin looked down to find his right hand had become a mechanical arm, its joints replaced by intricate gears, starkly contrasting with his flesh and blood left hand. This sight filled Benjamin with shock and awe. Could the mechanical god truly exist? With this thought, he suddenly recalled a question and couldn't help but ask, "Your Holiness, when did you achieve immortality?" "Just this year," Zhang En calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Benjamin's heart raced. He immediately became devout, his attitude towards Zhang En more respectful. "Praise the mechanical god. Your Holiness, is there anything you require of me?" Zhang En smiled faintly. "Spread the glory of the deity, Benjamin." As he spoke, he conjured an iron plate from thin air and handed it to Benjamin. "Also, work hard to gather the materials listed. We need to construct the gate of the god, to welcome the deity's arrival and guide humanity to ascension." The so-called gate of the god was actually a world gate. Zhang En dared to speak so openly about this and enlist Benjamin, a second-generation president of the Federation, to gather materials because he had confirmed that the current world consciousness was still dormant, showing almost no activity. This emboldened him to act boldly and openly. As for how to deal with the world consciousness once it awakens, Zhang En sneered internally. Powerful beings like Benjamin and Daisos knew the world's spirituality was fading. If they didn't want to be left behind by the times and fall into obscurity, they had no choice but to cling tightly to the mechanical cult. Even if the world consciousness awoke and exerted influence, they wouldn't let go easily. Human nature is such that those who benefit from the status quo would rather face death than relinquish their privileges. Zhang En understood this well. He planned to save the world as the god of machinery, using his immense power to bring hope to both extraordinary creatures and human supernaturals, thereby winning their support. His ambitions didn't stop there. He aimed to seize control of the entire world, encompassing both humans and supernatural beings. Sitting in the control room of Tianmen Star, Zhang En closed his eyes slightly, feeling the progress of his counterpart in another world. His fists clenched unconsciously, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. If I succeed, it will be a tremendous gain, he muttered to himself. Despite the world consciousness's ability to influence everyone's thoughts and emotions, Zhang En believed that humans had the power to overcome this influence. His plan was to take control from the top down, first seizing the upper echelons, and then gradually infiltrating the entire society. To excel in the upcoming college entrance exam, Zhang En decided to give it his all. His goal was to bypass the lengthy accumulation process from a level 1 civilization to a level 3 civilization and directly become the master of level 3. If successful, he would have the opportunity to challenge the top 10 civilizations. Even if he failed, he could still secure a place in the top 100. Zhang En took a deep breath and began focusing on simulating battles against chaos species and world devourers. He recalled the exam details Zhang Wanyan had previously shared. Among the 3 exams, the first written test was relatively simple, with the key lying in the second and third exams. The second exam would take place in the Star Network, where candidates would simulate battles against world devourers or chaos species. Scores depended on the number and strength of defeated opponents. To enter a top-tier university, one needed to defeat at least 10,000 ordinary chaos species or a first-level world devourer. To get into the top 100 universities, one needed to conquer 50,000 ordinary chaos species, a material devourer, or 5 first-level world devourers, or 1 second-level world devourer. Zhang En's gaze became resolute. He knew that the coming days would be filled with rigorous training and preparation. But to achieve his ambitions, he was ready to give it his all. The requirements for the top 10 candidates are like an insurmountable mountain, daunting and intimidating. Zhang En stands at its base, looking up at the seemingly unreachable peak, feeling the immense pressure and challenge. First, candidates must defeat over 100,000 chaos creatures, including a star devourer general. This is akin to battling 3 third-level world devourers simultaneously. Zhang En imagines these terrifying beings. A first-level world devourer is already equivalent to a 6th-tier immortal deity, while a third-level one reaches the terrifying 8th tier. He can't help but smile wryly, thinking about how he and his classmates only became lords of civilization less than a year ago. Even veterans who have awakened for decades or centuries might not be able to defeat a single third-level devourer. Yet, this is merely the first hurdle to the top 10. After the second exam, there's an even more challenging third phase of the competition. Zhang En closes his eyes, picturing himself in the Star Network, fiercely competing against other lords of civilization. Winning each round earns points, but the opponent's strength increases with each victory. The more consecutive wins, the higher the score multiplier, with each candidate having 3 chances to lose without being eliminated. The score required for the top 100 is 10 consecutive wins, or 20 victories without 10 consecutive wins. The score for the top 10 is staggering at least 50 consecutive wins. Zhang En feels dizzy. Such demands are nearly despair-inducing. Even with the treasure he possesses, he isn't confident he could defeat a third-level world devourer, let alone 3. As for the third competition phase, achieving 50 consecutive wins seems overwhelmingly uncertain. Under this immense pressure, Zhang En decides to take a gamble in the world of Thorn. He knows that without taking risks, the dream of reaching the top 10 will remain unattainable. At this moment, Zhang En is preparing to conduct a simulated practice against chaos creatures. His plan is to choose to confront the chaos creatures during the final exam. After all, he is neither inherently divine nor extraordinarily gifted. Moreover, his precious perpetual gear treasure is not suitable for dealing with 3 third-level world devourers, which is far too challenging for him. In comparison, facing 100,000 chaos creatures and a star devourer general, although still challenging, offers a glimmer of hope with enough effort. Zhang En takes a deep breath and begins the arduous preparation process, making the final push for the upcoming exams. Zhang En opened the civilization panel, and his consciousness instantly merged into the vast starry sea of the civilization network. He had a plan and headed unhesitatingly toward a massive star. Compared to this, The star that his consciousness had transformed into was insignificant, like a speck of dust in the vast universe. This giant star was a virtual world within the civilization network, where one could simulate and calculate all things by paying with the power of civilization, with functions comparable to the star network. Zhang En's objective was clear. The computing power at the network center of Tianmen Star's first high school was limited, and even Zhang Wanyan couldn't bend the rules to open a backdoor for simulating chaotic species battles. Therefore, the civilization network became his only option. Upon entering the virtual space, Zhang En found himself in a realm of pure white nothingness. A gentle voice emerged, detailing the pricing for the simulation services. The intelligence system seemed quite advanced, and, upon discerning Zhang En's status as the master of a level 1 civilization, only mentioned the cost of basic simulations. Even so, the price was still steep for Zhang En. His civilization could produce 3 strands of civilization power daily, but one had to be invested back into the civilization to promote development. This was because, before he advanced to a formal civilization master and formed the panel, the civilization power produced would automatically integrate into the civilization itself. Now, with the panel, the power was stored, leaving the civilization with less nourishment. In comparison, Zhang En's situation was still relatively favorable. Many newly advanced civilization masters could only generate 1 strand, or even half a strand of civilization power daily, which had to be entirely devoted to civilization development, leaving no room for storage. Zhang En, at least, could retain some. Rent for 3 cosmic natural days, Zhang En said in a deep voice, while separating 3 strands of civilization power. This ethereal energy was instantly absorbed by the white space. Welcome to the simulation space. Please generate your desired world and creations. The gentle voice spoke again, and a virtual screen appeared before Zhang En, listing a variety of world backgrounds and simulated creatures to choose from. Although this basic function couldn't customize world backgrounds and species, it was sufficient for Zhang En. He quickly selected the starry sky background and chaotic species. In an instant, the surroundings began to transform dramatically. The pure white space expanded outward infinitely, replaced by the dark backdrop of the universe, dotted with countless stars emitting faint glows. In just a few seconds, the area transformed from a blank slate into a vast starry sky. Then, in this expansive universe, murky lights began to flicker, signaling the start of the simulation. Light burst forth in the starry sky, its color indescribable, a blend of white, green, gray, black, and yellow, forming a strange, indistinct hue. The aura it emitted instinctively repulsed Zhang En, even stirring a destructive impulse within him. He realized that this aura was the nemesis of all living beings and civilizations. Countless globes of light hovered in the vast expanse of space, varying in size. The smallest rivaled continents, while the largest surpassed some moons, reaching astronomical proportions. Though they floated silently, their overwhelming presence suggested they could devour the entire universe. As these murky lights emerged, the surrounding emptiness of space began to change. Time and space gradually collapsed and contracted, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly converging towards the lights. The whole universe seemed to become their prey, passively awaiting its fate of consumption. Zhang En gazed at the lights, understanding dawning in his heart. These were the legendary chaos seeds, adversaries of all creation. Their mere existence posed a fundamental threat to the universe, bringing destruction just by appearing. What a terrifying talent, Zhang En murmured, his eyes scanning the chaos before him. Even the weakest of the ordinary chaos seeds could cause space-time to collapse and warp within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers upon appearing. The influence of the more powerful ones extended to light years. The mightiest of them all, the End Sovereign, could swallow an entire galaxy just by arriving. Yet, amidst his awe, a doubt crept into Zhang En's mind. Could such terrifying chaos seeds truly be opposed by ordinary civilization armies? Even the rulers of a level 3 civilization, whose species might include legendary beings like dragons or titans, could only muster a military force of a 4th-tier level at best. Against these chaos seeds, did they truly stand a chance? Zhang En stared at the communicator in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. The power of the chaos beasts was immense. Even the weakest among them had the strength of a 5th-tier warrior. How could he bridge such a vast gap? After pondering for a moment, he decided to seek advice from Zhang Wanyan. With a light tap on the screen, Zhang En sent out his inquiry. It wasn't long before Zhang Wanyan's reply came through, tinged with a hint of surprise. You've already started simulation battles? That's great. The sooner you start combat training, the more experience you'll have when it comes to the college entrance exams. Zhang Wanyan paused briefly before continuing. The content on combating chaos beasts and world devourers was originally scheduled for next month. But since you're asking now, I'll send you the teaching materials directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang En's communicator chimed with a notification. Ding, your friend has sent you a file. Would you like to receive it? Without hesitation, Zhang En clicked to accept it. As the file opened, a flood of information surged into his mind. He held his breath, carefully absorbing every piece of information. After a long while, Zhang En slowly opened his eyes, finally understanding why the Legion of the Lord of Civilization could stand against such formidable foes. The answer lay within the concept of civilization itself. The strength of the Lord of Civilization not only came from his own power, but also from the civilization and its legion that supported him. However, when the level of civilization was still low, the combat power of the entire legion might not even match a single finger of the Lord of Civilization. So, how could it provide any support to him? This is the magic of civilization. It is a vast, historical, and temporal force that transcends conventional energy and ordinary concepts. The Lord of Civilization is the master of this force, able to imbue his legion with the power of civilization, granting it immense enhancement. This enhancement comes in three forms. First, a strong resistance to all other civilizations and creatures. Second, the ability to nullify magic. And third, the concept of fantasy armaments. Fantasy armaments are known by various names in different civilizations. Some call them heavenly artifacts, others innate treasures, and some refer to them as fantasy technology. Despite their different names and forms, their impact is profound, capable of altering the course of battles. Zhang En immersed himself in this newfound knowledge, marveling at the mystery of the power of civilization. He realized that to succeed in future confrontations, he must deeply understand and master this force. The so-called fantasy armament is a remarkable power derived from the very essence of civilization. Throughout the development of a civilization, various unrealistic and seemingly unattainable war tools, weapons, and experiments emerge. These fantasies, driven by the force of civilization, can temporarily become reality and be utilized by the civilization's legions. Zhang En carefully read through the documents in his hands, learning about the formidable power and limitations of the fantasy armament. Although its power is astounding, it is constrained by the development level of the civilization itself. A lower-level civilization struggles to fully manifest high-level fantasy armaments, and there are strict limitations on their usage. Excessive use can lead to calamities and disasters for the civilization. The document concluded with two secret techniques: creating fantasy armaments and harnessing the power of civilization. These techniques, seemingly simple, can only be effectively used by the master of the civilization. As a sixth-tier universal deity, Zhang En mastered these techniques in mere seconds. Next, Zhang En decided to test these newly acquired abilities in a simulation space. He opened the creation template of a basic simulation space and chose a template similar to his own civilization. Upon his confirmation, a massive iron gateway appeared in the simulated starry sky. Behind the gateway lay a complete, extraordinary steam technology civilization world, filled with towering buildings and factories, and organized mechanical legions. Although this level 2 civilization had completed the mechanization of its army, Zhang En found it rather ordinary. However, Zhang En quickly felt at ease. After all, not everyone possessed the inherent enhancements provided by a perpetual gear like he did. He swiftly recorded all the information about this world and initiated the simulation. The starry sky returned to normal, with tens of thousands of chaotic entities emitting a murky glow, converging toward the center. In the middle, a majestic light mass resembling a celestial body rose, the destroyer of matter. Zhang En immediately sprang into action, assembling the world's most elite troops and the most powerful extraordinary beings to form a civilization legion converging at the gateway. Meanwhile, chaotic entities from tens of light years away sensed the civilization's presence and began closing in rapidly. Realizing time was of the essence, Zhang En decided to personally intercept the chaotic entities. He assumed the form of an ancient god, transforming into a giant of steel composed of clockwork gears, with a slowly rotating metal ring of interlocking gears behind him, exuding the concepts of machinery, order, and gears. With a steel hammer in hand, Zhang En prepared to freely experiment with his new abilities in the safety of this simulated starry sky. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and readied himself for the imminent battle. One of the advantages of the simulated space within the civilization's network is its ability to mimic various concepts, allowing Zhang En, a sixth-tier ancient god, to fully unleash his powers and ideas. Zhang En raised the steel hammer in his hand and gave it a gentle tap forward. Dong! A deep and majestic sound resonated clearly in the vacuum, more magnificent and sacred than the clash of hammer and anvil. With the strike, the starry sky within 10 light years suddenly transformed. Countless cogs and gears surged from the void, forming chains that enveloped all directions, creating a world of machinery and gears. The chaotic beings, originally in an energy state, entered this mechanical world, and their radiant bodies began to dim. Tiny gears and springs grew from their light, attempting to redefine their forms and assimilate them into the mechanical realm. On the outskirts, some chaotic beings couldn't resist this conceptual invasion, their bodies transforming into steel structures, becoming bizarre mechanical forms. Once transformed, they were immediately absorbed by their former companions. These ordinary chaotic beings lack intelligence, driven solely by the desire to devour all space-time and material energy. When encountering living beings and civilizations, they strive with all their might to consume them. At the center of the chaotic beings, a single entity known as the Matter Destroyer erupted with intense brilliance. This light, akin to the glow of a setting sun, was dimmer and more somber, like the twilight of all things. In an instant, it swept across the mechanical world, causing countless turning gears and springs to decay and disintegrate under its murky glow, ultimately merging into the light as a special essence. However, layer upon layer of gears and springs emerged from the void, forming countless chains to fill the void and resist the glow. This was a clash of concepts, the battlefield that must be contested in a sixth-tier celestial battle. Dominating the conceptual realm essentially determined the outcome of the fight. At this moment, the concept of the Matter Destroyer attempted to invade Zhang En's concept, aiming to alter the structure of the mechanical world and reverse the situation. Yet, it was still lacking in mastery of concepts compared to Zhang En. Although the murky light endeavored to obliterate and assimilate the mechanical world, it couldn't outpace the formation of gears and springs. More crucially, in the ongoing process of obliteration, assimilation, and replenishment, the mechanical world was gradually deconstructing the light of the Matter Destroyer. Some parts of the murky light began to transform into natural light during the obliteration of machinery, then shifted from natural light to metal. Inside, gears and springs were forming, seemingly evolving into some kind of mechanical life form. Realizing its light was being conceptualized, the Matter Destroyer understood it was outmatched by this unknown enemy in concept mastery. Silent and relentless, it continued to emit its light, resembling a dim, yellowish sun. The surrounding chaotic beings converged towards it, merging their light with the Matter Destroyer. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. As more chaotic beings gathered, the light on the Matter Destroyer grew dimmer and more somber, almost becoming a shadow. Yet simultaneously, its conceptual level rose significantly, even surpassing Zhang En. The entire mechanical world began to decay and dim, layer by layer turning to dust and merging into the light. Zhang En did not resist this. He simply gestured to withdraw the part of the mechanical world that was being eroded. Behind him, a civilization army of over 1,000,000 had emerged from the gateway. The invisible power of civilization augmented them, and according to the civilization's characteristics, this power imbued everyone with steam and mechanical traits. Their bodily structures temporarily transformed into metal, with a steam power furnace within them providing endless energy. Since this was merely a level 2 civilization, the civilization traits were limited, and the enhancement brought by the army was similarly limited. If it were those advanced civilization leaders, they might possess a dozen or even dozens of civilization traits, providing the army with numerous enhancements. Activate the fantasy armament directly. Let me see how it performs. Since this was just a simulated battle, Zhang En was more relaxed. He pressed his hand forward, directly consuming the power of civilization to activate the fantasy armament. A vast river, visible only to him, surged from the gateway. This river was the flow of thousands of years of history, filled with the images of countless heroes, countless prodigies, countless common people. Together, they formed this river, this civilization, and thousands of years of history. As the master of civilization, Zhang En could clearly sense a special power surging within the civilization river. He activated a secret technique to extract this special power. It was a massive steam city. This city was composed of tens of millions of different buildings, each existing independently, connected by movable streets. The buildings interlocked, layer upon layer, resembling the construction of toys, ultimately forming this majestic metropolis. Through the movement of buildings and streets, the steam city could transform into a colossal war titan. Each building itself could morph into various war machines. This was the ultimate concept of this steam extraordinary civilization, the final holy city, a living giant city that could constantly change shape. Now, through fantasy armament, this magnificent city became real, descending into the starry sky. All members of the civilization army appeared within this final holy city, their faces filled with surprise and excitement. Information about the giant city and its control methods appeared in their minds, and they instantly comprehended it, as if the knowledge had been integrated into their very blood. In just a few seconds, everyone took their positions, activating the city, which spanned over 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Rumble. In a silent roar, the holy city activated, transforming from a city into a giant, standing in the starry sky. However, Zhang En, upon seeing it, waved his hand to retract the giant city. Everyone immediately disbanded, with groups of 10,000 blocking a single chaotic being. He issued a command, and although the millions within the holy city didn't understand, they complied. In an instant, the holy city disbanded, each building separating and transforming into individual war giants dozens or hundreds of meters in size. Under the influence of civilization, these people were fearless, forming into an army of 10,000 and charging towards the rapidly approaching chaotic beings. The giants they controlled were indeed colossal compared to humans, but to chaotic beings, whose size could easily be continent level, they were akin to dust. Without the augmentation of civilization's power, any chaotic being could easily crush them all. However, with civilization's support, these specks of dust had the power to topple an elephant. Armies of tens of thousands surged like waves toward the chaotic creatures, encircling and dividing them. Zhang En's strategy was working. Only over 2,000 chaotic creatures remained, huddled closely around the material destroyer, providing it with strength. This was precisely Zhang En's aim. Chaotic creatures could amplify their power through resonance, and dividing them was the best strategy to deal with them. The material destroyer wouldn't stand idle. It emitted a murky light, attempting to assimilate the advancing civilized armies. However, countless gears and chains imbued with the concept of order emerged from the void, firmly sealing its power. It was a battle of equals, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. Zhang En appeared before the material destroyer, wielding an iron hammer. He raised it high and brought it down forcefully, causing the starry sky for millions of miles to vanish, transforming into a two-dimensional plane. Layers of murky light erupted from this plane, with the trapped material destroyer struggling fiercely. "Heh, accept your fate," Zhang En sneered, using the two-dimensional plane as an anvil to begin his forging. Bang, bang, bang. With each rise and fall of the hammer, the space-time within a radius of several light-years trembled, producing a sound that resonated deep within one's heart. It was as if Zhang En was hammering not just the two-dimensional starry sky, but space-time itself. As he continued to strike, the structure of the two-dimensional starry sky gradually transformed into metal, and the murky light within weakened. This was combat on the level of a sixth-order celestial deity, simple yet immensely powerful. At this level, mastering concepts was key, often referred to as the Tao, laws, or origins. In battle, the strength of one's concepts was the first measure. Only when evenly matched would one resort to various divine powers, spells, and artifacts. If one held a conceptual advantage, as Zhang En did, sheer force sufficed. For this reason, beyond the sixth order, each level of advancement resulted in a geometric increase in power, making it impossible to fight across levels. Zhang En used his mastery of three concepts to continually suppress the material destroyer and the remaining 2,000 chaotic creatures. However, on the vast battlefield of space, his civilized army appeared somewhat strained. Despite their civilization-enhanced traits, their fantasy armaments, and their numbers in the tens of millions, they were only from a second-level civilization, with limited potential. Facing chaotic creatures the size of continents, it was fortunate they weren't paralyzed with fear. Holding their ground, even at a disadvantage, was already commendable. While forging the two-dimensional starry sky, Zhang En observed the battle. He realized the need to enhance his civilization's resilience, ensuring his soldiers wouldn't panic at the sight of such colossal beings. This battle highlighted the shortcomings of his civilization: population, individual combat strength, mental resilience, large-scale war equipment, and ideally, some form of powerful weapon. Against chaotic creatures, his current civilization level made elite tactics unfeasible. A strategy of overwhelming numbers was essential. If 10,000 couldn't subdue a chaotic creature, then 50,000 or 100,000 would be necessary. This meant his army needed to reach a billion-strong, a staggering number, surpassing the combined forces of all the world's armies in his previous life on Earth. Yet, Zhang En's mechanical civilization had a population of only 3 million. To amass an army of a billion, a population base of at least 10 billion was required. Relying solely on the mechanical civilization, achieving this within a few centuries was impossible. Indeed, I must find a way to absorb the entire Soren world, Zhang En thought, hammering away while contemplating other matters. He needed the population of Soren world. If he could encompass this world entirely, population would no longer be an issue. Factors like land and resources, which limit population growth, posed no obstacle to Zhang En. As the master of civilization, he had the means to fulfill these conditions. Solving the population problem would unravel other challenges, whether enhancing individual combat strength, developing large-scale war equipment, boosting mental resilience, or crafting powerful weaponry. All could be achieved through a technological explosion, guided by the perpetual gears. Yet, what limited Zhang En was the population base. There were too few people. Even if the perpetual gears provided endless inspiration, finding someone to capture and realize it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Geniuses were always a scarce resource. But with a population of 10 billion, even 1 in 10,000 geniuses would yield 100,000. 1 in a million would still provide 10,000 talents. Population, it's all about the population. At this moment, Zhang En developed a strong obsession with increasing population, even considering the idea of purchasing population resource cards. But rationality told him this was unrealistic. Population resource cards were never the primary means for civilization masters to boost numbers. They were mainly used to provide initial members for newly awakened civilization masters or to enhance a civilization's diversity. Moreover, these cards were costly, usually sold at the price of a strand of civilization power per 10,000 people, with special races and humans costing even more. Zhang En's current resources could only buy a few 100,000 people, a drop in the ocean, meaningless. Thus, the key now lay in the Soren world. What once seemed a whimsical idea had become the best option. Zhang En's main body and avatar shared thoughts, with the avatar establishing a mechanical sect in Soren world and using evolution points to empower transcendence as part of his plan. Initially, he thought it was merely interesting. Now, it had become a brilliant strategy. Everything depended on the avatar's execution. Suppressing all other thoughts, Zhang En focused on hammering the starry sky, countering the material destroyer's relentless resistance. He didn't choose to accelerate time or end the battle prematurely, nor did he simulate anew. Resisting the concept wielded by the material destroyer was a form of cultivation. Familiarizing himself with the material destroyer's conceptual traits and their potential effects would aid Zhang En in dealing with other material destroyers in the future. Among chaotic creatures, material destroyers wielded the same concepts, differing only in subtle aspects. In the world of Thorn, Zhang En, guided by Daisos, embarked on a journey to the vampire clan's stronghold. With Benjamin's submission, the Soul Federation had effectively bowed to him. Zhang En's display of power and his ability to resist the decline of spirituality won the recognition of the Federation's immortals, who even actively helped promote the mechanic god cult. Despite the semi-independence of the cities within the Thorn Federation, the cult spread rapidly across urban and rural areas, driven by the powerful state machinery. With strong promotion from the top and endorsements from celebrity experts, the populace quickly developed an interest in the mechanic god cult and began to join in droves. Zhang En dispatched bishops across the Federation to preach and establish branches. Meanwhile, under Benjamin's secret arrangements, various resources were quietly gathered to build the so-called Gate of God. The situation no longer required Zhang En's attention. He summoned Daisos, instructing him to lead the way to the vampire clan's stronghold. Daisos, with a look of reverence, warned, "Your Holiness, our clan still has a slumbering mythical-level true ancestor. You must be cautious. If anything happens, please retreat first." Zhang En lightly patted Daisos on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, child. I am the one chosen by the gods, protected by divine grace. In times of danger, just pray. The great mechanic god will bestow power to protect us." Hearing this, Daisos raised the gear necklace on his chest and whispered, "Praise the mechanic god." The two of them praised in unison and continued on their journey. The vampire clan's stronghold was located in the neighboring country of the Soul Federation, the Emerald Principality. This nation, which maintained an ancient feudal system, was controlled by numerous noble lords, with the Grand Duke of Emerald as the nominal ruler. However, the vampire clan was the true power behind the throne. In an era of rapid steam technology development, the Emerald Principality could maintain its feudal system thanks to the protection of the vampire clan. Many great nobles had close ties with the vampires, and some vampires had even become noble lords themselves. Daisos, a vampire of the metamorphosis stage, was a court count. Upon arriving in the Emerald Principality, Daisos skillfully led Zhang En through various noble territories, eventually reaching a deep valley. "Our clan's stronghold is here," Daisos explained. "All elders of the metamorphosis stage and above reside here, guarding the slumbering true ancestor. I returned once to spread the glory of the mechanic god, but I couldn't convince my clan, and they even wanted to detain me." Zhang En reassured him, "Don't be upset, child. It's normal for them not to believe when they haven't witnessed divine power. Our purpose this time is to show them the might of the gods. Once they see the divine power, they will naturally bow to the radiance of the gods." Daisos wholeheartedly agreed. For supernatural beings, the decline of spirituality meant a catastrophic disaster. Even mythical-level true ancestors couldn't resist it and were more affected. The vampire clan's true ancestor had been in slumber for years to delay the effects of spiritual decline. Now, with the power of the gods, once truly revealed, the clan would surely make the right choice. As soon as the two entered the valley, they were stopped. Two vampires with handsome faces and pale skin blocked their path. One of them sneered, "Daisos, you dare to return? Bringing an outsider this time. Are you here to offer food to atone for your sins to the clan leaders?" He eyed Zhang En greedily. Daisos looked to Zhang En for guidance. Just as Zhang En was about to speak, the mocking laughter of the two vampires interrupted him. "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous, gods? There are no gods anymore. Did you turn Daisos into a fool? You two idiots actually believe in gods. Even if gods appeared, they would have to." Before he could finish, The vampire's head was pressed into his chest by a large hand. Zhang En casually withdrew his hand and gave a sharp flick to the left. With a snap, the other vampire's head spun around, his face returning with an expression of terror. Despite this, they were not dead. The resilience of vampire life was second only to dragons. Intruders! Intruders! The two vampires shouted as they retreated, secretly activating an alert mechanism. Zhang En watched their actions calmly, without reacting. In an instant, 13 ominously powerful figures appeared before Zhang En and Daisos. The leader, a handsome middle-aged man, coldly said, "Daisos, I didn't expect you to betray the family and bring someone into our secluded place. As punishment, the family will impose blood punishment on you. You will wait for the decline of spirituality and blood depletion." Daisos, unperturbed, responded, "Chief Carl, and what about you?" The handsome middle-aged man, Carl, grew increasingly grim in response to Daisos's question. He was at a loss for words. Was he supposed to admit that the vampires would face the same fate? Carl waved his hand, and the 12 elite vampire warriors behind him sprang into action. Each of these vampires possessed advanced power, and they were all mobilized to ensure they could subdue Daisos and the mysterious human together. However, what happened next left Carl speechless. Zhang En merely stepped forward casually, waved his hand, and a terrifying force combined with an invisible distortion field instantly pinned the 12 vampire warriors to the ground. Despite their desperate struggles and the splattering of blood, they couldn't break free from the restraints. Carl involuntarily stepped back a few paces, his voice heavy as he questioned, "Are you an immortal-level transcendent? Do you dare to violate the secret pact and intrude into our vampire sanctuary, intending to start a war with all transcendent races?" His tone was full of threat by the end. Zhang En was well aware of the secret pact. It was an agreement between human transcendents and various transcendent races, stipulating that human immortals and above should not enter the sanctuaries of transcendent races, while mythic-level beings of transcendent races should not attack humans. This agreement was established due to the massive impact of spiritual decline on transcendent races. Zhang En spoke bluntly. "If I'm not mistaken, your mythical ancestor has fallen into slumber and is unlikely to awaken, right?" Carl's face changed dramatically, and a chill ran through him. Trying to remain calm, he conjured a golden chalice out of thin air. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The ancient aura emanated from the darkened chalice, rippling with water. "If you don't leave now, you'll become one with the original Holy Grail, turning into blood wine." This was a sacred relic of the vampires, said to be a once powerful artifact from which the original vampires were transformed. Yet, under the tide of spiritual decline, even this artifact couldn't escape its effects, its power and essence waning. Zhang En was unfazed by Carl's threat. He stepped forward, and the chalice fell into his hand. This cup once held a high essence, but the more powerful the force, the greater the impact under the tide of spiritual decline. Don't you agree? He continued, "But this doesn't mean all is lost. Spirituality is just one powerful force within this world, but deities have transcended beyond it. Their power isn't affected by the waves of spiritual decline. Now, are you willing to talk with me? Let me tell you how we can become your savior, the mechanical god of your faith." Carl fell silent. The power Zhang En displayed didn't rely on spirituality, which left him somewhat shaken. Looking at the chalice in Zhang En's hand and the 12 vampire warriors subdued on the ground, he sighed heavily. "Fine, let's talk." Zhang En returned the chalice to Carl, patting his shoulder. "There's no need to posture like this. You won't regret today's decision in the future. Besides, if the issue of spiritual decline isn't resolved, you'll eventually perish in a few hundred years. Why not choose to believe in me, in the great mechanical god?" The 12 vampires who had been subdued stood up, their expressions awkward, but they didn't make another move. They obeyed Carl's orders, yet they understood the implications of Zhang En's words. After exchanging a glance with Carl, they quietly left. Carl led Zhang En and Daisos deeper into the valley. Inside, the space was wide, with a small town built in a near-modern style, complete with a police station, church, shops, bars, and schools. If not for its location in the valley and the pale-skinned, strikingly beautiful vampires walking about, it would be indistinguishable from an ordinary town. The vampires on the street stopped to watch, recognizing Daisos but curious about Zhang En. An elderly vampire by the roadside inquired, "Carl, who is this?" Just as Carl was about to give a brief introduction, he realized he knew nothing about Zhang En. Zhang En spoke up, "Khan, a devout servant of the mechanical god, currently managing the Church of the Mechanical God as the pontiff." Zhang En naturally began to introduce himself. After speaking, he looked at the elderly vampire with a compassionate and gentle gaze. "Child," he said softly, "I know you appear old, but it wouldn't be so if not for the decline of spirituality. The decline of spirituality is a calamity for the world. I have come by divine inspiration to bring salvation. Would you be willing to believe in the god of machinery and find new life under the protection of the great deity?" The elderly vampire was momentarily bewildered. The god of machinery? The church of machinery? These concepts were entirely foreign to him. But the decline of spirituality was something he understood all too well. If it weren't for the accelerated decline over the past century, he wouldn't have aged so much. Listening to this man who called himself Zhang En, it seemed that believing in this god of machinery could offer protection. But how was that possible? There were no gods left in the world. This was the consensus among all the extraordinary. The gods had departed in ancient times. At that moment, Carl's eye twitched slightly, and he reached out to stop Zhang En. That's enough, Mr. Zhang En. Whatever you have to say, this isn't the place. Please come with me to the church. It's more suitable for a conversation. Zhang En shrugged and didn't argue. All right, he said easily. The three followed Carl toward the church in the center of the town. Behind them, the elderly vampire looked conflicted, watching their departing figures, hesitant to speak. Hey Vim, you don't really believe him, do you? A middle-aged vampire beside the elderly one asked in surprise. Vim sighed. Tokal, we have no other way out, do we? Hearing this, Tokal fell silent, and the other vampires around them were also speechless. Vim was right. They were now nothing more than ghouls, with no other options. Hiding in this secluded place was merely waiting for death to come. Let's see how Carl decides, someone whispered. Inside the church, the three were not ordinary people and could naturally hear the vampires' conversation on the street. Or rather, the vampires knew this as well, and by speaking aloud, they intended for Carl to know their thoughts. Carl's expression was complex. Zhang En's face still held that compassionate smile, while Daiso's had a devout look. Chieftain, Daiso's couldn't help but speak. In our current situation, the vampires have no way out. Why not choose to believe in the god of machinery, offer faith to the deity, and receive protection? Carl didn't answer, instead looking at Zhang En. Zhang En calmly said, awaken the true 7 chieftains and the progenitor of your vampires. This is not something you can decide, Chieftain Carl. I will show you the power and miracles of the deity to bring you salvation. Carl's pupils contracted. He was now somewhat half-believing. After all, Zhang En spoke with such confidence, such conviction. If he wasn't entirely sure, he wouldn't be so resolute. But why? Could it be that a deity had truly descended upon the world? Taking a deep breath, Carl knew these matters were not for him to consider. They should be left to the true higher-ups of the vampires. He approached the large golden chalice in the center of the church, raised the original Holy Grail in his hand, and recited an incantation. With my blood, I summon your blood. The original Holy Grail emitted a faint glow, and the sound of flowing water was heard. Blood wine appeared in the chalice, and simultaneously, the large golden chalice before Carl also filled with blood wine. Deep, profound auras emanated from the blood wine in the golden chalice, transforming into 7 slightly ethereal figures appearing within the church. Carl, what is the reason for awakening us now? A sturdy figure emitted a heavy and weary voice, as if under immense pressure. Chieftain Layson, it's like this. Carl detailed the events that had occurred. After listening, the 7 ethereal figures fell silent. Carl's words had a tremendous impact on them. They looked at Zhang En, their eyes filled with hesitation. They were considering whether to let Zhang En stay. A human extraordinary who had intruded into the vampire's hidden refuge and knew the progenitor's unfavorable condition was indeed too dangerous. But looking at Zhang En's ever-present compassionate smile, coupled with their spirituality constantly warning them, they abandoned this thought. To maintain their strength, they had given up their physical bodies and currently existed as soul forms within the chalice. Although they still maintained the status of longevity, their strength was much weaker than a true immortal. Even if the 7 of them combined their forces, along with the vampire artifact present, capturing this human would still be difficult. At this thought, a wave of desolation surged in the hearts of the 7 vampire chieftains. Thinking back to the medieval times, when the decline of spirituality was not as severe, the vampires were incredibly powerful, with human kingdoms having their presence behind them. Human extraordinaries faced them with utmost respect. But now, they were powerless against a single human extraordinary who had intruded. Human, show us the divine power you speak of, one of the chieftains said, his voice carrying a hint of threat. If you are toying with us, you will face our most severe retribution. The 7 ultimately decided they needed to witness the power Zhang En claimed to possess. If it truly was divine power, then what harm was there in aligning with this so-called church of machinery? They had no other choice. But if it was not, they would exert all their strength to eliminate the person before them. Must it come to this? Are you truly worthy? Zhang En suddenly emitted a powerful aura, which suppressed the 7 longevity stage vampire chieftains, making Carl and Daiso's feel as though they were facing an ancient entity. This is myth. Carl's eye twitched wildly, incredulous. Not only him, but the 7 longevity chieftains were also in disbelief, even suspecting it might be an illusion. How is this possible? One chieftain shouted, his expression extremely agitated. In the current environment, how could anyone break through the ranks and become a myth? And you're human, without even an extraordinary bloodline. In the current climate of declining spirituality, it had become increasingly difficult for extraordinaries to break through. Advancing in rank required spirituality, yet spirituality was constantly waning. Since over 200 years ago, the world had not allowed the emergence of new immortals. No matter how talented an individual or extraordinary creature, no matter how powerful the bloodline, it was impossible to ascend to immortality. This was why Benjamin became devout upon learning that Zhang En had broken through to immortality this year, because such a feat could only be achieved by divine intervention. And that was merely immortality. As for the mythic rank, it had been impossible to ascend for over 700 years. Humans had tolerated the existence of extraordinary races in an era of declining spirituality, even signing secret agreements, because humanity's mythic ranks had all fallen. And now the world no longer permitted the birth of new mythic ranks. Without a myth to oversee, they naturally had to show deference to extraordinary races. The vampires' eyes were fixed on the center of the church, their pale faces a mix of shock and confusion. What were they witnessing? A human, exuding an aura of myth. How could this be possible? Was this the descent of a deity? They couldn't help but recall Zhang En's constant emphasis on the god of machinery, deepening their perplexity. Suddenly, the ground of the church trembled, as if some colossal entity was awakening beneath. Carl's expression turned exceedingly respectful as he dropped to his knees. The 7 vampire leaders also bowed their heads, placing their right hands on their shoulders in a gesture of reverence. "Welcome, true ancestor," they murmured in unison. The tremors gradually subsided, and a pale, withered hand emerged from the ground, pressing against the floor. A frail, aged voice emanated from the hand. "Strange, powerful one, I'm sorry that I can only meet you in this manner." The hand turned palm up, and black-red blood pooled in its center, forming a floating eyeball. "What brings you to the vampires?" Zhang En gazed at the eyeball, as if seeing through it to the true ancestor's body underground. He spoke candidly. "You use slumber to reduce the consumption of your spirituality, trying to delay your demise in the wave of spiritual decline. But you know, this is of little use. Beings of your mythic stature are the most affected by spiritual decline. The sky falls on the tallest first, and without a miracle, in a few decades, you'll die in your sleep, your body and spirit becoming part of the world. Isn't that right?" Carl suddenly spoke, his tone filled with hostility. "Human, have you come here just to threaten the true ancestor, to threaten us vampires?" Not only him, but the vampires in the town also surged toward the church after the true ancestor's appearance, intent on driving Zhang En out, or even eliminating him. Various reasons circulated in their minds, whether due to Zhang En's power or because he had disrupted their peace. Inside the church, the 7 vampire leaders and Daisos exchanged confused glances, not understanding why the vampires outside were so agitated. Zhang En ignored Carl's words and the commotion outside, continuing to address the true ancestor. "It seems my interaction with you has provoked a certain entity." The true ancestor sighed. "I just searched the memories of the younger ones. I was initially doubtful, but now, I believe what you say." He reluctantly used his mythic power to calm all the vampires. Those who had been filled with aversion suddenly became calm, the bloodline originating from the vampire source freeing them from the emotional influence. Carl's face turned pale as he recalled his earlier words, filled with regret and fear. What just happened? How could I say such things? The true ancestor reassured him. "Carl, it's not your fault. This is all due to the influence of a certain being. It doesn't want me to interact with Mr. Khan, as it could lead to outcomes unfavorable to it." Carl asked excitedly. "True ancestor, do you mean Mr. Khan is truly an envoy of the gods? Does the god of machinery really exist?" Indeed. Though the true ancestor's voice was calm, Zhang En could sense the suppressed excitement within. Zhang En had anticipated the awakening of the world's consciousness at this moment. He got straight to the point. "Since it has awakened, I'll be brief. True ancestor of the vampires, are you willing to believe in the god of machinery and become a follower of the god? As the god's envoy, I will bestow blessings upon you in the name of the god." Additionally, Zhang En didn't speak the last part aloud, instead conveying it to the true ancestor through information. Bang! Upon receiving Zhang En's information, the true ancestor became so agitated that the eyeball exploded. The black-red blood reformed, again taking the shape of an eyeball. "What you say is true. Naturally. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you?" Zhang En nodded. "Very well. I am willing to believe in the god of machinery." The true ancestor agreed decisively. The ground rose, and a wooden coffin emerged from the earth. The pale hand that had reached out from the ground was now revealed to be from the coffin, which opened to reveal its contents. Crimson blood filled the coffin, and a pale mummified figure in luxurious attire lay within. This mummy was the true ancestor. As it absorbed the surrounding blood, it suddenly opened its eyes and sat up. "Your Holiness." The true ancestor stepped out of the coffin, bowing to Zhang En. Zhang En reached out to touch the true ancestor's head. "You shall be the Archbishop of Blood, blessed by the god." As he spoke, he glanced at the evolution points in his possession. After subduing the Federation, he had amassed a vast number of evolution points. Although his own power had reached the level of a mechanical ascendant, he still held over 10,000 evolution points. Zhang En directly allocated 1,000 points, elevating the true ancestor's blood to the highest level. This system, created by the perpetual gear, was far more flexible and powerful than the point systems found in online novels. If his own level were sufficient, Zhang En could even easily create a system where one could gain points with every breath. In the instant of transformation, Li Qian, the true ancestor of the blood clan, shuddered as long-lost vitality and energy surged through his body. Overwhelmed with emotion, he immediately knelt and offered his most devout faith to the god of machinery, Zhang En, using his true name. "Thank you for your gift, my lord. Li Qian will forever serve at your side." At that moment, dark clouds gathered abruptly over the valley, with thunder rumbling and lightning flickering, emanating a terrifying aura. Zhang En looked up at the sky beyond the church dome, his expression calm. He had anticipated that his actions would provoke the discontent of the world's consciousness. To Zhang En, the world's consciousness resembled a running program rather than a self-aware entity. His actions were akin to a virus disrupting the program, naturally triggering various antivirus measures. If this had occurred at the beginning of his descent or before subduing Benjamin, Zhang En would have been extremely cautious of such a reaction. But now, having solidified his power, he no longer feared these measures. With a deafening crash, a massive bolt of lightning struck the church, reducing the building to ashes in an instant, yet leaving everyone inside unharmed. Li Qian, brimming with confidence, waved his hand to raise a blood-red canopy, shielding everyone from the lethal lightning. This act seemed to infuriate the clouds in the sky. After a brief silence, hundreds of lightning bolts rained down like a deluge, targeting the entire valley as if to erase this land from existence. With a cold expression, Li Qian reached out, causing the blood-red canopy to expand and envelop the entire valley. The terrifying lightning struck the canopy, causing only slight ripples without causing any damage. The vampires within the valley transitioned from initial despair to ecstatic joy upon seeing the blood-red canopy, sensing the awakening of the true ancestor. Zhang En observed the continuous lightning from the sky and calmly stated, "With the decline of spirituality, the world will become a no-magic environment. This is the trend, and it must comply with it." Li Qian nodded in agreement. "The pontiff is right. Lightning of this scale has reached a mythical level. If not for my lord's gift, I wouldn't be able to withstand it in the current environment." He maintained the canopy, feeling the renewed strength of the blood power within him. Zhang En's transformation had made him stronger than before, not quite at the peak of 700 years ago, but enough to easily defeat mythical beings of other extraordinary races in the current era. Minutes later, the clouds in the sky emitted a reluctant, muffled roar and finally dispersed. The mountain peaks around the valley had been shaved off by 10 meters by the lightning, but the protected town remained untouched. This was the limit of the world's consciousness. In a world where energy levels were constantly declining and consciousness was chaotic, summoning clouds and calling down thunder was its strongest means. Zhang En, unconcerned, remarked, "Well, since the world's consciousness couldn't take us down with this move, it won't use this method again." He explained in detail the three countermeasures of the world's consciousness: natural disasters, emotional influence, and creating a child of destiny. The first two had already failed, and he speculated that the world's consciousness might begin preparing the third method. Just a few minutes ago, as Zhang En was transforming the Blood Clan's true ancestor, countless people within the Soul Federation suddenly developed an aversion to the Church of the God of Machinery and Zhang En. However, this aversion remained at the level of emotion, and they did nothing. The world's consciousness's counterattack seemed to have begun quietly. The common people, faced with the rise of the God of Machinery, found their feelings of aversion suppressed by various forces. Some accepted it due to their faith, others tolerated it for the sake of their families, and many more feared the federal laws. The officials and extraordinary individuals in high positions had a simpler, more direct attitude. They dared not oppose it. The core of the Federation's power had clearly expressed support for the Church of the God of Machinery. The pontiff, being a powerful immortal, deterred any reckless actions. Even if there was internal rejection, it was deeply buried. The attitude of Benjamin and other immortals was more complex. They witnessed the boundless possibilities behind the Church of the God of Machinery. The desire and fear for immortality and power intertwined, making them both yearn for and revere the Church. The sudden emergence of aversion within them left them puzzled. In their view, the era of rivalry had long passed, and what mattered most now were interests and power. The Church of the God of Machinery offered them new hope, so why would temporary suppression lead to aversion? The appearance of such emotions was itself perplexing. To address this, several immortals within the Federation convened a secret meeting. Attendees included Benjamin, the federal president, and the behind-the-scenes leaders of major corporations like the military-industrial complex, pharmaceutical consortium, and the steel, coal, and oil union. These individuals were the foundation that sustained the entire alliance and financial giants. At the start of the meeting, Benjamin spoke first. His tone was more determined and powerful than usual, thanks to the new mechanical body crafted for him by Zhang En before his departure. This body, comparable to that of an immortal, not only freed him from the decline of spirituality, but also significantly enhanced his strength. Now within the Federation, his power rivaled that of the first president. It was this tangible strength that led others to side with the Church of the God of Machinery. Benjamin surveyed the room and said in a deep voice, "You are all immortals who have survived from the peak era of the extraordinary, and you must be aware of it." As he spoke, he gestured upward. The attendees understood world consciousness. As human immortals, they inherited all extraordinary knowledge and had a vague understanding of world consciousness. Benjamin continued, "The unusual emotions we've been experiencing lately are likely at manipulating us. We all know that the decline of spirituality is an irreversible trend in this world. Not only we immortals, but even the mythical creatures of various extraordinary races can only wait for their end. Ironically, because our existence is an anomaly, we are more susceptible to the world consciousness's targeting." At this point, a trace of resentment and helplessness appeared on Benjamin's face. The expressions of the others also grew serious, with complex emotions flickering in their eyes. They were once forces to be reckoned with, capable of opposing armies single-handedly. If they revealed themselves to rule the Federation, they could easily suppress all dissenting voices. However, now they had to remain hidden, cautiously maintaining their status and power. This disparity left each immortal feeling deeply powerless and frustrated. A shroud of spiritual decline looms over the world of the extraordinary, forcing them to retreat into the mountains, relying on formations and special methods to slow down their depletion. This forced seclusion undoubtedly leaves these immortals feeling stifled and helpless. However, the arrival of the God of Machinery is like a dawn in the darkness, granting Pope Karn the power to walk the earth, bringing hope to the extraordinary beings to escape the effects of spiritual decline. Benjamin's gaze swept across everyone present, his voice low and firm. "This is a great boon for us extraordinary beings, but what about the world?" His rhetorical question sparked a silence in the conference room, the expressions of those present growing increasingly solemn, as if they had realized something. A sense of unease permeated the air as Benjamin continued. "Undoubtedly, the blessing of my Lord and the redemption actions of His Holiness are, in some sense, going against the world's current." His words were like a heavy hammer striking each heart, and those of us who believe in the God of Machinery, who support the mechanic church, might already be seen as pests in his eyes. Benjamin's gaze sharpened. The inexplicable aversion to the mechanic church that we've been experiencing lately is likely influenced by him, trying to turn us against the mechanic church. With these words, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even heavier. Everyone's expression turned grim as they realized that if Benjamin's suspicion was correct, they were now pitted against the entire world. Yet, Benjamin's earlier words echoed in their ears. They knew clearly that they had no choice. Either stand with the mechanic church against the world, but continue to survive and perhaps even enhance their abilities, or side with the world, oppose the mechanic church, and face utter annihilation. Faced with such a stark choice, the answer seemed obvious. The instinct to survive overruled all other considerations. A middle-aged white man with black hair and a mustache broke the silence. His voice was steady, though it couldn't hide his inner tension. "Benjamin, tell us, what should we do now?" This question was not only seeking guidance, but also an implicit acknowledgement of Benjamin's leadership in this meeting. All eyes were on Benjamin, waiting for his next directive. In this moment of life and death, they needed a clear direction, a plan that could lead them to survive in this confrontation with the world. This individual was the first president of the Federation and was once the most powerful immortal within it. However, now Benjamin has completed his transformation, and his strength is on par with his. Benjamin's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the people before him, his voice low and resolute. "We have only one task to ensure that the Gate of the Gods is constructed on schedule." As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. The five immortals exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. A series of questions simultaneously emerged in their minds. What is the Gate of the Gods? What is its purpose? Why must it be built in secret? These doubts ultimately coalesced into one question. "Benjamin, why don't you start by telling us what the Gate of the Gods is?" One of the immortals broke the silence. Benjamin took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the faces of the five Federation immortals. Originally, the secret of the Gate of the Gods was not meant to be disclosed to them. But now, as the world's consciousness had begun to target the cult of the mechanical god, and these individuals had chosen to side with the cult for their own protection, he realized it was time to unveil the mystery of the Gate of the Gods. "The so-called Gate of the Gods," Benjamin began, each word weighted with significance, "is the portal through which a god may descend upon this world." This brief statement exploded like a thunderclap, instantly changing the expressions of the five seasoned immortals. They widened their eyes, breathing heavily, exchanging incredulous looks. A god's descent, someone murmured, their voice filled with shock and a hint of fear. The last time such an event occurred was in the ancient era, tens of thousands of years ago, when gods occasionally manifested. If they hadn't ascended to immortality and inherited a wealth of human extraordinary legacies, they might have dismissed this as mere fantasy from ancient human stories. After all, it was a time too distant, before even the nations on today's continent existed. However, Benjamin claimed that the deity behind the cult of the mechanical god would descend into the world through the gate of the gods. This news was so astonishing that everyone present was left in a daze. The immortal leader behind the military-industrial complex muttered, his tone filled with skepticism. Is this real? Though he had already believed in the existence of a deity behind the cult of the mechanical god, this revelation still seemed too incredible. But isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Even the powerful figures behind the military-industrial complex were skeptical, as were others. But it was indeed true. Benjamin's eyes shone with fervor, his voice trembling with excitement. This was spoken by His Holiness the Pope himself. How could it be false? He looked around at the five immortals in the room, his tone firm as he continued. In fact, the Gate of the Gods is already under construction. It was originally set to be completed in 3 months, but the situation has changed. Benjamin's expression suddenly grew grave. He has already set his sights on us. I'm worried about unforeseen events, so I want to speed up the construction. That's why I'm telling you about this. He paused, scanning the 5 individuals. If you can contribute to the construction of the Gate of the Gods, I believe neither His Holiness nor my Lord will be stingy with rewards. This statement was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the passion of the 5 immortals. The allure of extended life and benefits overshadowed all concerns, even casting aside doubts about whether the god of machinery was a false deity. They were willing to risk everything rather than face the inevitable decline and eventual death. The first president spoke first, his voice filled with determination. Since it is the portal of the great god of machinery, our Kinsey family is willing to contribute. The others quickly echoed their agreement. Benjamin's face broke into a satisfied smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Very well, gentlemen, you will not regret today's decision, he said, his gaze turning serious. Then there's no time to waste. Please issue orders immediately to mobilize personnel and resources to the designated location. He didn't mention the name of the place directly, but conveyed it mentally to those present. There is one more thing you must remember. Benjamin's tone became particularly solemn. Make sure that everyone involved in building the Gate of the Gods has a family and children. Only those bound by family ties and emotions will not act under his influence. Moreover, all suppliers of resource lines must also be bound. The immortal from the pharmaceutical consortium responded with a knowing smile. Don't worry, we're quite adept at handling such matters. After resolving the vampire issue, Zhang En instructed Dythos to lead the vampires to the Federation to join the Church of the God of Machinery and stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, he, guided by Li embarked on a journey to the settlements of other extraordinary races. During the journey, the vampire progenitor detailed the current state of the world's extraordinary races to Zhang En. With the decline of spirituality, many extraordinary races had perished. Spirit beings, goblins, deep-sea mermen, naga, celestial beings. The remaining extraordinary races were all once powerful, with mythical presences within their ranks. Elves, dwarves, dragons, demons, fairies, Lycaon listed. These 5 extraordinary races were renowned in ancient times and once gave birth to gods. Unfortunately, when the gods left the world, they didn't take them all. These extraordinary races were left behind to endure the decline of spirituality. He continued to explain. Elves and dragons have difficulty reproducing, relying on special sacred relics within their tribes to sustain their populations. The elves have a branch of the world tree that barely withstands the effects of spiritual decline. The dragon clan resides within the dragon's nest, a remnant of the dragon god's legacy. It was an artifact imbued with divine power, where dragons lived and increased their chances of reproduction. The dragon's nest was nestled deep within the northernmost desert of the continent, a place rarely touched by humans. Not only was it home to most of the immortal dragons, but it was also the resting place of the one and only mythical dragon. Li Qian recounted in detail, introducing Zhang En to the characteristics of the 5 extraordinary races. Dwarves and demons reproduced rapidly, with lifespans about twice that of humans. Even with the decline of spirituality, ordinary dwarves could live close to 200 years, while demons had a lifespan of around 150 years. The fairy race was unique, existing in an energy form and sustaining life by absorbing energy from nature. Zhang En listened silently, already calculating in his mind. If these 5 races, along with the blood race, could be integrated into a mechanical civilization, it could not only increase species diversity, but also potentially open new avenues for technological development. For instance, could bioengineered dragons be developed? He resolved to firmly control these 5 extraordinary races, ensuring that the world consciousness would not have any opportunity to intervene. When Zhang En and Li Kaiyan arrived at the dragon's nest, a dozen dragons were startled, taking to the sky and circling warily. However, these dragons were only 7 or 8 meters long, their vitality muddled and far from the majestic figures of legend. Zhang En watched these declining dragons and couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Although they still retained the pure bloodline of Western dragons, under the torment of spiritual decline, their power had significantly deteriorated, and even their memory heritage was hard to preserve. If this situation continued, in a few hundred years, when spirituality completely vanished, these once mythical creatures might devolve into some new species of lizard, forever losing their former glory. The situation is indeed quite lamentable. After Zhang En and his companions demonstrated their power and identity, they entered the dragon's lair as if it were unguarded. Even if the dragons wanted to stop them, they could only watch helplessly as they made their way in. Inside the dragon's lair, the only mythical dragon was awakened. Its massive body rose and fell slowly, its scales glinting faintly in the dim cave. Standing before the dragon, Zhang En spoke earnestly and powerfully. He painted a picture of the future. If the dragons did not change, they would devolve into ordinary lizards in a few hundred years, becoming mere exhibits in human zoos. These words struck like a hammer, shattering the dragon's last vestiges of arrogance. In the multiverse, Western dragons, especially chromatic dragons, often symbolize greed and arrogance, but in the world of Thorn, the situation is quite different. Faced with the threat of racial decline, the mythical dragon was quickly convinced. It would rather submit to the divine than watch its descendants become humble reptiles. Zhang En kept his promise. He immediately bestowed a blessing upon the mythical dragon, using 1,000 evolution points to strengthen its blood. The dragon felt a surge of newfound power within, a glimmer of surprise and gratitude in its eyes. At that moment, the world's consciousness seemed to take notice. Dark clouds gathered above the dragon's lair, and thunder rumbled, but there was no further action. Even the rigid laws of nature understood that mere natural forces could not shake Zhang En and his companions. Time flew by, and the old continent was in a state of flux. The Soul Federation was vigorously advancing its large-scale construction, while Zhang En, with his mythical creatures, continued to visit other extraordinary races. They first arrived at the dwarves' underground kingdom, where the clanging of metal echoed. Zhang En presented them with an offer they couldn't refuse. Next was the magical forest of the fairies, where amidst a kaleidoscope of lights, the fairies bowed their heads after hearing Zhang En's words. At the gates of the demon's inferno, Zhang En's voice cut through the roar of flames, compelling even the most chaotic demons to pause and reflect. Finally, they reached the sacred land of the proud elves, and under the ancient wisdom tree, the elves set aside their pride and chose to submit. Facing the conditions laid out by Zhang En, these extraordinary races one by one pledged allegiance to the Church of the Mechanical God. They had to let reason overcome instinct and bow their proud heads. The future Zhang En depicted was too terrifying for them, a reality they were unwilling to accept. Meanwhile, subtle changes were occurring on the new continent. Unseen, the world's fortunes began to converge at a certain point on the new continent. It was as if the hand of fate was moving in secret, brewing an even greater transformation. The New World is a mysterious realm that humans have only begun to explore in the past few centuries. When explorers first set foot on this land, they faced threats from fierce jungle beasts and terrifying mystical creatures. The ancient voodoo cult and the Duho people harbored hostility towards these intruders from the old world, and their malevolent spells and poisonous weapons left an indelible fear on the exploration teams. However, over time, the decline of mysticism led to the extinction of many mystical creatures, and the effectiveness of the voodoo and Duho people's spells greatly diminished. Meanwhile, humans from the old world developed powerful steam technology. Under the crushing force of steel and gunfire, the voodoo cult and the Duho people were gradually defeated, eventually becoming prisoners of the colonizers. Colonial cities sprang up one after another, eventually forming a new human nation, the Kalia Federation. The Duho people were confined to reservations, and the voodoo cult became the target of widespread scorn. Having personally experienced the convenience and power of steam technology, the people of the Kalia Federation placed a much higher value on technology than the nations of the old world. They established numerous STEAM research institutes and academies of science, enacting laws to protect technological achievements. With this nationwide emphasis on technology, the Kalia Federation's STEAM technology soared to the forefront of the world, making it the most technologically advanced and widely applied steam-powered nation in the world of Thorn. This also gave the people of the Kalia Federation a subtle sense of superiority over the nations of the old world, whom they viewed as stagnant and resistant to change. As Zhang En was subduing various mystical races, an invisible destiny converged upon this emerging nation. In the capital city of the Kalia Federation, Horn City, the young speaker of the parliament, Byron, awoke from an unsettling dream. He sat up abruptly, his forehead damp with cold sweat. "Darling, what's wrong?" A pale figure leaned in, wrapping Byron in an embrace, and asked lazily. Byron wiped the sweat from his forehead, replying offhandedly, "It's nothing, Jessie. Go back to sleep. I have to leave now." With that, he extricated himself from Jessie's embrace, quickly dressed, and added, "I won't be coming by for the next few days, so don't worry about making dinner for me." Byron left his lover's residence without looking back. As he stepped outside, he recalled the visions from his dream and the sudden surge of power, a strong sense of unreality enveloping him. "This is truly surreal," he murmured to himself. The next morning, Byron immediately convened a meeting of all the members of Parliament. To ensure full attendance, he even exercised his one-seer authority to summon them. Despite his efforts, it was already noon by the time all the members arrived at the capital. In the spacious hall, the Parliament members, dressed in suits, filled the seats, curiously eyeing Byron on the central podium. Low murmurs rippled through the hall, making it sound like a bustling marketplace. Bang, bang, bang. Byron forcefully struck the table, silencing the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. I've gathered you here for a matter that concerns the very survival of our Federation." An uproar erupted in the hall. Some were puzzled, others shocked, while some joked. "Are you serious, Speaker Byron? A matter of life and death for the Federation? Is the old world planning to form an alliance to attack us?" Byron nodded solemnly, agreeing with what seemed like a joke. "That's right. If this matter isn't handled properly, it could very well lead to a war between the Federation and all the nations of the old world." This time, no one spoke. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Byron, waiting for him to continue. If Byron was joking, they would not let him off easily, even if he was the speaker. Byron took a deep breath and asked, "You all know about the cult of the machine god, right?" A member of Parliament responded, "The state religion recently established by the Soul Federation in the old world. It said that the entire Soul Federation now follows this faith, even the financial giants and government officials. But what does that have to do with our Federation?" Byron shook his head, his expression grave. "It has a lot to do with us. You should know that the nations of the old world are backed by powerful mystics. The Soul Federation is almost the strongest nation in the old world, with several immortals behind it." At the mention of immortals, the eyes of all the Parliament members present showed fear, dread, and deep envy. Immortals. Immortality. Those damned immortals could live for hundreds of years, 7 to 8 times the lifespan of ordinary people like them. Of course, they wanted to become immortals while ruling the Kalia Federation. But the old world had almost completely blocked the export of mystical knowledge to the Federation, leaving them to rely on the limited mystical knowledge of the voodoo cult and the Duho people. This resulted in an extremely weak mystical power within the Kalia Federation. Byron continued, "Do you think we really want to focus solely on developing STEAM technology? It's not like we have a choice. If we had the choice, we would certainly want to develop mysticism and extend our own lives." He paused, posing a thought-provoking question. "Consider this. With a group of immortals backing the Soul Federation, why would they establish the cult of the machine god as their state religion and even actively promote its spread?" Without waiting for the others to ponder, Byron provided a shocking answer. "Because behind the cult of the machine god stands a dark god, one that brings great benefits to those immortals. The Federation has been long isolated from mystical information by the nations of the old world, and our mystical power is weak, so we haven't known this for a long time. The mystical power in this world is in constant decline. During the Federation's war for independence, those immortals didn't intervene because they had to restrain their power and reduce consumption." After dropping this bombshell, Byron didn't wait for the stunned Parliament members to digest the news and continued, "With mystical power declining, those immortals in the Federation are also affected. But the dark god behind the cult of the machine god can provide them with power, allowing them to continue living and even maintain their power without declining." A middle-aged Parliament member stood up, looking seriously at Byron. This man was the whip of the Conservative Party within the Federation, holding significant power and status. He asked, "How can you prove what you're saying is true?" His question temporarily held back other members who wanted to speak. Byron shook his head with a wry smile and admitted, "We currently cannot verify this information. The extraordinary powers of the Federation are too weak to investigate matters involving the supernatural." The whip of the Liberal Party, an elderly man with white hair, slowly stood up. This senior figure, who had once guided Byron into politics, asked in a solemn voice, "If that's the case, why should we believe you? Mr. Speaker, how did you come to know of such astonishing news?" Byron took a deep breath, looked around, and answered with determination, "First, regarding how I know this information. As unbelievable as it sounds, the fact is that the world itself told me." He paused, then continued, "The mechanical cult and the evil god behind it pose a significant threat to the existence of the world. I have been chosen by the world, which revealed all of this to me, including the decline of spirituality. At this point, Byron slowly released his aura. Once an ordinary person, he had become an ascendant after being favored by the world. In an instant, the air in the entire chamber seemed to freeze. All the members of Congress turned pale, as if a terrifying beast was watching them. Fortunately, Byron quickly reined in his aura, or else many of the members might have fainted on the spot. I was just an ordinary person before, but overnight I became an ascendant. This should be the most compelling evidence, Byron stated calmly, his gaze sweeping across each member present. Despite the doubts and gaps in Byron's story, the members of Congress subconsciously chose to believe him. Byron continued, his voice low and filled with pressure. As for why you should believe me, it's because we have no choice. His words struck each member like a heavy blow. Byron began to outline a harsh reality. Whether it was the old me or any of you here, we were all just ordinary people. For us, the decline of extraordinary powers and the disappearance of the supernatural should have been good news. We possess the world's most powerful steam technology and military might, with a chance to unite the two continents and establish a vast federation controlling the global economy. His voice suddenly rose, making all the members tense. But the countries of the old continent have powerful supernatural beings, posing a significant threat to the Federation. Because of these supernatural beings, we have been hesitant to take military action against the old continent. We even live in fear that one day these supernatural beings from the old continent might attack the Federation. Byron's voice grew more passionate. If supernatural powers disappear, we wouldn't have to consider the influence of the supernatural and could launch an attack on the old continent without hesitation. But now, the mechanical cult has appeared, backed by an evil god. Think carefully. If the existence of the mechanical cult grants those supernatural beings new powers, extending their lives and enhancing their strength, what will happen? They will invade the Federation, plundering our wealth, and we will all become prisoners. At that point, our families, status, and power will all be lost, becoming spoils for those supernatural beings. A curious member of Congress asked, why can't we choose to engage with the mechanical cult? Byron gave the member a cold, sarcastic look and replied, Mr. Moore, I recall you're 43 years old and still an ordinary person. Do you think the mechanical cult would choose a supernatural being over a 43-year-old ordinary person with little future? Even if the mechanical cult accepts you, how would you fight against those supernatural beings with the power of an ordinary person? Byron's rhetoric was indeed effective. His words instilled fear in the members, who shared his belief that the mechanical cult would choose a supernatural being over an ordinary person with no potential. As for their power and status, didn't the supernatural beings of the old continent have those too? Therefore, if they didn't want to lose their power and status, or everything they had painstakingly built over the years, it seemed there was only one choice: to go to war with the countries of the old continent and eliminate the mechanical cult. But how could that be possible? The military strength of the old continent's countries, although not as strong as the Federation's, was still formidable. To defeat them, the Federation would have to suffer significant losses, not to mention the terrifying immortals behind those countries. The members recalled the time after the War of Independence when the Kalia Federation began to rise and attempted to counterattack the old continent to gain more influence. It was then that they truly witnessed the power of the immortals. The steel fleet that Kalia had developed over decades was buried by a massive wave created by the immortals of the Northern Sea Kingdom as soon as it approached the northern coast of the old continent. That day, the entire Kalia Federation was shocked, and many high-ranking officials trembled, fearing the terrifying immortals would invade the Federation. Fortunately, their fears did not materialize, likely because those immortals did not want to expend too much energy. But this time was different. Byron implied that the Kalia Federation should launch another attack on the old continent, and those immortals would surely intervene. Even though the Federation's power had grown rapidly over the years, and they had secretly developed powerful weapons against the immortals, facing at least 5 immortals from the old continent left them anxious. Could they really be a match? Byron seemed to sense their worries and spoke to reassure them. There's no need to worry. We are not without support. Don't forget, the world is on our side. Once the war begins, the entire world will suppress the armies of the old continent. The world and fate will favor us. The members of Congress frowned at his words. What did it mean for the world and fate to favor them? What practical use was such favor? They didn't want to hear about vague concepts. They wanted to see tangible benefits, profits, and opportunities to secure victory in the war. Byron keenly sensed the doubt in the eyes of the senators and immediately began to elaborate on the many benefits of siding with the world. He painted a picture of prosperity. The nation would be under the world's protection, natural disasters would decrease, and the success rate of laboratory research would significantly increase. This last point instantly piqued the senators' interest. For years, the Federation had invested heavily in steam technology innovation, but scientific breakthroughs were often hindered by luck. With the world's favor, inventions stuck in the theoretical phase might quickly be perfected and put into production, including large-scale weapons of mass destruction. This prospect offered the senators a glimmer of hope. However, the whip of the Liberal Party hesitated, on the verge of speaking but holding back. Byron understood such enormous consumption might be unsustainable, and the senators might prefer to sacrifice most benefits to side with the cult of the machine god. Byron continued to fervently enumerate the advantages of the world's protection. The army would face better weather when attacking the old continent, and they would be less likely to be detected. He exerted all his efforts to persuade every senator. For a moment, Byron considered using his power to forcibly suppress these senators, but reason quickly prevailed. The idea was too impulsive, with too many drawbacks. If he had 10 or 20 years, he might indeed unify the Federation by force. But the threat of the cult of the machine god was imminent, and time was not on his side. He had no choice but to patiently continue persuading. Fortunately, under the subtle influence of the world's consciousness and Byron's earnest words, all the senators eventually agreed to his proposal to attack the old continent and eliminate the cult of the machine god. Of course, if Byron hadn't assured them that the world's consciousness would suppress those immortals, preventing them from using their full strength, these people might not have agreed, even under the world's influence. With the unanimous agreement of all members of Congress, Byron's proposal effectively became the Carlia Federation's agenda for the foreseeable future. As for the president's opinion, it was irrelevant. In the Carlia Federation, the presidency was merely a nominal position. The true direction of the nation was determined by the 300 senators in the Grand Hall. As the new continent was in turmoil, the old continent was also rife with undercurrents. The countries surrounding the Thor Federation were both curious and resentful of the newly emerged cult of the machine god, eager to destroy this suddenly risen sect. But this remained only a fantasy, as not only was the Thor Federation arguably the strongest on the continent, but the powerful immortals behind the scenes in their own country would not allow it. All of this was naturally orchestrated by Zhang En. After subduing all the extraordinary races, he returned to the old continent without rest, recruiting all the immortals from various nations. During this time, he also investigated the world's resource output. Despite the decline in spirituality leading to a significant reduction in extraordinary resources, ordinary resources, especially oil and gas and minerals, were exceptionally abundant. Coupled with the large populations and preserved extraordinary legacies of various countries, it perfectly met Zhang En's needs. Fortunes gathered, storms brewed. On the new continent, the true Dragon Emperor was about to emerge, ready to take on these evil forces. One day, Zhang En stood high and looked far, gazing in the direction of the new continent from the top floor of a hotel. Using the Qi observation technique he learned from his grandfather Zhang Xian, he clearly saw the massive fortune gathering over the new continent. This fortune was multicolored, like a never-stopping steam engine, or a steel leviathan, a steam train, full of ambition towards the old continent. Clearly, the world's consciousness had already gathered fortune on the new continent, starting to nurture the chosen one. Given the current situation, the world's consciousness was unlikely to create a brand new chosen one from scratch, but would select an elite figure from the new continent to enhance. Due to the adversarial relationship between the new and old continents, neither side knew much about the other. Thus, Zhang En was also unclear about the specific situation on the new continent. However, with the power he now wielded, it was impossible for the world's consciousness to overturn the situation. Though the momentum was on the other side, the strong were in his hands. In this world invasion, Zhang En held all the advantages. The decline in spirituality gave him the opportunity to subdue all these extraordinary beings at the pinnacle of the world. And the decline in the world's energy level greatly reduced the threat of the world's consciousness. Now, even if the Carlia Federation mobilized 1,000,000 troops, it would merely be a futile struggle. No matter how defiant the so-called Chosen One was, they could not withstand absolute power. Time flew by, and 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the world seemed calm on the surface, but even the dullest person could sense the terrifying undercurrents beneath the calm. Within the Carlia Federation, under the fervent call of hundreds of members of Congress, a large number of young people were drafted into the military. Countless factories were forcibly seized to start producing military equipment. In various laboratories, experiments that had been stuck in the theoretical stage quickly found data and material support, entered the production phase, and were put into use by the military. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the construction of the World Gate was finally completed. In the underground of White Maple City, Thor Federation, the entire underground of the city was completely hollowed out, supported by a vast amount of steel to create this enormous underground world. Over 100,000 construction workers built a magnificent steel portal in this vast underground space, over 100 meters wide and several hundred meters high. The frame of this steel gate was inlaid with numerous gems, gold, and silver in a special trajectory, forming a mysterious pattern. After countless days and nights of construction and the consumption of immeasurable steel and gold and silver gems, this enormous portal was finally completed. Although various plots and accidents occurred during this time, under the supervision of the 6 extraordinary mythological creatures arranged by Zhang En, all disturbances were as insignificant as ripples, quickly subdued. Finally, Zhang En led the 19 human immortals into the underground space. While he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was filled with excitement. The world gate was finally completed. In the real world, Zhang En was sitting in the classroom, listening to the teacher explain key points for the college entrance exam. After the energy level in the Soren world fell, the time flow difference between the two worlds narrowed. His counterpart had been busy in the Soren world for nearly a year, while in the real world, it was already December, with only 6 months left until the exams. Suddenly, Zhang En raised his hand to interrupt the class. "Teacher, I need to take a leave." His classmates turned their heads in surprise to look at the usually inconspicuous boy. Teacher Zhang Wanyan saw the excitement in Zhang En's eyes and seemed to understand. He nodded and said, "Go ahead." Zhang En quickly rushed out of the classroom and ran home. He burst through the door, calling to his parents in the living room. "Mom, Dad, I have something important to do. Please don't disturb me." With that, he slammed his bedroom door shut. Zhang's parents exchanged glances and their expressions turned serious. Zhang's father picked up his phone and dialed Zhang Xian's video call. "Dad, Xiaoan just came back and said he's going to descend," Zhang's father explained briefly. Hearing this, Zhang Xian laughed. "That's great news. Xiaoan has completed all the preparations and is ready to descend into the other world. By this stage, there's hardly any danger left." He went on to explain the 2 main dangerous stages of an extra-dimensional invasion: walking the void to find the world, and planning and constructing the world gate. Now, Zhang En had passed these 2 dangerous phases. Zhang Xian couldn't help but reminisce about the hardships of his first extra-dimensional invasion. In comparison, Zhang En had completed his preparations in just a few months, which was truly astonishing. "Yungguan, don't disturb Xiao En in the coming days." "Never mind, I'll come over myself," Zhang Xian said. Meanwhile, in the Soren world, dark clouds gathered over Baifeng's city, and lightning churned. The world consciousness had fully awakened, angrily trying to eliminate the invader. Thunder boomed and rained down, leveling the entire empty city in mere seconds. The lightning continued its rampage, dissolving layers of the ground, trying to reach the underground space. In the underground space, 100 meters deep, Zhang En sensed the commotion above. Li Qian quietly asked if they needed to take action, but Zhang En shook his head and said, "No need, because the god has arrived." His voice echoed throughout the underground space, overpowering the thunder above. Then, to everyone's shock, Zhang En's form dissolved and disappeared. A massive god gate exuded a profound aura. A deep creaking sound was heard, as if an invisible hand was slowly pushing open the void gate. The lightning above grew more violent, dissolving layers of earth and stone. However, it was still some distance from the underground space. Boom. The underground space shook violently as an earthquake struck suddenly. For the world's consciousness, unleashing a natural disaster is easier than triggering an earthquake because earthquakes originate from deep within the earth, requiring immense power to induce. However, to destroy the underground space, the world's consciousness spared no effort. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Before any mythical creatures could act, an invisible and vast force quickly spread, suppressing the seismic waves entirely. The dark clouds and raging sea of lightning that covered the entire city in the sky dissipated under this invisible force. Yet, no one noticed any of this, as they were tensely focused on the empty space by the gate of the gods. There, a mechanical hand, assembled from gears and springs, slowly emerged. At the sight of this hand, everyone seemed to hear the sound of immense, heavy rumblings and a cold mechanical hum. As the last bit of flesh dissolved and the final gear resonated in harmony, they would transform into an eternal mechanical hymn, forever praising the glory of the broken god in the universe's forge. Mechanical, mechanical, mechanical. They seemed to see countless grand mechanical creations as vast as celestial bodies, witness the primordial forge that created the universe, and observe the hammer that forged truth and order. As a result, everyone knelt devoutly, issuing a unified praise for the broken god. Creaked sound of a door opening suddenly amplified amidst the praises as the door to the void was fully opened, and Zhang En, in the guise of an ancient god, descended. The moment he appeared, he left the underground space, bringing everyone to the surface. His figure appeared in the sky, vague yet magnificent, like an endless intertwining of gears and springs. A god cannot coexist with mortal beings. This was the consensus Zhang En reached from countless tales about deities. A god is a god. Even the most gentle and benevolent deity must not appear beside their followers or fight alongside them. For he is a god, an omnipotent being in the eyes of his followers. You have done well. Flesh is weak. Only the mechanical endures. Today, I grant you the evolution of the mechanical. Zhang En said, lightly tapping an iron hammer in his hand. Bang! The The concept of steel and machinery was manifested at that moment, conceptually altering the physical structure of over 100,000 people below. Whether ordinary people with no extraordinary power or mythical creatures at the world's pinnacle, none could resist this change. From this moment, their bodies inherently exhibited some mechanized and metallic traits. This essence allowed them to modify their bodies more easily, and if they practiced the corresponding extraordinary systems, they would also be enhanced. Praise be to my Lord. The crowd, perceiving the changes in their bodies, felt ecstatic with the newfound power and elevated essence, issuing deafening praises. Next, summon my civilization's army. After decades of development, how much has the mechanical civilization changed? Zhang En silently thought, recreating his avatar. Previously, to summon him to break through and descend, crossing the gate, his avatar was destroyed, transmitting world coordinates and presence to the main body. But now, he needed his avatar to communicate with the beings of this world below. Buzz. The air vibrated as a beam of light descended from the sky. When the light dissipated, Zhang En's avatar emerged. Meanwhile, the god's figure in the sky had already vanished. Your Holiness, you. Having witnessed the true deity and confirmed the substantiality of the mechanical god cult, several mythical creatures approached Zhang En with even more reverence, cautiously eager to speak. I originally sacrificed my own body to summon my lord's descent. In recognition of my great deeds, my lord resurrected me, Zhang En casually explained, and then conveyed the main body's orders. My lord imparted much information to me, which I will now share with you. As Zhang En's words fell, the crowd immediately quieted down. First, my lord hails from another world, being the sovereign of a complete world. This statement shocked everyone, but also felt reasonable. A great true god indeed has the right to occupy an entire world. Secondly, my lord's descent into this realm is to seize its resources. Everyone, as long as they worship my lord, can enter the world under my lord's control, reclaim land and homes, and learn new mechanical knowledge. Your Holiness, what about us extraordinary beings? Li Qian, the vampire progenitor with the earliest ties to Zhang En, inquired cautiously. Zhang En smiled gently. Archbishop Li Qian, rest assured, the great mechanical god will not forget you extraordinary races. You may choose to enter my lord's world and receive a territory in the new world to recuperate. Besides direct summoning from my lord and the divine decrees passed down by my lord, no one can command you. Rest assured, your holiness, we will strictly adhere to the laws. Li Qian was overjoyed, hastily making a promise. He hadn't expected the mechanical god cult to offer such favorable conditions, not only granting them a territory in the new world, but also allowing them not to be subject to anyone's orders. He had initially prepared to accept some degree of constraint, but the results exceeded his expectations. This is the great mechanical god's blessing. Moreover, from now on, remember that the mechanical god is merely one aspect of my lord. My lord's true divine name is the broken god. Yes, praise the broken god. Your holiness, what do we need to do now? Benjamin approached at this time, eager to prove himself, unwilling to let Li Qian the vampire outshine him. What you need to do now is spread my lord's divine decrees and tally all those willing to enter the new world. Once all disputes are resolved, my lord will open the door to the new world and bring you to another world. As for the new continent, my lord will summon an army from the new world to deal with anyone daring to defy his will. Zhang En repeatedly mentioned my lord, finding this self-referential experience peculiar. Unfortunately, his operations in the world of Thorn were too short, lacking personnel, forcing him to play the role of his own follower personally. Yes, hearing that the broken god would summon his army, everyone on site showed curious expressions. They too wanted to see how powerful and wondrous the army from the new world would be. Zhang En ignored the expectant gazes of those around him. He needed them to stay on the old continent to stabilize the situation and ensure that most people would be willing to enter his world. As for those who refused, Zhang En knew that only the fate of being destroyed with this world awaited them. Indeed, he had deliberately concealed a crucial piece of information. Once his true form descended, it would drain all the essence from this world. This was why the world's consciousness was extremely hostile to the Lord of Civilization, pursuing him relentlessly at the slightest sign of his arrival. Who would willingly allow a being that threatens their existence to enter? Unfortunately for Zhang En, the energy level of the Thorn world was as fragile as a lamb before him. On the new continent, the winds of change were blowing. When Zhang En's true form descended, Byron received a warning from the world. He immediately gathered the troops already assembled near the capital and summoned all the members of parliament to inform them of this terrifying news. What? A deity has already descended. One of the parliament members shouted in disbelief. Then why are we gathered here? Are we waiting for the great deity to wipe us all out? What we should be doing now is rushing to the deity, kissing his feet, or even the feet of his servants. We have no choice. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly collapsed, a look of shock frozen on his face. The surrounding members were stunned, but years of training kept their fear in check, and they remained silent, looking at Byron with confusion in their eyes. Representative Dre was disrupting the morale of the troops. Doing so before battle could have doomed us, Byron said gravely, putting away his still-smoking pistol. He refrained from using extraordinary powers, fearing it would provoke further suspicion among the parliament members. The members were silent, not saying a word. Dre's words had hit too close to home. How could they fight against a deity with mere human strength? As for the world's support, if it were truly effective, how could it have allowed the enemy deity to descend in the first place? Byron, how do we resist a deity? The whip of the Conservative Party asked after a moment of contemplation. Even in addressing the deity, he chose the simplest term, avoiding the words, evil God, to leave room for explanation if they lost. The world will shield us, Byron said, though he knew empty words couldn't inspire confidence. He spread his arms, attempting to communicate with the world consciousness. Sensing the signs of Zhang En's true form descending, the world consciousness directly manifested through Byron, responding to his needs. As Byron opened his arms, the clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, and brilliant sunlight poured down upon him. This scene seemed miraculous, and countless soldiers cheered. However, the members of parliament felt a deep chill in their hearts. Was this the world's support? They wanted to know how to fight a deity, not watch Byron perform parlor tricks. Even if Byron's ability to control the weather was formidable, what use was it against a deity? Just this? As if someone had voiced the collective thoughts of the crowd, they all turned to look and noticed a figure that had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. It was a magnificent entity, cold as steel and as precisely mechanical as a machine, seemingly woven from order and physics itself. Its entire body was constructed from intricate gears and springs, complex yet orderly, forming a humanoid shape. Behind it, a massive ring of metal gears rotated slowly, each turn seemingly accompanied by the lament of the world. In its right hand, it held a simple iron hammer, outwardly indistinguishable from a common blacksmith's tool. Yet upon seeing it, everyone felt as if they were witnessing the forging of all the physical rules and order of the world. Praise, praise, you are the master of machinery. You are the creator of order. You forged the world, crafting its laws. Voices of adulation filled the void, echoing in each person's ear, both illusory and real. It was the deafening roar of machinery in a bustling factory, the harmonious sound of vast celestial-like precision machines operating, the crackling of the fire of wisdom igniting in cutting-edge physics laboratories. These sounds, sensations, and titles all extolled the presence in the sky. This was the god of shattered. Almost the instant they beheld the true form of Zhang En, the ancient god, countless ordinary people were immediately subjected to a mental assessment under the influence of this overwhelming information and conceptual force, leading to a transformation of their bodies. In that moment, everyone was equal, whether a rustic laborer from the countryside or a prestigious congressman, all indiscriminately subjected to the mental assessment, passively twisted by the concepts governed by Zhang En. Only Byron was an exception, but even he could barely muster his strength to resist. As the world's consciousness intensified, his spirituality rapidly distorted. When the moment of complete distortion arrives, his true form will also change. Buzz. As Zhang En brazenly proclaimed the presence of his true form, the world consciousness finally acted, and at this moment, its power reached an unprecedented peak. If the world were likened to an incredibly realistic virtual network, then the world consciousness would be the program responsible for ensuring the smooth operation within this illusory realm. When issues arise in the network, the world consciousness can mobilize its power to cleanse them. However, the power it can wield comes from the world itself and is not without limits. This is why, no matter how enraged the world consciousness was before, it could not unleash excessive power, as the permissions granted by the world were limited. But now, things were different. With the arrival of Zhang En, a colossal threat to the world itself recognized the danger and granted the world consciousness a far greater, even total, range of permissions. From Zhang En's arrival to his appearance in the new continent, the world consciousness was gathering this immense power from the entire world. In this moment, the mechanical and rigid world consciousness finally displayed a hint of wisdom. Intruder, get out of my world. A voice like 10 million thunders exploding echoed from the deepest reaches of the sky, sweeping across the new continent like a storm. Countless beings trembled, filled with confusion and fear, as the overwhelming voice sent chills down their spines. The winds and clouds converged, and the void became pronounced. Ultimately, an enormous, thousands of kilometers wide ethereal face appeared in the sky, its features blurred, combining characteristics of all ages and genders, indifferent yet majestic, like the heavens themselves. In reality, it truly was the heavens. Zhang En gazed at the sky, his voice cold and indifferent. Your world? No, it is my world now. At this moment, he felt elated, almost wanting to laugh aloud, but appearing in his ancient god form, His body was purely a manifestation of machinery and order, incapable of laughter. Intruder. Hearing Zhang En's arrogant declaration, the world's consciousness erupted in fury, its massive face opening its mouth to unleash a terrifying storm of wind and thunder. Boom. Thunder roared as the storm, a concept-level attack aimed at Zhang En, was easily shattered by his gentle touch. You've reached your limits, Zhang En remarked coldly, opening a portal on the ground, revealing a prepared army of civilization. Over decades, the population of the Steel Holy Court had exceeded 15 million. The incredible productivity brought by powerful steam technology, coupled with the vast resources provided by Zhang En, allowed the Steel Holy Court to maintain a standing army of around 1 million. Now, as the portal opened, the troops, though excited, remained orderly, stepping through the gate to the reverent chants of the steam high priests. Decades of development had strengthened the Holy Court's steam technology, upgrading the soldiers' equipment. The widespread implementation of combat body modifications meant that every soldier had undergone some bodily enhancements, combined with their frequently updated personal armor, making each of them comparable in combat strength to a novice extraordinary being. Yet, this was just the smallest part of the mechanical civilization's army. Zhang En's confidence lay more in the large-scale steam war machines. After countless discussions, the master clockmakers of the mechanical cult and the researchers of the foundry department finalized a super war machine. It stood 999 meters tall, powered internally by 99 large perpetual gears, armed with one main cannon and 8 secondary cannons. The main cannon had a range of over 100 kilometers, capable of erasing an entire city, while the secondary cannons had a 50-kilometer range, covering an area of over 7 kilometers. Inside the shrine, a statue of the shattered god was worshipped, with 3 steam high priests conducting prayers and rituals, their voices booming across the battlefield through amplifiers, conveying the teachings of the shattered god to all soldiers. Beyond rituals and prayers, the shrine also served as a massive weapons factory and repair facility, doubling as a hospital. To maintain the operations of this colossal shrine, it housed over 10,000 technical personnel, and there were 9 such shrines in the army. Besides these mechanical shrines, the army boasted numerous steam tanks, siege engines, and steam bionic hounds. Modified steam giants known as shattered fists, tens of meters high, moved slowly under the mechanist's control, advancing with the soldiers. In the sky, steam fighters and hundreds of bionic giant eagles soared and circled. This army configuration could easily crush the forces conscripted by the Kalia Federation into dust. Zhang En glanced at his civilization's army with satisfaction. This army had nearly pushed the power of steam technology to its limits, but he wasn't worried about the civilization being stuck on the steam path. In recent years, scholars within the mechanical civilization had realized the limitations of steam power and begun exploring other energy sources. With just a slight catalyst, they would quickly discover the power of electricity. Confident in the strength of his army, Zhang En turned his focus to the world's consciousness appearing in the sky. Earlier, as his civilization's army entered this world, the world's consciousness attempted to mobilize its power, only to be thwarted by Zhang En. Let mortals handle mortal battles. But as for you, stay here obediently, Zhang En declared, raising his iron hammer and striking the sky heavily. Clang! The hammer fell in the void, producing a resonant sound of forging iron, as if sparks flew, forcibly shaping the intangible void into a 2-dimensional iron sheet. The massive human face formed by the world's consciousness was trapped within this thin iron sheet of void. This was a technique Zhang En had developed during simulations to suppress material destroyers, which he named the Cage of Steel. The principle involved imposing his concept, forcibly defining the void as metal, and imbuing it with rules, naturally trapping those within under the constraints of order. This move was essentially a forced conceptual duel. Regardless of one's willingness to engage in conceptual combat, falling into this technique necessitated it. Otherwise, the consequence was being truly forged into a piece of steel. Though the world's consciousness had just gained sentience, its immense power and control over the world allowed it to instantly understand the principle of the cage of steel. Thud, thud, thud. The giant face struggled continuously, protruding from the void's surface, only to be hammered back repeatedly. Each time the face protruded and was suppressed, the world trembled, as if struck by a heavy blow. As the face continued to pound, Zhang En's suppression grew increasingly strained, nearly allowing the world's consciousness to break free. Indeed, contending with a world at a 6th-tier power level proved challenging. Murmuring softly, the ring behind Zhang En began to rotate faster, as an inconspicuous gear was added to it. Perpetual gear load. With the loading of the perpetual gear, Zhang En's control over the mechanical concept instantly elevated to the 7th tier. In the myriad worlds, a 7th-tier power was considered formidable, with many medium-sized worlds having a similar upper limit. Upon reaching the 7th tier of mechanical concept, Zhang En gently tapped, and the previously struggling face immediately calmed, firmly suppressed within the void iron sheet. The winds of change swept through the world, as forces originating from the world's essence surged, attempting to rescue the world's consciousness. But it was futile. Under the severance of mechanical concepts, these forces couldn't reach the world's consciousness, nor could it manipulate them through the void iron sheet. This was the world's sorrow and helplessness, possessing immense power, yet once suppressed, unable to wield it, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. With the world's consciousness thoroughly subdued, Zhang En's next task was to gradually erode it until it was completely extinguished, thus stripping the world of its last resistance. As Zhang En suppressed the world's consciousness, the mechanical civilization's legion approached the capital of the Kalia Federation, Horn City. Facing Zhang En's ancient god form, the soldiers and congressmen of the Kalia Federation underwent a fundamental distortion. However, as the world's consciousness descended, this distortion was removed, but their minds were reshaped, filled with hostility and aversion towards the mechanical civilization, willing to sacrifice their lives to destroy it. This is the true wisdom of the world's consciousness, possessing all the authority of the world, making it an omnipotent existence here. Confronted with the overwhelming forces of the mechanical civilization, the soldiers of the Kalia Federation charged fearlessly at the enemy, roaring with determination. The artillery roared as the cannons in the rear fired in unison, unleashing a barrage of shells in an attempt to annihilate the mechanical civilization. The Minister of War, Shui, stood atop the omnipotent altar and issued orders to the Legion through loudspeakers. He activated the altar's secondary cannon, which unleashed a thunderous barrage, sending shrapnel raining down like a storm, intercepting the missiles launched by the Kalia Federation. The secondary cannon's power was immense, covering a range of 7 kilometers. After disintegrating the barrage of shells, the shrapnel rained down on the Kalia Federation's troops, instantly causing thousands of deaths. Shui watched the scene with disdain, convinced that a single shot from the altar's main cannon could utterly destroy such an army. The Deputy Minister of War, Shan, commented that although the decision was made by just the two of them, it surpassed the deliberations of dozens of military experts in terms of expertise. Both had undergone cybernetic modifications, particularly to their brains, granting them extraordinary computational and analytical abilities, maintaining a calm, semi-mechanical mindset. With the brain of wisdom and the eye of insight, they became the ultimate war masters. After deciding to let the soldiers gain experience, Shui and Shan issued combat orders to the forces through wireless transmitters. The million-strong army moved like a nimble body, quickly dispersing into squads to encircle the Kalia Federation's forces. Despite the secondary cannon of the omnipotent altar causing tens of thousands of deaths, the soldiers of Kalia, whose minds were already twisted, remained fiercely resolute, with only one thought in mind: eliminate the mechanical civilization and protect the world. Their fanaticism left the mechanical civilization's soldiers in disarray. Even though each soldier had undergone cybernetic modifications, making them as powerful as first-tier superhumans, they still suffered harm facing such fearless adversaries. On the omnipotent altar, Shui and Shan observed the battlefield with the eye of insight, shaking their heads at the sight, believing that soldiers who had never seen bloodshed could not handle real warfare. Shui recalled the wars he participated in years ago under the leadership of the Broken God, especially the battles against the Qi refiners who wielded strange powers. Despite the superior individual strength of the mechanical civilization now, Shui still doubted their ability to match the Qi refiners in unknown combat. He thought about the monks of the foundry and the mechanical church exploring power beyond steam, with rumors suggesting that electricity was a more potent energy source. If they could advance in this direction, it might lead to a new era for the mechanical civilization. However, steam technology still dominated within the civilization, and the citizens of the newly established cities were heavily influenced by it, making a shift to electricity nearly impossible. But Shui held a different view, believing that this world war might be an opportunity to spur the development of electrical energy. Coldly observing the battlefield, a hell of flesh and blood, Shui turned his gaze to the distant mountains and vast sky, thinking to himself, let this world be the price the Holy Court pays to usher in the era of electricity. This conflict, which could barely be called a war, lasted for 3 days. During these days, the city of Horn turned into a brutal grinder of flesh and blood, claiming countless lives, leaving the dead as a gruesome mixture with earth and stone. Over 90% of the casualties were soldiers from the Kalia Federation and citizens of Horn. Initially, Blood and Mountain aimed to train their forces, so they refrained from deploying their powerful war machines, instead allowing only the gear hounds to fight alongside the soldiers. However, as the intensity of the conflict escalated, with increasing casualties among the Legion's troops, Blood eventually ordered the deployment of steam tanks, siege engines, and the Shattered Fist. Once these 3 war machines entered the battlefield, they demonstrated terrifying power. The massive tanks were unstoppable, capable of demolishing buildings over 10 meters tall with a single shot. The siege engines were incredibly sturdy, able to maneuver vertically using their gear claws. The shattered fist, a steam-powered colossus, was even more terrifying, combining the strengths of the enlightened colossus and the war titan, with the capability for ranged attacks, resulting in a brutal massacre once it charged into enemy lines. Despite the Kalia Federation possessing tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft, artillery, and even some extraordinary individuals, these weapons seemed like toys before the shattered fist, easily torn apart. The three-day conflict utterly destroyed the Kalia army and the entire city of Horn, with the death toll exceeding 1 million. Although the war was brutal, it completely eradicated all resistance within the Kalia Federation. After the victory, the mechanized civilization's legion dispersed into groups of 10,000, heading to various cities in Kalia to enforce control. Their mission was to ensure the survival of the remaining Kalia population, preserving the conquest, as these people would eventually become part of the mechanized civilization. Similar scenes unfolded on the old continent, though the situation there was significantly better than on the new continent. Under the suppression by the upper echelons of various nations and mythical creatures, most people agreed to enter the new world. However, convincing each city proved challenging, especially among the Kalia people on the new continent, many of whom harbored hostility towards the mechanized civilization. It took 5 months to complete this task. When the majority of citizens in the last city agreed to enter the new world, the world of Thorn trembled slightly, as if something was lost. In the sky, Zhang En's eyes glowed red. The time had come. Over the past few months, he had been suppressing the world consciousness, constantly weakening its power, trying to eliminate it. However, this process was not easy, so he had been waiting for an opportunity. Now, that opportunity had arrived. The global shift in identity, with most people choosing to join the new world and abandon the old, had a significant impact on the world. The world consciousness, born from the world and closely linked to humanity, was profoundly affected. This influence not only led to a decrease in power, but also affected the very essence of the world consciousness, causing a decline. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang En intensified his efforts, the hammer in his hand striking more rapidly and forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy blows echoed throughout the world, resonating in everyone's ears. Accompanied by a heavy rumble, roars and wails intertwined. In the expanse above, pieces of iron in the void gradually deformed under Zhang En's hammer, with human faces inside being shattered and melded into the metal. The sound of clang, 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 slowly diminished, resembling the sound of iron being forged. In fact, Zhang En was indeed forging iron. This time, he had captured the world's consciousness, intending to integrate it into the void and forge it into an artifact. For the rulers of mid-to-low-tier civilizations, this would be a top-notch weapon. Had Zhang En not encountered a world where energy levels had plummeted and the world's consciousness had just been born, manifesting directly as the sky, he might not have seized this opportunity. Time passed, and 3 months later, with the final strike, Zhang En satisfactorily put away his hammer. Before him appeared an ethereal flying sword. It was only the size of a palm, with a vague outline, seemingly merging with the void. It emanated an aura of encompassing everything and evolving all things, as if the flying sword was a small world itself. Zhang En admired the flying sword. Both its appearance and aura were top grade. He planned to sell it, as it was of no use to him personally. The hammer in his hand was not only a tool that manifested with his ancient god form, but also a powerful artifact. It carried the concepts of order and machinery, capable of amplifying his power and ideals. With such a powerful artifact, the flying sword crafted from the world's consciousness seemed redundant. Therefore, from the very beginning of its forging, he had decided to sell it. That's why Zhang En forged it into the shape of a flying sword. As a resident of the Huantian galaxy, Zhang En knew that the predominant civilization here was the immortal cultivation. Clearly, a flying sword was more marketable and could fetch a higher price than a staff, a great sword, a crystal ball, or an amulet. This flying sword could also be called an immortal artifact or a magic treasure. Whether it's an immortal artifact or a divine artifact, Zhang En could create them using his wealth of materials. Now that the world consciousness is settled, it's finally time for some cake, he said, stowing away the flying sword and returning to his human form, stretching with relief. Zhang En had spent 8 long months in the sky to refine the world consciousness, enduring countless sleepless nights. But it was all worth it. Just the immortal artifact flying sword forged from the world consciousness could fetch at least 50 units of civilization power when traded in the Huantian galaxy. This flying sword wouldn't just recover Zhang En's costs, it might even double his assets. Not to mention the vast world itself, extracting the world's essence, harvesting its resources. Just the thought of it brought a smile to Zhang En's face. However, these things could wait. His first priority was to relocate all the people from this world. Let's see how the preparations of the mechanical civilization are coming along. Providing housing for billions of people is no small task. Zhang En turned his gaze to his own world. When he deployed the civilization army into this world, he connected his world with the Thorn world, synchronizing their time flow. Since the Thorn world was larger, his world was affected. After 8 months, and with Zhang En having already informed the two popes of the mechanical god cult via divine oracle to build cities and prepare supplies, the mechanical civilization now boasted over 100 empty cities. Each city could accommodate tens of thousands of people. After confirming that the cities could accommodate the population, Zhang En didn't give them another glance. As for what the millions of people would eat after entering his world, or the issues of language, culture, and racial differences, he left those for the mechanical civilization to resolve. His goal was to enhance the foundation of the civilization. Zhang En raised his hand to open a portal in each city worldwide, delivering his command to the believers in every city. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond this door lies the new world promised by the Divini, a broader world with infinite possibilities. In one city, followers of the mechanical god cult shouted excitedly at the sight of the massive steel door that appeared in the city center. With the assistance of the extraordinary and the military, he gathered the city's citizens, calling out devoutly. However, his words lacked allure, and most citizens remained indifferent, their eyes filled with worry and confusion. Nonetheless, the national leadership had already sided with the mechanical god cult, leaving the citizens with no opportunity to resist. Led by the followers of the mechanical god cult, people packed their belongings and supplies, driving cars and trucks into the new world. Similar scenes played out in cities around the world. During this time, there were attempts to resist, to destroy the portals, but the trend was set, and their resistance was destined to fail, unable even to make a ripple. As the portals opened, people in the cities gradually entered Zhang En's world. However, some stayed behind to gather resources from within the world, including gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, various flora and fauna, artifacts, industrial products, large machinery, technical documents, and extraordinary inheritances. These were the essence of a world, and Zhang En was not about to let them go. Yet, as a deity, it was inappropriate for him to handle this directly, so he delegated the task to his avatars. Under their direction, a large number of extraordinary beings and creatures went to the now empty cities, swiftly collecting resources to send through the portals. Behind each portal, staff specially arranged by the Steel Holy Court awaited to sort and distribute the incoming resources to different cities. Zhang En had instructed that these resources, belonging to the people of the Thorn world, should not be casually used by the Steel Holy Court. He did not wish to divide the civilization. The resources were simply too abundant, and if left for internal distribution within the Steel Holy Court, it could lead to conflicts among the leadership. Moreover, taking all the resources would undoubtedly breed resentment among the people of the Thorn world, something Zhang En wished to avoid. Even the upper echelons of the Holy Court understood that the number of people coming from the Thorn world approached 300 million, a number more than 20 times that of the Steel Holy Court citizens. Offending them all could be suppressed by the Holy Court, but the future would be unpredictable. To prevent potential future retaliation, the Holy Court's leadership specifically dispatched inspectors to act alongside the Iron Priests of the mechanical god cult, ensuring that no one dared to embezzle supplies. However, no matter how hard the extraordinary beings and creatures left in the Thorn world tried, they could only scrape the surface of the world's resources, and even these could not be entirely transported. Whether it's a vast mineral vein, unique terrain, lakes, or distinctive ecosystems, these resources cannot be relocated. After 2 months, the extraordinary beings and creatures could no longer scavenge any resources and began entering the realm gates. At this point, aside from a few humans hiding in corners, there were no other humans left in the world of Thorn. This place had become a paradise for animals and plants. If left as it is, over millions or even tens of millions of years, new intelligent species would gradually emerge here, creating new civilizations. Unfortunately, they won't have the chance, as the world is approaching its end. Now, it's my turn to harvest. Zhang En gazed greedily at this world, slowly extending his hand. His hand moved incredibly slowly, as if burdened by a heavy weight, inching forward. As his hand extended, a giant, illusory hand appeared out of thin air, gradually enveloping the world of Thorn. Zhang En finally extended his hand fully, making a grasping motion downward. The illusory hand in the void mirrored this action, seizing the world of Thorn. A sound like the gurgling of water could be heard. In that moment, the world of Thorn trembled violently, like a lamb being slaughtered, resisting with all its might, but unable to change its fate. The illusory hand gripped the world tightly, as if holding a crystal snow globe. Inside the world, the sky tore apart, revealing chaotic void rifts. Continents split, tectonic plates drifted, and amidst violent tsunamis, they slowly sank into the deep sea. The end of the world. When the world's essence was being extracted so extravagantly, it marked the arrival of the apocalypse. Zhang En gazed at the sunken continent, feeling a silent awe as he gently lifted his hand. Various mineral veins, unique ecosystems, distinct landforms, and groups of animals began to float in the air. Under the influence of a mysterious power, they compressed and converged inward, eventually transforming into resource cards. These cards, inscribed with the abilities of the masters of advanced civilizations, are a testament to their power throughout history. Every being that ascends to the status of a level 1 civilization master gains this skill. However, the gap between mastering and effectively using it remains a challenge. There are two ways to create resource cards. One is by compressing existing resources into cards, and the other is by extracting energy from the void, even creating objects from nothing to make cards. The former is obviously simpler, something even a level 1 civilization master can do with ease. The latter, however, requires at least a level 7 civilization master to even attempt. Whether extracting energy from the void, condensing it into tangible forms, or creating something from nothing, these are the standard practices of the powerful, considered an 8th-tier ability in universal transcendence. At this moment, Zhang En was effortlessly crafting resource cards using the available resources within the Thorn world. Even when faced with the need to suppress a world's rebellious essence, he handled it with ease. As the resource cards rapidly formed, thousands of them quickly appeared before him. Beneath his feet, in the world consumed by the ocean, only barren soil and rocks remained. Perfect, Zhang En exclaimed with joy at the sight of these thousands of resource cards. Even the cheapest universal resource card requires 10 strands of civilization power. Now, with thousands in his possession, he equates to possessing dozens of civilization power. Coupled with the forged immortal sword, his wealth has surpassed hundreds of civilization power. The hundreds of strands of civilization power may not seem like much, but they far exceed the resources available to lower-level civilizations. After all, when a civilization master develops their civilization, they also require a significant amount of civilization power, making it difficult to accumulate resources in the early stages. Even some newly promoted level 4 civilization masters might not be as wealthy as Zhang En. With these funds, he can purchase extraordinary technological theories and real celestial bodies. Zhang En began planning how to use these hundreds of strands of civilization power. Extraordinary technological theories are essential. Technological civilizations are at a disadvantage when facing extraordinary systems in the early stages, only being able to compete with or even overpower them in the late stages. However, in the early stages, especially since Zhang En still needs to participate in exams and combat chaos species, he needs powerful combat capabilities. As for real celestial bodies, they are something every civilization master needs to acquire. Of course, if there aren't enough funds, one can use the world's origin to condense them. Real celestial bodies refer to stars. In mythology and immortal systems, stars possess various stellar powers. In magical and divine belief systems, stars represent certain rules or even serve as vessels for divine kingdoms. In technological systems, stars are purely celestial bodies. In some abnormal systems, stars might symbolize outer gods. In any case, celestial bodies are crucial for a world and its civilization system. Zhang En is eager to purchase stars because, according to his calculations, after consuming this world, he is confident he can become a level 3 civilization master before the exams. The mechanical civilization would gain a large population and resources, and with the perpetual gear's support, it might even develop manned spaceflight technology. However, in the world he resides in, all stars are mere projections. If the mechanical civilization attempts a moon landing and discovers the moon is fake, it would be a joke. After some thought, he realized he needs to purchase at least one star and one satellite, and possibly a few planets. Calculating the numbers, Zhang En was relieved he chose a technology-focused, extraordinary supplementary path, requiring only physical stars. Among all real celestial bodies, physical stars are the cheapest, with even a brand new star costing only 100 strands of civilization power and a satellite just 1 strand. In contrast, special mythological stars, immortal stars, and magical stars start at several hundred strands of civilization power and have no upper limit, with the most expensive ones requiring civilization essence for settlement. After all, extraordinary stars have high upper limits, potentially reaching super-energizable multiverses, making their value incalculable. Physical stars, however, are pure and simple, found in any universe-type world. To ordinary people, finding a star within a few light years is rare in the vast universe. But for civilization masters, they are plentiful. If Zhang En didn't mind the trouble and danger, he could even collect stars from other galaxies. The abundance and low value of physical stars have driven market prices to their current level, where even a little civilization power can buy many. Besides these, Zhang En needs a weapon. After a simulated battle and a real PvP with world consciousness, he realized that while his mastery of mechanical and order concepts is strong, he lacks powerful offensive means. When dealing with beings of the same level, he mainly relies on sealing them with strong concepts and slowly wearing them down. He needs a weapon leaning towards killing, war, death, or combat to compensate for his lack of damage. As for why he doesn't use the world consciousness sword in his possession, it's mainly because the flying sword doesn't meet his requirements. Infused with world consciousness, the sword contains everything, lacking lethality. But in immortal terminology, the sword is a great treasure embryo, with natural Dao charm and encompassing myriad phenomena. After calculating the items he needs to buy, Zhang En felt a pang of pain, realizing he'd have to give up most of the resources gained from conquering this world. But that's the nature of being a civilization master, built on resources. Others might want to amass resources, but they can't. After determining what he needed to purchase, Zhang En looked at the already broken world before him. Under his harvesting, the world was on the brink of collapse, with 99% of its origin absorbed. Even without interference, it would soon perish in a short void cycle. However, Zhang En didn't plan to discard the world just yet. Although its internal resources and origin were exhausted, the world's body remained. It seems I must undertake the act of devouring a world. Alas, if not for the pressure of exams, I wouldn't commit such an atrocity. Feigning a sigh, Zhang En left the world, appearing in the void outside. He extended his hands, making an upward motion to grasp the phantom hands of the sown world, lifting the shrinking world light sphere bit by bit. Boom! The forced movement of the world light sphere caused the surrounding void to tremble, sending ripples outward. Seeing this, Zhang En's expression hardened, pulling the sphere upward with force. Behind him, the hazy river of the world appeared, showcasing the mechanical civilization's nearly 200-year development, with heroes and geniuses pushing the civilization forward. Below them, an endless sea of people gathered like tides, forming the foundation of the mechanical civilization, allowing these heroes to achieve great feats. The river surged, echoing with praises and hymns of billions, praising the master, praising the master. You are the creator of order, the lord of machinery. You create worlds, you define the measures of all things. Amidst the hymns, Zhang En's aura rose continuously, finally reaching the 7th level. Civilization's blessing. In the void, Zhang En dared not reveal the perpetual gear, opting to use the civilization's power to enhance himself, crossing the threshold of the 7th level. With his strength at the 7th level, lifting the world became significantly easier. The massive world light sphere, grasped by phantom hands, ascended bit by bit, gradually disappearing. It seemed as if something invisible was slowly devouring the world. As the world was about to vanish completely, the turbulent void suddenly boiled, like a pot of boiling meatball soup. This feeling, Zhang En's eyes changed, realizing only an immensely massive entity or a void catastrophe could cause such a reaction. Since it couldn't be a void catastrophe, there was only one possibility: a massive entity, likely a world devourer. Run! Zhang En dared not take another bite, and withdrew without hesitation. A portion of the world's light orb fell into the void, causing materials from many worlds to spill out and instantly annihilate. Suddenly, beneath the world light orb, the void contracted inward, revealing a massive mouth like a curtain that opened upward. This mouth seemed to have magical powers, expanding infinitely outward as it opened, and almost instantly enveloping Zhang En. It was indeed a world devourer. Realizing the giant mouth was attempting to swallow him, Zhang En's eyes turned cold. However, he didn't engage in combat, but instead tore through the void, leaping towards the Void Legion's fortress. He wasn't foolish enough to fight a world devourer here. That would be suicidal. World devourers start at the 6th tier and are highly adapted to the void, often mastering some degree of void concepts beyond their original knowledge. In such a pure void environment, a world devourer's combat power can increase by nearly half a rank. Moreover, although world devourers aren't a race, most world devourers have ways to communicate with each other. If he lingered here too long, another world devourer might appear. Thanks to the coordinates of the Void Legion, Zhang En made a single leap into the fortress. Below, the world devourer swallowed the remaining half of the world, still unsatisfied, and extended a fish-like body from the void, trying to trace Zhang En's leap. It jumped upward but didn't enter the leap, crashing into the void instead. The leap path had disappeared. Inside the Void Legion, after registering, Zhang En returned to the real universe, appearing in his room. Here, it's worth explaining why Zhang En wasn't stopped by the Void Legion upon entering, but was upon returning. He first entered his world, and then used the gate connecting his world to the Thorn world, bypassing the Void Legion's defenses to enter the void directly. This maneuver, although seemingly impressive, was a loophole intentionally left by the supreme beings who established the defenses meant for the rulers of civilizations. However, this loophole only applies when entering the void from the universe. Returning requires proper registration through the void defenses. Finally safe, Zhang En relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The appearance of the world devourer was truly a terrifying moment. Had he been a bit slower, he might have been entangled with the world devourer and fallen into the void. This sudden turn of events deepened Zhang En's understanding of the void's dangers. Initially, his first venture into the void seemed successful and without danger, but now his slight pride from acquiring part of a world had vanished completely. The void is unpredictable. This time he was lucky to gain a world and evade a world devourer's pursuit. But what about next time? Zhang En wasn't some child of destiny, and the void wasn't his patron. He couldn't expect to avoid danger every time. The void is risky, and invasions must be approached cautiously. Shaking his head with a sigh, Zhang En entered his own world. After absorbing an entire world's essence and devouring most of a world, his world had transformed significantly. First, the world's area expanded from a few thousand kilometers to the size of a normal planet, with numerous landscapes and ecosystems appearing within: rainforests, polar regions, deserts, island chains, deep seas. Next was the world's strength. Zhang En used the essence from the devoured world not for creation but entirely to enhance his world's strength. Now his world could naturally produce third-tier extraordinary beings. While a third tier might seem insignificant, excluding civilization rulers born sacred, third tier is the upper limit in many worlds, and even in some high-energy worlds, it's considered a high level. In a fantasy world, third tier corresponds to transforming gods or returning to the void. In a world of gods, third tier is legendary, transcending the mortal realm. With his world reaching this level, Zhang En now had the foundation to become a level 3 civilization ruler. As long as he improves technology, culture, population, and other aspects, he can work towards a breakthrough. Advancing from a level 1 to a level 3 civilization ruler within a year seems rapid, but is reasonable. The advancement of a civilization ruler becomes increasingly difficult in later stages, especially for high-tier civilization rulers. It may require building multiple nations within their world, or even creating multiple worlds, developing different branches under the same civilization for breakthrough inspiration. But for low-tier rulers, it's enough to enhance the world's strength if resources are sufficient. After steam comes electricity. A level 3 civilization must at least establish a basic electric age system, and at the mid-tier, it becomes a mature electric age. Zhang En, with a deep gaze aided by the perpetual motion gear, seemed to glimpse the future of civilization. Now, let the mechanical civilizations slowly digest these changes. Zhang En glanced at the reactions of the Steel Holy Court's people. They were both delighted and uneasy about the addition of nearly 2 billion people, having held countless meetings to discuss how to accommodate them. Exploration teams had also discovered the expanded world borders and new landscapes, rushing back to report to the Holy Court. Clearly, these changes would take the Steel Holy Court a significant amount of time to digest and absorb. Retracting his gaze, Zhang En left his world and stepped out of his room. He immediately noticed Zhang Xian sitting on the sofa reading. "Grandpa, you came in person?" Zhang En exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Xian put down his book and smiled. "Of course, as your grandpa. I had to come see my grandson's interdimensional invasion." Standing up, he observed Zhang En's aura, the smile on his face deepening. "It seems you've gained quite a bit this time." "A modest gain," Zhang En replied, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to indicate a small amount. "With this gain, I'm confident I can advance to a level 3 civilization ruler before the college entrance exam." Level 3. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up with delight. "Excellent. As a level 3 civilization ruler, you'll have a good chance of entering the top 100. And with a mechanical civilization artifact, even the top 10 isn't out of reach. If you truly make it to the top 10, our Zhang family might see a high-tier civilization ruler." The leaders of advanced civilizations are the true upper echelon of human society. These leaders of extraordinary civilizations often do not reside within the universe, but are involved in major events within countless worlds or multiverse clusters. In human civilization, apart from certain especially important directives, all other tasks are handled by these advanced civilization leaders. Becoming one of them is akin to entering the power center of human civilization. However, achieving this status is no easy feat. Resources are crucial. Without them, everything is just talk. Yet resources alone are insufficient. The leader must also reform and develop the civilization. For example, in the case of different branches of the same origin civilization or artificially created environments for civilization conflicts, various methods are needed to rejuvenate the civilization, giving birth to countless epic tales and heroes capable of pushing the world's limits. These achievements are necessary for the world to break through, allowing the civilization leader to advance. This is not something that can be accomplished simply by the passage of time. Otherwise, after thousands of years of human civilization's rise, there should already be a large number of advanced civilization leaders, rather than the few that currently stand at the top. Among the various paths, entering the top 10 is one of the most likely ways to break through to become an advanced civilization leader. According to data, there are about 3 million advanced civilization leaders in human civilization, with nearly 2/3 originating from the top 10. This probability is astonishing. After marveling at this, Zhang Xian quickly regained his composure and looked expectantly at Zhang En. He was increasingly satisfied with his grandson, seeing him as the hope for the Zhang family's rise and the possibility of becoming an immortal family. If you need money, just let me know. Zhang Xian thought for a moment, calculated his available civilization power, and added with determination. Zhang En noticed his grandfather's difficulty but did not refuse. Thank you, Grandpa. I might indeed need your support with some civilization power. All right. Having made the promise, Zhang Xian was not one to go back on his word. He knew his grandson had great potential and was determined to invest more. Zhang Xian advised, let your parents know you're safe, and then we'll go to the civilization network. You need to list your items for sale in the multiverse. Okay. Zhang En nodded, sent a message to his parents, and then joined Zhang Xian in entering the civilization network. In the vast virtual world, Zhang En's consciousness plunged into a celestial body larger than the sun. Upon entering, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Connect to external invitation? Connect. Zhang En knew it was an invitation from Zhang Xian. Once connected, he instantly appeared in a lavishly decorated hall, where tables and chairs were casually arranged yet perfectly placed. This was the multiverse, the official trading system of the civilization network, encompassing resources from countless worlds, truly living up to its name. The multiverse is supported by the computational power of the civilization network, and each civilization leader entering the multiverse receives a dedicated space. This space can be customized by paying civilization power, but an annual fee is required for modifications. The hall where Zhang Xian currently sat was a basic room, without any modifications. Zhang Xian sat by a simple table and waved to Zhang En as he approached. Xiaoan, give me the things you're planning to sell, and I'll handle the transaction for you. If there's anything you want to buy, let me take care of it too. After Zhang En sat down, Zhang Xian asked, is it about the privileges? Zhang En nodded in understanding. Yes, the privileges. I have intermediate privileges, so I get a 10% discount on purchases. Zhang Xian was about to explain but paused at Zhang En's response, then nodded in agreement. These are the items I acquired from my recent world invasion, and I plan to sell them all. With a wave of his hand, Zhang En produced the World Consciousness Immortal Sword along with a large number of resource cards. After a quick mental calculation of their value, Zhang Xian was surprised. That's about 100 units of civilization power. It seems your external world invasion was quite fruitful, Xiaoan. Just lucky. I was guided by a star realm whale, and the world I invaded had its energy level decline. Zhang Xian was speechless, thinking to himself that this was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Star realm whales are rare void creatures, and encountering one is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Being guided by one to find a world with declining energy levels is even more improbable. No wonder Zhang En managed to gather such a large amount of resources. By the way, Grandpa, can these transcendent knowledge crystals be sold? Zhang En suddenly remembered something and handed a crystal to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. Transcendent knowledge. Let's appraise it directly. He knew that the value of transcendent knowledge varied greatly across the heavens. Knowledge that had never appeared before or came from high-energy or super-energy worlds was valuable, while knowledge from low-energy worlds or that was redundant in theory and system was not. Zhang Xian gestured, and a beam of light descended from above, scanning the crystal. Moments later, a cold voice echoed in the hall. Thorn World Transcendent Heritage, Western Spiritual System, valued at 3 units of civilization power. 3 units. Zhang En was surprised at how low the price was and felt a bit disappointed. Despite the energy decline in Thorn World, most of the transcendent heritage was intact. The knowledge he presented included a complete system for cultivating up to the 5th transcendent tier. Logically, it should be worth more. What's the reason? Zhang Xian asked. The cold voice replied. Upon examination, similar knowledge exists across the heavens, originating from a 6th-tier deity who left Thorn World. Zhang En sighed in frustration, thinking it was just his luck. It had been mentioned countless times before that Thorn World's energy level had declined. In ancient times, when the energy level began to drop, the deities who noticed it chose to abandon the world rather than restore it. Those deities, as the creators of Thorn World's spiritual system, naturally possessed a wealth of knowledge. Luckily, these deities didn't disclose all the knowledge. Otherwise, what I have wouldn't even be worth 3 units of civilization power, Zhang En sighed. Should we sell it? Zhang Xian asked. After a moment of thought, Zhang En replied, let's sell it. 3 units of civilization power are still civilization power. Even the smallest gain is still something. He tried to think positively, acknowledging that if it weren't for the substantial profit from this world harvest, he wouldn't even have these 3 units of civilization power to offer. Knowledge was sold, and 3 units of civilization power were credited. Next, Zhang Xian traded all the other resource cards from Zhang En's hand to the heavens, gaining 67 units of civilization power. As for the World Consciousness Immortal Sword, it was a unique item with room for premium pricing. Selling it to the heavens would only yield a fixed price of 60 units of civilization power. However, listing it on the heavens for trade could potentially fetch a higher price from those in need, although it required a 3 transaction fee. Both options had their pros and cons. Zhang En pondered and chose the latter. He specifically instructed Zhang Xian to prioritize trading it for a killing-type artifact. The immortal sword, forged with world consciousness, was indeed tempting. After Zhang Xian listed the sword on the heavens, it took only a few minutes for a flood of offers to come in. Many offered 70 or 80 units of civilization power, but the most tempting to Zhang En was an artifact someone offered. It was the 8 quadrillion Great Slaughter Sword, crafted using all the concepts of slaughter and death within a world, using all souls as the medium. It was the handiwork of a deity from a certain pantheon civilization. This was a 7th-tier artifact with 2 effects: instant death and great slaughter. Any entity struck by this sword must undergo an instant death check, failing which results in immediate death. If an entity has erased its own death concept, a successful instant death check would forcibly imprint the death concept on it, leading to death upon a second successful check. The Great Slaughter effect, the core of this sword, gathers all the death and slaughter power within the world, enhancing the sword's basic attack power and imbuing all the wielder's attacks with these 2 concepts. Even a 6th-tier deity of life and peace wielding this sword could unleash power comparable to 7th-tier deities of slaughter and death. As a deity-forged artifact, the Great Slaughter Sword also had a passive effect. Placing it within a world would gradually increase the concepts of death and slaughter, eventually turning the world into a chaotic hell of slaughter and death. While this effect seemed disadvantageous, it could be incredibly useful in specific situations. However, the sword was not without its downsides. As a 7th-tier artifact embodying slaughter and death, it was extremely dangerous. Even a civilization's leader wielding it could be influenced by its concepts, potentially leading to their downfall. The trader was clear about this downside. Failing to disclose it could lead to repercussions if a civilization's leader were to fall due to the sword's influence. Shaolin, have you thought this through? Do you really want to exchange for this sword? Zhang Xian wasn't very satisfied with the Great Slaughter Sword, considering its potential risks. Even as a 7th-tier entity, he could be affected. Zhang En, being only 6th tier, could at best reach the peak of 6th tier with the civilization's breakthrough. It's worth noting here the situation regarding the progression of civilization leaders. Their cultivation is divided into personal and civilization tiers. Civilization tiers range from level 1 to transcendent civilization leaders. Even without personal cultivation, their rank increases with civilization breakthroughs. However, personal cultivation is limited by their civilization's level. Low-tier leaders can reach a maximum of 7th tier, with breakthroughs elevating them to peak 6th tier. Mid-tier leaders can reach 8th tier, achieving peak 7th tier through breakthroughs. High-tier leaders can reach 9th tier, entering 9th tier when their civilization reaches level 9. One requirement for transcendent leaders is reaching a transcendent state themselves. Zhang En, now a low-tier leader, could only reach 7th tier even with diligent cultivation. This sword it is, Zhang En said firmly. Seeing Zhang Xian's worried expression, he explained, "Grandfather, don't forget, I have a civilization artifact. Its high tier can definitely suppress this sword's malevolence." Hearing this, Zhang Xian didn't argue further. "If that's the case, then this sword it is," he said with a smile. "If you can use this sword well, we'll have made a great deal. Its value exceeds your world consciousness immortal sword, but its side effects lower its worth. According to the Civilization Network's rules, the transaction tax is one of the traded items' value. So this 7th-tier artifact only costs 600 units of civilization power." With that, Zhang Xian accepted the trade offer. A crimson sword appeared before them, over 2 meters long, slender and resembling swords from Zhang En's previous life in the island nation. The crimson blade was covered in countless small human and animal faces, constantly struggling and howling, creating a faint soul wail. These faces intertwined, forming intricate patterns on the blade's surface. These patterns overlapped, enveloping the sword, creating a special aura that seemed to reveal a world of endless slaughter and death at a glance. 8 quadrillion Great Slaughter Sword. What a sword! Zhang En couldn't help but admire it. Grabbing the hilt, a violent roar surged into his mind. The Civilization Network, created by transcendent civilization leaders, could simulate all items in the virtual world in real time, even 7th-tier artifacts. Only items beyond 9th tier couldn't be simulated. Thus, Zhang En could clearly sense the sword's malevolent aura, even feeling its influence in the virtual realm. However, he wasn't concerned about the sword's menace. The violent roars in his mind were quickly suppressed by iron chains woven from countless gears and cogs. "Grandfather, I'm heading out," Zhang En said to Zhang Xian before exiting the Civilization Network. In the network, he couldn't use the perpetual gears and could only temporarily suppress the sword's malevolence. Upon leaving, his civilization power decreased by 600 units, and the 8 quadrillion Great Slaughter Sword appeared in his hand. As the sword appeared, it threatened to unleash its malevolence. Quiet. Zhang En let out a cold snort, pressing down on the Delugene sword to suppress its ferocity. Behind him, a broken perpetual gear appeared, turning slowly. The concepts of machinery and order intertwined, flowing from his palm to cover the sword, gradually calming the terrifying weapon. With this sword in hand, it compensates for my lack of offensive means. Moreover, given the sword's material, it could potentially become an 8th-tier artifact, sufficient for me to use as a high civilization master. Satisfied, Zhang En admired the sword and then waved it away. He re-entered the civilization network, returning to the Hall of the Heavens. Xiaoan, how is it? Zhang Xian asked. It's done. Although the sword is fierce, it couldn't withstand the suppression of my civilization's treasure. That's good. Now that the sword is subdued, see if there's anything else you need to buy. Zhang Xian shared his view with Zhang En. A waterfall of data surged before Zhang En's eyes, forming a light screen filled with scrolling information. Heart of Sun and Moon, 100 strands of civilization power, order accepted. World Tree, 3 civilization essences, or items of the same level. Crystal wall construction blueprints ready for use, 5 civilization essences, non-negotiable. Spear of Destiny, 1,500 strands of civilization power, or 1 civilization essence, or an innate spiritual treasure containing the Great Tao. Long-term bulk purchase of heavenly Tao consciousness, regardless of strength, price negotiable. If you can provide it long-term, the price can be increased. 9-turn golden elixir from Primal World 1096, 100 strands of civilization power. Original mech with design blueprints, 15 civilization essences, order possible. The vast amount of information dazzled Zhang En, with many items catching his interest. For example, the original mech and a setup called the Vacuum Zero-Point Energy Factory. However, the prices for these mechanical creations were too high, often requiring civilization essences for settlement, far beyond his current means. Even if he acquired them, he couldn't hand them over to his civilization for use. It would be like giving a computer to a primitive person, impossible to comprehend. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Zhang En began to search. Real Astrophysics Universe version, he searched. Again, a large amount of information appeared, but this time the prices were within his budget. A set of 10 planets, 50 strands of civilization power. Long-term supply of satellites, planets, and stars with bulk discounts. Satellite 0.5 strands of civilization power each, planet 5 strands each, star 50 strands each. Seeing this, Zhang En couldn't help but gasp. Has the competition in the real celestial market become so intense? The prices were double a few months ago, now they've halved. Whatever the reason, a bargain is a good thing. At such low prices, why not buy more? Seeing this price, Zhang En was tempted. 5 strands of civilization power for a planet, even if it's not habitable and just a barren celestial body, is still very cheap. So he decided to order 50 planets, 100 satellites, and 2 stars. His world now had a starry sky less than 10 light years wide, so cramming in too many celestial bodies wasn't ideal. 50 planets and 2 stars were enough to form more than 2 solar systems. He could modify some of the planets, adjusting them to be habitable. This way, when his civilization reaches level 3 or 4 and develops manned spaceflight and interstellar travel technologies, they can directly enter the era of interstellar colonization. With a wave of his hand, Zhang En placed the order. Then he began searching for extraordinary systems related to electrical energy and some guide cards for the electrical energy era. These resource cards covered a wide range, from systems capable of creating universes to auxiliary abilities controlling a few electronic cameras. The prices varied greatly, and with the 70 strands of civilization power, he had oh no. Only 69 left after buying celestial bodies and paying taxes for the Dailu gene sword. His options were limited. After much consideration, Zhang En transferred 9 strands of civilization power to Zhang Xian to purchase a set of psionic systems suitable for the electrical energy era. Its original price was 10 strands of civilization power, but Zhang Xian had a 10% discount, saving 1 strand. This psionic system could reach a 4th-tier cap, the reason it was valued at 10 strands. If the cap were 3rd tier, the price would drop tenfold. If it were 5th tier, the price would increase nearly 5-fold. The 4th tier was a watershed in the extraordinary realm. Before the 4th tier, it barely remained in the mundane realm. After the 4th tier, its essence began to ascend. Hence, the price difference was vast. After these purchases, Zhang En had 60 strands of civilization power left. Considering he needed to reserve some for taxes, he could only use 59 strands. Grandpa, do you have any recommendations for resources to enhance strength and aid cultivation? Zhang En asked Zhang Xian, who was sipping tea beside him. Are you planning to break through to the 7th tier before reaching a level 4 civilization? Zhang Xian inquired. Yes, Zhang En nodded, revealing his goal for the first time. This time, I've gained a lot. After devouring a world, I want to try for the top 10. Achieving the top 10 requires a 7th tier realm as a basic standard. Before, I had no confidence, but now I feel I have a chance. He spoke confidently, without a trace of hesitation. Good, I support you, Zhang Xian said after a few seconds of silence, speaking boldly. For cultivation resources, I'll support you with 100 strands of civilization power. This was the limit he could offer. Being a level 4 civilization master for only 50 years, his civilization produced only 5 strands of civilization power per month. This 100 strands were saved bit by bit, originally meant for purchasing a celestial artifact. But now, perhaps inspired by Zhang En's goal and confidence, he decided to give his savings to him. Grandpa, Zhang En was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Xian to be so generous. If Zhang Xian gave him 50 or 60 strands, he wouldn't refuse. But 100 strands, that might be all his savings. Since Zhang Xian had already made the offer, there was no taking it back. He calmly took a sip of tea, controlling his chattering teeth, and said, Grandpa's potential is almost exhausted. Without any opportunity, it might take 10,000 years to advance to level 6. So, these civilization powers are better left for you, Zhao En. Once you enter the top 10 and become a high civilization master, you can lend a hand to your grandpa. Although Zhang Xian's reasoning was sound, Zhang En knew that his grandfather had made this decision with great determination. For a civilization leader like them, without any backing and having built everything from scratch, 100 units of civilization power was a significant amount. Take it, he said. Yes, Grandpa, Zhang En replied, taking a deep breath and agreeing. How much civilization power do you have left? Transfer the budget over, but remember to keep some for yourself. Since your civilization focuses on mechanics and you're planning to add an extraordinary system as an auxiliary, you'll need to supplement your world with some special extraordinary resources. It's best to directly add the source of special power to your world. Reaching level 3 would require about 20 units of civilization power, Zhang Xian added after instructing Zhang En to transfer the civilization power. Zhang En nodded, leaving himself with 25 units of civilization power, and transferred the rest to Zhang Xian. Now we have 135 units of civilization power. With my 10% discount, and after deducting the prepaid taxes, we have a purchasing capacity of about 140 units of civilization power, Zhang Xian calculated, opening the search bar and quickly browsing through options. Soon, he found several cultivation resources suitable for Zhang En. Mechanical Divinity, 15 points, 35 units of civilization power. Gear Sanctuary, 1-year cultivation access, with a time flow of 1 year to 1 second in the real universe, 20 units of civilization power. Concept of the Great Tao, Mechanics, 50 units of civilization power each. Enlightenment Platform, Universal Version, 10 units of civilization power per year with adjustable time flow. Authentic Fate Tablet, sourced from a certain divine world, 15 units of civilization power for a day's browsing. Choose wisely. These are the most suitable for your current situation. Zhang Xian presented these cultivation resources for Zhang En to choose from. Most of the listed resources were geared towards enlightenment, with only a few being consumable resources. This was because Zhang En was currently a 6th-tier immortal god, with his life essence fully transcended. At his level, the fastest way to enhance strength was through mastering and deepening his understanding of concepts. Of course, there were treasures that could immediately break through realms upon consumption, but Zhang En couldn't afford such luxuries. For instance, a 9-turn golden pill, if crafted by the Taishang sage from a top-sequence world like Honghuang, could elevate someone from mortal to 7th tier without any cost. But even a 9-turn golden pill from a lower sequence Honghuang world, like sequence number 1096, would require 100 units of civilization power, which ordinary mid-tier civilization leaders couldn't afford. Such items were reserved for those with exceptional backgrounds. After reviewing the list and reading the descriptions, Zhang En chose 3 items: Mechanical Divinity, Gear Sanctuary, and Fate Tablet. Mechanical Divinity was a consumable that directly enhanced individual divinity. 15 points of divinity was roughly 1/10 of a 6th-tier deity's divinity. Zhang En purchased 2 sets, costing 70 units of civilization power. Gear Sanctuary was a secret realm created by a level 6 mechanical civilization leader. It's a purely mechanical world, enhancing both mechanical and order concepts. The level 6 civilization leader opened Gear Sanctuary to gather resources for world construction in preparation for becoming a high-tier civilization leader. According to the description, the Fate Tablet was the supreme artifact of an 8th-tier divine world, containing all the laws and concepts of that small crystal wall system's divine world. Zhang En purchased 2 sets of usage rights for these as well. In total, Zhang En spent 140 units of civilization power, effectively 126 units after a 1.26 unit tax. With the original 25 units of civilization power he kept, he had about 33 units left. These were used by Zhang Xian to acquire several rare extraordinary resource cards and 1 extraordinary environment card. With this, Zhang En's civilization power was fully expended, including the 100 units given by Zhang Xian. However, he gained substantial resources: a 7th-tier slaughter artifact, numerous resources beneficial for world advancement, and personal cultivation resources. Upon returning to the real world, Zhang En materialized all the resources from the transaction. Of the 3 cultivation resources he purchased, Gear Sanctuary and Fate Tablet required special tokens. Once used, Zhang En could obtain a beacon to directly reach them via void teleportation. Within the human civilization's controlled star regions, random void teleportation was prohibited. However, the owners of both Gear Sanctuary and Fate Tablet controlled a star space outside of the human civilization's star regions, allowing direct teleportation from the Huangtian star system. This indirectly demonstrated the formidable power of the owners of these treasures. Controlling a star space within human civilization's territory meant facing the threat of chaotic beings alone. This was why human civilization, despite its strength, only occupied 129,600 star systems due to the threat of chaotic beings. Chaotic beings, as cosmic calamities, could randomly appear anywhere in the universe, with a higher probability and strength of appearance in areas with more and stronger life forms. For instance, within the current human civilization star systems, the appearance of a destruction overlord or even an apocalypse supreme was possible. Such powerful entities required at least a level 9 civilization leader to counter. The 129,600 star systems controlled by human civilization each had a 9th-tier civilization leader in command. Further expansion would be challenging for human civilization, as the Void also harbored the threat of world devourers, requiring a Void Legion composed of numerous high-tier civilization leaders to combat them. Nonetheless, some scattered small star systems established by level 6 and high-tier civilization leaders persist resiliently in the universe, serving as extensions of human civilization. Shaolin, what do you plan to do next? Zhang Xian asked after they returned. First, I'll digest these 30 points of divinity, then go into seclusion. Once I've accumulated enough, I'll start with reading the Fate Tablet, followed by breaking through in the Gear Sanctuary. Zhang En outlined his plan based on the characteristics of Gear Sanctuary and Fate Tablet. Sounds good. The school doesn't have much more to teach you. After all, Tianmin Star's first high school is just an ordinary public high school, teaching mostly common knowledge. The resources allocated to you are no longer of much use. Zhang Xian nodded, agreeing with Zhang En's decision. But remember to inform your teacher and mention your recent gains. After all, he's been investing in you. If he knows about the resources you've acquired, he's likely to invest even more, Zhang Xian added with a smile. Grandfather, I would have done it even if you hadn't mentioned it. Zhang En smiled, indicating he had already intended to do so. Zhang Wanyan had invested a lot in him, raising the sunk cost. Now that he had conquered a world, he had the potential to break through to the 7th level before the college entrance exams and advance to a level 3 civilization master. Combined with the boost from the perpetual motion gear, he truly had the potential to be among the top 10. With such talent, wouldn't Zhang Wanyan consider investing a bit more? That's good. Right now, I don't have much money, and neither do you. You'll have to rely on your teacher to invest a bit in you to prevent any extra expenses during your cultivation, Zhang Xian said, quite pleased with Zhang En, and breathed a sigh of relief. After a few more words with Zhang En, Zhang Xian left. Zhang En then headed to school and briefly explained the situation to Zhang Wanyan on the way. In the office, upon learning that Zhang En had already annexed a world and acquired abundant resources, with the potential to advance to level 3 civilization master, Zhang Wanyan's face lit up with joy. Good, good, good. He stood up excitedly and paced around the office. If you can advance to level 3 civilization master, getting into the top 100 is almost guaranteed. No. Teacher, Zhang En shook his head, stepping forward with a strong sense of confidence. I'm planning to break through to the transcendent 7th level and aim for the top 10. Are you really aiming for the top 10? Zhang Wanyan wasn't surprised. Instead, he asked further, have you really thought it through? The top 10 are the most prestigious civilization master universities, on a completely different level from the top 100. If you're aiming for the top 100, a level 3 civilization master almost guarantees it, and if you break through to the transcendent 7th level, it's a 99 chance. But even if you advance to level 3 civilization master and break through to the transcendent 7th level, aiming for the top 10 is still extremely difficult. He paused, looking at Zhang En, and asked, have you looked at the college entrance exam rules and the top 10 requirements? I have. Defeating an 8th level Star Devourer General and over 100,000 Chaos Beings or World Devourers. Then, in the 3rd exam, achieving 50 consecutive victories. Just mentioning the requirements for the top 10 exams made Zhang En feel the weight of the pressure. Compared to the 3rd exam, the second one seemed relatively straightforward. Although the 8th level was powerful, he was confident he could win if he broke through to the 7th level and relied on the power of civilization and the perpetual motion gear. But achieving 50 consecutive victories in the 3rd exam not only required strength, but also luck. As the number of victories increased, the strength of the opponents would also rise. After 50 consecutive victories, Zhang En might face some overwhelmingly strong candidates. Despite having the perpetual motion gear as an advantage, there were definitely other candidates with their own significant advantages. In Zhang En's previous life, a certain expert once said, which strong person in the multiverse doesn't have an advantage? This saying applied to the college entrance exams as well. Those confident enough to apply to the top 10 would have some fortuitous encounters, backgrounds, or advantages, relying solely on hard work. That's a joke. Hard work is the least valuable thing in this world. Everyone has it. Why should you be stronger than others? It's all about talent, family background, and advantages. Before conquering the Thorn world, Zhang En had no confidence in applying to the top 10. Since you know the content of the exams, you also understand the difficulty involved. Zhang Wanyan's eyes were deep as he gazed at Zhang En, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Even if you pass the second exam, how can you guarantee you'll pass the third? What if, by the time you've won 50 matches in a row, you encounter a ruler of a 4th-level civilization, and your opponent is an extraordinary 8th-level being? How would you deal with that? Such a situation seems almost impossible to resolve. Zhang En shrugged helplessly, speaking frankly. A ruler of a 4th-level civilization, if they harnessed the power of their civilization, could instantly reach an extraordinary 9th level. Even with the support of my civilization's treasures, I wouldn't be able to defeat such an opponent. If I really encounter one, then I can only say it's my bad luck. However, I believe that even among the trillions of civilization rulers preparing for the college entrance exams, such individuals are extremely rare. Besides, there are only about 1 million spots for the top 10, and while I might not make it out of billions, I can still try among millions. If I don't even have the courage to try, then what's the point of all my efforts? Zhang En's words were firm and powerful, exuding a spirit of determination and vigor that made Zhang Wanyan nod in approval. However, the next second, this aura dissipated as Zhang En smiled and said, "Teacher, even if I don't get into the top 10, I can still aim for the top 100. After all, the college entrance exams allow us to choose a university after completing all the exams." Hearing this, Zhang Wanyan couldn't help but laugh, showing a hint of helplessness. You rascal. Although he understood that Zhang En was right, he still felt a bit exasperated. Initially, the college entrance exams required students to apply to universities first before taking the exams, but this method often led to talent loss and many overestimating themselves. Thus, the rules were changed to allow exams first, then university applications. This provided more options for many geniuses and those who weren't particularly outstanding. Even if they couldn't get into the top 10, they could still enter the top 100. "I know why you're here to see me," Zhang Wanyan said with a chuckle, looking at Zhang En. "After all you've said, are you here to ask me for money?" Zhang En laughed awkwardly, rubbing his hands sheepishly. "Teacher, you're really insightful. I'm currently short on resources since I've spent my civilization's power on various resources, and I do need your support. Just 1 unit of civilization power would be great." "You rascal, your ambitions are high now. Asking for a unit of civilization power just like that," Zhang Wanyan teased, then directly transferred 10 units of civilization power to Zhang En. "Since you have aspirations for the top 10, as your teacher, I should support you." "Thank you, teacher." Zhang En was surprised by Zhang Wanyan's generosity and felt deeply grateful. "Go on. I assume you've gained a lot and are preparing to go into seclusion. The school's resources probably don't interest you anymore. I'll arrange a leave for you. How long do you plan to take?" "Until May next year." Zhang En thought for a moment and replied. "May, that works. You'll have a month to adjust after you come out, and you can gather some intelligence too." Zhang Wanyan nodded. "If you're aiming for the top 100, you might not need to gather much. But for the top 10, well." He sighed, clearly feeling the pressure of the top 10 standards. The requirement to win 50 consecutive matches makes it necessary to gather information on the outstanding talents within human civilization, as no one can guarantee that by your 49th consecutive win, you won't encounter those renowned across the 129,600 star systems. Steel Holy Court, New Georgia City. Ring, ring, ring. As the morning sunlight just began to spill in, the shrill sound of an alarm shattered the room's tranquility. York sat up abruptly in bed and slapped the alarm clock into pieces. He rubbed his disheveled hair, still looking dazed. "York, time to get up, or you'll be late." His mother's gentle voice urged from outside the door. With a start, York jumped out of bed. "Mom, I'm getting up now," he called, quickly dressing and heading to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After freshening up, York went downstairs to the living room. The lights were still on, casting a bright glow from the fluorescent lamps, accompanied by the faint sound of chanting. York's mother, a beautiful blonde woman, was ironing clothes. Breakfast was already set on the table, including milk, bread, and bacon slices, along with a cup of dark oil. Praise the eternal God of Shattered. York raised the gear necklace hanging around his neck, sincerely venerating before sitting down to eat. He took a sip of the oil, satisfaction spreading across his face. "Mom, is this the Wisdom brand oil from the trust company?" he asked. "Your dad sent money back yesterday. Today is the Indo-Fire academic exam, so I got you some good oil. If you don't score above average, you'll see what happens," York's mother said, putting down the iron and lifting her seemingly delicate arm with a cold smile. York shivered at her words. His mother might seem frail, but her right arm had undergone prosthetic modification and packed a punch. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll do well this time. He quickly lifted the gear necklace, swearing by the eternal god of shattered. Humph. His mother resumed ironing without another word. Spurred by her threat, York sped up his eating, quickly clearing his plate. After another praise to the god of shattered, York stood up, grabbed the briefcase from the sofa, put on the freshly ironed clothes, and left the house. Taking the elevator down, York exited the apartment. Outside, skyscrapers loomed, and oval airships drifted slowly across the sky. Between every two airships hung giant banners announcing the celebration of the Steel Holy Court's 250th anniversary, commencing tomorrow. Sigh, why does the 250th anniversary celebration have to be right after the academic exams? York grumbled, full of resentment, as he reached the bus stop to wait for the tram. Soon, the melodious chanting came from afar, with dim scriptures on the ground flickering with light as a tram with a rotating gear on top slowly approached. Praise the eternal god of shattered. The tram stopped at the station, and the conductor stepped off, greeting York and the other passengers. Praise the eternal god of shattered. The waiting passengers responded in unison. As passengers boarded one by one, the conductor smiled at York while handing him a ticket. York, are you confident about today's academic exam? If you mess up, Lacey won't let you off. By the eternal god of shattered, Mr. Boleyn, you can trust in my abilities. All right then, best of luck with your exam. Boleyn smiled and stepped aside to let York onto the tram. The door closed slowly, the melodious chanting resumed, and the tram glided along the tracks into the city. York sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. In front of shops and homes, an electricity-powered gear symbolized the highest faith of the holy court, the god of shattered. On the streets, various cars and bicycles weaved through traffic, and occasionally, York spotted augmented individuals with mechanical legs fitted with propulsion systems and wheels. After a while, York grew bored of the view. He pulled out a necklace from around his neck, clasped it in his hands, and closed his eyes to meditate, practicing his psionic abilities. Those around him noticed and lowered their voices, some showing envy in their eyes. Although psionic monks were becoming more common in the Holy Court, ordinary people had to pass exams and enter vocational schools before they could learn psionics. Once someone became a psionic monk, it was a great advantage for university entrance or joining the 9 departments. After about 30 minutes, the tram stopped at a station next to a secondary school. York, wake up. We're here, Boleyn said, gently shaking York awake as she opened the tram door. York emerged from his meditation, looking slightly dazed but with bright eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly got up, thanked Boleyn, grabbed his suitcase, jumped off the tram, waved goodbye, and headed towards the school. New Georgia City Public Vocational High School was York's school. It had a long history, over 100 years, developing alongside New Georgia City. The entrance featured 2 heavy iron gates with a sign above, made of tiny gears that rotated slowly with the power supply, transforming into different styles. On either side of the gate stood security guards, burly with bare arms. Their uniforms were ordinary, but no one underestimated them. Their prosthetic arms alone were enough to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Students were arriving at school, some by private car, others on bicycles, and many by tram. As they passed through the gates, they greeted the guards. The guards, with expressionless faces, returned the children's greetings with stiff smiles. Praise be to the eternal god of shattered, York said as he walked into the school. Due to its early establishment, the school retained much of the architectural style from a century ago. From his history lessons, York knew that over 100 years ago, the Holy Court was in the steam era, characterized by a rugged and oppressive architectural style. Despite several expansions and renovations over the past century, remnants of the steam era remained, like the exposed brass steam pipes along the paths, still gleaming in the sunlight after enduring 100 years of weathering. Hey, York, you're early today. Someone pressed York's shoulder as he was walking. He turned to see a familiar smiling face. Sinkino, you're so cheerful. Does that mean you're confident about your academic exams? York sneered, his words like cold water instantly extinguishing the smile on the boy's face. Clutching his chest, Sinkino said with a pained expression, York, if we don't talk about this, we can still be friends. York sighed and asked, all right, Sinkino, what are you planning to do? This is your 4th year exam, and your results in the past 3 years have been mediocre. If it's the same this time, you might not get the university recommendation. As they walked and talked, they discussed the upcoming exam and their future plans. I'm probably going to be mediocre again in this exam, Sinkino said helplessly. As for university qualification, there's not much hope. After graduation, I'll try to get into the city's financial department. My uncle works there, and with his guidance, I should be able to get in. He paused, then added, the reason I'm not being directly placed there is simplites not allowed. In the government departments of the Holy Court, there are iron priests from the machine cult acting as overseers. They are the staunchest believers in the broken god and won't allow any backdoor dealings or abuse of power. Anyone who dares to do so will face the machine cult's penalties. The case Sinkino mentioned sent a shiver through York. 30 years ago, the grandson of the Deputy Minister of Education, was placed in the War Department, only to be discovered by the Iron Priests. The position was stripped away, and the grandson was demoted to a penitent, sent to the machine cult's penance chamber for 50 years. Such harsh measures instilled fear in many, preventing rash actions. However, small perks and hints were still permissible, which gave Senkino some confidence in getting into the financial department. If you can get into the financial department, that's good too, York mused, recalling what the teacher had mentioned in administrative class. The country's commercial development is accelerating. Although the financial department is just a subordinate of the administration, everyone knows it's more than just a formality. In a few years, it might become the financial ministry. Senkino smiled and asked, "What about you, York?" York scratched his head, looking a bit lost. "I should be able to get a good evaluation in this exam, which, along with this, should earn me a university recommendation. I'm planning to pursue higher education, but I haven't decided on a major yet." "You should start thinking about it," Senkino said, somewhat envious. University studies and graduating now are two different paths. Although he was confident about entering the financial department, the prospects were obviously not as promising as graduating from university first. "Maybe consider religious studies and join the machine cult after graduation," Senkino suggested. In the current Steel Holy Court, the 9 ministries manage the mundane, while the machine cult oversees the extraordinary. Although they appear to have equal status, the 2 popes of the machine cult, the Grand Mechanic and the Eternal Calibrator, actually hold a higher position than the ministers of the 9 ministries, even above the ruler of the Holy Court. "The machine cult," York hesitated, speaking softly. "I've heard that once you join the machine cult, you're blessed by the broken god's radiance, receiving a constant state called mechanized intellect. Moreover, the higher your rank in the machine cult, the stronger the mechanized intellect effect, aligning more closely with the divine path." He didn't finish, but Senkino understood the unspoken implication. The closer one is to the divine path, the weaker their personal emotions become, until ultimately, mundane emotions vanish entirely, turning them into servants of the eternal broken God. Perhaps because they touched on a taboo topic, both fell silent and quickly walked into the classroom. With the tolling of the bell, the atmosphere in the school became solemn, and the sound of reverent chants reverberated through the campus. These chants praised the eternal broken God and had a special effect, enhancing the listeners' cognitive efficiency and focus. The teacher walked into the classroom with heavy steps, gently tapping the desk to draw the students' attention. With a cold gaze, the teacher announced, "Today is the year-end academic exam. You are 4th-year students and understand the importance of this exam, as it concerns your future and prospects. So do your best." With those words, he used his psychic power to precisely place stacks of thick exam papers in front of everyone. These stacks included questions from 8 subjects: history, administration, physics, chemistry, biology, religion, psychic abilities, and mathematics, with a total test duration of 6 hours. During this time, no one was allowed to leave for the restroom or eat. They could only remain seated and complete the exam. Thankfully, everyone had undergone partial body modifications and learned psychic abilities, allowing them to control their physical urges. The sound of pencils scratching against paper filled the quiet classroom, blending harmoniously with the chants echoing through the campus. After 6 hours of writing, the bell rang again, and everyone, exhausted, put down their pens, not daring to write a moment longer. They had an hour to rest before the psychic abilities test. On the podium, the teacher collected all the exam papers and, leaving one final remark, left the classroom with the papers in hand. As soon as he exited, the classroom erupted with cries of anguish. "York, how did you find the questions? Were they difficult?" Senkino rushed over, grabbing York's shoulders anxiously. York considered his response. "Not too bad. Some parts were uncertain, but most of the questions were manageable." Senkino rolled his eyes dramatically at his answer. "You're such a liar. Every time you say that, you end up doing well." Lowering his voice, he asked, "Do you think you can get an excellent score this time?" "Let's see how the psychic abilities test goes first," York said, hesitant to make any promises since the test was yet to be taken. In the academic exams, the written portion accounted for half of the score, with the other half coming from the psychic abilities test. Since the Education Ministry introduced psychic abilities courses in high schools nationwide 70 years ago, this initiative, although raising the difficulty of admission, also expanded the future prospects for admitted students. In the Steel Holy Court, psychic practitioners are considered the gateway to high society, whether as staff in the 9 ministries or as researchers in cutting-edge laboratories. All are psychic individuals. Therefore, in high school academic exams, the psychic abilities test accounts for half of the score. The psychic ability test is quite simple. Just enter the testing device and release your psychic energy. According to the standards of the Great Gear Academy of the Holy Court, psychic energy is divided into 4 major levels, measured in units called Lingzi. 1100 Lingzi is a level 1 psychic. 101, 1000 Lingzi is a level 2 psychic. 100, 110000 Lingzi is a level 3 psychic, and 1000 110,000 Lingzi is a level 4 psychic. In the middle school psychic ability test, achieving more than 50 Lingzi earns a perfect score. Some have questioned the fairness of the psychic test making up half of the score, arguing that it might overlook students who are academically excellent but lack psychic talent. However, data from the Great Gear Academy shows a strong correlation between the growth of psychic ability and a practitioner's understanding of subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. In other words, the better the science scores, the faster the progress in psychic cultivation. Faced with this evidence, the doubts have subsided. At 4 p.m., York and his classmates, led by their teacher, arrived at the psychic testing room. It was a circular room, with the original texts of the broken doctrines engraved in copper on the surrounding walls. These doctrines, empowered by the clergy of the machine god, enhance the efficiency of the testing device and reduce its fault rate. When York and his classmates arrived, a number of fourth-year students from other classes were already lined up outside. New Georgia City Public Vocational High School has only this one psychic testing room, which can accommodate 5 people at a time, while the entire fourth year consists of 10 classes, each with 40 to 50 students, making the queue particularly long. However, the psychic test is quick, taking only a few seconds per person, so the line moved steadily. Soon, it was Yerk's turn. He took a deep breath and walked into the testing room. Inside the spacious room stood 5 crystal pillars, each about a meter tall, topped with a smooth crystal ball. Both the pillars and the balls were inscribed with the content of the armature hymn. The armature hymn is a new hymn written by the Machine God Church in recent decades following the rapid development of electric power. As tungsten filaments radiate the glow of doctrine, motors recite the gear scriptures, and the power grid paves the path of truth. Our bones shall turn to copper cores, our marrow to insulation, our nerves to fiber optics, and in the electromagnetic field of the broken God, we shall resonate eternally. These inscriptions shimmered within the crystals, emitting a faint glow, as if softly chanting. Come over. The teacher stationed by the crystal pillar beckoned York. As a fourth-year student, York was already very familiar with the testing process. Without needing further instruction, he placed his palm on the crystal ball and activated his psychic energy. The crystal ball trembled slightly, its surface emitting a soft glow that resonated with the hymns inscribed within, producing a delicate chanting sound. Currents surged, arcs leaped. The network of machinery and order is perpetual. With fuses as offerings and short circuits as vows, we are all the electrons of transition. York's body trembled, and amidst the chanting, his consciousness soared, as if witnessing the surging currents and millions of arcs jumping within. For a moment, it felt like an eternity had passed. When York came back to his senses, he was drenched in cold sweat. The psychic count was 41, a rather impressive figure. The teacher, observing the crystal ball, expressed surprise. With his own level of psychic ability, he remembered that York's count was only 27 last year. In just 1 year, this figure had nearly doubled, an astonishing rate of improvement. Very good, you can go now, the teacher said. Yes, teacher, York replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he exited the testing room. Outside, he gazed at the setting sun, feeling a bit dazed. The psychic test had been quite a jolt to his mind, requiring some time to recover. After a while, York regained his composure. He looked around and found Cinchino sitting under a tree. How are you feeling? York asked as he plopped down next to Cinchino, pulling a thumb-sized steel vial from his pocket. Want some motor oil capsules? No thanks. I can't stomach anything right now, Cinchino replied with a wry smile. Every psychic test left him feeling uncomfortable. By the way, what was your psychic count? York inquired. 34. Cinchino's eyes widened, and he gave York a thumbs up. Impressive. With that score combined with the written test, you should be able to get an excellent, right? Maybe, York said, a bit uncertain. Don't be so modest, I think you have a good chance. If you get an excellent and get into a good university after graduation, maybe in a few years, I'll need your help, Cinchino joked. York shook his head with a smile and said, Don't worry, if that day comes, I'll definitely help you. After chatting for a while, the two stood up and left, each taking a tram home. The next day, before dawn, York was jolted awake by a thunderous noise. The dim sky suddenly brightened, and intense light streamed through the curtains, casting a pale glow inside the room. Within the light, countless devout voices sang the armature hymn. Currents surge, arcs leap. The network of machinery and order is perpetual. With copper as blood and silicon as soul, we are all the conductor's disciples. In this environment, York could no longer sleep. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, and walked to the window, pulling the curtains open with effort, his eyes squinting against the brightness. The intense light flooded in, so bright that even with closed eyes, he could see a bright white. After a few seconds, York used his psychic ability to enhance his eyesight, gradually adjusting to the light. It was then he saw a massive glowing sphere hovering above New Georgia City, slowly rotating. Thick streams of electricity shot out from the sphere, weaving through the air. These currents were not mere physical phenomena, but had been infused with psychic energy by the machine priests. As they sliced through the air, they stirred the surrounding air, creating vast, blurred images. The images depicted major events in the 250-year history of the Steel Holy Court. Below the sphere, numerous steel altars floated midair under the influence of psychic energy, encircling the sphere. Iron priests stood on these altars, their voices the source of the hymn's chant. The once quiet city was awakened, like a precise machine wound up and set into motion. Various celebrations began to unfold, with people gradually stepping out of their homes, heading into the streets, raising gear necklaces, and loudly praising the eternal broken god. The 250th anniversary celebration had begun. The Iron Holy Court's Chiming City, after 250 years of development, is no longer an underground city, but is now suspended in midair. This is made possible by the fusion of electrical technology and spiritual energy. At the core of this vast city, 9,999 inexhaustible gears of 3 different sizes serve as power devices, providing immense energy to keep the city afloat. Today marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Iron Holy Court, and Chiming City has been preparing various celebrations for months. In the city's center, within the ruined cathedral, 9 ministers gather in a meeting room, their eyes fixed on a floating virtual screen, with cold smiles on their faces. Despite nearly 3 centuries having passed, they remain the original 9, firmly holding the highest power in the Holy Court. Under the supervision of the Mechanist cult, power should not be monopolized for long, but to maintain their positions, the 9 ministers have made many sacrifices. Each has practiced spiritual energy, reaching the 4th tier, possessing over 100,000 spiritual units. However, that was not enough. To handle the affairs of the Holy Court fairly and justly, ensuring their longevity, they have all undergone mechanical modifications, even having cybernetic surgery on their brains. In the Iron Holy Court, they are second only to Qi and Ming, who have completed full-body cybernetic transformations. Now, those who have reached 4th tier spiritual energy and full-body cybernetic transformation are known as mechanical ascendants. Their cold mechanical bodies have caused the 9 ministers to lose touch with most things, leaving only cold rationality in their hearts. Yet, the 4th tier spiritual energy keeps their minds active, still capable of experiencing various emotions. This contradiction allows the 9 ministers to still feel human, rather than mere machines. Qi and Ming, on the other hand, have not practiced spiritual energy, but rely on the spirituality of the ruined god to maintain their consciousness, making them more like self-aware machines. 250 years have passed, and as they gaze at the screen, the current leader of the Iron Holy Court, Minister of Education Wen, speaks slowly, his voice calm and unruffled. Yes, 250 years. Minister of Casting Tai, expressionless, remarks. 250 years ago, who would have thought we would live to see today and continue to exist, perhaps eternally as servants of the great ruined god? Reflecting on the past century, despite becoming mechanical ascendants, the 9 ministers still feel a sense of disbelief. The world has changed so quickly, the times have shifted so rapidly. Had they not initially stood in high positions, seizing the moment and gaining the recognition of the Mechanist cult, they might have long been cast aside by the era, reduced to dust. Over 100 years ago, the great ruined god initiated a world war and emerged victorious, with a world named Soren being absorbed into theirs. Millions of Soren people received the blessings of the ruined god, allowing them to enter their world. Along with the millions came vast resources from the Soren world, distinct cultural customs from the Iron Holy Court, new technologies, and extraordinary systems. The differences in race and culture led to many conflicts between the Soren people and the Iron Holy Court people in the first decade, even resulting in large-scale bloodshed. Initially, the 9 ministers were clearly biased towards the Iron Holy Court people, viewing the Soren people as second-class citizens. However, as the rate of full-body cybernetic transformation increased, coupled with the Mechanist cult's adherence to its doctrines, they began to gradually accept the Soren people, establishing Soren cities, imparting technology, allowing intermarriage, and integrating Soren people into the 9 ministries. With their home ground advantage and the strong foundation of the Iron Holy Court, they ultimately achieved racial and cultural integration with the Soren people. Today, there is no longer any racial distinction within the Iron Holy Court, only its citizens. This integration has brought obvious benefits, with the influx of millions leading to rapid development, the emergence of new technologies, the establishment of vast new cities, and the continuous expansion of territories. Notably, decades ago, a cutting-edge laboratory primarily composed of Soren scholars truly harnessed the power of electricity, laying the foundation for electrical technology and propelling the Holy Court into the electric age. Reflecting on these developments, the thoughts of the 9 ministers fluctuate intensely, with countless emotions rippling through their minds, yet unable to settle in their hearts or evoke any additional feelings in their cold interiors. Their emotions can only coalesce into cold words, ultimately spoken aloud. For this anniversary of our founding, we should make an appearance. Invite Qi and Ming for a nationwide prayer ceremony to extol the great deeds of the ruined god, says Minister of Thokguang. The other ministers nod, all in agreement. Standing at the pinnacle of power, they are acutely aware of the source of their authority. Thus their devotion and reverence for the deity is second only to the fervent priests of the Mechanist cult. For decades, the deity has not delivered any new decrees or miracles, causing them anxiety. They have never considered the possibility of the deity's death, only worried whether the deity is displeased with them. The celebrations proceed as planned. With the wireless telegraph developed by the Mechanist cult, the ministers' requests are swiftly communicated to the Holy Court's 98 cities, and even the transcendent cities inhabited by extraordinary races receive the directives, all without objection. In the Soren world, they had witnessed the true form of the deity and understood its power, grateful for the new life it brought. Now, as the 9 ministers wish to hold a nationwide prayer ceremony to praise the deity, they naturally do not refuse. As noon approached, residents of every city in the Steel Sanctum gathered at the city center's prayer square, guided by officials from the 9 ministries and priests of the machine cult. These squares were integral to each city's original design, capable of accommodating millions and situated at the city's heart. In the center of each square stood a massive 100-meter gear, powered by an underground energy source, rotating ceaselessly and emitting a resounding boom at every hour. At precisely 12 noon, the gear turned and the booming sound resonated, as 800,000 residents of New Georgia City gathered around it. On a raised platform, the city's steam high priest used his psychic abilities to amplify his voice, making it thunder across the square and echo in every ear. His voice carried a compelling influence, and the faces of those gathered began to show expressions of devotion as they raised their gear necklaces high. York stood by his mother's side, his faith in the broken god growing stronger, even though he was aware of the influence due to his psychic training, yet unable to resist it. The crowd began to sing the Axel hymn, a piece that had spread widely over the past decades, known by nearly everyone. The steam high priest directed the priests behind him to bring a large bell to the front of the platform, where they collectively rang it to accompany the hymn. Similar scenes unfolded in other cities, with hundreds of bells ringing out and hymns echoing endlessly. The collective faith of billions surged forth like an invisible wave, sweeping across the world. In this moment, people shouted a name, as if millions were chanting in unison, praising the broken god. The world seemed to tremble at that moment, as if a colossal entity was awakening from its slumber. Centuries had quietly passed in civilization, though only a few months had gone by in the real universe. Zhang En appeared above the sky, observing the world below, with the songs of billions echoing in his ears. The time disparity made him reflective, as his world had already advanced hundreds of years. He brushed his hand over the rushing current of civilization, revealing a contemplative expression. The world had met the conditions for advancement, effectively becoming a level 3 civilization, only lacking his presence as the civilization's leader to guide its ascension. The advancement of a civilization not only requires meeting various conditions, but also the guidance of its leader. The process of ascension enhances the civilization's stature, strengthens its members' foundations, and provides feedback to the leader, increasing their power. The leap from a level 1 to a level 3 civilization could elevate a leader to the peak of the 6th tier. However, Zhang En had already reached the 7th tier, making the feedback of limited use to him. In the past few months of practice, he had visited the Tablet of Destiny and the Gear Sanctum. The former inscribed the laws of high-energy worlds, which Zhang En memorized in 2 days. He then entered the Gear Sanctum to comprehend the concepts of machinery and order, successfully advancing to the 7th tier. In the universal hierarchy of 9 tiers, the gap between the 6th and 7th is vast, but mainly involves accumulation without a fundamental shift. Only upon reaching the 8th tier, by refining one's understanding into a personal path, can one achieve a qualitative change, creating something from nothing, worthy of being called a great power. The strength of the civilization leader system lies in that Zhang En only needs to elevate the civilization to level 3 to temporarily reach the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Becoming a level 4 civilization leader could even bridge the gap between the 7th and 8th tiers, standing alongside 8th tier great powers. With this in mind, Zhang En opened his arms, silently merging with the world to become its consciousness and that of the civilization. The heavy booming sound echoed through every city in the Steel Sanctum, interrupting the crowd's fervent hymns. The sound of millions of gears turning, chains traversing, furnaces burning, machines forging within production factories, and the crackling of electricity intertwined, creating a silent movie of light and shadow. In these shadows, massive steel warships soared into the sky, furnaces burning brightly like suns in the starry expanse, prisms forming cages around stars, and colossal war giants striding across the cosmic river as the vast fleets traversed wormholes. These magnificent creations dazzled the mind, offering a glimpse of the civilization's future path. In the depths of the light and shadow, a vague humanoid figure could be seen, wielding a forge hammer, with light and shadow flowing from its strikes. People had the thought that this was the broken god. They praised the deity aloud, joy and excitement evident on their faces. The steam high priest eagerly rang the bell, his cold expression replaced with fervor. Praise the eternal broken god. You are the eternal flame in the furnace, the perfect meshing of gears, the vibrant current in the grid. He chanted, ringing the bell with each phrase, as the citizens echoed with praise following each resonant toll. In the city of Qiming, the ministers of the 9 departments were overwhelmed by the extraordinary sights and endless sounds surrounding them. The praises for the great broken god resonated within their chests as they raised mechanical hearts powered by inexhaustible gears, offering cold praises. Their fervent faith spread like flames from the northernmost to the southernmost, and from the eastern to the western edges of the steel holy court. The collective belief of millions formed a formidable force, causing the invisible river of civilization to surge more rapidly. At a certain moment, this intense faith reached its peak, and a massive phantom hand appeared in the sky, as if grasping the entire world. The 5 fingers, like celestial pillars, slowly drew together. However, rather than fear, the people felt a deep yearning, as if something beneficial would occur when the hand closed. The praises grew louder, and the faith burned brighter. Eventually, the fingers of the phantom hand closed and vanished instantly, leaving everything calm, as if nothing had happened. Yet, within the holy court, the powerful psychic practitioners and mechanical priests excitedly discovered that their essence of life had been enhanced, and realms once difficult to break through now seemed within reach with just a little effort. As the mechanical ascendants at the pinnacle of the holy court, the ministers of the 9 departments were the first to sense this change. Their thoughts fluctuated intensely as they considered the possibilities. Guang, the minister of thought, spoke with a steady and calm voice, though the psychic energy around him betrayed his inner unease. Everyone understood that the enhancement from the broken god was not merely for their personal benefit, but for the advancement of the entire civilization. After a century, they once again witnessed the unfathomable power of the broken god. Meanwhile, the excited citizens of the steel holy court cheered exuberantly. Zhang En stood above the sky, his expression satisfied. He felt the power of civilization's feedback. Although his realm had already reached the 7th level, and the feedback provided little help, it still pushed his progress slightly forward. At the 7th level, such advancement was not easy. With this trend, when he ascended to the master of a level 4 civilization, the feedback would surely propel him to the peak of the 7th level. Perhaps, upon becoming a mid-level civilization master, he could consider advancing to the 8th level. Despite the feeling of becoming a mere observer of civilization due to his early advancement, he knew this was the most cost-effective choice. Zhang En's eyes burned with determination to advance early. He slipped away from the world, appearing in his bedroom, glancing at the retro electronic calendar on the wall. Today was May 3, 1903, in the Star River calendar. The Star River calendar was established after human civilization set up the civilization master system and began interstellar colonization. May 3rd meant only a month remained until the college entrance exams on June 7th. Now, his strength had reached its limit, and the next step was to gather intelligence and train against the chaos seeds. After some calculations, Zhang En set out to find Zhang Wanyan. At Tiananmen Star First High School, Zhang Wanyan sat on the sofa, looking at Zhang En with a complex expression. "You are impressive," he said after a moment of silence, sighing. "A level 3 civilization master with 7th level skills. In my 45 years of teaching at Tiananmen Star First High School, you are the most outstanding student I've ever seen. Even among the geniuses I've encountered in my over 200 years of life, only a few scions from noble families can compare to you." "Teacher, you flatter me," Zhang En responded humbly. Zhang Wanyan shook his head. "You don't need to be modest. I'm speaking the truth. Compared to those scions, you're from humble beginnings, rising from obscurity. With the civilization artifact you obtained during your awakening, you've reached this point. Besides luck, it's your hard work. Perhaps you truly have a chance to enter the top 10, one of the 10 most prestigious universities in our human civilization." At this moment, Zhang Wanyan felt increasingly confident in Zhang En. "I will need your help, teacher," Zhang En said straightforwardly. "I'd like your assistance in gathering information on the top talents within our human civilization." "I've already been working on that," Zhang Wanyan replied, pulling a virtual screen from thin air. "But don't have too high expectations for my intelligence. Some top talents in our civilization shine brightly, their information well known, even among the famous top-tier individuals. But some talents are deeply hidden, with very little information available. Obtaining these people's information requires both money and influence." Zhang Wanyan's words carried a hint of helplessness. He hadn't initially believed Zhang and could enter the top 10, reflecting his concerns. Without money or influence, you can't even get the intelligence on those top talents, let alone enhance your strength. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. Without your information gathering, I'd have nothing. Zhang En sincerely expressed his gratitude as he stored the virtual screen. Leaving Zhang Wanyan, Zhang En returned home and opened the information Zhang Wanyan had collected, reading it carefully. The data contained information on tens of thousands of individuals, each a standout talent. This was just a portion of the true prodigies among this year's college entrance exam candidates, with more information tightly sealed, inaccessible to the average person. However, the existing data already made Zhang En furrow his brow. Name, Shinibai. Level 3 Civilization Master. Skills, 7th level. Civilization System, Holy Light Civilization. Main civilization race, Radiant Beings. Description, Radiant Beings are pure energy creatures, born with the strength of the first level of transcendence, naturally growing to the 3rd level upon maturity. Through cultivation, they can reach the 4th level before fading. This allows Shun Ebai's civilization to bypass level restrictions, with numerous radiant beings at the 4th level of transcendence. Below this information were numerous public battle records and video data of Shun Ebai. The abundance of leaked data was due to Shun Ebai starting to livestream in his first year of high school. After becoming a civilization master last year, his fan base skyrocketed due to the uniqueness of the Holy Light civilization, making him somewhat famous throughout human civilization. Consequently, his various data inevitably leaked out. After thoroughly reviewing Shun Ebai's information, Zhang En concluded that this individual would not obstruct his entry into the top 10. However, among the tens of thousands of individuals in his hands, Shun Ebai was not the strongest, nor even among the top contenders. After thoroughly examining Shun Ebai's information, Zhang En immediately activated his spiritual scan, memorizing the remaining hundreds of thousands of files. From these, he selected an individual with the highest panel data, Su Xinghe. According to Su Xinghe's profile, he is a level 4 civilization lord, with cultivation reaching the 8th tier civilization system, belonging to the race of Elemental Titans. Elemental Titans are a special race, inherently possessing immense potential and a complete civilization system that aligns with their race. Among many Elemental Titans, a powerful Elemental King is destined to emerge. When the number of Elemental Titans reaches a certain limit, the Elemental King transforms into an Elemental Giant God. As such, Su Xinghe's level 4 civilization contains the potential to break through the civilization limit and reach the weak 6th tier Elemental Giant God. Zhang En was deeply impressed by Su Xinghe, thinking to himself, strong, very strong, invincibly strong. The opponent's strength made him feel incredibly insignificant, even though he had a golden finger and had completed an invasion from outside the realm. Yet, in the face of such a super powerful VIP user of the Civilization Lord system, he was utterly helpless. The mere existence of an elemental titan left him at a loss for how to deal with it. After creating a world, a civilization lord needs to invest in a primary race to establish civilization. These primary races can be freely chosen, and one can even select true 6th tier mythical creatures as the primary race. However, establishing a civilization is not easy. The primary race must form a settlement with at least 10,000 members, ensuring they can reproduce. If mythical creatures are chosen as the primary race, one must additionally purchase over 10,000 mythical creatures and spend a vast amount of civilization power to buy special life cycle cards, as ordinary life cycle system cards are ineffective for mythical creatures. Elemental Titans are such beings. In the multiverse, Elemental Titans are extremely expensive, with the price of a single Elemental Titan being 1 unit of civilization power. When purchased in bulk, the more you buy, the higher the unit price. It is well known that when Elemental Titans gather, they give birth to Elemental Kings and even Elemental Giant Gods. To reach the level of birthing an Elemental Giant God, at least 1 million Elemental Titans are needed. Zhang En thought to himself that Su Xinghe must have purchased no less than 500,000 Elemental Titans to nurture an Elemental Giant God. Elemental Titans are long-lived, have difficulty reproducing, and have long reproductive cycles, taking 12 months or even over 300 years to produce a few offspring. The idea of 500,000 Elemental Titans made Zhang En feel dizzy, as it could no longer be measured simply by the Tao, but required essence as a unit. Even calculated in terms of civilization essence, it would require at least 100, because the more there are, the higher the premium. And this is just the cost of purchasing Elemental Titans. Afterward, one must ensure that the Elemental Titans can reproduce. Life system cycle cards suitable for such a powerful extraordinary race start with prices calculated in essence. Various special environment modification cards, special resource cards, and mythology system cards flashed through Zhang En's mind, making him increasingly frustrated. The name Su Xinghe was no longer just a name. It symbolized the essence of civilization. The opponent's strength perfectly illustrated the principle that resources are king for the rulers of civilization in the early to mid-stages. Behind this person, there was at least an 8th or even ninth level ruler of civilization supporting him. Even with such a formidable background, he still aimed to take the college entrance exam to enter the top 10 universities, which highlighted their unique status and the vast resources they controlled. Zhang En felt that getting into the top 10 was becoming increasingly challenging, yet his desire to succeed grew stronger. The information showed that even the descendants of high-level rulers of civilization wanted to enter the top 10, as the resources within were astonishingly abundant, enough to level the playing field between him and those from prestigious families. However, upon closely examining the profiles of those people, he found himself in an awkward position, stronger than the weakest but not strong enough. If he had bad luck during the third round of the entrance exam's competitive tests and faced some wealthy contenders, it could turn out to be quite troublesome. Thus, Zhang En began to wrestle with a dilemma. Should he reveal the existence of the perpetual gear? If any high-level ruler of civilization watching the competition sensed something, the consequences would be unimaginable. He decided to put these thoughts aside for now. It was too early to worry. If he indeed encountered such a situation in the 49th or 50th round, he would gamble with the perpetual gear. If he lost in the earlier rounds, he would give up. Ultimately, Zhang En made his decision. Each candidate had 3 chances in the competitive tests of the college entrance exam, and he refused to believe he would be so unlucky all 3 times. With a wave of his hand, he put away the information and stepped into his own world. The fervor in the world has gradually settled, and the citizens of the Steel Holy See have returned to their daily lives. Zhang En entered this world, his focus not on the calm before him. His thoughts swept over every corner of the Steel Holy See like a radar, secretly amazed by some new discoveries. His main interest was in the advanced laboratories jointly established by the Mechanist cult and the 9 divisions, aiming to explore the progress of mechanical civilization in the development of war weapons. It appears that the development is quite robust. Confessor tanks, thunder chariots, forge colossi, storm wings, war hounds, nexus sanctuaries, paladin combat mechs, doomsday constructs. Most of the war equipment at the forefront is merely being updated. However, the nexus sanctuaries, combat mechs, and doomsday constructs are particularly noteworthy. The nexus sanctuary is an epic upgrade of the machine shrine, retaining its original functions while adding a device called the Faith Core. The Faith Core comprises 9,999 confession pylons that use sinners as biobatteries, which the Steam High Priests manipulate through psychic abilities to generate electricity and regulate discharge frequencies. These biopylons blend technology with psychic energy, with the teachings of the Mechanist cult inscribed on the minds and bodies of each sinner, thereby unleashing their latent psychic power to provide electricity. Due to the Steel Holy See's adherence to the doctrine of the broken god, the number of annual crimes is minimal, and those deemed sinners and made into confession pylons are exceedingly rare. Currently, there are only 5 Nexus sanctuaries in the Steel Holy See, and the sinners serving as biopylons have accumulated over recent decades. Because of their scarcity and the difficulty in replenishing them quickly, the priests of the Mechanist cult cherish these sinners dearly, conducting regular maintenance to ensure their long-term reuse. The axial altar, equipped with the Faith Core, can generate an electric current through confession pylons to form an order field with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. Within this field, all followers of the broken god and those who adhere to its teachings receive mental protection, becoming more courageous and fearless. The electric current also provides a physical enhancement, boosting the power of any cybernetic implants. Enemies within the field experience both mental and physical suppression, hearing the chants of the machine god doctrine in their minds, which can lead to forced indoctrination over time, turning them into machines that worship the broken god. The Faith Core also plays a crucial role in conjunction with another special orbital weapon, the Hand of God. This weapon, primarily composed of psionic elements mixed with electrical technology, hovers at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It communicates with the ground-based axial altar through electrical signals and psionics. The altar's chief priest can activate the Hand of God via the Faith Core to deliver a precise divine strike, known as the Finger of God. The Paladin Mech is a small colossus developed after advancements in electrical technology. Standing about 10 meters tall, it is powered mainly by a steam furnace with electrical power as a supplement. It is operated by a knight skilled in psionics and is mainly designed for close combat. Its primary weapon is a powerful arc warhammer, with a secondary weapon being an electrified whip. While the axial altar and Paladin Mech are impressive pieces of war equipment, Zhang En is most intrigued by the final apocalyptic construct. This strategic piece of equipment, still in the experimental stage, is referred to by its developers as the Doomsday Cataclysm. Some researchers are concerned about its immense destructive power and potential danger. However, under the pressure from the 9 divisions and the Machine God cult, they have no choice but to collaborate with the cult's master clockmakers and fractured cardinals to refine this apocalyptic construct. The core of this construct, called the Doomsday Cataclysm, is a metal furnace with a diameter exceeding 7 kilometers, inscribed with the Furnace Covenant. It is surrounded by 999 cooling towers, each 300 meters high. Copper coils, with a total length of over 900 kilometers, encircle the metal furnace, storing the electrical energy generated during operation and releasing it when necessary. The Great Flood Protocol can create a superheated steam cloud covering hundreds of kilometers, incinerating everything within. The light of God focuses massive amounts of electrical energy into a single point, forming a 7-kilometer plasma arc capable of precise strikes over 1,000 kilometers away, causing catastrophic damage. The destruction protocol is the ultimate measure of the doomsday cataclysm, acting as a self-destruct mechanism. Once initiated, all mechanical priests controlling it become one with the construct, which then disintegrates into a destructive storm that can assimilate everything into metal. Models created by advanced laboratories and the machine god cult suggest that the storm's range exceeds 1,000 kilometers and expands as more objects are assimilated, potentially enveloping the entire planet or world. This terrifying power is not solely due to technological effects, but also involves the unique mechanical spirituality and psionics used by the machine god cult. The apocalyptic storm has its limitations, as it only exists for a single day. After that, regardless of its expansion, it vanishes instantly. Nevertheless, this doomsday construct is powerful enough to be considered a weapon capable of destroying nations or even continents. Its destructive power is comparable to a strong 4th tier or weak 5th tier level. If more of these constructs could be produced, they could pose a challenge to the rulers of 4th tier civilizations. Zhang En, stroking his chin, observed the doomsday construct carefully and came to a conclusion. Currently, within the Iron Holy Court, there is only one doomsday construct under construction, just assembled and yet to be tested. To operate this massive structure, at least 10,000 second-tier psionics are required, and the core device needs the control of many 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier psionics. However, in the current Iron Holy Court, there are fewer than 300 4th-tier psionics, and only a few thousand 3rd-tier psionics, each holding important positions. Mobilizing them to test this dangerous construct is no easy task. However, for Zhang En, this was not a problem. After confirming the potential of the doomsday construct, he finally issued an oracle to the mechanic cult after many years. The headquarters of the mechanic cult is a gear cathedral floating in the sky, patrolling the territory of the Holy Court. 2 massive, cold steel thrones flank a constantly rotating gear, each throne occupied by a humanoid presence. They maintain human form, but lack any sign of life, resembling statues. Subtle mechanical sounds emanate from within them, never ceasing. These 2 are the popes of the mechanic cult, Qi and Ming. They have not practiced any psionic techniques, but have instead devoted themselves to the faith in the god of ruin, purifying their mechanical spirituality. Through years of practice, Qi and Ming's power has grown stronger, but their human consciousness has weakened. As a last resort, they confine their bodies to the iron thrones, using their power to elevate the gear cathedral into the sky and control its patrol over the Holy Court. Today, after decades of silence, their bodies stirred, slowly rising from their thrones. They opened their eyes, the lids making a grating sound as they moved. Swish! The dim hall brightened as they opened their eyes, their gaze emitting a cold green light. Oracularly, a voice heavy as a mountain issued from their mouths, causing the cathedral to tremble. In just a few seconds after the voice sounded, dozens of priests and staff from the 9 departments rushed over. Greetings to the eternal calibrators. Steel Grand Mechanic. Qi and Ming ignored the formalities, simply delivering the oracle. War is coming. Prepare with all your might. This is a world war. Give it your all. They spoke in unison, causing everyone's faces to change drastically. An hour later, the news of the World War reached the hands of the ministers of the 9 departments. Upon receiving the message, they were not worried but rather pleased. Finally, we can fight for the god and prove our worth, said the Minister of War, Shui. The policies within the Holy Court need to be adjusted to serve the war. Additionally, that item in the laboratory must be tested, even if we have to do it ourselves. Blood spoke with unwavering confidence, and no one else argued. As the oracle for full-scale war preparations arrived, Blood became the most powerful minister among the 9 departments. Although the War Department usually had a low profile and rarely participated in the decisions of the Holy Court, once war was imminent, it became the uncrowned king, overriding all other departments. Policy adjustments had to be made cautiously. After pondering for a moment, the Minister of Administration said, "The timeline for the gods is different from ours. For them, war is imminent, but for us mortals, it might still be decades away. Hastily changing policies might work in the short term, but maintaining them long term will only affect war preparations. We need several years to gradually adjust our policies toward war readiness." He left the administrative matters for other ministers to discuss and focused on the war arrangements himself. Blood nodded in agreement. Despite his power swelling to its limits, he didn't become complacent, knowing this power was temporary and derived from the gods. His primary task was to ensure adequate war preparations so that when the World War erupted, he could immediately raise a massive army for the gods to command. Everything else had to take a back seat to this priority. Once Blood had stated his position, the other ministers began discussing the policy direction for the coming years. The Iron Holy Court, dormant for centuries, was now reactivating in preparation for the impending war. Meanwhile, Zhang En used the 10 civilization forces given by Zhang En to purchase many resources needed for constructing doomsday megastructures and deployed them within the world. He also used the simulation function of the civilization network to continuously battle with chaotic entities in the virtual world, honing his skills and adapting to his current state. Time passed, and a month flew by. June 7th college entrance examination day finally arrived. Human civilization's time was standardized based on the stars of the central core star region. To ensure that the work-rest schedules of all star systems aligned with the central core star region, a leader of a super civilization personally controlled and forcibly unified the time flow and day-night cycle across all systems. Thus, June 7th became a shared day for 129,600 star systems, with daylight and nighttime occurring simultaneously across all planets. At home, Zhang's father and mother watched nervously as Zhang En slowly sipped his porridge. On the holographic screen, a reporter from the capital planet of the Creation Star region, one of the central core star regions, was conducting a live interview. In the video, spirited candidates were showcasing their abilities as they rushed to school. A reporter cautiously approached one candidate and asked, "Hello, I'm a reporter from Sky News. Could you?" Before the question was finished, the candidate hurriedly interrupted, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry," and walked away, leaving the reporter mid-sentence. Clearly accustomed to such situations, the reporter continued to seek other students for interviews. With so many exam candidates, there were always some willing to spare a moment to appear on the news. Listening to the interview on the screen, Zhang's father couldn't help but ask, "Xiao En, don't be nervous. You're now the master of civilization, and your future is much brighter than mine ever was. Your mom and I don't have any special skills or high expectations from you. Just do your best." "I understand, Dad, Mom. Don't worry, no matter what, I'll manage to get into a university," Zhang En replied after finishing his porridge. He stood up and continued, "I'll go by myself. The exam will take at least 3 days, so there's no need for you to rush over." All right. Zhang's parents nodded repeatedly, fully supporting their son's decision. Compared to Zhang En's calm demeanor, his parents seemed far more anxious, as if they were the ones about to take the college entrance exam. After bidding farewell to his parents, Zhang En stepped outside, looking up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly in a clear blue sky, and the air was fresh. He whispered to himself, "Whether I'm a dragon or a worm, a celestial or a mortal, it all depends on this." With that, Zhang En took a step and appeared at the school gate. Tianmen Star is just an ordinary life-bearing planet, where spatial regulations are not very strict. Someone like Zhang En, who is a master of civilization, can directly teleport through space. However, in the capital planet of the Creation Star domain, even mid-level masters of civilization have to travel by conventional means. At the entrance of Tianmen Star's top high school, a large crowd had gathered. Don't get it wrong. These were not parents accompanying their children, but reporters. With a population of over 1 billion and numerous TV stations, the college entrance exam of a master of civilization naturally attracted many journalists. The number of reporters far exceeded the number of examinees, as there were only about 70 candidates on the entire Tianmen Star this year. However, these masters of civilization had all arrived at school early to avoid being noticed, leaving the reporters unable to find them. When Zhang En appeared, a large crowd of reporters surged forward, eager to interview him, but he waved them off. "Sorry, I need to go inside," he said, and with that, he stepped through the school gates, leaving the reporters watching his retreating figure with a sense of longing, too hesitant to follow. Inside the school, a tense atmosphere pervaded. Although only the elite class of civilization masters had exams today, their emotional fluctuations greatly influenced the overall mood of the school. Zhang En entered the classroom to find everyone present, their faces etched with anxiety and unease. Zhang Wanyan stood at the podium, expressionless, surveying the group. He had witnessed this scene many times before and was accustomed to it. However, his gaze shifted when he saw Zhang En enter, though he remained silent in front of the crowd. "Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words," Zhang Wanyan began. In ancient times, the college entrance exam was just one pathway to success. But now, it is the gateway to the celestial realm. Crossing it and getting into a good university can change your life as significantly as awakening as a civilization master. If you don't perform well, even as civilization masters, without reaching the level of intermediate civilization master, you'll merely become a worker. I know many of you think you can just get into any university, coast through, and after graduation, be assigned to some planet, controlling its resources and living a laid-back life. But let me tell you, stop dreaming. Zhang Wanyan continued with a cold smile. exposing and then shattering many of their illusions. Do you think it's still like it was 100 or 200 years ago? Over the years, the number of awakened civilization masters has increased, but humans still control only 129,600 star systems. The number of planets is limited, but the number of civilization masters is unlimited. Now, the requirement to be assigned a planet is at least a level 4 civilization master, with a degree from a second-tier university as a starting point. Do you think you're qualified? Zhang Wanyan's words were like icy blades piercing into the hearts of the students, their faces turning pale instantly. Although they had long understood the truth in Zhang Wanyan's words, they still clung to a shred of hope, deceiving themselves. However, that illusion was mercilessly shattered at this moment, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss. All right, everyone get ready. At 9 o'clock, we'll enter the discussion platform, Zhang Wanyan said calmly. The discussion platform was a real-world construct created by the masters of super civilizations, spanning the entire human civilization sector. One of its key functions was to conduct the college entrance examination. The flow of time here could be adjusted, and it could even simulate the evolution of all things and concepts. The classroom gradually quieted down as everyone communicated silently through their thoughts. Zhang Wanyan also transmitted a message to Zhang En. How prepared are you? How confident do you feel? Zhang En didn't dare to boast. Although his confidence in civilization combat had increased after learning about the mechanical civilization's creation of the Doomsday Catastrophe, he still decided to use the perpetual gear for individual combat. During the simulation against the Chaos Beasts, Zhang En suddenly realized a crucial issue. To enter the top 10, he must defeat a star-swallowing warlord in the second exam. A star-swallowing warlord was a 7th-tier entity, but with the support of over 10,000 Chaos Beasts and Matter Destroyers, it could reach an 8th-tier combat strength. Even if it was a weaker 8th tier, Zhang En couldn't contend with it. Without using the perpetual gear, he simply couldn't win. Stay sharp and don't embarrass me. Whether I advance depends on how you perform in this exam. Zhang En responded firmly. He reassured himself. Don't worry, teacher. Even if I can't make it to the top 10, the top 100 can be a fallback. As they conversed, the sound of a bell rang in the classroom. It was 9 o'clock. Let's go, Zhang Wanyan said, ending the conversation and disappearing instantly. The students in the classroom stood up one after another, channeling their powers to sense the mysterious call of the void, and entered the discussion platform. Inside the discussion platform, Zhang En found himself in a room with classical decor, a screen floating in front of him. A gentle voice filled the room. The written exam begins. You have 5 hours to complete it. This exam consists of 500,000 multiple-choice questions, 100,000 multiple-answer questions, 100,000 true or false questions, 300,000 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 350,000 essay questions, totaling 1,000 points. These questions covered all fields of extraordinary studies, from history and politics to physics, mathematics, and chemistry. For these civilization leaders starting at the 6th tier, these questions were merely appetizers. Zhang En's mind took over the screen, swiftly scanning through the questions, answering hundreds per second. In less than 5 hours, he completed all the questions and calmly submitted his answers. Even though he only started preparing for the written exam in May, he was confident of achieving a perfect score. In fact, the first written exam was meant to filter out those who had not truly ascended to the status of a level 1 civilization leader. Only those who hadn't become a level 1 civilization leader or ascended to the 6th tier immortal deity would fail to achieve a perfect score. After submitting his answers, the surrounding scene instantly transformed into a hazy, starry sky. A series of images appeared before him. Please choose a scene to rest. The Void Chaos Beast simulation exam will commence at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So, this was the special privilege within the discussion platform? Zhang En curiously examined the scene images. In the world created by the lords of advanced civilizations, the Dao discussion platform serves not only as a venue for college entrance exams, but also as a training ground offered by top universities as a benefit for their students. The chosen scenario in this context is one such benefit. These special scenarios within the platform, similar to the Gear Sacred Realm, enhance the understanding of corresponding concepts. However, their efficiency far surpasses that of the Gear Sacred Realm, which was merely constructed by a 6th-level civilization. The brief experience of just a few hours is designed to give candidates a taste of the effects, motivating them to strive for admission into top universities. Zhang En scrolled through images until he found a scenario strikingly similar to the Gear Sacred Realm, named the Mechanical Realm. As he touched the image, the surroundings rapidly transformed into a world entirely composed of machinery. What astonished Zhang En was his ability to clearly perceive the concepts enveloping this mechanical world: machinery, steel, order, reason, neutrality, time. These intertwined concepts allowed the world to function smoothly. Truly a training paradise, the Gear Sacred Realm was likely modeled after the Mechanical Realm. Zhang En couldn't help but marvel. It's good to be a university student. The benefits are indeed remarkable. For students at top universities, this kind of training scenario is just one of many perks. After a moment of reflection, Zhang En stopped talking, unfolded his ancient god form, soared into the sky, and immersed himself in the world's conceptual operations to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, in various temporary worlds, countless candidates were engaged in similar activities. The first day of exams passed smoothly, with only a few candidates being disqualified due to low written exam scores, thus losing the chance to continue participating in the entrance exams. In another layer of space within the Dao discussion platform, there is an observation area designated for teachers from various schools. Zhang Wanyan sat in a private room, surrounded by millions of screens that he could switch or enlarge at will. Old Zhang, does your school have any promising candidates this time? The door to the room was pushed open, and a silver-haired young man entered with a smile. Oh, it's Principal Sunday. Zhang Wanyan glanced at him, stood up, and smiled. The visitor was the principal of Changyuan Star High School, a neighboring school to Tianmin Star, and they were quite familiar with each other. Every year during the entrance exams on the Dao discussion platform, their rooms were adjacent. Their friendship had developed mainly because Tianmin Star and Changyuan Star shared the same plight. Despite decades of teaching, neither principal had produced many outstanding students from their schools. Watching their students perform poorly during the exams was inevitably disheartening. However, knowing someone else was in the same unfortunate situation provided some comfort. Principal's son had come for solace, but unexpectedly, Zhang Wanyan was in high spirits. Old son, believe it or not, this time I really have a promising candidate, Zhang Wanyan said cheerfully. What? Principal's son was taken aback, looking at Zhang Wanyan with shock and disbelief. Old Zhang, you're not joking, are you? Can our planets really produce promising candidates? From the very beginning, human civilization has been marked by inequality and undeniable fact. In the core regions of galaxies, many exceptional leaders of civilizations have emerged, benefiting from superior backgrounds, educational resources, and abundant assets. In contrast, remote star systems like Tianmin and Changyuan are often overlooked. Just like the educational disparities between the western mountainous areas and the major cities of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou in a previous era, the students themselves may not differ significantly, but the resources available to them create a considerable gap. In this context, Zhang Wanyan confidently claimed to have discovered a promising talent. With a serious and determined expression, he declared, I truly have a prodigy under my wing. During his awakening, he acquired a mechanical civilization artifact from the void. Last year, he participated in an extragalactic invasion, annexing a world and amassing substantial resources. Now, he has become the leader of a level 3 civilization, reaching the 7th tier in cultivation. His principal's son gasped in surprise, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of envy in his tone. Old Zhang, you've really struck gold. Encountering such a talent is quite fortunate. A level 3 civilization leader with 7th tier cultivation is on par with the geniuses from the core circles. It seems your student has a shot at the top 100. The top 100? Zhang Wanyan scoffed, his face radiating pride and ambition. His sights were set much higher, was aiming for the top 10. Principal's son was stunned into silence for a few seconds before speaking again, his gaze filled with admiration. If your student even gets close to the top 10, the rewards from above could propel you directly to becoming a level 6 civilization leader. Ah, luck. It's all about luck. Zhang Wanyan feigned a sigh, waving his hand dismissively. I was just fortunate to find such a promising student. During his exploration of the void, he even encountered a star whale. Zhang Wanyan was immensely satisfied with his student, Zhang En. Although he hadn't personally taught him, he had certainly invested in him. Now, when chatting with peers and mentioning this student, he basked in the glory. Moreover, Zhang En's achievements filled him with pride. Coming from humble beginnings, reaching this level was not merely a stroke of luck. Humph, luck is also a part of strength. Principal's son grumbled, muttering to himself, why don't I ever come across such students? The next day, Zhang En was jolted awake from his cultivation. The mechanical structures and creations around him vanished, and he found himself standing once again in the hazy starry sky. The second exam would begin in 3 minutes, and candidates were advised to prepare. This exam involved choosing between void chaos species for combat. Chaos species, Zhang En replied without hesitation. The candidate has chosen chaos species, constructing scenario. Once the exam began, the internal time flow rate would adjust to 1,100. The candidate would have a day within the exam area to prepare. As a gentle voice announced this, the hazy starry sky quickly became clear, with stars appearing scattered across it, some teeming with life. Descending upon these stars would reveal civilizations and numerous living beings. The exam commenced. As the starry scene fully manifested, the gentle voice offered one last prompt before disappearing. Zhang En immediately assumed the form of an ancient god, gripping the great slaughter sword in his left hand and an iron hammer in his right, exuding a murderous aura. For this battle against the chaos species, he intended to rely on his own strength rather than deploying his civilization's army. His civilization's primary race was human, a mere level 3 civilization, which was somewhat inadequate against the chaos species, serving only as a distraction. As for a dispersed encirclement tactic, it might prove effective against an army of chaos species dominated by material destroyers. If Zhang En could suppress the material destroyers, his civilization's army could surround and defeat the ordinary chaos species. However, an army of chaos species with a Star Devourer general would have at least 10 6th-tier material destroyers. Without revealing his perpetual motion gear, Zhang En would have to personally suppress the Star Devourer general, leaving his civilization's army to be overwhelmed by the material destroyers leading the chaos species. If he used the perpetual motion gear, enhancing himself to the 8th tier with civilization's power, it would be more effective to face the Star Devourer general alone, as his civilization's army would become a liability. Therefore, rather than exposing his civilization's army to the observing teachers from various planets, it was better to fight solo. Civilization power enhancement, perpetual motion gear enhancement. With both forces empowering him, Zhang En's aura surged, forcibly breaking through to the 8th tier. The concepts of machinery, order, and gears he wielded ascended continuously, ultimately merging into a unique path for Zhang En. Although this temporarily forged path was ephemeral, a path is still a path, and the 8th tier is the 8th tier. Power Zhang En murmured, feeling an omnipotent force. Within a limited scope, he truly felt invincible. This was the power of the path. Proceed with the exam, highest difficulty. Candidates, please note, the highest difficulty exam will feature an 8th tier Star Devourer general. Please confirm. The gentle voice prompted again. Confirm, Zhang En replied firmly. The highest difficulty simulation commenced. The starry sky trembled, and spacetime began to contract, eventually condensing into a non-existent point. Then, it exploded, releasing countless murky lights that surged forth like an ocean, covering the vast starry expanse for light years. Under the light, everything dissolved. Even existence itself faded away. At the core of this brilliance was a hazy humanoid form, reclining within the light, using the ocean of light as a bed, seemingly asleep. 10 glowing orbs, akin to dying suns, floated around the humanoid, rising and falling, resonating with the light below, creating a mysterious rhythm that elevated the humanoid's aura. The Star Devourer general was indeed a formidable opponent. Zhang En raised the great slaughter sword, slicing gently towards the humanoid. The sword's gleam, like crimson lightning, spanned the starry river, releasing a terrifying killing intent. The cries and wails of the deceased echoed through the starry sky. With 8th tier strength, he unleashed the full potential of the great slaughter sword, reaching an unprecedented height. The sword's gleam surged, entering the ocean of light, instantly obliterating millions of kilometers of it. Above the ocean of light, the reclining hazy humanoid seemed startled awake, slowly extending a slender, indistinct hand. In an instant, the starry sky contracted. In an instant, the stars within light years vanished, falling under the control of the Star Devourer general. The crimson sword light drawn by Zhang En was also enveloped, gradually shrinking until it disappeared completely. Zhang En's eyes were fixed on the Star Devourer general's seemingly effortless strike, realizing that the opponent had elevated to a higher concept through the power of the Chaos Seed. This power is inherently linked, focusing on chaos, devouring, assimilation, annihilation, and oblivion. The Star Devourer general grasped the starry sky and slowly stood up from the sea of light. As it rose, the sea of light surged, transforming into a murky spear of light that fell into its hand. 10 spheres of light, formed by material destroyers, hovered behind it like a luminous halo, slowly rotating and consuming everything around. The Star Devourer general spoke slowly, its voice grand and indifferent, using not human language but pure mental waves. It seems I have been released. Zhang En was not surprised. The Star Devourer general was a real entity, once captured by human civilization and imprisoned at the discourse platform, occasionally released for use, and now was such a time. Zhang En did not converse with the Star Devourer general. Despite its intelligence, their ideologies were fundamentally different, making communication a waste of time. He raised his hammer and struck forward, unleashing the power of the mechanical path instantly. Massive gears appeared like galaxies, interlocking to form a colossal superstructure at the galactic scale. This was an unnamed creation by Zhang En, possible only after he forcefully ascended to the 8th tier and sublimated the mechanical path, allowing him to create objects from nothing. At this moment, his combat methods became diverse, and his strength quite formidable. After all, he was, strictly speaking, a leader of the techno-religious sect, and after reaching the 8th tier, he could instantly produce various exaggerated technological weapons. Although these weapons might not contend with experts of the same tier, once infused with the power of the path, they inflicted considerable damage. The nameless superstructure composed of gears slowly rotated, trapping the Star Devourer general within. Gears larger than celestial bodies drew energy from the void, unleashing power capable of obliterating all things. Once infused with the mechanical path, the nameless construct could even shatter concepts and deconstruct the path. The Star Devourer General's form began to crumble under the grinding of the gears. Even as its body unconsciously spread the power of the chaos path outward, it couldn't withstand the grinding effect of the gears. However, the Star Devourer General remained unperturbed, even taking time to comment. It clasped its hands together, extended them forward, and made a pushing motion, softly uttering, "Purifying light." Light. Born from nothingness, the light pierced through time and space, becoming the origin of everything. In the Star Devourer General's legacy, this light was the source of all chaos seeds. Their mission was to refine the universe and return everything to the primordial light. At that moment, the Star Devourer General slightly simulated the power of this light, piercing through the nameless construct and blasting a blank path through the starry sky. From afar, Zhang En witnessed this scene, his emotions surging, red light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, even the weakest 8th tier is still an 8th tier. Not to mention, I was forcibly elevated to the 8th tier, making this battle a somewhat even match. Thoughts raced through my mind as the hammer in Zhang En's hand fell once more. Bang! The starry sky trembled as the space across several light years contracted inward, ultimately forming a massive metallic ring. This ring was entirely silver-white, with a surface smooth as a mirror, emitting an invisible, warping fluctuation. As soon as it appeared, the ring began to rotate rapidly, and within its central void, an imperceptible singularity quietly emerged and continued to grow. The flow of time around the ring started to become chaotic, with countless past phantoms appearing and quickly fading away. At this moment, the Star Devourer General had already consumed the damaged, nameless structure, growing even larger, spanning several light years. It stood in place, not needing to move, merely thrusting its spear forward to touch the ring. No sound was heard, nor was any vibration felt. The spear, imbued with the power of chaos, was caught in the torrent of time, constantly approaching the ring but never able to reach it. The ring existed in the future, while the spear was in the present. How could someone of today chase after someone of tomorrow? Naturally, the spear of the present could not reach the ring of the future. The power of time and space is exceptionally dominant in any system, and only those who reach the 9th tier can transcend its constraints, observing like one standing on a riverbank. The Star Devourer General, being only at the 8th tier, could not completely ignore the chaotic flow of time and space. As it attempted to use the power of chaos to retract the light spear, the ring's rotation suddenly reversed and shattered. Light, as if rewinding time, returned to the Star Devourer General's hand, followed by a brilliant torrent of time and space bursting forth from the ring. The torrent of time and space, upon emerging, crashed forcefully into the Star Devourer General. In that moment, the fabric of time around the Devourer General twisted, and the terrifying torrent of time and space not only reversed regional time, but also attempted to erase all of the General's past and future timelines. If such power were unleashed upon the world, it would result in the annihilation of world lines. Under the relentless assault of the temporal flood, the Devourer General's body quickly faded and disappeared. For a being of the 6th tier, facing such a timeline-spanning attack would mean certain death. Even a 7th-tier entity would suffer severe injuries, possibly falling into slumber. However, the 8th tier is different. As they have mastered the Tao, their essence further elevated. While time and space can affect them, they can also manipulate and distort time in return. Silently, the Devourer General spread his arms within the torrent of time and space. His humanoid form shattered instantly, and the light orb behind him transformed into a murky glow that flickered in and out of existence, rushing towards Zhang En. Zhang En smirked, having anticipated this. He raised his hammer and struck the approaching glow with force. With a resounding clang, the momentum of the glow halted abruptly. Zhang En staggered back a few steps, his form slightly ethereal, but he held the hammer firmly, blocking the light. A vast, indistinct brass conduit emerged from the void, encircling the glow. The conduit writhed slowly like a living creature, but it felt less like a giant serpent and more like an umbilical cord connecting the Devourer General to the void. With each movement, it consumed the General's glow and injected it into the void. The light, which the General had become, struggled wildly, with countless star-like illusions surfacing and collapsing in an instant. Zhang En roared, "Die!" as sparks and electricity erupted from his body, gears shattering and springs breaking. He discarded his great slaughter sword and gripped the hammer with both hands. The perpetual motion gears on his back spun relentlessly, using the power of order to suppress the Devourer General, preventing any escape from the binding. Both sides were locked in a standoff as Zhang En's form flickered between illusion and solidity. The dying counterattack of the Star Swallower General was frenzied and intense, with the power of the way of chaos grinding away at his existence like a millstone. Had Zhang En still been at the 7th tier, he would have been completely consumed by the way of chaos and reverted to his original state. However, now at the 8th tier, he could withstand the erosion of the way and had an opportunity to fight back. While Zhang En suppressed the Star Swallower General, in the upper space, teachers from various human civilization planets, university mentors, and some powerful leaders of advanced civilizations were all watching the competition within the Dao debate platform. Zhang En's challenge against the 8th tier Star Swallower General attracted quite a few spectators. As someone originally at the 7th tier, he couldn't directly ascend to the 8th tier by relying on the support of civilization. Since the Dao debate platform hadn't declared his failure, it was likely that he was the owner of some civilization treasure. It seemed this was yet another lucky youngster. In a luxurious room, a black-clad immortal sitting on a cloud bed enlarged the video of Zhang En's match, showing a hint of curiosity at the scene. With a flick of his finger, a document appeared in his hand within seconds. The document showed that Zhang En came from a humble background, had experienced a world invasion, and succeeded, gaining many benefits. Yet, to have reached his current level with just these resources, he must have had some luck and opportunities. So, Taichu, are you interested? The black-clad immortal asked, turning his gaze to the opposite side. Across from him, a cloud bed slowly rose, revealing a shadowy figure shrouded in darkness, visible only as a vague silhouette. Let's see how he does in his 3rd match. If he can hold out until after the 4th to 5th match, we could extend a special invitation. He laughed heartily. Haha, it seems you're somewhat tempted, aren't you? The black-clad immortal continued his analysis. In the mechanical civilization of the Huangtian Galaxy, where Taiwan presides, this kid must have acquired a treasure from a mechanical civilization. Judging by his performance, the grade isn't low. How should I put it? This is an innate mechanical holy body. If your Theseus's ship doesn't recruit him, it would be a waste of talent. Their conversation revealed that even if Zhang En didn't last beyond 50 matches in the 3rd simulated confrontation, he might still be admitted to the top 10. This was a tacit rule within the top 10. Exceptional students from humble backgrounds with luck and talent could be admitted through special invitations. However, this exception was strictly regulated. The 2nd exam must be passed at the highest difficulty, and the 3rd exam must last beyond 40 matches. The top 10 could extend special invitations to outstanding students from humble backgrounds, but they had to be exceptional. Human civilization produces trillions of civilization leaders every year in the college entrance exams. For us, one more or less doesn't matter. Taichu's voice was cold, indifferent to so-called talent. With the vast number of people in human civilization and the countless examinees each year, they didn't care about the loss of 1 or 2 talents. Truly cold-hearted, the black-clad immortal remarked, shaking his head, choosing not to say more. He switched Zhang En's match video, continuing to pick out interesting scenes. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhang Wanyan and Principal Sun watched Zhang En's video with bated breath. When they saw Zhang En suppress the Star Swallower General, they both exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with excitement. Zhang Wanyan, in particular, seemed to see the realm of a 6th-level civilization leader beckoning to him. Old Zhang, you've really found a good student this time, such luck. Principal Sun said enviously, though genuinely pleased for his friend. As long as he takes down the Star Swallower General, he won't face those formidable geniuses in the 3rd exam, and a spot in the top 100 is almost certain, with a chance at the top 10. It's all his hard work. I just gave a little support, Zhang Wanyan sighed. I originally told him that if he made it into the top 100, I'd give him a special resource card for a secondary civilization explosion. Now it seems a bit inadequate. Indeed, it's inadequate, Principal Sun agreed with a nod. Though the secondary civilization explosion is quite effective, it won't be of much use to your student. But I think you don't need to give anything else. He thought for a moment and suggested, I think you should just give him civilization power. Once he gets into university, he won't lack resources, but civilization power is versatile and always useful. You're right. I forgot that once he enters university, resources will naturally be more abundant than what we scattered practitioners can offer, Zhang Wanyan admitted, a hint of envy in his tone. He had graduated from a second-rate university, akin to a second-rate sect, lacking connections and resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here teaching. As a civilization leader, though a university graduate, he was known as a scattered practitioner. As for third-rate universities, their status was even lower, and those who couldn't even get into university weren't worthy of being compared to them. Among the trillions of examinees each year, at least 90% couldn't get into university. Without a university education, they would have to work for decades to earn a life cycle system card, losing their ambition and joining a small company as executives, becoming wealthy, and accumulating civilization power to nurture their offspring. Only a few would continue on the path of becoming civilization leaders. Top universities and even more prestigious schools were worlds apart from these scattered, humble practitioners, especially those in the top 100 and the top 10, who were leagues above. A student from the top 10 could easily outclass a civilization leader like Zhang En from a remote planet. In essence, from the moment Zhang En showcased his extraordinary talent in the college entrance exams, hinting at a potential entry into the top 10, his status with Zhang En had reversed. Previously, Zhang En was the investor, the support, but now the tables had turned, with Zhang En becoming the support, someone Zhang En needed to hold onto tightly. Principal Sun, as a keen observer, noticed this shift and thus reminded Zhang En. Realizing this, Zhang En felt a mix of bitterness and joy. He had essentially cultivated a backer for himself, which was an incredibly fortunate turn of events. A deep sigh echoed as the last glimmer of the Star Devourer General was consumed by the brass pipeline. Zhang En put down his hammer, a melodious hum resonating from within him, marking the end of it all. He took a deep breath and put away the hammer. To suppress the Star Devourer General's resistance, he faced the direct impact of the path of chaos, leaving him in a dismal state. Half of his body was shattered, the gears and springs inside him vanished, and even the hammer in his hand bore several cracks. The brass pipeline megastructure that Zhang En had created was also in poor condition. Despite being reinforced by the path of machinery and specifically designed to counter the Star Devourer General, the entire pipeline became an ethereal, blurry shadow under the Devourer's resistance. If the Star Devourer General had held on for a few more days, Zhang En would have been in a dire situation. Nonetheless, the final outcome was favorable. He successfully defeated the Star Devourer General and scored full marks in the second test. This was just one Star Devourer General. Facing 3 third-level world devourers would be even more challenging. After all, third-level devourers belong to the 8th tier, and although this tier is due to their massive size and the accumulated mass from devouring many worlds, facing 3 simultaneously is no easy task. Congratulations on completing the second test. You have 10 days to rest before the third test. A gentle voice echoed as the starry sky gradually faded around Zhang En. 10 days. Zhang En was taken aback. Since you've passed the highest difficulty assessment, you are granted 10 days of rest. This time is within the internal time of the Dao discussion platform and does not affect the normal test schedule, the gentle voice explained. I understand. Then I'll continue to choose the realm of machinery. The hazy starry sky transformed again, turning into a mechanical world. Meanwhile, in other overlapping worlds, many candidates were also completing their tests. In the void, a mighty thunder god crushed the head of the last world devourer in his grasp, slowly shrinking into a slender, delicate youth. In another part of the starry sky, millions of angels surrounded a radiant 7-layered heavenly mountain, their divine light obliterating the Star Devourer General. Phantom shadows flickered, dissolving the Star Devourer General. A dazzling celestial sword swept across, reducing 3 struggling world devourers to ashes. The candidates of the myriad civilizations were brimming with talent. After the second test concluded, many observing university teachers had already set their sights on certain candidates. One of the key reasons for their presence was to scout promising talents early and attract them to their institutions. While geniuses from prominent families and impressive backgrounds were a given, those from humble or ordinary backgrounds with potential were equally worth pursuing. The Dao discussion platform and examination rules permitted them to do so. In the realm of machinery, as Zhang En delved into the concepts of machinery and order, he received numerous invitations from teachers of top universities. After reading through the dozen or so invitations he received, Zhang En decided to meet with one of them. He chose the invitation from the third-ranked Temple of Gods. By rejecting this offer, he could signal his intentions to other schools. After accepting the invitation from the Temple of Gods teacher, Zhang En found himself in a tastefully understated office in a blink. Are you Zhang? A gentle voice came from across the room. Zhang En looked up to see a bald middle-aged man sitting opposite him. At first glance, he seemed like a middle-aged man burdened by life's pressures, but upon closer inspection, Zhang En sensed a vast and imposing strength emanating from his broad features. Let me introduce myself. I am Sun Mingtai, an admissions officer at the Temple of Gods and also a lecturer in introductory deity studies at the school. Sun Mingtai smiled slightly and continued. My civilization system is based on traditional deity worship and currently, I am the master of a level 7 civilization. Hearing master of a level 7 civilization, Zhang En's pupils slightly contracted, and a flicker of amazement crossed his mind. Though there was still a gap to the master of a transcendent civilization within the entire human alliance, this was undeniably a high-level position. Such a status could be compared to a Taoist ancestor, Buddha, or God in other extraordinary worlds. Hello, Professor Sunday. After his surprise, Zhang En bowed to Sun Mingtai. Sun Mingtai chuckled softly and pointed to the sofa beside him. Zhang, have a seat. Let's take our time to chat. The time here is relatively static compared to the exam site, so even if we talk for a day, it won't delay your rest. Once Zhang En sat down, Sun Mingtai continued. I know you're here to refuse my invitation, but please don't rush to a decision. Let me explain the benefits the Temple of Gods can offer you. Although we're ranked third within the top 100, our principal is a master of a transcendent civilization, and the resources we control are incredibly abundant. Admittedly, in terms of resources, facilities, and faculty, we're not on par with the top 10. However, you must understand that even if you enter the top 10, you would merely be an average freshman. Conversely, if you achieve excellent results in the third exam and choose to join the Temple of Gods, the attention you receive from the school's upper echelons would far exceed that of the top 10. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow. In the top 10, you may have access to more resources and benefits, but you might not fully enjoy them. By joining the Temple of Gods, I can ensure you get a significant portion of the resources each year. Moreover, coming from a humble background, with only your grandfather being a level 4 civilization master, you would be at a disadvantage entering university, especially a top one. Many of your peers might be seed talents cultivated by noble families, with parents and grandparents holding high positions in advanced civilizations. Under the same resource conditions, you would be at a disadvantage. The strong get stronger, and falling behind by one step means falling behind every step. If you choose to enter the Temple of Gods, the school can provide you with an annual allowance of 10 civilization essences and 3 special resource cards. Additionally, on the Civilization Network, you would receive a temporary quasi-advanced privilege with a 30% discount. Sun Mingtai listed numerous advantages, and Zhang En couldn't help but feel tempted. He forced himself to stay calm and waited for Sun Mingtai to finish before asking a question. Zhang En paused for a moment, pondering, what choices did the others make? This question plunged Sun Mingtai into silence. After a brief pause, he sighed, seemingly understanding Zhang En's thoughts. Indeed, among the students I've encountered before, 90% chose to refuse and aimed for the top 10. Zhang En did not respond, and Sun Mingtai did not press further, understanding Zhang En's intentions and deciding not to push the master of advanced civilization. Sun Mingtai continued, however, the doors of the Temple of the Gods are always open for you. If you do not succeed in the third examination, you might consider us. But by then, the benefits may not be as favorable as they are now. Thank you, teacher's son, Zhang En said, bowing slightly before quickly leaving the office. Sun Mingtai watched him go, his eyes distant, as if gazing into the unknown void. The top 10, truly a place everyone yearns for, he thought to himself. Upon returning to the realm of machinery, Zhang En did not rush to comprehend concepts, but instead opened the Civilization Network to search for information on Sun Mingtai. Many entries appeared for individuals named Sun Mingtai, and he selected the one at the top. Sun Mingtai, an introductory teacher of divine studies at the Temple of the Gods, a 7th-level belief-based divine civilization master, with an 8th-level cultivation. Most information was about his growth, positions held, and achievements, with little about his personal strength. After reading through this information, Zhang En was left with one though the must get into the top 10. Sun Mingtai, a teacher at the Temple of the Gods, was an outstanding graduate from one of the top 10 divine companies. It was his status as a top graduate that provided him with many opportunities for advancement, eventually leading him to his current position. Although the various benefits offered by the Temple of the Gods were indeed tempting, especially the annual distribution of 10 civilization essences, the hidden advantages of the top 10 were not mentioned by Sun Mingtai. The top 10 status far exceeded that of top universities from Zhang En's previous life. If compared, it would be akin to a central school for cadre training. After declining the invitation from the Temple of the Gods, this news spread quickly, and Zhang En received no further invitations in the following days. Soon, the third day of the high exams arrived, where all civilization master candidates would enter randomly generated worlds for confrontation. As per the requirements, not only would the civilization masters battle, but their civilization armies would also need to engage in combat, with victory only being determined if both types of confrontations were won. Leaving the realm of machinery, Zhang En arrived at the hazy starry sky. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, simulation match starting, world generation, now matching opponents. As the voice faded, the hazy starry sky twisted and transformed into a desolate desert wasteland. The sky was gloomy, with clouds swirling, and the land was barren, stretching for miles without a soul in sight. Zhang En did not rush to open the realm gate, but instead looked to the other side. There appeared a young man with short hair, of 6th-level cultivation, clearly not a hidden genius. As soon as the opponent appeared, Zhang En sensed his aura. 6th level, definitely not a deeply hidden genius. The young man also sensed Zhang En's aura, 7th level. Doomed. I'm doomed. How did I get matched with a big shot? The young man thought bitterly, but surrendering immediately would be too embarrassing. Just then, the gentle voice rang out again. Both candidates, please prepare for civilization army deployment. Zhang En and the short-haired young man both opened their realm gates. Despite being separated by thousands of miles, they could easily see the scenes within each other's realm gates. One looked pale, while the other appeared much more relaxed. As expected, it was just of average standard, so there was no need to deploy strategic weapons. With these thoughts, Zhang En issued a divine decree. Behind the realm gate, numerous colossal machines and 7 electrical nodes slowly retreated, while 3 doomsday calamities remained stationary. Subsequently, a legion of 100,000 mechanized knights, composed of organized saintly knights mechs, also withdrew. Deploy troops. With the command given, the Minister of War, Blood, mounted a thunder chariot and issued orders through the psychic network constructed by the psychic monks within the legion. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as nearly 10 million synthetic warriors marched with heavy steps, crossing the realm gate. Beside these warriors, warhounds with sharp claws and teeth emitted low growls, each step creating cracks in the ground. Massive tanks and thunder chariots were surrounded by synthetic warriors. In the sky, tens of thousands of storm-winged aircraft soared, emitting piercing screeches. Witnessing this, the opposing civilization master candidate turned pale. He was merely a first-level civilization master, pursuing a fantasy magic-type civilization. After a year of development, he had barely managed to assemble an army of 1 million, a significant portion of which were just trained ordinary people. Despite having many extraordinary professionals among them, the short-haired young man felt hopeless against the formidable mechanized army. I'm going to die, definitely going to die, he muttered to himself, filled with despair. My people attack. The short-haired young man raised his hand, casting a morale-boosting spell, transforming into a handsome elf figure with a divine halo and a body tens of thousands of meters tall, wielding an exquisite staff, flying into the sky, facing Zhang En with a shout. In the confrontation, the battles between civilization armies could not use civilization blessings. After all, this was an exam, more focused on assessing the cultivation of each civilization rather than purely comparing power. If civilization blessings were included, some civilizations might have poor development prospects but could gain significant power through early exploitation. Buddy, go easy on me. The short-haired young man pleaded with a wry smile. Winning was out of the question. Now, he just hoped Zhang En would show mercy and let him lose with some dignity. Sure, Zhang En chuckled, not even bothering to assume his ancient god form. Below, the civilization armies had already clashed, with synthetic warriors charging into the enemy ranks like galloping horses. Behind them, the blood on the thunder chariot, observing the battlefield through psychic feedback, issued commands for storm wings and penitent tanks to hold back, maintaining pressure from the rear. Thunder chariots advanced with each war group, with psychic users on alert to deploy anti-magic fields, suppressing the opponent's supernatural powers. A century ago, the leaders of the Steel Holy Court received a divine revelation, prompting them to prepare for an impending war. They understood that their civilization would face enemies from other worlds wielding various extraordinary powers. To meet this challenge, the leaders not only maximized their mechanical strengths by constructing large-scale war machines, but also focused on the development of psionic abilities. However, since mechanical power was predominant within the Steel Holy Court, psionics served primarily as a support function. Thus, their development efforts were mainly concentrated on auxiliary capabilities such as psionic networks, communications, and mapping. One of the greatest achievements in these years was the creation of the anti-magic field. This special field could suppress all supernatural powers and required the combined efforts of at least 10 second-tier psionic users to activate. Within the anti-magic field, supernatural abilities were significantly weakened, and even psionics were suppressed. Upon receiving orders, psionic users from various battle groups would unite to cast the anti-magic field over their units. The cybernetic warriors, whose strength was derived from mechanical enhancements, remained unaffected by this field. However, the young short-haired leader's fantasy-themed army faced severe misfortune. Their civilization relied heavily on classic powers like spells and combat energy. Now, under sudden suppression, many heavily armored knights felt their combat energy dwindle, struggling to wield their 5-meter-long steel lances with mere physical strength. The situation was even direr for the mages. Some attempted to cast spells only to be backfired by the anti-magic field, causing them to spew blood and lose consciousness. Retreat! Retreat! Commanded the alliance leader of the young short-haired leader's army, a handsome young elf riding a beautifully crafted elven dragon. Seeing the allied forces in distress, he quickly raised his crystal sword, issuing an order that resonated for hundreds of miles. The army began to pull back, pursued closely by the cybernetic warriors. Originally formed through the hard-won cooperation of various races, the army now showed signs of disarray and even collapse under the relentless chase. Observing this, the young elf raised his crystal sword, which emitted a radiant light like the sun. This light fell upon the allied soldiers, boosting their morale, reducing their fear, and allowing them to think clearly, even attempting counterattacks while retreating. Supernatural powers indeed posed a challenge. Witnessing this through a psionic screen, Xue frowned, feeling disdain for the young elf's power. Although he too mastered psionics at the highest level, he regarded it merely as a tool, believing his ascendant form to be his true strength. If not for the need to conceal his abilities, he could have used the divine hand of the Nexus altar to eliminate the threat from an extreme distance. Besides Shui, Shan agreed. The divine hand connected to the Nexus altar could deliver precise long-range strikes up to 500 kilometers away, with power enough to vaporize a mountain in an instant. Unfortunately, the great shattered god had decreed that they conceal their strength. Yet, they couldn't allow the enemy to continue using supernatural powers for large-scale interference. As Shui spoke, he issued orders to the penitent tank formations behind them, initiating a round of strikes with the Annihilator series. Seconds later, 500,000 tanks raised their main cannons, gathering light at their muzzles. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of blinding electric beams shot into the sky, forming an immense curtain of lightning that descended toward the enemy. All troops defend, the young elf shouted. Seeing this, his pupils narrowed sharply. He gripped his crystal sword tightly, channeling all his strength into it. The sword erupted with holy light, resembling a radiant sun, which quickly expanded into a massive sphere, a kilometer wide, in an attempt to block the incoming lightning. Sizzle! The electric curtain collided with the holy sun, resulting in a violent reaction. Although the electric curtain was not as powerful in essence as the holy sun, its overwhelming numbers suppressed the sun, forcing it downward. In those brief seconds, several great mages within the allied forces swiftly chanted spells, casting a protective layer over all the soldiers. Then, they hurriedly used their magic to flee. They had done all they could. The rest was up to the soldiers' fate. Crack! Before the mages could get far, the electric curtain crashed down, instantly bringing death to everyone in the allied forces. The sky lit up with flashes, and the air filled with screams and wails that quickly faded. Above the battlefield, Zhang En, holding the short-haired young man's head, looked down and asked, "So, do you want to continue?" The young man shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, I surrender." His head had been severed in the battleino. It couldn't even be called a battle. As soon as he made a move, the opponent simply raised a hand, and he was shattered like a broken toy, unable to piece himself back together. His head ended up in Zhang En's hand, watching the battle unfold below. Realizing the situation was hopeless, the young man decided to surrender swiftly. Round 1, victory to Zhang En. A gentle voice echoed in the sky as the scene below froze in place. "So, your name is Zhang En?" The young man, regaining control of his body, moved a bit and earnestly said to Zhang En, "Buddy, I wish you all the best. The more you win, the more it becomes an honor to have lost to you. I've done my best." Zhang En, amused yet understanding, nodded, "Farewell." Without further ado, the young man gestured, reopening the portal. The state of the ground forces reset to their pre-battle conditions. Even those who had died were revived, their clothes and weapons restored. This was one of the unique abilities of the Daotai platform. It could revert the state of beings below the 8th tier. Dead? No. No matter how severe the losses faced by one's civilization army in battle, everything would be restored afterward, with all previous battle experience and memories retained. Zhang En did not withdraw his forces. He merely used the Daotai's power to rewind their state. As the victor, he became the defender. Other candidates would be matched to this area to battle him. Win, and they could continue holding their position. Lose, and they would be randomly matched again. This was a small benefit offered by the Daotai to those on a winning streak. In the unique space where the competition takes place, time flows extremely slowly compared to the outside world. A single day in the real universe could equate to hundreds of days in this special space. After defeating the first opponent, Zhang En obtained the right to defend his position, waiting for the next challenger. Initially, his opponents were all rulers of level 1 civilizations, whose strength was only at the 6th tier, with perhaps a few more tricks and a slightly unique civilization system. Such opponents weren't even worth deploying his megastructures. His legion of prosthetic warriors and thunder chariots were enough to crush them. However, after achieving 10 consecutive victories, the difficulty of his opponents increased. He began facing rulers of level 2 civilizations or individuals with 7th tier cultivation. These civilizations had some depth and possessed powerful techniques that transcended their civilizational limits. Zhang En gradually raised his stakes, enhancing the level of his legion's combat capabilities. Initially, he introduced the penitent tanks into battle, and later on, the storm wings and bionic mechanical eagles joined in for air-to-ground attacks. Yet, the paladin mech battalion and 2 special megastructures remained undeployed. The current forces were sufficient to hold the line. Zhang En's goal was clear. Before achieving 30 consecutive victories, he had to keep the existence of the Axel Shrine and Doomsday Scourge hidden. Before reaching 40 victories, he would avoid using the Doomsday Scourge unless absolutely necessary. To rank among the top 10, he needed 50 consecutive wins. The Doomsday Scourge could be revealed after 40 victories, but he would hide the crucial information about its self-destruct capability. In the final match, if he truly couldn't win, he would resort to detonating the Doomsday Scourge to at least secure a draw. The matches continued: 20 victories, 30 victories, 40 victories. After 40 consecutive wins, Zhang En finally felt immense pressure. From this point on, his opponents were predominantly rulers of level 3 civilizations with 7th tier cultivation. The first few matches were still manageable. He secured victories at the cost of massive prosthetic warrior casualties without using the Axel Shrine. But the 4th to 5th match was different. It was a turning point. Starting from this match, Zhang En faced the true geniuses within human civilization. A vast grassland suddenly appeared at the edge of the wasteland world, merging rapidly, like two mismatched layers forcibly combined, creating a strong sense of discord. This was world fusion. Those who had reached this level were all defenders of their positions, each occupying a space that fused during battles. Above the grassland, a layer of 5-colored clouds spread. A young man with a handsome face, a radiant halo behind his head as bright as a full moon, sat cross-legged on the clouds, looking over. "Greetings, Zhang Daoyu." His voice echoed from afar, causing Zhang En to raise an eyebrow. "Do you know me?" Zhang En asked. The young man seemed surprised, then quickly understood. "Ah, I remember. You come from humble beginnings, with limited access to information. I am Jiang Huayu. Please remember my name, as your winning streak will end at my hands." Jiang Huayu spoke with strong confidence, and for a moment, a dazzling light emanated from him. Zhang En squinted. "Damn, that's bright. Is this the brilliance of a genius?" After a few seconds, he replied, "Talk is cheap. Let's see the truth on the battlefield." "Very well." Jiang Huayu smiled slightly, raising a hand to point at the ground. A gateway opened, and his civilization's legion emerged from it, flying out. Yes, flying. Jiang Huayu's civilization was a million-strong army of cultivators. Over 1 million cultivators sat on mountain-sized immortal boats, emitting dazzling spiritual light that intertwined to form thousands of mysterious formations covering all the boats. In the depths of these boats, a white jade palace was held by the vague figure of an old man with white hair. The old man's presence was profound, his aura strong enough to distort the void, reaching the 5th tier. What a formidable opponent, Zhang En marveled. Although Zhang Huayu's legion wasn't vast, each member was elite, clearly mastering a complete system of immortal cultivation, including formations and artifact refinement. The vague old man wasn't alive, but was a projection at the 5th tier, forcefully condensed by several 4th-tier cultivators within the palace. Even so, it was incredibly powerful. The normal limit for a level 3 civilization is the 3rd tier, with only exceptionally talented individuals breaking through to the 4th tier. A 5th-tier presence was extraordinary, akin to a cross-level strike. It seems the Axel Shrine must be activated, Zhang En decided, issuing a divine command. From behind the gateway, 7 900-meter-tall Axel shrines slowly floated out, accompanied by the cold, mechanical hymn of the saints. These shrines, powered by internal bioelectric piles and psionic technology, could fly at low altitudes. Although low-altitude flight wasn't particularly useful, it added to the shrine's grandeur and intimidation. Alongside the shrines, 7 Hand of God devices emerged, soaring into the sky to hover around their respective shrines, linking with invisible psionic currents. Although they didn't exude a powerful aura, the mere presence of the 7 shrines exerted immense pressure. In the sky above, Jiang Huayu clapped in admiration upon seeing the Axel shrines. As expected, you were holding back in previous matches. Anyone following a mechanical path is bound to have forces beyond civilizational limits. He wasn't surprised by Zhang En's hidden methods. Rather, he was delighted. For a genius like him, the stronger the opponent, the more it fueled his desire to fight. "Please," he gestured to his legion, then tapped the back of his head. A colossal figure appeared above him, reaching out towards Zhang En. "Please," Zhang En responded, extending his hand as countless gears and springs erupted from within, causing his arm to swell and fill the world, blocking the colossal figure. Below, an intense battle erupted simultaneously. In Jiang Huayu's camp, within the White Jade Palace, 5 cultivators of varying ages sat on cloud beds, watching the scene in a water mirror, their expressions somber. "These otherworldly demons are truly strange," a cold male cultivator remarked, frowning. "A group of mortals, yet each possesses strength comparable to latest-stage chi refinement, and in such numbers. Let me crush them." The male cultivator sneered coldly, pointing his finger towards the water mirror. On the battlefield, the augmented warriors surged towards the cultivator army like a tide. Suddenly, a massive phantom finger, nearly 1,000 meters wide, descended from the sky, targeting the augmented warrior legion. "Damn, the enemy's high-ranking officials are taking action." In the rear, Shui stood atop the sacred platform of the Axel, his eyes glowing red. Witnessing this, he immediately said to the other 8 ministers, "Let's act and intercept his attack." In this war, all the ministers were involved in the battle, as the 9 ministers were the strongest in the Iron Holy Court, second only to the 2 patriarchs of the mechanized god sect in terms of power. The psychic network instantly conveyed Shui's words to the other sacred platforms. The ministers simultaneously took action, releasing intense psychic energy from their heads to form a massive anti-magic field, blocking the phantom finger. The phantom finger collided with the invisible anti-magic field, dissolving silently like snowflakes in boiling water. Inside the white Jade Dao Palace, the male cultivator saw this and prepared to press down with his entire hand. At that moment, a white-haired child beside him stopped him, his voice aged yet firm. Fellow Taoist and Nan, hold your hand. We are the strongest combat force on our side, and should not enter the fray immediately. Let the armies clash first to wear down these extraterrestrial demons and test their strengths and weaknesses. The child spoke calmly, with a tone that showed a deep concern for the threat posed by the mechanical civilization, evidently due to previous encounters and wars that had been costly. I was impatient, and Nan nodded, withdrawing his hand. The child then looked at the other three and commanded, fellow Taoists, deploy your troops and operate the formations. Everyone nodded, beginning to communicate through divine sense to mobilize the celestial fleet. Instantly, spiritual light surged, clouds billowed, and the celestial ships moved into position along specific trajectories, altering the formations to reveal a killing array. Boom thunder roared continuously, and a rain of dense lightning struck down from nowhere, directly hitting the augmented warrior army. The sudden lightning caught them off guard, instantly killing hundreds of augmented warriors and injuring nearly 1,000. However, such casualties barely hindered the advance of the augmented warriors. After enlisting, they underwent special modifications, reducing their fear response and enhancing their rationality. Even if a meteor shower fell from the sky, they would charge forward without fear. After the first wave of attacks, the accompanying psychics quickly reacted, joining forces to deploy an anti-magic field that enhanced the warriors' elemental and physical resistance. Although the power of the lightning was greatly diminished under the anti-magic field, the augmented warriors, bolstered by dual resistances, continued to charge forward against the lightning. Even if some fell, none retreated. Inside the white Jade Dao Palace, the 5 great cultivators watched this scene with increasingly grim expressions. This time, the extraterrestrial demons indeed had some formidable methods. The child remarked, the method of weakening lightning techniques and the skill that just dissipated in Nan Dao's finger power seem to originate from the same source. They can suppress our magical abilities. What should we do now? Change the formation, or let the cultivators on the ship take action? In front of him, an elderly woman with a stern face asked, Tianyu, there's no need to rush. If they want to drag this out, we'll drag it out with them. Our immortal ship is high in the sky. I want to see how these people plan to reach us and engage. Beside them, a beautiful young woman opened a feather fan, covering half her face, and sneered. Even so, let's have the cultivators on all the immortal ships stay vigilant. The child pondered for a moment and added, I agree with the young woman. I don't believe these people can fly up here. Previously, we fought against some mechanical civilizations whose enemies relied on iron birds to fly in the air, but these people haven't used such birds to approach. With so many people on the ground, how will they get close? He continued to analyze. Even if they do get close, so what? We cultivators have both spiritual and physical prowess. These mortals flying up here would only be coming to their slaughter. After a series of victories, even the most cautious child cultivator couldn't help but feel a bit arrogant. At that moment, on the battlefield where thunder roared, the steel holy court was on the defensive, struggling to deal with airborne enemies. The child noticed that the storm wings hadn't been deployed. Even with the support of bionic mechanical eagles, a mere few thousand storm wings would only be fodder for the enemy. The cyborg warriors must reach the immortal ship and engage the enemies there before the fighter jets can be deployed. As for how to reach the sky, while the Holy Court found dealing with airborne enemies challenging, they were not without options. After over a century of war preparation, the Holy Court had discussed countless strategies. How could they not have a plan to counter flying dogs? Initially, the Holy Court considered heavily developing fighter jets or flying devices to engage in aerial combat with the enemy. However, after analysis, it was determined that with the Holy Court's technological system, it would be impossible to perfect and deploy such aircraft for millions of troops within a century or two. So, they abandoned that idea and developed another strategy. They aren't sending anyone to intercept us. They must be very confident in themselves. Shui observed the battlefield through a psychic energy screen, noting that the cultivators on the immortal ship were only releasing lightning, fire, and gale without anyone coming down to stop them, and he sneered. He then issued commands through the psychic network, preparing to show the arrogant enemy the Holy Court's methods. On the fierce battlefield, corpses lay everywhere, mostly the remnants of cyborg warriors. Despite losing tens of thousands of warriors to the attacks of heavenly lightning and earthly fire, it was only a minor depletion for an army numbering in the tens of millions. Moreover, in the rear, 100,000 paladin mechs stood ready, surrounded by hundreds of thousands to millions of penitent tanks and thunder chariots, which were the main force for the subsequent battles. The cyborg warrior army was merely cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy. Beneath the celestial ship, more and more cybernetic warriors gathered, their numbers growing denser, causing unease among the cultivators inside the ship. Despite the combined attacks from the formation, these warriors stood firm like statues, unwavering even as some fell. As their numbers increased, so did the accompanying psychic cultivators, whose combined powers significantly amplified the effectiveness of their spells, resulting in fewer casualties among the warriors. What was their true intention? Inside the white Jade Dao Palace, 5 senior cultivators felt a sense of foreboding. Friend Tianyunzi, perhaps I should intervene. The elderly woman Tianyin began to speak, but abruptly stopped, staring in shock at the scene in the water mirror, her expression changing dramatically. Are these extraterrestrial fiends insane, sending people to their deaths? And Nan frowned and shouted coldly. At that moment, the scene showed tens of thousands of cybernetic warriors suddenly leaping high. Their legs seemed splitting open as powerful jets of air propelled them upward. Simultaneously, the psychic cultivators cast a group weight reduction spell. With the dual support of psychic energy and technology, these warriors leaped 1,000 meters into the air, landing on the protective layer of the celestial ship. The cultivators inside the ship watched the cybernetic warriors outside the formation with heightened alertness. However, as the warriors landed on the formation, the cultivators' tension gradually dissipated, even turning into laughter. The warriors' strength was insufficient to damage the formation. Their chainsaw blades and electric spears only caused ripples at best. Yet, the cultivators were unaware that the warriors' true objective had already been achieved. While attacking the formation, the cybernetic warriors activated a special device within them, allowing invisible psychic energy and electricity to converge, serving as a guide and locator. On the electrohub altar, a cold voice commanded, "Activate the hand of God, release the finger of God." 7 electrohub altars grounded, with their 999 bioelectric pylons operating at full power, unleashing a powerful burst of psychic electricity that caused the hovering hand of God to pause. In the next moment, the 7 hands of God reoriented, all targeting the distant celestial ships. Crackling, electric light flashed, and 7 beams of lightning, each 1,000 meters thick, erupted and then vanished. The impending danger caused the faces of the 5 senior cultivators in the white Jade Dao Palace to change dramatically. They hurriedly began to cast spells, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions of the self-detonating cybernetic warriors created shockwaves that, while unable to destroy the protective formation formed by the many celestial ships, caused it to ripple intensely. At that moment, the 7 beams of lightning reappeared, striking the formation with tremendous impact and destruction, causing thousands of celestial ships under the formation to gradually descend. Tianyunzi's expression turned icy as he looked at the 4 others beside him and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, let's join forces." They all nodded, uniting their powers and casting spells. The elderly figure supporting the Jade Dao Palace suddenly raised his hand, reaching for the electric light. Witnessing this, Shue's eyes flickered intensely. Having seized the initiative, he wasn't about to give his opponent a chance to retaliate. He commanded once more, and the light of the divine hand gathered, unleashing 7 scorching electric cannon blasts through the sky towards the elderly figure. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of repentant tanks on the ground elevated their main cannons, releasing their most powerful strike. Tens of thousands of solid iron projectiles propelled by electricity soared into the sky, their force unified by the spells of the spiritual cultivators led by the 9 ministers, forming a dark iron canopy that surged towards the fleet of celestial boats. Not a chance. 5 grand cultivators realized the enemy's intent and would not allow the celestial boats to be shot down. The celestial boats were their greatest advantage. Losing them would mean succumbing to the swarm tactics of the enemy, leading to inevitable defeat. The 5 combined their powers, and behind the elderly figure, a wheel of white light rose, transforming into a vast hand that forcibly intercepted the iron canopy. However, the power of the electric-driven projectiles was immense, enhanced by the spells of 9 fourth-tier mechanical ascenders and tens of thousands of ordinary 3rd and 2nd-tier spiritual energy users. Even though the white light hand was of 5th-tier strength, it struggled to hold. The gap between the 4th and 5th tiers was significant, but it was not an insurmountable divide between immortals and mortals. Sheer numbers could bridge this gap. At this moment, the cultivators on the celestial boats awoke as if from a dream, channeling their mana into the formation or wielding their magical artifacts against the iron canopy. The battlefield was tense, and in another layer of space above the sky, the situation was equally intense. Over time, Zhang En gradually gained the upper hand. Although Zhang Huayu was also at the 7th tier, Zhang En's cultivation was deeper, and with the aid of the perpetual gear, his conceptual depth was more profound. Thus, as time went on, his advantage became increasingly apparent. "Impressive cultivation, fellow Taoist," Zhang Huayu remarked, remaining composed despite his precarious situation. His primordial spirit was bound by layers of silver chains. Initially, it struggled, but as the chains tightened, the struggle weakened. He understood that in terms of pure strength, he was no match for Zhang En, and defeat was inevitable. As for various celestial and magical artifacts, unfortunately, in the third round of the competition, the Lord of Civilization prohibited the use of any external forces. Only one's natal weapon or awakened civilization treasures were allowed. Otherwise, a single noble could produce a ninth-level divine or celestial artifact, turning the competition into a farce. The second simulation round permitted the use of weapons no higher than the 7th tier. Seeing his spirit avatar unable to break free, Jiang Huayu conceded defeat. He glanced down at the battlefield, unable to suppress a wry smile. It seemed he had lost the battle below as well. After a series of struggles, the fleet of celestial boats was finally brought down to the ground. Faced with the tidal wave of cybernetic warriors and the terrifying force of 100,000 paladin mechs, the cultivators fought desperately, but could not turn the tide. The disparity in numbers was too great. Even the elderly figure formed by the combined efforts of the 5 grand cultivators eventually disintegrated, unwillingly, under the siege of 3 Electrum Sanctums and hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy users. Seems like you've won, Taoist friend, Jiang Huayu sighed, shaking his head, showing a surprisingly gracious acceptance of his defeat. I apologize, he said to Zhang En. Seeing Jiang Huayu concede, Zhang En reverted from his ancient god form and waved to retract the upgraded silver cage. The suppressed primordial spirit within the cage was beginning to dissipate, and with a thought, Jiang Huayu retracted it. For the upcoming matches, I hope you can remain undefeated and continue winning, Jiang Huayu said as he stood up, pausing the time and space below. After reviving his civilization army and retracting them, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Zhang En, saying, I understand, the more I win, the better you'll feel, right? Zhang En was used to this kind of talk. Almost everyone he defeated expressed themselves this way. Well, I'm just an ordinary person who can't help but care about fame and fortune, Jiang Huayu explained with a dry cough. He thought for a moment and added, Zhang Daoist, be cautious. After defeating me, before the 50th match, your opponents will be of a similar level to mine. The key is the 50th match, where the difficulty will increase. After all, the 50th match is the crucial moment of leaping over the Dragon Gate. Thank you for the warning, Zhang En responded with a gesture of thanks. Although he could have figured this out himself, he appreciated Jiang Huayu's kind reminder. With a sigh, Jiang Huayu waved his hand, dispelling the realm gate, and his figure vanished. The world that Zhang En occupied then absorbed the vast grasslands brought by Jiang Huayu, transforming into an even more expansive realm, bringing him closer to his goal. The next 4 matches unfolded just as Jiang Huayu had predicted, with Zhang En facing opponents of a similar caliber. Without resorting to apocalyptic measures, he still managed to win, relying on the strategic command of the 9 ministers. However, the more this happened, the more uneasy Zhang En felt. Whether it was speculation or the intelligence provided by Jiang Huayu, everything pointed to one thing. In the 50th match, he would face an opponent of even greater strength. What level would such an opponent be? The master of a 4th-level civilization, an 8th-tier cultivation, or perhaps both? In any case, Zhang En felt tremendous pressure. The rest period after the 49th match seemed unusually short, as a gentle voice sounded in Zhang En's ear. The 50th match of the competition is about to begin. Please prepare. A vast world connected with the realm Zhang En currently occupied, forming an immense, seemingly boundless expanse. Indeed, seeing the figure on the opposite side, Zhang En felt an overwhelming pressure. The master of a 4th-level civilization. But there was some good news: the opponent's cultivation was only at the 7th tier. This gave Zhang En some hope of winning. If the opponent's cultivation had reached the 8th tier, he could only try his best and leave the outcome to fate. You're my opponent? You don't look like much, the young man on the other side said, bare-chested, exuding a carefree and uninhibited aura. He scrutinized Zhang En like he was appraising merchandise, and after a few seconds, expressed dissatisfaction. Zhang En remained silent, searching his memory. He knew this person. There was information about him in the intelligence provided by Zhang Wanyan. Lu Jingchuan, the ruler of a level 4 mythological civilization, made a gradual appearance. His civilization's main race was astonishing: the Honghuang humans. This mysterious race originated from the Honghuang-type world discovered by human civilization 900 years ago. Honghuang is not a single world. It's a vast world group centered around the sages, Hongjun, and Pangu. In certain special Honghuang worlds, humans were not created by Nuwa, but were naturally born from heaven and earth, known as the innate humans. The Honghuang humans are the direct descendants of this innate human lineage. From birth, the Honghuang humans possess incredible talents, a lifespan of 10,000 years, formidable physical strength, and reaching the 2nd tier of transcendence upon maturity. However, these traits pale in comparison to their true value. As descendants of the innate humans, they boast extraordinary comprehension and aptitude, making them prodigies in cultivation. They also possess exceptional wisdom, creativity, and spirituality, valued as the power of three civilizations in the multiverse, with an individual worth even surpassing that of elemental titans. Like elemental titans, Honghuang humans require the purchase of specific life system cycle cards to reproduce. To have Honghuang humans as the main race, this person must be an immensely wealthy figure, Zhang En thought to himself, yet he showed no sign of retreat. He immediately mobilized his civilization's legion and unveiled three long-hidden doomsday calamities as his trump card. As the three colossal entities emerged from the portal, each towering 7 kilometers high and surrounded by dense arrays of kilometer-high cooling towers, the spectacle finally piqued Lu Jingchuan's interest. Interesting, finally an opponent that's not so dull, Lu Jingchuan laughed as he stood up. In an instant, it seemed as if a godlike figure stood tall in the sky. Though his form remained unchanged, his aura dominated the heavens. The path of God and demon, truly rare, Zhang En observed from the aura exuded by his opponent, recognizing the cultivation method. It was an ancient body refining technique from high-level primitive, Honghuang, high martial, and ancient worlds. Practitioners use body tempering as the foundation, seeking the unity of spirit and flesh. At the 6th tier, they can become god demons. At the 7th, they return to the innate state. And at the 8th, they can even recreate the cosmos and contend with the Tao. Compared to ordinary gods, saints, and Buddhas, the path of god and demon focuses more on the physical body, making them particularly challenging in combat. Yet Zhang En was not afraid. Instead, he was eager to test his mettle. Rumor has it that the path of God and demon is impervious to all methods and indestructible. Today, I shall find out, Zhang En declared as he transformed into an ancient god form, wielding an iron hammer, determined to fiercely strike down this god demon. Putting aside the conflict between Zhang En and Lu Jingchuan, let's focus on the civilization core below. Although Lu Jingchuan's civilization core only numbers in the millions, each member is an innate human with extraordinary second-tier abilities. Individually, they can easily overpower more than 100 synthetic warriors. These innate humans practice divine and demonic arts, benefiting from their exceptional talents and aptitude. Among every 1,000, there is one extraordinary third-tier individual, and among every 10,000, there is one extraordinary world tier. Within the nearly 4 million strong innate human army, there are only a few hundred extraordinary fourth-tier humans, along with some large-scale war treasures and weapons inherited from the divine and demonic systems. Lu Jingchuan's civilization core undoubtedly suppresses Zhang En's forces. In the face of these terrifyingly strong, innate humans, synthetic warriors appear as fragile as paper. Even heavy machinery like thunder chariots and penitent tanks can barely match the innate humans. Their weapons may blast these towering humans, causing only minor injuries. To these innate humans, the heavy machinery seems like stationary targets. Only the paladin mechs can truly contend with the innate humans' hedon. They unleash powerful firepower, and under the control of internal knights, wield arc hammers that unleash psychic lightning, paralyzing both the body and mind. A single paladin mech can confront 2 to 3 innate humans at once, but this is just a drop in the bucket. With only 100,000 paladin mechs, they can at most hold back 3 to 400,000 innate humans, not accounting for the powerful leaders among them. At the Doomsday Cataclysm site, Shui and the other 8 ministers gathered. The 9 of them were responsible for controlling one Doomsday Cataclysm, while the remaining 2 were led by Qi and Ming, each commanding a group of high-ranking clergy and psionics from the mechanic theocracy. Faced with such formidable enemies, Shui gazed at the scene on the psionic screen, and after a moment of silence, asked, "What should we do now?" "Activate the cataclysm immediately." Minister Tai of the Foundry Department inquired, his voice calm, but with an undercurrent of eagerness. Having been instrumental in the creation of the Doomsday constructs, Tai was naturally excited at the rare opportunity to deploy the Doomsday Cataclysm. But Shui shook his head and said, "No. It's not time to use the Doomsday Cataclysm yet. This is our last resort and must be used at the critical moment." He continued, "Let's deploy all the axle altars. Have the 2 popes and others bestow mechanical blessings upon the 7 axle altars. Even if these altars are all destroyed, it's worth it if we can weaken the enemy's forces as much as possible." Meanwhile, from within the other 2 Doomsday Cataclysms, sacred hymns resonated. Bells tolled, gears turned, levers pushed. After various symbolic rituals, the 7 axle altars received comprehensive mechanical blessings. With enhanced activity, power, offense, defense, self-healing capabilities, and resistance to extraordinary forces, the 7 axle altars ascended and advanced mightily towards the innate human army. The resonant and sacred hymns echoed from within the altar, woven with psychic and electromagnetic forces, invigorating the embattled synthetic warriors on the battlefield. They felt a noticeable enhancement in the efficiency of their cybernetic systems. For the great shattered god, they roared, charging fearlessly at the innate human race. Through desperate tactics and detonating their self-destruct devices in their final moments, the Steel Holy Court managed to slightly reverse their disadvantage on the battlefield. However, everyone understood that this was merely a temporary situation. Although there were many synthetic warriors, they were not infinite. Even if they traded 100 for one, they could not completely eradicate the innate human race, let alone endure such significant losses. It often took thousands of synthetic warriors self-destructing to bring down a few innate humans. The power of self-destruction had its limits, and this limit did not increase with the number of self-destructors. At this moment, the incoming electromagnetic altars were intercepted by the commanders of the innate human side. Each of these commanders possessed strength at an extraordinary fourth level. They had been observing the battle until they saw the 7 mountain-like electromagnetic altars approaching the battlefield. Then, unable to hold back, a dozen commanders took the lead, stepping forward to block the altars. Ha ha ha, we got them, they laughed, pulling large weapons from their storage artifacts and launching them at the altars. A blinding electric light suddenly flared, as 7 divine fingers descended from the sky, forcing the commanders to retreat. Following this, 7 layers of ordered electric fields rose from the altars, merging into a stronger field, attempting to suppress the commanders. However, these commanders merely shook themselves, transforming into various divine and demonic forms, and resisted the suppression, charging forward. Both sides became entangled in a struggle, but the ministers of the 9 departments knew that over time, the electromagnetic altars would inevitably be brought down. The minister of the Bloodforge department looked at the others and slowly shook his head, indicating that it was not yet time. Once the doomsday catastrophe was unleashed, it had to be decisive. The only way to defeat the enemy was to activate the destruction protocol. Therefore, they had to wait. Wait for the enemy's strength to continue to weaken, wait for them to think they had victory in hand, and to come at them with full force. But they needed to put on a show. The Minister of Administration, Tai, shook his head and offered his perspective. If the 3 doomsday catastrophes did nothing, it would only arouse suspicion. Instead, they should activate the Great Flood Protocol to suppress the enemy. Perhaps this move might provoke the enemy's strong players to act and destroy the doomsday catastrophes, and that would be their opportunity. Blood thought for a few seconds upon hearing this, and nodded in agreement. All right, initiate the Great Flood Protocol. The power of the steam clouds is enough to melt steel within its range. A hissing sound of exhaust echoed as the 3 doomsday catastrophes slowly activated, and the inexhaustible gears at their core began to turn, unleashing endless energy. Instantly, the moisture in the air sharply decreased, and dense steam clouds erupted from nearly 3,000 cooling towers, sweeping across the battlefield. These steam clouds, infused with psychic energy, had a certain degree of friend or foe recognition. While they couldn't completely protect their own forces from harm, at least they wouldn't melt them. Under the shroud of the overlimit steam cloud, the situation for the innate human race took a drastic turn for the worse. This steam cloud wasn't a one-time damage, but a persistent threat. Despite starting at the extraordinary second tier, these innate humans struggled to withstand the metal-melting steam cloud for long. Meanwhile, the Steel Holy Court seized the opportunity to launch an attack, causing significant casualties among the innate humans. At this critical moment, 5 extraordinary 5th-tier leaders of the innate human race, standing at the rear of the massive army, could no longer hold back. One man, with hair like flames, soared into the sky and unleashed a 10-meter-long fire dragon from his mouth, instantly incinerating the steam cloud. This fire was pure extraordinary power, unrestricted by physical laws. The fire dragon danced in the sky, continually burning the steam cloud, but it was only 10,000 meters long, while the steam cloud stretched over hundreds of kilometers. Seeing this, the flame-haired man snorted coldly, shook himself, and revealed his 1,000-meter-long true form. Human upper body, dragon lower body, with flaming snake-like ears hanging down and a blazing sun suspended behind his head. He reached out, summoning endless flames from the void, which coalesced into a spear that fell into his hand. He raised the spear high and hurled it with great force, aiming directly at the doomsday catastrophe. Boom! The spear shot out, piercing a blank path through the steam cloud, melting everything in its path, whether Steel Holy Court or innate human. Activate the divine light. A hum resonated as the ethereal sound of praise echoed. Countless coils on the massive body of the doomsday catastrophe flickered, forming a dazzling electric light in the air ahead. The electric light collided with the fire spear, instantly triggering a violent energy storm that devastated the surrounding terrain within a dozen kilometers. A more intense battle erupted, just as bloodthirsty as desired. In another layer of the sky, Zhang En had used the perpetual gears to forcibly ascend to the 8th tier, creating powerful and terrifying cosmic constructs to confront Lu Jingchuan. However, the formidable and complex nature of the God-Demon method proved challenging. The cosmic constructs Zhang En forged could suppress the star-swallowing general, but against Lu Jingchuan, they were ineffective. Once Lu Jingchuan ascended to the 8th tier, his evolved chaotic body was nearly immortal, impervious to all attacks, even those of time and space. The inability to inflict critical damage meant limited attack effectiveness. The 8th tier chaotic body of the God Demon method was reputedly immortal, with immense regenerative abilities. Fortunately, while Zhang En couldn't defeat Lu Jingchuan couldn't capture Zhang En either. The God Demon method, though powerful, lacked in finesse, whereas Zhang En's mechanical path excelled in precision. Using a temporarily forged time-space loop, Zhang En continuously traversed the past, future, and present, engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with Lu Jingchuan. This stalling tactic prevented collapse under Lu Jingchuan's aggressive attacks. Boom! An illusory giant bell shook, emitting an invisible gravitational pulse that forced Lu Jingchuan back a few steps. Immediately, Lu Jingchuan pursued, roaring, "Stop running!" He reached out, his ancient aura-filled hand shattering the void, entwined with chaotic energy, trying to grasp Zhang En's form. Damn it! Zhang En cursed inwardly, quickly calculating the right timeline with his forged quantum probability cloud, and leaped into it, evading Lu Jingchuan's grasp. Without the quantum probability cloud's assistance in calculating timelines and time-space branches, engaging in guerrilla warfare with Lu Jingchuan would have been difficult. Time-space is unpredictable, and random transitions require extensive calculations to find the right timeline, with any mistake potentially leading to a time-space trap. Although Zhang En was currently maneuvering skillfully, a single misstep could result in getting lost in the forces of time and space. He persisted in the stalemate with Lu Jingchuan, hoping for the Civilization Legion's ultimate doomsday catastrophe move to turn the tide. Even a draw would be better than a direct defeat. Zhang En, Lu Jingchuan roared, his voice shattering the sky, forming cracks. Running again. Can't you fight me, Heathen? In the previous 14 matches, Lu Jingchuan hadn't encountered such an agile opponent. Despite learning some celestial techniques to compensate for the operational shortcomings of the God Demon method, chasing Zhang En through time-space remained a daunting challenge. All he could do was leverage his 8th tier status and power to counterattack when Zhang En launched an attack from another timeline. Coming again, Lu Jingchuan suddenly turned, divine light flashing in his eyes, and struck out a palm, unleashing chaos energy to obliterate everything, transforming into a brilliant gamma ray. He then transformed his palm into a grasp, attempting to seize Zhang En. His power could penetrate time-space, but penetration didn't mean he could track within it. Clang! This time, Lu Jingchuan caught something a dark matter forge. The moment he grabbed it, the forge exploded, swallowing Lu Jingchuan into a black hole. Yet, seconds later, the black hole collapsed, and Lu Jingchuan re-emerged, radiating golden light. The golden light was the divine glow emitted by his flesh, and the black hole attack had indeed harmed him. Lu Jingchuan wanted to shout, but was speechless. A technical genius indeed. In a viewing room, Taichu and a black-robed immortal watched the battle between Zhang En and Lu Jingchuan. Ha ha ha. This kid is interesting, exploiting Lu's weaknesses relentlessly. The black-robed immortal laughed, clapping his hands at Zhang En's maneuvers. Taichu was also quite satisfied with Zhang En's performance. He appreciated the skillful civilization master Zhang En had become, especially the Theseus ship he taught. The time-space loops, quantum probability clouds, and various cosmic constructs Zhang En forged were all admirable. Though Taichu had chosen the divine civilization path over the mechanical due to certain reasons, the mechanical path still held a special place in his heart, like a youthful love. Witnessing Zhang En's mechanical constructs, Taichu couldn't help but express some satisfaction. Not bad. He complimented lightly, surprising the black-robed immortal. Rare indeed. Taichu, I never expected you to praise someone. This kid must have impressed you. Once this match is over, I'll go find him. Taichu gave no reply, continuing his observation. The man in black nodded, unfazed by Taichu's words even though they involved interfering with the college entrance examination. After all, the exam is backed by two major forces, the top 10 and the top 100. The ultimate goal of each exam is to select talent for these two powers. While fairness and justice must be ensured, different circumstances must also be considered. If someone from the top 100 cannot recruit during the exam, the top 10 is different. They are superior, and if they spot talent in these exams, they can recruit at any time. This kid is quite talented, coming from humble beginnings, yet able to reach this level and contend with Lu, the man in black said with a tone of disappointment when mentioning Lu Jingchuan. Lu is wasting the opportunity of having a father who is the ruler of an 8th grade civilization, yet he fights so recklessly. Even if he wins this match, I want him to win 50 more. Clearly, the man in black was well acquainted with Lu Jingchuan and his father. Taichu forced a stiff smile, thinking to himself, humph. Just then, the man in black snorted coldly, about to speak, but Taichu interrupted, don't rush. Watch, this match is about to end. Both their eyes focused on the screen. In the competition world, The Iron Holy Court was barely holding a stalemate against the five-tier leader of the innate human tribe using the power of three doomsday calamities. The five emperors of the innate human tribe combined their powers to create a formidable five-elements wheel, capable of devastating the land with a single strike, leaving massive craters. As time passed, most of the cyborg warriors of the Iron Holy Court had fallen, tanks and armored vehicles were all destroyed, and most of the paladin mechs were damaged. Two of the electromechanical altars had been shot down, leaving five in a precarious state. In contrast, the death toll for the innate human tribe was only in the tens of thousands, with just five fourth-tier commanders fallen. Judging by the casualty ratio, the Iron Holy Court was at a clear disadvantage. Perhaps because of this, the five emperors gathered all the innate humans for a final assault on the remaining forces of the Iron Holy Court. Inside the Doomsday Calamity, Xue's eyes gleamed, with psionic tendrils extending from the back of his head into the brains of the other 8 ministers. This connection tightly linked the thoughts of the 9, transferring all computational power to Xue, allowing him to better assess the situation. Almost there, Xue murmured, the connection of 9 minds stirring a long-lost feeling of anxiety within him. As the innate human tribe launched a massive offensive, the remaining forces of the Iron Holy Court were forced to retreat. The attacks of the innate 5 emperors grew fiercer, with their combined 5 elements wheel nearing the power of the 6th tier, creating a concept. If not for the other 2 doomsday calamities being controlled by Qi and Ming, who had reached the peak of the 4th tier, a doomsday calamity might have already been destroyed. Humph, heretical demons, making a last stand. The innate 5 emperors manifested their true forms as divine demons, collectively controlling the wheel of 5-colored light to attack the doomsday calamity. Blinding electric light flared, and the 3 divine lights barely managed to block the wheel. But this was not sustainable. The doomsday calamity could hold, but the many psionic users inside the massive structure were reaching their limits. Finally, after enduring several more rounds of attacks, Xue's eyes suddenly burst, scattering countless crystalline dust particles into the air, which melted instantly. Finally, it was done. A solemn song resonated through the psychic network, echoing within the 3 apocalypse engines. As the destructive storm cleansed the last speck of flesh and dust, and the sound of gears meshed in place of all heartbeats, the god of ruin would return from all things where fractures burst with destructive arcs, and sacred oil of eternal life flowed amidst rust. All flesh was guilty, and all gears were redemption. Punishment was the only compassion, and destruction the ultimate gospel. The majestic song instantly filled the battlefield, spanning hundreds of kilometers. The 5 innate emperors, controlling the 5 elements celestial wheel, immediately sensed danger and a premonition of death. The 5 elements became one annihilation of all things. The divine and demonic powers of the 5 connected, with the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth rotating. The 5 merged into one, transforming into a hazy mass of chaos, charging towards the apocalypse engines. This was their most powerful move, but it came with great risk. Once used, one of them would inevitably face soul annihilation as the price. They had previously held the upper hand and had not intended to use this move. But now, they had no choice. But it was too late. At that moment, the 3 apocalypse engines disintegrated, and pure, flawless light surged from the massive metal forges. The destruction protocol activated. Boom. The world roared. 3 storms of psychic energy and metal fragments suddenly appeared, merging into one and spreading outward with ferocity. The land, spanning over 100 kilometers, was engulfed, with the chaotic energy of the 5 emperors being the first to be hit. The chaotic energy was immensely powerful, touching upon the edge of conceptual power, but it was only one mass, while the destructive storm covered hundreds of kilometers. The chaotic energy surged through the overwhelming storm, constantly extinguishing parts of it. However, the chaotic energy would eventually be exhausted, while the destructive storm continued to devour the soldiers of the Steel Holy Court and the innate humans, expanding its area. Even the land was melting under the terrifying storm, causing it to grow even larger. Finally, as the storm's range expanded, the sheer quantity overwhelmed the quality, completely obliterating the chaotic energy. The 5 emperors, caught within, tried to resist, but ultimately could not escape defeat. The destructive storm achieved a 5th-tier power level, but in terms of range, it was 6th tier. Without a 6th-tier level attack to erase it from the source or to cover the entire storm area, this storm could not be eliminated. In the observation room, a black-clad immortal witnessed this scene and shook his head. It's a draw now? But knowing Lu's personality, it's more likely he won't stand for humiliation and will concede. Taichu, you found a treasure this time. If this kid wasn't incompatible with our heavenly Tao sect, I would have considered recruiting him myself. Very impressive. Taichu spoke calmly, with admiration in his eyes. Every year, human civilization produces many talents and geniuses, but few rise from obscurity. Among those who do, Even fewer can develop their civilization in such an innovative way at the stage of a lower-level civilization master. In the hundreds of years I've lived, I haven't seen many, especially those who pursue the path of mechanical civilization. That's why I have a high regard and appreciation for Zhang En. So, are you joining now? The black-clad immortal asked Taichu. Let's wait and see how Lu reacts. Taichu said after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. In another part of the celestial arena, Lu Jingchuan, who was pursuing Zhang En, suddenly stopped, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He thought, shocked to realize that his entire civilization army had been annihilated, which seemed utterly absurd. His innate human army consisted of 4 million people, all of whom were at least at the second extraordinary level, with 5 formidable fighters at the 5th extraordinary level capable of performing combined limit-breaking techniques. How could such a formation be completely wiped out by a level 3 civilization army? Nothing is impossible, Zhang En said with a smile, revealing himself to Lu Jingchuan. So, do you still want to continue the fight? He also sensed the annihilation of the Iron Holy Court army and took a moment to observe the situation on the ground. Seeing the rampaging storm of destruction, he knew the battlefield below had ended in mutual destruction. Since the ground battle was a draw, the outcome of the battle above would determine the winner. However, given the current situation, it seemed likely to end in a draw as well. Zhang En couldn't defeat Lu Jingchuan, and Lu Jingchuan couldn't catch Zhang En. They countered each other, and it was unlikely either would win before the match's end. Instead of continuing, Zhang En chose to reveal himself and see what Lu Jingchuan thought. Seeing Zhang En appear, Lu Jingchuan instinctively wanted to attack, but his rationality held him back. He looked at Zhang En with eyes filled with anger, frustration, and a hint of grievance, making Zhang En feel a chill down his spine. Zhang En, you're good, very good, Lu Jingchuan said through gritted teeth, feeling wronged. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Despite not being able to defeat his opponent, he was stuck in a stalemate due to the timeline's interference. Meanwhile, his civilization army had been dragged into mutual destruction by some unknown means. If this had happened to the leader of a level 4 civilization, he might have accepted it calmly. But Zhang En was merely the leader of a level 3 civilization and not from a prominent family. How could he tolerate this? I concede this match, Zhang En. I hope to see your name in the next top 10 joint exchange competition, Lu Jingchuan said, taking a deep breath. After reviving his civilization army and sending them through the boundary gate, he left the arena. After Lu Jingchuan departed, Zhang En dismantled all his constructs and exited his ancient god form. His face was pale as he exhaled slowly, a hint of relief on his face. It's a good thing he's a genius with his own pride, or this could have gone on much longer. After such a long and arduous struggle, he had finally won. I won, haha, I won. Zhang En couldn't contain his joy and shouted in celebration. The top 10, the top 10, the top 10. He repeated it 3 times, emphasizing the importance of this achievement. He had finally crossed the threshold into the top 10, reaching the pinnacle of the starry sky. Crossing this step was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, like a great cultivator overcoming the heavenly tribulation. The destructive storm on the ground had gradually dissipated by the time Lu Jingchuan revived his army. Under Zhang En's control, even the land ravaged by war was restored. After this victory, I need to reward my people, Zhang En thought as he sent his civilization army back through the boundary gate, contemplating what rewards to give his civilization army. This time, he issued the divine order, organizing the civilized army to go to war. After the victory, he faced the dilemma of rewards, not wanting to forcibly interfere with the progress of civilization. As Zhang En pondered, he did not hear the gentle voice that should have sounded. At that moment, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly echoed, startling Zhang En. He turned to see a ghostly figure, with a pale face, long hair flowing down, exuding a quiet aura of death. Who might you be? Zhang En cautiously inquired, already suspecting the answer. This person was not a candidate. Appearing here directly, they were most likely one of the 10 teachers. You guessed correctly. I am a teacher from the ship of Theseus. Taichu discerned Zhang En's thoughts and introduced himself straightforwardly. I am Taichu, the Death Concept Studies teacher at the ship of Theseus, holding the title of Theseus Mentor. Greetings, Mentor Taichu. Zhang En quickly saluted, understanding in his heart that if he aspired to be part of the top 10, he must be familiar with them. The ship of Theseus is one of the top 10, focusing on deities, extraordinary machines, and special civilization systems. The top 10 are more like 10 top-tier sects and powers, adopting university titles to adapt to human civilization. Within the top 10, students are not divided by grade but by cultivation level. Ordinary teachers at the ship of Theseus are called topological scholars, while the next tier is Theseus Mentor, equivalent to an associate professor in a university. Above them are philosophers and eternal scholars, the former being professors, and the latter senior professors or academicians. A Theseus Mentor personally meeting Zhang En speaks volumes. Would you like to join the ship of Theseus? Taichu asked directly. Your humble beginnings are a disadvantage, but they also prove your value. Especially your innovative ideas in the mechanical field and your nurturing of civilization demonstrate extraordinary talent. Such talent can receive the best cultivation at the ship of Theseus. I can offer you only one benefit: early access to the privileges of the Rift vessel. However, this is limited to 3 years. If you fail to meet the Rift vessel standards within 3 years, you will lose these privileges. With that, Taichu provided Zhang En with information and benefits related to the Rift vessel. I agree to join the ship of Theseus. After understanding the situation, Zhang En chose to join without hesitation. At the ship of Theseus, students are divided not by years, but by cultivation levels, which include the primordial wood, Rift vessel, mirror sail, and flowing ship, with the recursive harbor being a special level. The Rift vessel is the second level, with standards of a level 4 civilization master and a 7th tier cultivation. The benefits at this level exceed those previously offered by Sun Mingtai. Zhang En did not bargain, nor did he feel he had the leverage to do so. He is a genius, but not irreplaceable. As time passed, only the people from the ship of Theseus appeared before him. To the top universities, there are so many geniuses each year that they don't really mind losing a few occasionally. Very well, welcome aboard the ship of Theseus, Zhang En, Taichu said with a rare smile, extending his hand. From today, you shall take pride in being part of the ship of Theseus, and hopefully, it will one day take pride in you. After shaking hands with Taichu, Zhang En asked, Teacher, what should I do next? You don't need to do anything. Just wait to receive the glory and brilliance that is yours, Taichu replied. September is when new students enroll, so make sure to arrive at the school in advance. Oh, by the way, Taichu pointed to the world beneath them. This world will be your reward for excellence, your exclusive space within the Dao discussion platform. If you find it too small, you can continue competing to merge other candidates' worlds into yours. Zhang En hadn't expected such perks from the college entrance exams. He'd never heard of it before. When he voiced his doubts, Taichu revealed the harsh truth. Only those who win more than 45 consecutive matches are eligible for this reward. All right, but I really don't have the energy to continue competing, Zhang En nodded, dismissing the idea. Beating Lu Jingchuan had been pure luck. If Lu Jingchuan hadn't conceded, the match would have ended in a draw. You can leave now, but before you go, I think it's necessary to give you a small gift. Taichu, who admired Zhang En's unique ideas about mechanical engineering, reached into the air and pulled out a palm-sized palace model. The palace was a mechanical construct, its intricate internal mechanisms constantly in motion, causing subtle changes at all times. This is a Tier 2 wonder, the mechanical hall. When integrated into your world, it will enhance your civilization's mechanical affinity, making it easier for its members to discover new technologies. Your civilization is already at level 3, and judging by the military forces you displayed in the competition, you plan to advance to level 4 and truly enter the age of electrical energy, correct? Yes, teacher, Zhang En nodded, sharing his future plans. If I can advance to become the ruler of a level 7 civilization, the theme will be the information age. The information age? Taichu was intrigued, pausing to listen. In the information age, are you planning to build a virtual world or pursue information ascension? No, my plan is to combine information with mechanics. Once we enter the information age, the civilization will undergo mechanical ascension, with all members who reach the limit ascending in consciousness while their bodies transform into mechanical creations. As long as their digitized consciousness is preserved, they cannot be destroyed. Zhang En briefly outlined his vision, a concept born from observing his civilization's developmental trajectory. That could work, but there will be many challenges ahead, Taichu remarked, recalling thousands of similar cases. If you're interested in pursuing consciousness elevation and mechanical ascension, you might want to join clubs like Ascension Network, Eternal Arc, or the Immortal Agreement when you get to school. These clubs primarily focus on the field of mechanical ascension. If you join them, you'll gain a wealth of useful knowledge. However, their requirements are quite high, and you'll need to put in considerable effort. After a brief chat, Taichu casually tossed aside the mechanical hall and disappeared. Zhang En picked up the mechanical hall and gazed in the direction where Taichu vanished, reflecting, university life is truly wonderful. Civilization wonders are a special type of resource that, once invested in the world, can provide various enhancements to a civilization. Some offer one-time boosts, while others offer permanent enhancements. These wonders require at least a level 4 civilization leader to begin construction and are extremely expensive. Civilization wonders are divided into 7 tiers, with even the cheapest Tier 1 wonder requiring hundreds of units of civilization power, and their buffs are often unremarkable. Starting from Tier 2, they are valued using civilization essence. The Tier 2 civilization wonder, the mechanical hall provided by Taichu, offers a significant targeted buff to a civilization. The official pricing from the heavens is at least 5 units of civilization essence, and if there's urgent demand, the price may increase. Such a price is a considerable expense for even a level 6 civilization leader. Yet, Taichu easily gifted it to Zhang En, truly living up to the reputation of a top 10 associate professor-level civilization leader, generous and wealthy. Zhang En had heard on the civilization network that top human civilization forces like the top 10, or some immortal families, control many worlds and can produce an extra amount of civilization power. This makes them exceptionally wealthy and intimidating. Although no top force has come forward to confirm this, no one has denied it either, so it seems to be true. Now, Zhang En finally gets to enjoy this privilege. With the mechanical hall in hand, Zhang En left the Dao platform and then informed Zhang Wanyan, as well as his grandfather and parents, about his acceptance into the Theseus ship. Just seconds after Zhang En shared the news, Zhang Wanyan suddenly appeared in the classroom. He rushed over excitedly, grabbed Zhang En's arm, his lips quivering as if wanting to say something, but hesitated due to Zhang En's new status with the Theseus ship. It seemed as if a sad barrier had formed between them. Teacher, what do you think? Was your investment worth it? Zhang En noticed Zhang Wanyan's awkwardness and broke the silence with a smile. Zhang Wanyan's attitude helped him regain their familiar interaction, and he relaxed with a laugh, saying, "Worth it. Absolutely worth it. I never expected you to be such a prodigious talent, standing out among the elites cultivated by powerful families and being accepted by the Theseus ship. Once you join the top 10, it's like stepping into another world." Zhang Wanyan sighed, reflecting, "I really didn't expect you to accomplish this." "Yeah, I didn't expect it either," Zhang En echoed, feeling the same. Had he not encountered Lu Jingchuan, who specialized in divine magic, the outcome might have been uncertain. In any case, the result was favorable. He caught Taichu's eye, gained entry into the Theseus ship, and achieved his goal. After a brief conversation with Zhang En, Zhang Wanyan suddenly opened the civilization panel and transferred 200 units of civilization power to him. Surprised, Zhang En asked, "Teacher, what is this for?" Zhang Wanyan waved his hand modestly, saying, "Now that you've made it to the top 10, you'll need a lot of civilization power in the future. As your teacher, there's not much more I can do to help you. So please accept these 200 units without disdain." Zhang En was taken aback. For a lower-level civilization master, it would take centuries to accumulate such an amount of civilization power, so how could he possibly disdain it? He accepted the gift gratefully, expressing his thanks. Zhang Wanyan responded earnestly, "Actually, Zhang En, you've already given me enough in return. As a student from Tianmen Star who made it to the top 10, the officials will naturally reward me, the principal of Tianmen Star High School. This reward might be enough for me to break through to a level 6 civilization master. When that time comes, if you ever need anything, just let me know." His words conveyed a sense that he no longer saw Zhang En as a junior, but rather as a peer, someone of higher status. Zhang En understood the deeper meaning behind his words and nodded after a brief pause, saying, "All right, if I ever need anything, I'll be sure to trouble you. Teacher." "Don't mention trouble. Many people would love the chance to connect with a top 10 student." Zhang En once again felt the unfortunate barrier between him and Zhang Wanyan. This barrier naturally formed when his status changed dramatically upon becoming a top 10 student and was difficult to remove. However, he wasn't the sentimental type and instead recalled an article by a certain gentleman he had read in his previous life. So, without further conversation, he bid farewell and left. Watching Zhang En's disappearing figure, Zhang Wanyan sighed. From this moment, the status gap between them would only grow, and their teacher-student relationship would depend on their mutual thoughts. In a world where individual power is paramount, status is a symbol of strength, and those with too large a power gap are destined to have little emotional connection. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With Zhang En entering the top 10, he received official recognition and had the chance to advance to level 6, continuing his journey as a civilization master. Both of them had bright futures ahead. When Zhang En returned home, Zhang Xian had already arrived. Upon learning that Zhang En had indeed been admitted to the top 10 and accepted by the ship of Theseus, he crossed the stars at full speed to reach Tianmen Star. Zhang Xian understood better than anyone what it meant to be in the top 10. It was the opportunity for true ascent. As long as Zhang En survived and graduated from the ship of Theseus, the Zhang family could rise and gradually enter the upper circles of the Huangtian star system in a few hundred or thousand years. "Shaoan, have you really been admitted to the ship of Theseus?" Zhang Xian rushed to Zhang En as soon as he returned, anxiously grabbing his arm. Zhang En smiled and replied, "Of course, grandfather." As he spoke, he took out the mechanical hull from his pocket. This second-tier artifact was a gift from Taichu, a mentor from the ship of Theseus, and served as his admission credential. Zhang Xian's voice trembled with excitement, and he spoke even louder. "Our Zhang family has risen from humble beginnings, and after many years, we've finally produced a true dragon." After speaking, his expression turned serious as he addressed Xiao En. "From today onwards, all the family's earnings will be at your disposal. If you need my resources, you can have them all." Grandpa, there's no need for that." Zhang En thought for a moment and declined Zhang Xian's offer. Being straightforward with his grandfather, he said, "Grandpa, although our Zhang family controls a planet's resources, it's just a remote planet. The annual resources converted to civilization power aren't much. It might not even be enough for your use, and giving them to me wouldn't make much of a difference." The planet Zhang Xian controlled was an ordinary commercial planet, located in a remote area, frequented mostly by companies of mortals and transcendence, with hardly any civilization leaders in sight. Hence, the planet didn't produce civilization power. All currency was the official currency of human civilization, which couldn't be converted into civilization power. Zhang Xian had to buy some precious resources with the currency to trade in the heavens for civilization power. Throughout a year, he could gather only a dozen strands of civilization power. For a low-level civilization leader, this was considerable, but for a mid-level one, it was just all right. Zhang En candidly expressed that he wasn't interested in this amount of civilization power. He had received a promise from Tai Chu that once he entered the ship of Theseus, he would enjoy the benefits of the second-level rift vessel. The monthly benefits of the rift vessel amounted to 10 strands of civilization power, totaling 120 annually. It was better for Zhang Xian to keep the Zhang family's dozen strands for himself. Zhang Xian hesitated, and seeing this, Zhang En suggested, "Keep these strands of civilization power for yourself, to train some personnel. I'll definitely need to establish a force to support me in the future, so why don't you start preparing them for me now?" Hearing this, Zhang Xian agreed. "All right, I'll do my best to help you build a force. There's no rush. Once you've found your footing on the ship of Theseus, we can start then." Zhang En wasn't in a hurry to establish a force. He knew his strength was insufficient, and it would just be empty talk for now. Once he advanced to a level 4 civilization leader, maintained the level of the rift vessel, or even further reached the mirror sail, he could choose to establish a force without facing obstacles. After his conversation with Zhang Xian, Zhang En turned to his parents. By this time, a slight distance had developed between him and his parents. He was now a level 3 civilization leader, soon to enter the top 10, with the potential to become a high-level civilization leader, while his parents were merely ordinary transcendents. In the face of such a power gap, even with his biological parents, a sense of separation was inevitable. Zhang En understood this was unavoidable. His goal was to ensure that his parents lived a happy and carefree life. "Mom, Dad, from today on, you don't need to work anymore. You can do whatever you want, like developing some hobbies or traveling to different planets," Zhang En suggested to his parents, hoping they could live more relaxed lives. Zhang's parents nodded with a mixture of sadness and pride. They had witnessed their child, Zhang En, transform into a true dragon, yet they deeply felt the growing distance between them. Although Zhang En's love for them remained unchanged, the gap was undeniable. As Zhang En's cultivation advanced, his focus would shift to practice, exploring the void, dealing with external invasions, and developing civilization. How much time would he have left to spend with his parents? "Keep moving forward, Xiao En. Don't worry about us. We'll take care of ourselves," Zhang's father said, patting Zhang En's shoulder with reluctance. "From today on, you're an adult. Your mother and I can't help you much anymore. You'll have to walk your path alone." Smack! Zhang's mother playfully slapped Zhang's father on the head. "Why say such things on a happy day? Xiao En, focus on your studies at university. Your father and I will follow your advice and travel to other planets, enjoying the sights and starting to live life to the fullest." After making arrangements for his parents, Zhang En bid farewell to Zhang Wanyan and Zhang Xian and embarked on his journey to the ship of Theseus. Although it was only June and university wouldn't start for another 3 months, the galaxy where the ship of Theseus was located was one of the core galaxies of human civilization and quite far from the Huantian galaxy. Even with the use of stargates, it would take 10 to 15 days to reach. Zhang En planned to take an interstellar train, handling some civilization affairs along the way while enjoying the beauty of the universe. The interstellar train, developed by Universal Company, connected the galaxies with a train traveling through a vast space-time continuum created by a higher civilization master. In this space-time, passengers could observe the galaxies and switch perspectives to view each planet. The train offered different time options, ranging from 1 day to a month, with prices varying accordingly. Universal Company earned substantial profits from this project, with competitors unable to enter the market due to the protection of the higher civilization master. With the 100 civilization powers given by Zhang Wanyan, Zhang En easily paid for a 2-month journey from the Huantian galaxy to the Sky Galaxy. The so-called interstellar train was essentially a collection of independent small worlds designed to look like a train. This was a unique hobby of the master of Universal Company, and no one dared to question it. On a sunny beach, Zhang En lay on a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun. Around him, exquisitely featured male and female elves played, and mermaids performed in the sea. These were all part of the interstellar train's offerings, designed to keep passengers in a pleasant mood during their journey. "Also refreshing," Zhang En exclaimed, downing a cold cola and letting out a satisfied burp. From the time he arrived in this universe to the college entrance exam, He had been cautious and on edge. But his hard work paid off, and he had finally made it through. Now, he had the rare opportunity to relax and ease the fatigue and stress accumulated over the past year. After discarding the empty cola cup, Zhang En jumped up and joined the elves' party, laughing and enjoying himself with them. These were pure native elves, captured and trained by Universal Company from other worlds to serve travelers. Zhang En was a decent person and did nothing inappropriate. After venting his emotions, he left a marker and then entered his own world. 3 days had passed since the college entrance exam. Zhang En deliberately slowed the time flow between his world and the real universe to a 1-to-1 ratio. In his world, only 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, the civilization army organized by the Steel Holy Court had just disbanded, and the special modifications on the cyborg warriors' brains had not fully recovered. It sounded outrageous, but the Steel Holy Court's special modifications were temporary surgeries conducted for wartime purposes. After the war, they would return to their original state. With millions of cyborg warriors comprising a significant portion of the Steel Holy Court's population, turning them into permanent mechanical minds would greatly impact the development of civilization. Today, in the temporary military camp outside Qiming City, restoration surgeries were underway. The ministers of the 9 divisions and the high-ranking clergy of the Mechanical God sect discussed the previous war, trying to identify weaknesses in the Steel Holy Court's army and technology for improvement and enhancement. As for Qi and Ming, their mental states were poor, and they had returned to the shattered cathedral. Research on aerial weapons needed to be prioritized. In these 3 days, the main debate between the ministers of the 9 divisions and the high-ranking clergy centered around aerial weapons. Led by Shui, some ministers, after confronting Jiang Huayu's immortal civilization, believed that developing aerial weapons was essential. Otherwise, the tactics might not work against similar civilizations in the future. Meanwhile, the high-ranking clergy strongly advocated for prioritizing the development of powerful deterrent weapons. The final battle had proven the importance of such weapons. If not for their full mechanization, which eliminated emotions like anger, they might have already come to blows. Even though they hadn't physically clashed, the cold and cutting exchanges between the parties made the assistants responsible for cleaning up feel the tension in the air. Suddenly, the sound of the debate came to an abrupt halt. Praise the great shattered god. The crowd bowed in unison, uttering their devout praises. The gears within them roared, and the mechanical components on their bodies vibrated joyfully, celebrating the arrival of the deity. Zhang En did not elaborate, but conveyed a vague message, guiding them to gather in front of the shattered cathedral in the center of the square. Abandoning their debates, the crowd hurried to the front of the shattered cathedral. Dong, dong, dong. As they arrived, the sacred bell inside the shattered cathedral began to ring on its own. A cold and heavy steel glow descended from the tower, enveloping the entire cathedral. Zhang En stood above the firmament, reached out to retract the shattered cathedral, and replaced it with the mechanical hall. Then, he conveyed another vague message, praising the members of the Steel Holy Court for their good work and promising them rewards. This mechanical hall was a sacred relic that could enhance the wisdom of all citizens of the Steel Holy Court. Furthermore, he promised to bestow blessings on all who participated in the battle. If Zhang En had explained all this in detail, it might have diminished the sense of grandeur. However, by conveying it vaguely, allowing the 9 ministers and clergy to comprehend it on their own, it better demonstrated the divine majesty and unfathomable nature of the deity. Divine grace is like the ocean, divine might like a prison. As a deity, Zhang En needed to maintain a distance from them, allowing the followers to feel his majesty and benevolence. After conveying these messages, the thoughts of the 9 ministers and clergy fluctuated intensely, their excitement evident. Praise the great shattered god, they exclaimed in unison, watching as the steel glow from the sky gradually faded. Moments later, Zhang En bestowed his blessing. The power of the mechanical concept brushed over the Steel Holy Court like a gentle breeze. All soldiers in the civilized legion felt an enhancement of their intellect, increased power in their implanted prosthetics, and improved integration between their mechanized bodies and their original flesh. Though they did not understand the reason for this enhancement, it did not stop them from praising the shattered god. Indeed, this must be a gift from the shattered god. After bestowing the blessing, Zhang En turned his gaze to Qi and Ming, the 2 original mechanical pontiffs, whom he regarded as valuable talents. Due to their excessive pursuit of mechanical spirituality, their minds gradually became mechanized, transforming them almost entirely into mechanical beings. For a century, they could only remain in constant slumber to preserve the last shred of humanity. However, in this war, they insisted on participating, making this transformation irreversible. I shouldn't interfere with you, Zhang En murmured to Qi and Ming. He had already stated that he would not easily interfere with the course of civilization. Thus, he was even less inclined to intervene in the lives of individuals within that civilization, even if these individuals were his most devout followers and his strongest force. Yet, in this war, Qi and Ming each piloted an apocalyptic disaster, playing a crucial role in the ultimate victory over the innate human civilization. Consequently, Zhang En decided to save them once. Sigh, it seems I'm being a bit sentimental, Zhang En muttered to himself. But there must be rules for everything. If I casually break the constraints I've set, then what is the point of rules and order? With these thoughts, Zhang En descended the mechanical divine light, reversing the mechanical spirituality of the two. The cold, mechanical aura surrounding Qi and Ming gradually dissipated, and their purely mechanical forms began to exude a more lively essence. Zhang En glanced at them briefly before his figure vanished from the grand hall. Slowly, Qi and Ming opened their eyes, and this time, their crystal-clear, polished gaze revealed a deep, human-like sense of weariness. A century had passed in the blink of an eye. Qi's voice was hoarse yet resolute. Praise the great god of fractures. Both of them shouted in unison, their powerful voices resonating throughout the entire hall. The next day, the first mechanical pontiff received the blessing of the god of fractures, breaking free from the constraints of mechanization. This news quickly spread throughout the Iron Holy See. The high-ranking officials of the Holy See, who were initially elated by their victory in war, suddenly felt a tinge of pressure and unease. In their eyes, Qi and Ming, the two pontiffs of the mechanical cult, were the true uncrowned kings. Despite having slumbered for a century, their influence had waned, but their power had not diminished. Instead, it had grown even stronger. The divine authority granted to them still existed, and they remained the pontiffs of the mechanical cult, still the servants of the great god of fractures in the mortal realm. Now, with their return and regained consciousness, what changes would they bring to this new nation? In Qiming City, named after them, Qi and Ming returned, disguising themselves as ordinary people, blending into the crowd as they entered the capital of the Holy See. Time flowed like a torrential river, and everything had changed beyond recognition. Compared to a century ago, Qiming City is now more mechanized, with the latest steam and electric-powered products visible everywhere. Qi and Ming were overwhelmed by the sights, like country folks visiting the city for the first time. The might of the Holy Court is increasingly evident. The power of electricity far surpasses steam, propelling the Holy Court to new heights. Qi watched the passing tram with admiration, while Ming nodded in agreement. Through the application of these electric products, they recognized the advantages of electricity. Compared to steam creations, electric inventions are more precise, intricate, and versatile, capable of performing tasks that steam technology cannot achieve. Without a doubt, the electric system is superior to the steam system, marking the future of the Holy Court. Qi's tone grew colder as he noted that since the advent of electricity, its development had been restricted. This approach undoubtedly hinders the progress of the Holy Court and is a disrespect to the great god of Shattered. Let's go, let's end this journey and attend to serious matters, Ming said, striding towards the city's mechanical temple. As they approached, their ordinary demeanor faded, replaced by a cold and commanding presence that made passers-by step aside in awe. Soon, a law enforcement psychic hurried over, and upon seeing Qi and Ming, bowed in shock. Greetings, Grand Mechanist of Steel and Eternal Calibrator. Inform them that we are going to the mechanical temple, Qi stated coldly before departing with Ming, leaving behind astonished onlookers. The devoted servants of the god of Shattered, the esteemed Grand Mechanist of Steel and the Eternal Calibrator, have returned to Qiming City. An hour later, inside the Hall of Machinery. The Hall of Machinery had replaced the shattered cathedral, yet the people seated in the conference room were still the same as before 9 department ministers, Qi and Ming. The atmosphere between them was icy, as if they had long lost their flesh and blood. A century had passed, and returning to this place, they once again deliberated the future of civilization. The Minister of Administration, Tai, attempted to break the silence, saying, "Indeed, the future of civilization." Qi responded, "Today, we are here to continue discussing the future of civilization." On their way here, he and Ming had witnessed the changes in the Holy Court. The emergence of electrical energy, a new source and system, puzzled them. Why? Over the past few decades, had it not become mainstream in the Holy Court? Why did the old, cumbersome steam technology still dominate? Patriarch Qi, your emotions are too agitated, Tai said calmly. For us, any impulsive emotions could affect the direction of our decisions. Therefore, I hope both sides remain calm before we converse. Qi tapped the table. After nearly 200 years, he finally showed a natural, relaxed smile. Perhaps it was a blessing from the great shattered god, whose power reversed the mechanization process for him and Ming, reviving the emotions that once vanished, bringing him joy, whether calm or emotional. Can you, the managers of the Holy Court, tell us why it still lingers in the steam era? Qi's words were filled with anger. For those long and high positions, such emotions were rare, almost non-existent. However, with Zhang En reversing Qi and Ming's mechanization, this emotion now manifested in them. At this moment, the 9 department ministers seemed more like orthodox members of the mechanical god cult, having completed their prosthetic transformations, eliminating useless emotions, leaving only reason. In the past, facing the anger of Qi and Ming, the 9 department ministers inevitably felt guilty and fearful. But now, their gazes were indifferent, seemingly unable to discern the anger in Qi's words. The current leader of the Holy Court, Tai, said, "Entering the era of electrical energy requires considering many factors. The development of the steam era has placed many in high positions, gaining benefits. They are unwilling to see new things emerge, nor lose their benefits because of them. These people often hold high positions within the Holy Court. We have calculated that forcibly pushing for electrical energy development could incite rebellion among some, leading to chaos in the Holy Court. Therefore, compared to more direct methods, we prefer a gradual approach to usher in the electrical age." Tai's explanation was logical and clarified why they hadn't reformed directly. However, Qi and Ming disagreed, favoring a more radical and direct approach. The progress of civilization always requires some sacrifices. Those who stand in its way have lost their purpose. They are the obstacles to its operation. Despite regaining their emotions, their thought processes remained unchanged. Their words caused a stir in the minds of the 9 department ministers, leading to a debate. Such a scene was almost unimaginable a century ago. Back then, the 9 department ministers still had emotions and dared not confront Qi and Ming directly. But now, things were different. They had lost those emotions, believing all they did was for the development and stability of the Holy Court, a matter of righteousness. The debate lasted 3 days and nights, with no one allowed to enter the conference room or approach the Hall of Machinery. 3 days later, the debate ended, and Qi, Ming, and the 9 department ministers exited the Hall of Machinery in silence. They immediately assembled the army. A joint announcement by the 9 departments and the mechanical god cult quickly spread nationwide. Starting today, the Holy Court will halt all steam technology research, shifting to electrical energy. All steam factories will gradually be transformed to produce electrical creations. The announcement was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing a storm. Many with vested interests panicked, scrambling to understand the situation. However, time waited for no one. Troops gathered near Qiming City were dispatched to various cities of the Holy Court to maintain order, preventing any desperate actions. Zhang En watched the changes in the Holy Court from above, indifferent. Although Qi, Ming, and the 9 department ministers differed in methods, their goal was the same: to advance civilization. Given this, he remained a silent observer. Time passed, and a year had elapsed in Zhang En's world. In that year, many events occurred, several uprisings followed. Due to Qi and Ming's assertive measures, many families that rose during the steam era were destroyed, and numerous high-ranking officials of the Holy Court were arrested. During this process, some escaped, secretly regrouping with others who faced similar fates, forming underground societies aimed at overthrowing the Holy Court. Zhang En watched with interest. Where there is light, there is darkness in civilization. Initially, more secret societies could add diversity to civilization. Besides, these individuals lacked the capability to overthrow the Holy Court, at most causing minor disturbances. After a year of purging, while the Holy Court was desolate and people were anxious, Qi and Ming achieved their goal. Electrical energy became the mainstream system, all steam technology projects were halted, and numerous electrical energy research projects were prioritized. Aboard the Interstellar Express, Zhang En reappeared. Reclining back on a deck chair, he watched mermaids frolic in the sea, a contented smile on his face. With the issues within civilization resolved, all that remained was steady development. In a few months, civilization might fully enter the electrical age. Then, he would attempt to break through to level 4. However, advancing to a level 4 civilization master was no easy task. From level 4 onwards, the civilization master system set a threshold. To break through, besides meeting civilization standards, Zhang En needed to actively synchronize the river of civilization with his concept, thereby elevating the world's status. Many civilian civilization masters often stumbled at this step during their first promotion due to a lack of experience and guidance. Zhang En wasn't worried about becoming the ruler of a level 4 civilization. After all, he had already received detailed information from Zhang Wanyan and Zhang Xian, who were also rulers of intermediate civilizations. However, there was a tricky issue with this promotion. The significant increase in the world's energy level would alter the time-flow ratio between his world and the real universe. It would change from the original 1:365 to 1:100. Although this difference wasn't vast, it would become more pronounced at level 7, where the ratio would further reduce to 1:10. This explained why high-level civilization rulers were so rare without special means. Advancing civilization levels could take hundreds or even thousands of years. The journey on the Interstellar Express was truly refreshing. Zhang En set aside matters concerning the rewards for winning the war and focused on enjoying the scenery along the way. Through a special perspective of wide-area space-time, he was able to appreciate the unique features of various galaxies. Each galaxy presented a different appearance depending on the ruling civilization's system. Some exuded an aura of martial arts fantasy. Others were filled with magical elements, and some showcased the brilliance of futuristic technology. These sites gave him a deeper understanding of the power of a level 9 civilization ruler. Their mere existence could influence the ideologies of hundreds of light years and tens of thousands of planets. After traversing thousands of galaxies, Zhang En finally reached the core star area of human civilization. This was the gathering place of humanity's most elite forces, with the celestial galaxy being governed by the ship of Theseus. This galaxy, with a diameter of 750 light-years, contained over 1 million habitable planets, most of which supplied special resources to the ship of Theseus. Here, the ship of Theseus held supreme status. Even the Human Civilization Council had no authority over its rule. When the Express arrived at its destination, time within the small world suddenly froze, and all creatures except Zhang En stopped moving. A melodious voice sounded, and a vortex-like space-time passage appeared beside him. Without hesitation, Zhang En walked into the passage, arriving at the core region of the celestial galaxy. The sight before him was breathtaking. A prosperous planet surrounded by countless technological creations, artifacts, and celestial items, all aimed at enhancing living comfort rather than defense. The planet's powerful energy fluctuations and profound aura left Zhang En in awe, and even in his current 7th-level state, he could continue to advance here. Well, this is like a country bumpkin visiting the city. It's quite overwhelming. Zhang En marveled at the luxury of the grand families. With a gentle grasp of the void, a mechanical door appeared. As a new member of the ship of Theseus, he pushed the door open to find a wooden ship larger than a star. The ship embodied a perfect blend of decay and renewal, exuding an aura of eternity. Upon boarding, Zhang En found himself in a sunny miniature world. In this vibrant forest, a blade of grass suddenly transformed into a tree with a human face, asking if he was newly born. Faced with this bizarre welcome, Zhang En was a bit perplexed. Yes, but may I ask who you are, senior? Just call me Mai. The tree person replied casually, picking its nose with a branch. Does the registration place seem strange to you? Seeing Zhang En nod, it nodded knowingly. Strange is right. You'll get used to it after a few years at the academy. This is how our school operates, as you know. It may carry the title of a university, but everyone just goes about their own business. Take the registration office, for example. Let me tell you a secret. Our school doesn't really have a specific location for registration. Every year, the group registration for new students takes place whenever one of the wise instructors has time, and it's conducted in their personal realm. For early arrivals like you, it's just a matter of who's available, and then the spirit of Theseus randomly picks someone to welcome you. As Mai spoke, he pulled an egg from the treetop, chewed on it, and spat out a chick. Unfortunately, the teachers are all busy, and I was the unlucky one chosen to greet you. Oh, you're a senior. My apologies, Zhang En realized, bowing to Mai again, then asked, Senior, may I ask what the spirit of Theseus is? Haven't you already guessed? With a ship as powerful as the ship of Theseus beneath us, how could it not have developed a spirit? In this school, besides a few principles, the spirit of Theseus holds more power than the eternal scholars, Mai explained, pulling a book made of bark from his mouth. This is the school's general handbook. Take it and read it. Everything you want to know is written there. I'm just a student drafted to help out. If you have more questions, save them for the teachers when school starts. After handing the bark book to Zhang En, Mai reached down and pulled open a crack in the ground. Instead of soil, another world appeared. This was the temporary residence world for new students. Zhang En thought for a moment, bowed in thanks to Mai, and entered the new world. Oh, I forgot to ask the new student's name. Oh well, it doesn't really matter to me, Mai said as he closed the crack in the ground. He stood there for a moment, realizing he didn't know Zhang En's name. But then he uprooted himself, sank into the soil, and slowly shrank back into a blade of grass, swaying happily in the bright sunshine. Meanwhile, Zhang En stepped through the passage Mai had opened and entered another world. This world was entirely different from the sunny, green natural world he'd just left. It was more chaotic and patchwork. The whole world was covered by oceans, with islands floating in the sky. Various roads connected the islands, each with a distinct style. Some had a modern urban theme, others a Western fantasy magic theme, and still others a primeval mythological style. But most islands retained a primitive appearance, with nothing but mountains, water, and vegetation. Zhang En examined these islands, pondered for a moment, and stepped onto one of the primitive islands. As soon as he set foot on it, a light screen appeared. Would you like to choose Island 1036 as your temporary residence? Zhang En agreed, and the text on the screen changed. Island sovereignty transferred. Current owner, Zhang En. Level, Rift Vessel. Island style, unchanged. Selectable island tier, 3. With this message, more information flooded into Zhang En's mind. This world was a temporary realm within the ship of Theseus, prepared for new students. After registering, all new students would spend a month in this world. During this month, new students can attend classes in different worlds, interact with teachers or clubs, and determine which world style they prefer. After a month, they can apply to the spirit of Theseus to move into a world of their choice. In other words, this is a temporary transition point. These islands are generated by the spirit of Theseus, and new students can transform them into whatever they desire. Zhang En, seeing all of this, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, "No wonder it's one of the top 10. It's truly impressive." He immediately opened the light screen and transformed the island into a mechanized city. All the buildings in the city, including the roads, were mechanical and could operate autonomously without human control. Zhang En entered the city, gradually blending in until he became one with it. He remarked, "This is much more comfortable." While operating the city, he opened the bark book given by Mu Yi. The book's appearance was merely superficial. It was actually a tangible representation of a vast amount of information. Zhang En's flipping of the pages was akin to reading the information. Through this bark book, he gained a general understanding of the ship of Theseus. Unlike traditional universities, the ship of Theseus is more like a wizarding school from a fantasy novel. There are no divisions into colleges. Instead, individual teachers offer courses. Most of these courses are free, but some advanced knowledge courses require higher student privileges or the expenditure of knowledge points issued by the ship of Theseus. Knowledge points are the only currency within the ship of Theseus. One knowledge point is equivalent to a unit of civilization power, though knowledge points can be exchanged for civilization power, not vice versa. In the school, all resources must be exchanged for knowledge points. Each student receives a basic monthly allowance based on their level. As a level 2 rift vessel, Zhang En receives 10 knowledge points and 10 units of civilization power each month. It may not seem like much, and indeed it isn't. It's not that the school's offerings are more expensive than those in the multiverse, but rather that they are of such high quality and value. For example, private guidance from a master of a high-level civilization, coordinates to a harmless world, or inviting a teacher within the school to assist with a world invasion. Such unimaginable resources, power, and knowledge can all be exchanged for knowledge points here. The school clearly entices students to earn knowledge points diligently. After reviewing the list of knowledge points and various school resources, Zhang En couldn't help but mutter to himself, "These resources are truly tempting. If I can obtain some of them, I'm 100 confident I can reach the level of a 6th level civilization master before graduation. As for advancing from 6 to 7, that will depend on luck." Within the ship of Theseus, if one cannot break through to level 7, they can only stay at the school for a maximum of 15 years. If they do reach level 7 within 15 years, they have the option to take up a position at the school. The bark book from Mu Yi boldly lists over 1,000 worlds controlled by the ship of Theseus, each transformed by masters of superlevel civilizations to provide civilization power. Other top 10s, top 100s, and some elite families, companies, and organizations also control a number of worlds. With these worlds, human civilization barely manages to digest the large number of civilization masters born each year. Considering the planets currently under human civilization's control and the population on each, at least 1 trillion civilization leaders awaken each year. This number is enormous and staggering. The existing galaxies and planets simply cannot accommodate so many civilization leaders. As for exploring new galaxies, the presence of chaos species makes the costs far outweigh the benefits. Therefore, developing new worlds and assigning civilization leaders to manage them has become an attractive option. However, according to calculations by the upper echelons of human civilization, the speed at which various forces develop new worlds will be unable to keep up with the growth in the number of civilization leaders in a few hundred years. To address this, the Human Civilization Council has convened over 100 meetings to discuss solutions. The most popular proposal is to continue reducing the number of civilization leader awakenings each year. However, this proposal is too harmful to ordinary people and must be voted on only when all supreme civilization leaders are present. The problem is that many supreme civilization leaders no longer care about human civilization. They explore the void and enter other superlevel worlds. Thus, it is nearly impossible to gather everyone, let alone conduct a vote. This proposal can only be shelved, not due to procedural issues, but out of respect for the Supreme's dignity. Even if they are indifferent to the current state of the universe, the dignity of the Supremes cannot be violated. Just like the current state of the universe, although the chaos species are powerful, if the Supremes unite, they can be eradicated and the universe's structure can be realigned. But why would the Supremes do this? Among the chaos species, there are those comparable to supreme beings, and truly cleansing them would take a long time and might be dangerous. It is better to let the chaos species exist, as they cannot destroy human civilization. As for exploring the universe and spreading human civilization throughout IDIS, that truly interesting? Exploring the cold, lonely stars cannot compare to seeking new worlds in the void and experiencing different civilizations. What about ordinary people? Aren't 129,600 galaxies enough for them? This lack of enthusiasm from supreme civilization leaders for their own universe is what maintains the current situation. All of this is recorded in the Bark book. Writing these secretive details down does not truly make them secrets, and the likelihood of them spreading is minimal. The book's reference to the ship of Theseus is clear. Students should not focus too much on the affairs within this universe. The myriad worlds are full of endless beauty, with both temptations and risks, and this should be the goal for students entering the top 10, rather than limiting their vision to the small universe under their feet. Their future lies in the myriad worlds and infinite universes. Zhang En, after reading all the contents of the book, felt a sense of wonder. He once participated in an invasion beyond the realm, and though it was merely an incursion into an ordinary, declining world, the feeling of devouring worlds and harvesting resources remains vivid in his memory. However, the most important thing now is to earn knowledge points. Within the ship of Theseus, there are many ways for students to earn knowledge points, but the most common and mainstream method is to take on world missions issued by the school. World missions involve exploring or invading different worlds. These tasks are numerous and offer high rewards, but they also come with significant risks. Entering another world can be dangerous, and there's a real chance of dying there. Despite these risks, students eagerly pursue these missions. This is because, unlike standard procedures for interdimensional invasions, the ship of Theseus provides world coordinates, intelligence, and necessary resources. Although any successfully invaded world becomes the property of the school, the institution rewards students based on their contributions during the invasion. These rewards come in the form of knowledge points or partial control over the conquered world. This approach shows that the school encourages students to explore the void and its various worlds, highlighting the substantial benefits of interdimensional invasions. Zhang En, lost in thought, navigates the city's road system, contemplating the prospects of these invasions. Meanwhile, on a Western fantasy-style island, inside a 13-story mage tower, a group gathers in a living room. A new recruit has arrived early, remarks a blonde youth in a loose black robe as he swirls his teacup. Does anyone know him? 2 men and 2 women sit nearby. A young woman with a golden mark on her forehead closes her eyes and, after a few seconds, says, "His name is Zhang En, a leader of a mechanical civilization, from the humble beginnings of Tianmen Star in the Huantian galaxy. Despite his humble origins, he joined the ship of Theseus, likely due to some fortuitous encounter." A handsome young man in ornate armor with a golden ring on his chest speaks up. Indeed, it wasn't the marked young woman who spoke, but another man whose entire form seems ethereal, with countless stars flickering within him. As he speaks, the stars within him flash. I've watched all his competition footage. During his awakening, he likely acquired a valuable artifact for his civilization. He shows great potential and ideas for its development. In his last battle, he managed to bring both his civilization and Lu Jingchuan's to mutual destruction, matching Lu Jingchuan evenly. Lu Jingchuan conceded, granting Zhang En the victory. The mention of Lu Jingchuan's name changes the expressions of the 4. They don't know Zhang En, but Lu Jingchuan is a well-known name. Among the trillion students taking the college entrance exams this year, Lu Jingchuan ranks in the top 100,000, just below the most exceptional talents. They realized that if they faced Lu Jingchuan, their chances of winning would be slim. Yet, Zhang En managed to defeat him? To them, it seems Zhang En truly won since, on paper, as a leader of a level 3 civilization, he was at a disadvantage compared to Lu Jingchuan. To have drawn with him in such a position suggests that once Zhang En advances to a level 4 civilization leader, he would likely have the upper hand. And there's another issue. The ethereal man continues. After Zhang En's last match, the footage immediately disappeared, and he was promptly admitted to the school. It's reasonable to assume that a school teacher personally intervened to recruit him. I checked the teachers attending the exams this year. It was a deity-type civilization leader, a Theseus scholar. He must have seen great potential in Zhang En to extend such an offer. It seems this new student has potential. The blonde youth, Suya, elegantly placed his delicate teacup down, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. In the tower's reception room, 5 people sat around a round table. Xin Yanzhou, clad in silver armor, spoke first. We've all entered Theseus now. Our identities outside the school don't hold much weight here. To gain more benefits within the school, unity is key. Xin Yanzhou is right. Su Yitong, with a golden mark on his forehead, nodded slightly. We're all new students at Theseus, starting from the same point. However, we need to see this person in person to make a proper judgment. On the ship of Theseus, family influence is hard to infiltrate. Knowledge points have replaced civilization power as the most important currency. Suya turned his gaze to the ethereal Zhou Yuan and the silent black-haired girl. Rosa, what are your thoughts, Yuan and Rosa? No objections, Zhou Yuan replied briefly, while Rosa simply nodded silently. Very well, I'll personally visit Zhang En. If we can invite him, we'll meet here tomorrow to see if he's a good fit. Seeing everyone in agreement, Suya made the decision. After the others left, Suya reviewed Zhang En's information carefully, then purchased a few precious mechanical resource cards from the heavens before heading to Zhang En's mechanized island. As he stepped onto the island, a figure materialized in front of him. It was Zhang En's avatar. "Who are you?" Zhang En eyed the unexpected visitor warily. "Just a neighbor coming to visit and get acquainted," Suya explained with a smile. "So it's Suya. Please come in." Zhang En wasn't surprised that the other knew his identity. The intelligence network of noble families was always extensive. He led Suya into the tower's reception room in the city center. "What brings you here, Suya?" Zhang En asked directly. Instead of answering immediately, Suya took out an exquisite crystal box. "I came in a hurry today. Please accept this small gift." Zhang En glanced at it, noticing the box contained rare resource cards worth about 10 civilization power. The generosity of this small gift confirmed the other's noble background. "I'll accept the gift, but that doesn't mean I'll agree to any conditions," Zhang En stated clearly. "No need to be so wary," Suya smiled confidently. "You must already be aware of the school's system. Knowledge points can't be exchanged for civilization power and can only be earned through school tasks, which indeed poses a challenge." Upon learning that Suya wanted to form a small group to complete tasks together, Zhang En questioned, "Why not join a club?" Suya explained the drawbacks of clubs, the strict entry assessments, and the requirement to submit part of the task rewards as maintenance fees. These reasons led him to consider forming a private group. After hearing the explanation, Zhang En agreed. "In that case, I'll accept the invitation." The next day, the six gathered for the first time in Suya's tower. Suya introduced Zhang En to the other four members: Zhou Yuan, who sparkled with starlight within, Su Yitong with a golden mark on his forehead, Shun Yinzhou in armor, and the silent black-haired girl, Rosa. Shun Yinzhou warmly shook hands with Zhang En, praising his outstanding performance in the competition with Lu Jingchuan. When Zhang En asked if he knew Lu Jingchuan, it also reflected his unfamiliarity with the noble families of human civilization in this universe of extraordinary powers. The information about the elite was even more elusive than on Earth. "Everyone knows that guy, Lu Jingchuan." Shun Yinzhou's expression was complex, and his words carried a hint of gritted teeth. "The Lu family of Tianwu is renowned among the 300 core star systems, and Lu Jingchuan is one of the 3 representatives of his generation. During the previous core star system entrance examination, Shun Yinzhou was soundly defeated by him." Zhang En expressed sympathy and then asked Shun Yinzhou some questions about the core star systems. Shun Yinzhou answered without reservation, and the others chimed in with their thoughts. After a thorough discussion, they began exchanging views on civilization building and paths of cultivation. Zhang En gained a lot from this, as these individuals were of similar strength and came from prominent families, sharing insights infused with the wisdom of high-level civilization leaders. Their attitude was friendly, showing no arrogance due to their backgrounds. By the time Zhang En got up to leave, his relationship with the group had become much closer, evolving from strangers to classmates. "What do you think of Zhang En?" Soya asked with a smile after he left. "He's a good person," someone replied. "He hasn't become arrogant due to his fortuitous encounters, nor is he self-conscious about his background. He knows clearly that his status and identity are derived from power, making him quite qualified in temperament. Plus, he has good talent and has experienced some serendipities, making him a worthy ally." Zhou Yuan, with starlight flickering within, gave his opinion after a few seconds. Shin Yinzhou nodded, agreeing with Zhou Yuan and also expressing optimism about Zhang En. "Shin Yinzhou, is it because he avenged you?" Su Yitong teased, then said there were no objections to Zhang En joining the team. Even Rosa, who rarely spoke, praised Zhang En's views on civilization systems, saying he had a promising future. Everyone had a good impression of Zhang En. Though he wasn't as dazzling as those true geniuses, he was more than capable of being a teammate. After leaving the tower, Zhang En didn't rush back. He thought he should visit Teacher Taichu. Strictly speaking, Teacher Taichu was his only connection at the school. With this in mind, he contacted the spirit of Theseus to inquire about Taichu's world. The spirit of Theseus is omnipresent within the school and can be contacted at any time, provided the permissions are sufficient. Fortunately, the permission needed to locate Taichu's world wasn't high, and the spirit of Theseus provided Zhang En with the coordinates. Using them, Zhang En tore through the world barrier and stepped inside, vanishing from sight. The world where Taichu resided was a dead one, filled with deathly aura and devoid of life. The gray sky bore 7 pale suns hanging weakly, casting a ghostly light. Magnificent buildings stood like tombstones on the earth, basking in the sunlight. Various undead and dark creatures roamed between these structures. Zhang En recognized a few: ghosts, vampires, skeletons, stitched corpses. As soon as he entered, his vibrant living aura caused nearby undead to become agitated, rushing towards him. Considering this was Taichu's world, Zhang En didn't destroy them, but instead temporarily sealed them. "Zhang En, what brings you here?" Taichu's indifferent voice sounded in his ear after he sealed the undead. Space-time contracted, and his form rapidly expanded, leaving this world to appear in a brightly lit living room. The room was decorated in an old-fashioned style, with a carpet, fireplace, rocking chair, tea table, and a rotary phone, reminiscent of an 18th-century Western home. Taichu was seated by the fire in a rocking chair, with a chessboard on the tea table, and Zhang En had just jumped out of it. Upon entering this room, he understood what had happened. The dead world must have been Taichu's testing ground, and as soon as he appeared, Taichu noticed and brought him out. Teacher Taichu, I came to report to the school yesterday and had some time today, so I thought I'd come to see you. Zhang En bowed to Taichu, stating his intentions. I see. You're here to thank me. How thoughtful. Taichu nodded, his tone slightly softened. He had a favorable impression of Zhang En, this new student. If not for his focus on a faith-based civilization, he might have considered taking Zhang En as a student, simply because he liked him. Zhang En's civilization aligned well with his own ideas. After a moment of thought, Taichu reached into the air and retrieved a black ring. This is a pass for entering and leaving my forest cabin. Keep it with you. Next time you want to visit, just activate this pass. Taichu rarely spoke this much to anyone, but he did so for Zhang En. Thank you, teacher. Zhang En took the ring and, seizing the opportunity, addressed him as teacher. Teacher, huh? Taichu tapped the table. Since you call me that, I accept it. However, as a lord of a faith-based civilization, focused on the concept of death, I can't offer much help in your cultivation or civilization development. I can't take you as a student, or I'd be holding you back. You should find a teacher who specializes in mechanical systems. Zhang En maintained his bowed posture, patiently waiting for Taichu to continue. If he couldn't see that Taichu had a good attitude towards him now, he'd be a fool. Though it seemed somewhat opportunistic, he wanted to rely on Taichu's substantial support for his future development. A secondary Theseus mentor, at least within an 8th-level civilization, if that's not a big shot. Who is? He believed Taichu was aware of his intentions, but didn't mind. Tap. Taichu tapped the table a few times, a slight smile in his eyes. Zhang En, I do have high hopes for you. But my approval alone isn't enough. You must also show sufficient talent and competitiveness. Here's the deal. If you can become a 4th-level civilization lord within this year, I'll recommend you to a mechanical civilization lord of my level. Can you meet this requirement? Teacher has shown such favor. If I can't meet this requirement, what right do I have to see you? Zhang En agreed without hesitation. It's August now, with only about 4 months left until the end of the year. Although time is tight, he was confident he could break through to 4th level by the year's end. In his civilization, electricity had become mainstream and was being vigorously developed. By advancing electrical energy, he could transform the entire civilization, promoting its advancement. All right. Taichu's voice was devoid of emotion. Since you're confident, go ahead. If you succeed, I'll find you a suitable teacher. With a wave of his hand, time and space contracted inward. In an instant, Zhang En found himself back in the realm of death. This ability left him deeply shaken. While time-space manipulation was something he could manage, the fact that even he, a master of manipulation at the 7th level, couldn't detect it was terrifying. Was Taichu at the peak of the 8th level, or perhaps the 9th? The road ahead seemed long. With this thought, Zhang En respectfully bowed to the sky before turning to leave this world of death. Although Zhang En promised Taichu that he would break through to the level 4 civilization master by the end of the year, he didn't completely isolate himself during the month before school started. He passed the assessment of Suya and the others, and was officially accepted into their small group. During this month, the 6 of them often gathered, either discussing cultivation or gossiping about the core galaxies. Zhang En would participate in the former discussions, while the latter was his time to absorb the gossip. From these teammates from prominent families, he learned a lot of shocking news he never expected. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The ship of Theseus officially began its term, and all new students received a notification from the spirit of Theseus to report to the world of the Green Wilds. This world belonged to a level 3 philosopher, whose great path enveloped the entire realm, perpetually flowing with vitality. Ordinary people entering the Green Wilds would gain an immortality buff. This world was similar to the one Zhang En entered for registration, but much more expansive and beautiful. He could clearly feel the pervasive power of the great path in the air, a nearly eternal vitality that assimilated and consumed all other concepts within the world, reshaping and operating through the power of the path. Is this the power of the 9th level great path? Zhang En wondered in awe. An 8th level practitioner condenses their path, elevating their concept into a path, allowing them to cover concepts with the power of the path, creating something from nothing. The 9th level, however, opens the path, continuously expanding it until it becomes a great path. The power of a single path can cover concepts, but it cannot support an entire world. A great path assimilates. It contains all concepts, and a single great path can sustain the operation of an entire world. Opening a great path is also the foundation for stepping into the 10th level and breaking through the limits. No wonder it's the ship of Theseus, Zhang En thought. Even the place for new students to report is within the sanctuary of a ninth-level powerhouse. At this moment, Suya spoke beside him, equally moved. Wait, Suya, what is a sanctuary? Over the past month, Zhang En and Suya had developed a friendship, and after going through a few more missions together, they would naturally become close friends. That's how relationships develop. You know that ninth-level powerhouses need to open their great path, right? Suya asked. Of course I know that. A sanctuary is a world controlled and influenced by a ninth-level powerhouse's great path, reflecting their cultivation achievements. In the immortal path, it's also called a Tao field. Within the sacred realm, the existence and operation of all things rely on the great Tao of the 90-year beings. In this process, the power of the Tao manifests between heaven and earth, and even a brief encounter can be profoundly beneficial. So pointed to the students who were continuously appearing around them and smiled. See, isn't everyone here trying to comprehend the power of the Tao? Zhang En took a closer look and realized it was true. Although these people were still on their way, their bodily control was guided only by part of their consciousness, while their main consciousness had already begun to comprehend the power of the Tao. Stop looking around and take this opportunity to truly feel the power of the Tao, Soa advised Zhang En before immersing most of his consciousness into the world around him to sense the operation of the Tao's power. Zhang En followed suit, extending his consciousness beyond his body and instantly connecting with the Tao within the forest of verdant fields. The feeling was immense. That was his direct impression of the Tao. As a force that sustains all existence and operates the world, the Tao gave Zhang En a profound sense of grandeur. Within this grandeur, he perceived endless concepts: mountains, rivers, plants, birds, beasts, sun, moon, stars, the cycle of life and death, the emotions of all beings. All concepts that form the world and everything in it originate from the Tao. The existence of the Tao grants these concepts, allowing the world to continue. Observing the Tao is akin to observing the world. Zhang En was so immersed in the operation of the Tao that he lost track of time until he was suddenly startled by a voice. Wake up, everyone. You'll have time to come back here later. An ancient voice echoed. At the center of the forest of verdant fields, a towering tree shook and transformed into a humanoid figure. It looked down at the newcomers, chuckling. I am Oak, a philosopher sage. As you can see, this is my sacred realm and also the place where you report in. As the new members of the ship of Theseus, you will receive the ship's protection and the blessing of the first captain. At this point, philosopher sage Oak's voice suddenly changed, becoming eerie and grand, with countless voices of different genders and ages intertwining to form Oak's current voice. In the name of the ship of Theseus, you shall not suffer the ravages of time, nor shall you be worn down by the passage of time. The brief blessing brought joy to all the newcomers. Despite its brevity, the words formed a true blessing, granting them powerful abilities. The blessing has two effects. First, it enhances their resistance to time and space, rendering any abilities below the 9th tier involving time reversal and aging ineffective against them. Second, it grants them a layer of substitution, allowing them to avoid death from lethal damage caused by any being below the 9th tier by sacrificing a substitute body. These two extraordinary effects are the entry-level benefits for all students of the ship of Theseus. After bestowing blessings, the wise master Xiangmu waved his hand, scattering specks of light. These lights landed on the new students, imparting them with fundamental information about the school. Xiangmu smiled and said, All right, my task is complete. Now, you can experience the different facets of the ship of Theseus. With that, his form retracted inward, and the entire greenwood forest vanished, leaving everyone standing on a vast ocean. This was the world where new students initially resided. As expected, a 9th-tier expert with mysterious and unfathomable skills, Zhang En marveled as he returned to his island. Nearly 100,000 people had entered this world, promising a lively atmosphere in the days to come. Indeed, once all the new students settled on their islands, the once empty world began to buzz with activity. Many students actively initiated contact with others, with various lights, celestial artifacts, divine weapons, and even powerful mythical beasts frequently soaring through the skies. Occasionally, new students hosted banquets on their islands, inviting others to join. During these gatherings, divine and celestial lights representing different concepts intertwined and surged, causing ripples throughout the world. Zhang En, as usual, occasionally visited Suya or others to exchange information. Compared to Suya and other social butterflies from prominent families, Zhang En was not adept at socializing or gathering information. Fortunately, he had a few teammates now, allowing him to gain more insight into his peers and not remain completely in the dark. According to his teammates, among this year's new students on the ship of Theseus, there were 9,700 4th-level civilization lords with 7th-tier cultivation, and 47 of them had reached the level of 5th-level civilization lords. Achieving the status of a 5th-level civilization lord with 7th-tier cultivation in just 1 year sounded exaggerated. But if one hailed from an immortal family backed by a transcendent civilization lord, it seemed more reasonable. The power of such civilizations was unimaginable, and the resources they controlled were equally astounding. Reaching this level in a year was not difficult for them. As for 8th tier experts, there were none among the new students this year. It had been mentioned before that the gap between the 6th and 7th tiers was one of quantity, while the gap between the 7th and 8th tiers was one of quality. Ascending from the 7th to the 8th tier required elevating one's concepts into a unique path. This process was incredibly challenging. In other cultivation systems, completing this process could take thousands, even millions of years. In the Civilization Lord system, over 99% of individuals elevate their cultivation to the 8th tier when breaking through to the 7th level Civilization Lord. Few achieve this independently in the intermediate Civilization Lord stage, let alone within a year of Civilization Awakening. It was almost impossible. Among this year's candidates, Zhang En knew of only one person, Su Xinghe. The civilization and race were 4th level civilization, lords of elemental giants. Although the civilization level was not high, Su Xinghe's cultivation had genuinely reached the 8th tier. Through his teammates' information channels, Zhang En learned that Su Xinghe had joined the Divine Company. This university specialized in divine civilization, where everyone was a lord of various types of divine civilization. It was rumored that the Divine Company consisted of different god systems forming various colleges, with all teachers being deities within those systems. The head of each god system served as the dean and also as a company director. Overall, in Zhang En's eyes, it was a very peculiar university. During this month, besides participating in various social events, new students attended classes in different worlds to understand their styles. During this period, clubs also came to recruit new members, but most people were not interested, thinking it was too early to join a club. Those who joined clubs now were powerful students who had already obtained the Rift Boat status upon admission. Although Zhang En also had the Rift Boat status, it was a benefit given by Taichu, and his strength was insufficient, so he did not consider joining a club now. The 1-month adaptation period passed quickly, and as more and more new students moved out of the temporary world, it gradually became quiet and empty. In Suya's tower, a few people gathered again. Which world are you planning to move to? Suya asked for everyone's opinions. Why don't we all choose one world together? Zhou Yuan suggested, showing a map. The Myriad Law domain was a world built on the concept of the Myriad Law Omniscience path, suitable for accommodating all their powers and systems. The Myriad Law Omniscience path, one of the top 10, encompassed myriad phenomena and was one of the earliest established top 10. However, except for Suya, Zhang En and the other 4 were not very interested. There's no need for that. After all, every world in the school is connected. As long as you have the coordinates, it's easy to meet, Zhang En said after some consideration, expressing the thoughts of the other 3. They preferred to go to a suitable world to cultivate quietly and meet again when doing tasks. All right then, once everyone moves to another world, let's exchange world coordinates. Suya agreed reluctantly, but had to respect their decision. They were just a small team, not an organization, so he couldn't force everyone to follow his opinion. Let's talk about the most important thing now, Xin Yanzhou said, moving on from the topic of moving worlds. It's been a month, and I'm really feeling the lack of knowledge points now. When should we find a task to quickly earn some knowledge points? As soon as this was mentioned, everyone perked up. Over the month, they had attended several classes and realized the importance of knowledge points. Although most courses in the school were free, these free courses were all public courses. If they wanted to take advanced elective courses or receive personal guidance from certain teachers, knowledge points were required. Any advanced elective course required a monthly payment of 1 knowledge point. Personal guidance from a regular topology scholar started at 1 knowledge point, while guidance from a Theseus mentor was even more expensive, costing upwards of 10 knowledge points. Not to mention other welfare facilities within the school, such as sacred realms, civilization evolution sites, concept generation platforms, the Sea of Chaos, and the primordial universe egg. These facilities aided civilization lords in cultivation and comprehending concepts and paths. Although everyone had a certain amount of free usage time each year, it was never enough. If given a choice, everyone would want to spend all 365 days of the year immersed in intense cultivation. We don't have enough knowledge points, Suya frowned at Xin Yanzhou. Relying solely on monthly welfare subsidies is simply not enough. If we want to acquire a large number of knowledge points, we must focus on the various world tasks issued by the school. Yanzhou, what do you think? Xin Yanzhou appeared calm, clearly not having wasted the past month's preparation. He sat up straight and got straight to the point. With our current capabilities, world tasks can be prioritized into 3 categories: outworld invasion, world exploration, and world war. I've reviewed all the tasks released by the school over the past few days, and the only category truly suitable for us right now is world war. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for outworld invasion and world exploration, we simply can't handle them with our current strength. The world coordinates provided by the school are all high-energy worlds. each with at least a 7th-level transcendent being. Seeing his companions deep in thought, Shun Yinzhou added, "Don't be misled by the 7th-level transcendent. Although they are one major level above us, they might not be stronger than us, but that's only outside the world. Once we invade a high-energy world, we'll face dual suppression from the world's consciousness suppressing both the invader and their civilization's power. Successfully invading such worlds requires at least 3 5th-level civilization leaders, sometimes even a 6th-level leader." His tone grew more serious. And in the outworld invasion tasks released by Theseus' ship, worlds with a 7th-level transcendent are the minimum standard. The tasks above that are even more daunting: 8th level, 9th level, or even ultra-level entities guarding super-energy universes, world clusters, and multiverses. Going there would be a death sentence for us. Shin Yinzhou pulled out a stack of documents from his personal space and continued, "These outworld invasion tasks aren't meant for students. They're aimed at the teachers of Theseus' ship. The teachers take on the tasks to invade worlds and then break them down into individual tasks for students to complete on the platform." He pointed to some key highlights in the documents. Currently, there are many related tasks on the platform, all originating from an eternal scholar confronting an ultra-level existence in a powerful world. The tasks are essentially a game between the two sides, and participating students are just pawns. Despite this, many students are eager to join because of the generous rewards and potential unexpected gains. Shun Yinzhou spread out several carefully selected task briefs. "I have some tasks here that are more suitable for us. The Chongqing Great World War, the Katoya Crystal Wall System War, the Yawan Celestial Court War, as well as the Dark World Exploration Task, and the Unnamed World Exploration Task number 10998, among others. I've sifted through these over the past few days, totaling over a dozen war and exploration tasks." "What about the war tasks?" Suya asked after quickly browsing through the task descriptions. Zhang En thought for a moment and replied, "I'm more inclined towards world exploration tasks, but that's mainly for personal reasons. I plan to reach level 4 by the end of the year, and war tasks take too long, which might disrupt my plans." Breaking through level 4 by the end of the year? This suggestion caused a subtle shift in everyone's gaze, as they all seemed to consider a certain possibility. Suaya was the first to break the silence. "This is our first mission. It could be either a war mission or an exploration mission." "I still prefer the war mission," Shun Yinzhou chimed in. "War missions are generally easier to manage and come with better rewards. But as Suaya mentioned, being our first mission, either option is fine." However, after Suaya and Shun Yinzhou expressed their preferences, Zhou Yuan and his team of 3 firmly chose the war mission. After a brief discussion, the group didn't force a unanimous decision but naturally split into 2 teams. Zhang En, Suaya, and Shun Yinzhou opted for the exploration mission, while Zhou Yuan and his 3 chose the war mission. "It seems like we'll be going our separate ways for our first collaboration," Suaya remarked with a hint of resignation in his voice. This situation was anticipated when they initially formed their small group, which was essentially a loose cooperative organization. Members were free to choose whether to participate in missions, with no obligation for the minority to comply with the majority. The main purpose of establishing such a group was to avoid trust issues that might arise when seeking temporary partners. "No big deal," Shin Yinzhou said nonchalantly. "There will be plenty of opportunities for us to work together in the future." Everyone agreed with this sentiment. Zhou Yuan and his team soon stood up and left, leaving Zhang En and his team to continue their discussion. "Which mission should we choose?" Suaya turned to Zhang En. Zhang En carefully reviewed the list of exploration missions uploaded by Shin Yinzhou and pointed to one. "Let's go with this one. It's a world transitioning from intermediate to advanced, with at most 1 or 2 level 8 entities, which might just be pseudo-level 8s. As long as we keep our identities well hidden and send thought avatars, exposure wouldn't affect our true selves." This was a mysterious world exploration mission discovered by a topologist 10 days ago. As the topologist was busy handling another more critical world invasion task, they released the mission for students to explore. The mission rewards were based on the intelligence collected, but due to the unique internal conditions of this world, the topologist offered an additional reward of 50 knowledge points just for surviving in the world for a year, even without gathering intelligence. More importantly, the world had a time flow ratio of about 130 compared to the Theseus ship, which particularly interested Zhang En. "Sounds good to me." Suaya and Shun Yinzhou agreed without objection. Their decision to collaborate with Zhang En this time was largely due to their trust in him. Zhang En understood this well and said, "Thanks for your help this time. If you ever have any missions in the future and am available, feel free to reach out to me." "It's a deal then." After selecting the exploration task for this mysterious world, Zhang En accepted the mission. The 3 of them were then transported to the world where the topologist who issued the task resided. Out at sea, a hazy figure emerged from the water, its eyes fixed on Zhang En and his companions. "Are you here to take on this task?" "Yes, Teacher Jellian." This topologist, named Jellian, was only at level 7, tier 8 in terms of power, but his civilization system belonged to the rare and unusual category of outer gods, which allowed him to retain his position at the school. Although he claimed to be human, in the vast multiverse, he was undeniably a terrifying outer god. His mere presence caused a strong conceptual erosion, making Zhang En and the others feel extremely uneasy, as if they were engulfed by damp, murky, and fishy seawater. It seemed as if eyes were watching them from the water, or something was brushing against their skin, bringing a cold sensation. This feeling was quite peculiar, and if they were not seventh-tier immortals, they might have been converted into his followers upon encountering Jelene. After Zhang En and the others responded, Jelene remained silent, staring at them intently. After several minutes, with the three of them feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, Jelene finally spoke slowly. Your strength is barely adequate. You can undertake this task. Someone else has already accepted the mission before you. Take a look at his information. Once you enter that world, you can cooperate with him. With that, Jelene extended an arm, drawing out a green light from his mind, which unfolded before the trio. The green light displayed a message: Li Tianzinhua, owner of a psychic civilization, level 5, tier 7. Accompanying this brief information was an image of a delicate-looking young man, who, despite his ordinary appearance, seemed out of place with his surroundings. After Zhang En and his team reviewed the information, Jelene waved his hand to disperse the green light and provided them with coordinates. These are the world coordinates and the intelligence gathered previously. I hope you can bring back more findings for me. With that, his form slowly descended and vanished into the sea. As he submerged, the sea disappeared like an illusion, transforming into a modernized continent. Zhang En and his companions were accustomed to such mystical methods from their teachers. After paying their respects to the void, the three turned and left. Once back in the temporary world, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Yinzhou remarked, "The power of that teacher is truly bizarre. I still feel sticky, as if something is clinging to me." He dared not mention the name, as even the mere mention could trigger a response from teachers of the outer god system, despite their rank. However, as soon as he sat down, he jumped up in shock, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" He reached behind him and pulled out a giant octopus, hundreds of meters long, from his armor. The octopus flailed its tentacles in the air, continuously spraying some sort of special green ink. Shun Yinzhou seemed petrified by the creature, standing still as it sprayed ink. Seeing this, Zhang En's face turned green, and he quickly reached out, summoning chains from the void to seize the octopus and drag it back into the void. Soya grimaced as he began to clean the hull, which was now covered in green ink. "Let's not mention that teacher again," Soya advised the recovering Shun Yinzhou. "The power of the outer gods is unpredictable. Even the slightest impression or feeling can become a medium for this kind of power to spread." Zhang En wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, adding, "I guess it was just a little joke from that teacher." Outer gods, indeed. When dealing with the octopus earlier, he felt a surge of fear, as if he were once again a mortal, trapped at the bottom of the sea, being dragged by an octopus, feeling the despair of suffocation and helplessness. Although outer gods are powerful, they come with many drawbacks, Soya continued. Their power is vast and mysterious, almost omnipotent. But why do so few pursue this path despite its strength? It's because the drawbacks are significant. Almost every cultivation system that reaches the higher realms has a source. In systems like immortality or divinity, those who reach the end have transcended and no longer influence those who follow. But the outer god system is different. Even if the source transcends, its power continues to affect the entire system. Walking the path of the outer gods means being influenced, with a complete change in personality being the best possible outcome. The deeper you go, the more influence you face. Jelene, for instance, has been profoundly affected. If not for barely retaining his human recognition and consciousness, he would have been eliminated by the school's enforcers. "All right, let's take a look at this world's intelligence," Shun Yinzhou suggested, eager to change the topic. However, upon reviewing Jelene's information, the three realized that the intelligence was sparse and lacked details about extraordinary powers. According to the previous explorer's report, this mysterious world is set in a modern context, with technology at the early stages of the information age. The world's outline is vague, suspected to be a surface and inner world, with the surface world's starry sky being an illusion. While this information was useful, it wasn't much. Additionally, there were reports from previous explorers whose mental avatars perished, bringing back intelligence. The world is extremely xenophobic, with high suppression of extraordinary powers, yet it contains exceptionally powerful individuals capable of unleashing immense power. Investigations indicate that battles between extraordinary beings do not occur in reality and are almost undetectable. When a mental avatar dies in this world, deploying another one is easily discovered by the world's consciousness, leading to a quick demise. Thus, it's not advisable to use special methods to hide mental avatars or to attempt repeated explorations. The intelligence contained records of the only information about the extraordinary individuals collected by previous explorers. Because these explorers were invariably killed instantly upon encountering these extraordinary beings, their descriptions were extremely brief, including only appearances, clothing, and some basic abilities. This instant killing aspect posed a significant challenge for Zhang En and his team. Despite the intelligence indicating that this world heavily suppressed the extraordinary, and the explorers only entered with a mere thought projection, those executing the mission were all seven-stage civilization leaders, who theoretically should possess various means, yet they too could be killed instantly. Let's prepare and take a look at that world first, Zhang En decided after a moment of contemplation. I'll go in first. His concept revolved around machinery and order, and although this world heavily suppressed the extraordinary, being in the information age suggested that technology might not be significantly affected. He planned to first scout the situation and look for opportunities to establish influence. If he could complete these steps, the others would come in later, and they would then make contact. If he failed and his thought projection was killed, they would abandon the mission. Soya and Shun Yanzhou had no objections. With three of them collaborating on the mission, it would be foolish for all to enter rashly. Should we contact that senior, Li Tianzinhua? Shun Yanzhou remembered someone Jelling mentioned, who was still exploring within the world, and inquired. We can contact him. Since his thought projection is still in the world, it means he has likely established some form of identity, Soya said, stroking his chin. I'll find out which world Li Tianzinhua is in. Having made the decision, Soya quickly used his excellent social skills to gather some information about Li Tianzinhua. Li Tianzinhua was a student of the second Rift ship, 5th level 7th stage, belonging to the psionic series of civilization leaders. His civilization race was a unique psionic human species, naturally endowed with strong psionic perception and elemental affinity, making it a relatively rare civilization race across the realms. However, how this senior, Li Tianzinhua, was cultivated remained unknown. Yet, the psionic series abilities were often known for their versatility, and relying on psionic powers to infiltrate the world held considerable promise. At this moment, Zhang En and his team were in a hall full of mirrors. After stating their purpose, an eye suddenly opened in one of the mirrors, watching them. Indeed, if you're willing to trade intelligence, we can. Soya began, but his words were cut off by a sudden breeze. You can't offer knowledge points for trade, and as for civilization power, too much and you won't agree. Too little and it's useless to me. A voice spoke from the breeze as flames formed into a blurry flame head, continuing, go into that world first. Once you manage to enter and establish a presence, then we can discuss trading intelligence. What do you think? The three of them sensed something different in Li Tianzinhua's words. Senior, are you planning to conquer this world later? Zhang En cautiously asked. That's right, this world belongs to Teacher Jelling. But Teacher is currently engaged in another grand war initiated by the Philosopher Master, which is expected to last 10 years in the real universe. This world was simply marked by him when he stumbled upon it in the void, Li Tianzinhua explained. So whether it's exploring or invading, he actually intends to leave it to others to complete. If you can establish a foundation in this world, perhaps we can collaborate later for a world invasion. Li Tianzinhua revealed some not-so-secret information, prompting Zhang En and his team to speculate about his relationship with Jelling. Senior, is Mentor Jelling your teacher? Zhang En asked. I joined Teacher Jelling last year to study the path of spirituality under him. Li Tianzinhua nodded, noticing the cautious looks from Zhang En and his team, and added with a sigh, you don't need to worry. I'm only following Teacher Jelling to study the path of spirituality, with no intention of becoming an outer god. What do you think of my proposal? It's a possibility, but as for the world exploration, we need to discuss among ourselves before giving you an answer, Zhang En replied. As you wish, but I can share a piece of information. Li Tianzinhua thought for a moment and revealed. The extraordinary system of this world has delved deeply into spatial research, and even the weaker extraordinary individuals can easily manipulate space. The three of them were intrigued. While deep spatial research wasn't unusual, the fact that even weaker extraordinary beings could manipulate space was significant. If they could conquer this world and integrate its technologies or unique world laws into their civilization, it could enhance their affinity for spatial talents, even if it didn't allow their civilization to master such abilities. Senior, you've really given us a bombshell. The three exchanged glances, feeling a hint of temptation. Especially Zhang En, who knew that preparing his civilization species to possess some spatial talent would significantly impact the development path he pursued. Cyber ascension needs a destination to ascend to, right? It sounds promising, doesn't it? It seems you've been tempted. Go back. I'll await your good news, Li Tianzinhua said, and the flame head disappeared. In the mirror, a slender figure gradually appeared, wearing a black top hat, a black trench coat, holding a cane, and walking away from them until it vanished completely. You say you're not influenced, the three inwardly commented, accustomed to such eerie atmospheres. Perhaps in another year or two, once they adapted, they would behave similarly. Since the host was bidding farewell, Zhang En and his team didn't linger and left the Hall of Mirrors. After leaving Li Tianzinua's residence, Zhang En and his companions went to visit the students who had previously taken on the exploration task. However, they were quickly discovered by the extraordinary beings in that world, and their thought projections were instantly destroyed. Even when asking directly, they couldn't obtain more useful information. Realizing the limitations of their intel, the three decided to invade. But first, they discussed strategies for world invasion. So what do you think? Should we get involved? Zhang En asked the two, already guessing their answer. A world where low-level extraordinary beings could master spatial technology was hard to pass up. Suya feigned a sigh of resignation, while Shun Yinzhou simply said, "Let's do it. As long as we can set up a world gate, we'll take over this world. I don't believe that with our combined strength with Li Tianzinhua, we can't conquer this world. Once we have it, we'll invite Mentor Galen to extract the technology or the extraordinary system completely." Zhang En reminded them, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. We still need to see if we can establish a foothold in this world." Shen Yinzhou, with a friendly gesture, put his arm around Zhang En's shoulder and laughed. "Suya and I come from a divine civilization and a magical civilization, which are vastly different from that world's background. It all depends on whether your mechanical abilities can establish a foothold. We'll protect you with our thought projections. Don't worry, we'll provide you with enough resources." He winked at Suya as he spoke. "I've experienced an external invasion once before, but it was into a world with a declining energy level, where the world consciousness was chaotic and dormant. This time it's different," Zhang En said, analyzing the world with a serious expression. "This is a world ascending to a higher energy level, with a strong suppression of the extraordinary and a highly active world consciousness. To enter such a world, I need something to conceal my presence from the world consciousness so that my thought projection isn't detected." "No problem," Shin Yinzhou immediately agreed. "We both have the means to acquire a few items that can obscure world consciousness." Suya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I can ask an 8th-tier practitioner to perform a special ritual magic for you, connecting your fate and cause with someone in the world. This ritual will forcefully replace an ordinary person in the world with you. As long as you avoid drawing attention from the world consciousness by staying away from key events, places, and people, you can act freely without consequence." Zhang En couldn't help but praise. Impressive, as expected from a magical family, with such deep resources. Then, Shin Yinzhou and Suya began their preparations. Suya took Zhang En to his family to enlist the help of an 8th-tier practitioner to perform the ritual. It's worth noting that this refers to an 8th-tier practitioner, not the head of a civilization. In such large families, besides the civilization's leader, they often nurture members with extraordinary talent in other systems, even if they don't have the potential to become a civilization leader. While nurturing a 9th-tier practitioner is challenging, an 8th-tier practitioner is achievable. With the ritual magic's blessing, Zhang En also obtained items from Shun Yinzhou and Suya that could shield his presence from the world consciousness, isolating all his information. After preparing, the three used coordinates to jump into the void. Traveling the void with coordinates is entirely different from doing so without them. Without coordinates, it's like groping in the dark, with the risk of stumbling into danger. With coordinates, it's like having a guiding light in the darkness, clearly pointing the way. Using the world coordinates, the three jumped through the void and soon reached the world. The hazy world orb was hidden in the void, and without the coordinates, it would have taken them time to find it even if they were nearby. Suya looked at the world before them and suddenly asked, "Zhang, what do you think about Yinzhou and me sending some of our civilization's members into the world to draw the world consciousness's attention while your thought projection enters?" "That might work." Zhang En paused, considering the feasibility. However, he worriedly asked, "Isn't it a bit reckless to just throw your civilization's members into this world to die?" Shun Yinzhou dismissed the concern. "No worries, we have ways to handle it without actually sacrificing members. We can send in a few powerful Titan golems. I can also send in some more spirits. Then I'll leave it to you." Zhang En had no intention of sending his civilization's creations into the world, as he planned to rely on mechanical power for exploration. If he sent his civilization's technological creations alongside Suya and Shun Yinzhou's, the world consciousness might later focus on mechanical forces. He thought to himself that if such a situation arose, he'd be at a loss. The trio began their preparations. Zhang En severed his thought projection, placing the two items that could obscure the world consciousness within it. Then, he started crafting a golden finger for his projection. This world's suppression of foreign extraordinary powers was significant, so the previous upgrade method was unsuitable. Considering the need to establish a force, Zhang En decided to create a quantum brain. By continuously absorbing energy in this world to upgrade the brain, it could eventually simulate future outcomes after gathering information. While not strong in pure combat, it was an excellent choice for support and building forces. "Zhang, are you ready?" With everything set, Suya and Shun Yinzhou looked at Zhang En. Around them were creations at the peak of the 5th tier, not naturally occurring in the world, but elevated to the fifth tier through their power. Zhang En's expression was grave. This invasion was fundamentally different from the last one. Facing an active world consciousness significantly increased the difficulty. Despite all the preparations, the risk of exposure remained. He steeled himself. It was time to act. Suya and Shun Yinzhou's energies surged to their peak, yet they refrained from using the power of civilization. The allure of the power of a civilization master was too great for a world devourer, and using it directly in the void might invite unnecessary trouble. Nevertheless, with their seventh-tier peak strength, they were formidable enough against the world before them. Brother Zhang, please, we'll create an opportunity for you. Suya, surrounded by a faint black smoke, manipulated it into a massive black serpent, which violently struck the world light cluster. Meanwhile, Shun Yinzhou revealed his divine true form, transforming into a radiant sun, descending with boundless light and heat. Boom. The combined attack of these two seventh-tier beings unleashed a terrifying force that shook the entire world violently. Inside the world, amidst the gray-white mist, an ancient palace quietly existed. At the moment Suya and Shun Yinzhou launched their attack, several figures suddenly appeared inside the palace, their forms and faces blurred, only outlines visible. There are intruders, very strong. We need to join forces. A hoarse voice spoke, drawing the attention of the others. Don't look at me like that. This is the will of the world consciousness, the speaker explained with a shrug. Hearing this, the others nodded silently. Then, several torrents of energy burst out from within the world, blocking Suya and Shun Yinzhou. These torrents were composed of pure concepts: light, darkness, water, fire, wind, thunder, sky. Each concept symbolized a seventh-tier existence, but compared to Suya and his companion, these seventh-tier forces seemed much more ethereal. The reason was that they were seventh-tier beings born from within the world, mastering concepts, while a civilization master was the source of concepts. The difference in power between them was like that between billionaires and heirs. Even when besieged by 9 seventh-tier beings, Suya and Shun Yinzhou remained unperturbed. The massive dark serpent and the brilliant golden sun intertwined, holding off the 9 torrents of energy, evenly matched. The confrontation between the two sides caused the world light cluster to shake violently, with cracks gradually appearing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang En, lurking nearby, released his thought avatar, rushing into the world. Accompanying his thought avatar were 3 titan golems and several divine spirits. Not so fast. From the 9 torrents of energy, an imposing intent emanated from the colorless torrent, symbolizing the concept of the sky. It split off a stream of energy, forming a giant hand, attempting to stop the titan golems and divine spirits. However, with Suya and Shun Yinzhou's obstruction, the hand disintegrated as soon as it flew out. The main bodies of the 9 torrents could only watch helplessly as the titan golems and divine spirits surged into the world, with Zhang En's thought avatar going unnoticed. Fortunately, the outer facade layer provided protection, preventing them from breaking into the real world. The 9 torrents, held back by Suya and his companion, were stretched thin, hoping that the facade layer's methods would suppress these pesky extraterritorial creatures. We're in the surface world. Zhang En's thought avatar entered and found himself in a world filled with gray-white mist. According to intelligence, this world was called the surface world, and to truly enter the interior, one had to get through this layer. Roar! At this moment, the 3 titan golems suddenly erupted, their bodies expanding to a kilometer in size, with magical glows flickering on their surfaces, wreaking havoc within the surface world. Several divine spirits also radiated brilliance, roaming the world, burning the gray mist, and destroying any creatures they encountered. This destruction was soon met with resistance, as over a dozen radiant humanoid figures descended from the sky, blocking the titan golems and divine spirits. Their quick response revealed them all to be 6th-tier beings. Zhang En was taken aback. In a normal medium-level world, a bunch of 6th-tier beings wouldn't be unusual, but under this world's extraordinary system, it seemed the world consciousness granted certain individuals privileges, allowing them to cultivate. In such circumstances, the emergence of so many 6th-tier beings was quite remarkable. However, now was not the time for him to explore the reasons. Taking advantage of their distraction by the golems and spirits, Zhang En's thought avatar tore open a passage and entered the world's interior. In the real world, in Rixiang, Daoming City, a dimly lit room housed a hanging corpse that swayed slightly. Cough, cough, cough. Moments later, the corpse began to cough violently, and the rope snapped, causing the body to crash to the ground with a dull thud. Made it in safely, but why is this identity so unfortunate again? Zhang En got up from the floor, twisting his sore neck, looking resigned. Shang Yuanzhe, that was the name of this body, a hapless middle-aged, unemployed salaryman. The country he was in was called Rixiang, its environment remarkably similar to an island nation from his previous life. As a middle-aged, unemployed salaryman, Shang Yuanzhe was undoubtedly a societal failure. His wife divorced him, absconded with the money, leaving only a rebellious teenage daughter and the burden of a hefty mortgage. Unable to bear the stress, Shang Yuanzhe chose to end it all by suicide. Just after he hanged himself, Zhang En transmigrated here. It's absurd. Last time he ended up as a homeless man on the streets, and now he's a societal failure with a daughter thrown in for free. Frustrated, Zhang En ruffled his greasy hair and abandoned the idea of starting over. Given the world's level of vigilance, starting over was too difficult. He resolved not to let the disparity in identity deter him and to first resolve the troubles of this body. Pulling back the old curtains, bright sunlight flooded the room. Looking at the skyscrapers outside, Zhang En felt a fleeting sense of being back on Earth. However, the background of this world was almost identical to Earth, with the level of technology still stuck in the 21st century. First, I need to make some money. Without it, I can't do anything, Zhang En mused, stroking his chin as he pondered his money-making strategy. My superbrain. Use your superintelligence to tell me how to quickly make some money. He activated the cheat brain his true self developed, instantly feeling his thoughts accelerate as external sounds flooded in. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.